Battling Records of the Chosen One Chapter 1893 to Chapter 1947. Gu Jianxing, for example, was no weaker than Xu Qiu. Within 10 moves, he would defeat an opponent, at the same time that Lin Sun defeated Dong Shifu. His third opponent was sent flying out of the arena. His opponent was severely injured and on the verge of death. He was completely unscathed. The entire audience was moved. In the other arenas, there were also a few characters with eye-catching performances. In particular, there was a senior figure named Shilong. In less than a moment, he had severely injured a top saint king of the younger generation. His cultivation was strong and his combat strength was ferocious. This caused an uproar. According to the public information, Shilong had been stuck at the early stage of top saint king for 600 years and was an elder of a second-rate force. This kind of senior figure was easily overlooked. But now, Shilong's battle prowess was shocking. As a result, although the scene of Lin Sun defeating Dong Shifu attracted some attention, it was not much of a stir. At least, that was what Tao Songting of the Great Void Dao sect thought. This caused the green-robed woman called Lady Yu to frown slightly. But before she could speak, Hong Yu of the Four Stars Dao sect said indifferently, "Brother Tao, I have high hopes for Jin Dui. I think that he will definitely win 10 consecutive victories and pass the first round of selection." "Oh?" Tao Songting smiled. "Brother Hong Yu, I still say the same thing. What if Jin Dui fails to do it?" There was an invisible competition between the 7 orthodoxies. But over the years, the Great Void Dao sect had been firmly on the throne of the number 1 orthodoxy in Cloud State. Therefore, when Tao Songting faced Hong Yu and the others, he faintly had the attitude of a superior leader. It was one thing for Lady Yu to admire Jin Dui, but Tao Songting was also displeased that Hong Yu was also disagreeing with him. "Haha, how about this, Brother Tao, and I also make a bet. If Jin Dui is eliminated in the first round of selection, I will give this item to Brother Tao." As he spoke, Hong Yu flipped his palm and a gray jade appeared. There were faint traces of blood lines on it and its aura was obscure. The imperial blood jade pendant, the green-robed woman and the other quasi-emperors all revealed strange expressions. This was a treasure that contained the precious blood of a great emperor. It was priceless and was enough to make even quasi-emperors jealous. Tao Songting was stunned as well, and he felt even more displeased in his heart. "Hong Yu, do you really intend to go against me?" Hong Yu seemed to have not noticed Tao Songting's displeasure, and he said with a smile, "If I win, how about Brother Tao give me a hairpin in your hair?" "Sure." Tao Songting snorted coldly and agreed. His crimson robe was like fire, his hair white like snow, and there was an ink-colored wooden hairpin at the center of his hair that was inscribed with strands of Dao markings, causing it to seem ancient and profound. This wooden hairpin was a miraculous treasure called the auspicious wood hairpin. When worn on one's body, it could clear one's mind and clear 6 senses. It could also be used to defend against external demons during cultivation. It was a rare treasure for quasi-realm experts to temper their minds. However, Tao Songting didn't expect that Hong Yu would not only go against him, but also covet the auspicious wood hairpin. This caused his expression to turn ugly. Because of this bet, the other quasi-emperor experts could not help but take another look at Hong Yu. Could it be that this old fellow knew some information about Jin Dui? "Brother Hong Yu, even if you win in the end, you can't compete with me for Jin Dui." Madame Yu, dressed in a green dress, smiled sweetly and teased, "Otherwise, I will fight you to the death." Hong Yu smiled. Tao Songting felt more and more uncomfortable looking at Hong Yu. This little episode also made the present quasi-emperor experts begin to pay attention to the battle on Lin Sun's side. At this time, the second opponent had already stepped into the arena and was fighting with Lin Sun. This was a senior figure named Wang Zhenyang, a saint king at the peak of the perfection realm. Although he had not set foot on the top, both his cultivation and fighting methods could be described as shrewd, exquisite, and terrifying. In the same realm, whether one set foot on the top or not was like in the sky and the other on the ground, it was difficult to compare them. But the fighting strength displayed by Wang Zhenyang was completely beyond many people's expectations, and even moved them. The reason was that Wang Zhenyang's control of the power of the Great Way was so precise that it seemed to have reached the acme of perfection. Furthermore, the Dao domain he condensed was seamless. It was like a heavenly net that didn't let anything through. It presented a state of perfection. Although Lin Sun had a way to win for a long time, he did not use his real strength. The reason was that he had benefited a lot from the fight with Wang Zhenyang and gained a lot of insights. It was even hard for him to imagine how a senior figure who had not set foot on the top could have such a wonderful control of the Great Way. 15 minutes later. Wang Zhenyang shook his head with a wry smile and took the initiative to admit defeat. My little friend, you can defeat 10 people with your strength. You have broken my Tao and Dharma, but you have been modestly refusing to fight until now. If I continue to fight, I will be ungrateful. Seniors' fighting attainments are marvelous. If you have the power of the Great Way, I am afraid it will be difficult for me to gain any advantage. Lin Sun cupped his hands in obeisance. At the mention of the word Great Way, Wang Zhenyang's eyes flashed a touch of gloominess. He sighed and turned away. A long time ago, he was a peerless talent who was qualified to set foot on the top of the Great Way. But he was attacked by the enemy when he was breaking through the realm, so he missed the Great Way. He didn't hate Wang Zhenyang very much, but every time he thought of it, he would inevitably feel regret. One wrong step led to many wrong steps. The pursuit of the Great Way had always been so ruthless and cruel. My little friend, would you like to hear a word from a man who has lost his way? Wang Zhenyang, who walked down the arena, suddenly turned around. Lin Sun nodded. Remember, in the struggle for the Great Way, you must not give in even one step. Wang Zhenyang said one word at a time, resolute and decisive. After that, he turned around and left. Lin Sun was touched and cupped his hands at Wang Zhenyang's back. It was a pity that most people didn't understand the reason. Many people only laughed when they saw Wang Zhenyang admit defeat. They thought that as a senior figure, he had lost his demeanor by participating in such a selection. Now he was defeated. Was he asking for trouble? This was the view of the world. The onlookers didn't care about the frustration, loneliness, and bitterness in one's heart. But Lin Sun had an indescribable feeling in his heart. Even if Wang Zhenyang didn't set foot on the top of the Great Way, he would never stop there. In fact, 8,000 years later, when Wang Zhenyang, who was regarded as Emperor Zhenyang, talked about the past, he also had an indescribable feeling. Because it was also on that day that he deeply realized that the young man who appeared as Jin Dui was destined to have unimaginable achievements in the future. Sure enough, in the following years, his words became a prophecy. In the third battle, Lin Sun's opponent was a pretty girl with a pair of clear and innocent big eyes. However, she had a hot and attractive figure with towering breasts and snow-white skin. As soon as she appeared on the stage, she attracted a lot of attention. Child, it's the first time for me to participate in such a grand meeting. I'm very nervous. Please show mercy to me later. She had a lovely appearance, and her voice was like the melodious cry of an oriole, causing the hearts of some of the spectators to soften. Lin Sun nodded and said, "Okay." The woman's eyes were bright and her smile was intoxicating. Child, you are really a good man. Then I'm going to do it. Her figure flickered like a dreamy haze, and she slapped Lin Sun with her palm. Boom, space was like frozen snow that suddenly exploded apart. It was unable to endure the overbearing aura of such combat strength, and if one looked carefully, merely this palm strike actually emanated the feeling of freezing everything in the surroundings and causing everything to collapse. He had clearly infused the profundities of a Tao domain into his palm. Many people were dazzled and amazed. Seeing this, Lin Sun also slapped his palm without looking at it. When the two collided, the palm force, which seemed to be wrapped in a world of ice and snow, completely dissipated under Lin's palm force, like snow melting in water. Bang! The pretty woman, like a kite with a broken string, was fiercely slapped out of the arena. Her mouth and nose were bleeding, her hair was disheveled, and her snow-white and attractive body twitched because of the severe pain. The audience was stunned. The sound of people gasping came one after another. How could Jin Dui lay his hands on such a seductive and charming little beauty? And he was so cruel and merciless. Of course, the most shocking thing was that Lin Sun's palm not only seriously injured the woman, but also suppressed her and completely lost the battle. No one had expected this. You are so cruel. Outside the arena, the woman's hair was disheveled. Her big clear and innocent eyes were full of resentment and hatred, and her teeth were almost broken. You are too insidious. On the arena, Lin Sun turned over his palm and revealed a thin, almost transparent needle, glowing with illusory luster. If I'm not wrong, this treasure should be called Godslaughter Spirit Needle, and it's tainted with the aura of disaster and destruction. Once you're pierced by it, you might not die in a short period of time, but your soul core will definitely be corroded in less than 3 months, and you'll be reduced to ash before you die. Lin Sun's dark eyes were deep, and he said coldly, when you attacked before, you hid this thing in your hair and stabbed it out silently. If I hadn't been prepared, I would have been hit. These words made many people present change their faces. Only then did they realize why Jin Dui was so cruel. It turned out that this seemingly pure and charming woman was so insidious and vicious. On the assessment seats, Tao Songting, Han Yu, and others were also surprised, and their eyes on the woman changed. God-slaying needle, such a vicious treasure could only be refined by someone in the dark world. Wait and see. Seeing that her trick was exposed, the woman's face turned livid. She glanced at Lin Sun coldly, turned around and hurried away. This woman should have used the means of the dark world, but it should not be aimed at me. Lin Sun watched the woman leave and made a judgment. This woman either came from the dark world, but she didn't expect that her hidden trump card was seen through and exposed by him. Or the god-slaying spirit needle that he had bought from somewhere. The photo of the wedding dress is in the hands of Goldfish. I will post it on the WeChat official account on July 1st. But it was impossible for that woman to see through his identity. Because the enemy would not be stupid enough to make a move in the Dao development field after seeing through his identity. At this point, Lin Sun had won 3 matches in a row. This performance was still somewhat inferior. In the other 17 arenas, people like Chu Qiu and Gu Jianqing had won at least 5 matches in a row, while others had won 7 matches in a row. There were also some experts who were the first to appear and were defeated by the challengers. In short, it was the peerless figures like Chu Qiu and Gu Jianqing who were shining brightly. Lin Sun's battle record was still not too eye-catching. Lin Sun could not be bothered with this. Winning was really meaningless to him. He just wanted to observe as much as possible and experience the power of his opponent's Dao domain. That was all. In the 4th match, Lin Sun's opponent was an extremely famous saber cultivator named Gao Lingtian. He came from a clan that was only considered a medium force in the cloud state. He was at the peak of the late-stage Saint King realm and had a rugged and angular appearance. Gao Lingtian was extremely famous. He had the title of Fiendish Blade Saint King among the younger generation. The Dao domain he condensed, Saber Chime Purgatory, was praised by some old antiques. That kid is in trouble. In the assessment seats, Tao Songting could not help but say when he noticed this scene. The outcome will only be known after the fight. I noticed that Jin Dui was still holding back in the first 3 matches. Lady Yu, who was dressed in green, asked with interest. Han Yu opened his mouth to say something but held it back in the end. He also knew that because of the bet just now, Tao Songting was very unhappy. Right now, he did not intend to provoke him anymore. Because of Gao Lingtian's appearance in this battle, it also attracted the attention of many people in the field. Even Lin Sun was noticed. This was the influence of Fiendish Blade Saint King. However, the most discussed topic was how many moves Lin Sun disguised as Jin Dui could last under Gao Lingtian's saber. Almost no one thought that Lin Sun would win. Hearing these discussions, Tao Songting smiled without saying a word. He probably thought that the audience's eyes were still sharp. Han Yu found it funny and thought to himself, I'll see if your faces will hurt when the results of the battle are out. Clang, in the arena, a dazzling blade suddenly appeared. In Gao Lingtian's hand, a snow-white saber that emitted a boundless cold current appeared. The blade was engraved with a mysterious totem, vaguely showing the shocking phenomenon of a fire dragon devouring the sky. With the saber in hand, Gao Lingtian's aura changed along with it. It was as if he had transformed into a saber, standing tall between the heavens and the earth, its sharpness unparalleled. The fierce power caused many experts present to feel a stabbing pain in their hearts, and they were extremely shocked. But Lin Sun was still as calm and emotionless as before. Extreme madness. Gao Lingtian did not waste any time and waved his saber to kill. Whoosh, when he swung his saber, it was as if he had gone mad. The saber chi that he released also showed a wild and tyrannical aura that ignored the world and wanted to break all shackles. The void was torn apart like a canvas, and the sound of an explosion surged and spread. That flash of saber chi instantly stunned many spectators. Lin Sun didn't move, but a wisp of sword chi swept out. It was mysterious and unconstrained, like a natural sculpture, without a trace of worldly aura. Bang! That flash of saber chi and sword chi collided and exploded inch by inch in the void. Extreme madness. Without hesitation, Gao Lingtian's momentum changed from madness to madness, and he swung his saber again. It was raging and violent, like the roaring wind and sea rain, sweeping the universe. All the madness was vented by the power of this saber. Lin Sun's eyes were filled with surprise. This kind of saber Tao was based on the 7 emotions and 6 desires, and it could deduce different amazing phenomena. Crazy, it was crazy to the extreme. Crazy, it was crazy to the extreme. Lin Sun didn't hesitate and waved his fist to kill. Gao Lingtian couldn't pose a threat to him. What he was interested in was the power of saber Tao that Gao Lingtian interpreted. Boom, the sky was dark, and the divine light roared. Gao Lingtian and Lin Sun fought against each other. One of them was full of saber chi, crazy and domineering, which dazzled all the spectators. The other one was like a floating cloud in the sky, calm and at ease. As his sword chi flowed, it showed an unearthly spirit. For a time, it attracted a lot of attention. Even the participants in the battle zone turned to look at him. Jin Dui is also amazing. It's really surprising that he can compete with Gao Lingtian. In terms of cultivation, Jin Dui is a little weaker. Strictly speaking, Gao Lingtian is slightly inferior. That's not necessarily true. Gao Lingtian has just appeared and obviously reserved his combat power. There was a lot of discussion. Lin Sun's performance also entered the vision of most people. Many people realized that this unknown rogue cultivator Jin Dui was actually a hidden character. This naturally aroused people's interest. However, Gao Lingtian's performance was still unanimously favored, especially some young women, who even screamed excitedly to cheer for the Saint King of Demonic Saber. Extreme madness. On the arena, Gao Lingtian's momentum changed again, becoming stronger and stronger. In the madness, there was a kind of extreme obsession. Obsession with saber, obsession with Tao, therefore, he was crazy because of obsession. Good, good, I didn't expect that there would be such a character in the first round of selection. I underestimated this selection before. Lin Sun nodded secretly. Although Gao Lingtian's combat power still couldn't threaten him, it let him see a kind of unique saber power. Just like how Lin Feng sought the path of the Tao of I am the only one in the entire universe, Gao Lingtian's Tao of the saber instead had a path of the saber Tao that was pure madness and madness. There was no superiority or inferiority. It only depended on the depth of attainments on their own way of Tao. At this time, many people in the field had been moved. On the one hand, they were shocked by the power of Gao Lingtian's saber, and on the other hand, they were surprised by Lin Sun's performance. Because, from the beginning to the present, Gao Lingtian's momentum had changed again and again, and the power released was also rising. But Lin Sun still took all of them, and there was no sign of being suppressed from beginning to end. Jin Dui, Jin Dui. Why have I never heard of this name in Yunzhou before? Is he from the star region outside the primordial world? It must be so. I heard that there are many peerless geniuses in the starry sky. They crossed the starry sky and arrived in the primordial world a long time ago in order to participate in the Tao discussion conference. Jin Dui must be one of them. Now there's a show to watch. The audience was in an uproar. The dazzling performance of Chu Qiu and Gu Jianqing was not surprising, because these peerless figures had long been famous in Yunzhou. But Jin Dui's arrival was a surprise and a novelty, as if a rising comet had been discovered, a dark horse that had jumped out of nowhere. Brother Tao, it seems that you are wrong this time. Madame Yu said with a smile. That's not necessarily true. Do you think that Gao Lingtian, a peerless saber practitioner, will lose? Tao Songting said indifferently. Hong Yu resisted the urge to speak and said in his heart, although Gao Lingtian is strong, he is far inferior to Shi Ling of Mysterious Void Island, and Shi Ling was almost killed by Jin Dui. Clang, on the arena, the sound of swords and sabers colliding shook the sky. This battle was so wonderful that it even stole the limelight of other arenas. More and more practitioners began to pay attention to this battle. Even Xiuqiu, Gu Jianqing, and Shuo Fengling, who were fighting with their opponents, would pay attention to this battle from time to time. As peerless saint kings, especially peerless figures who had extraordinary attainments in this realm, they were not interested in ordinary opponents at all. Originally, Lin Sun disguised as Jing Dui was ignored by them. But now they found that Jing Dui was a powerful figure who had hidden himself very well. It should be known that even if they were to fight with Gao Ling Tian, they would not dare to neglect him. However, no one knew that from the beginning of the battle, Lin Sun had been restraining the idea of defeating Gao Ling Tian. He needed such an opponent and the power of the great way that the opponent had mastered to observe, comprehend, and refine. Everything was to condense his own realm of Tao. The core of his great way furnace scripture was to contain all the Tao in the world and all the Dharma in the world. The realm of Tao that he wanted to condense in the future should also be in perfect harmony with his own Tao and Dharma. It was undoubtedly too difficult to achieve this step. From the half a year on the boat to the few months after arriving in the primordial world, he had been pondering and studying this matter. The core purpose of reading the Book of Herbs of Heaven, traveling across many states and territories, and even going to the arena to discuss Tao with his opponent was to condense the realm of Tao, read 10,000 books, travel 10,000 miles. Leave the world to meditate, enter the world to temper. All for this, on the arena. Gao Ling Tian became more and more crazy, and obsessed. His saber roared, splashing out a raging, fierce, and pure waterfall, like the Milky Way pouring down from the sky. His entire person was immersed in an extremely boiling battle state. At this point in the battle, the only thought that came to his mind was, this Jing Dui was an extremely rare opponent. This made him not surprised but happy. Only such an opponent could let him have no scruples in the battle and attack with all his strength without any worries. However, if he knew Lin Sun's thoughts during the battle, he would probably suffer a great mental blow, because Lin Sun's mind was not on the battle at all. The reason why he restrained and reserved was that he wanted to understand as much as possible some of the secrets that were useful to him. Boom! Suddenly, on the arena, Gao Ling Tian's momentum changed again. He let out a long roar and waved the saber in his hand. The white saber chi surged, and a strict realm of Tao came down. In the realm, the saber chi was boiling, and the saber light was like a prison. Lin Sun was waiting for this moment. Without hesitation, he flashed in. Isn't he courting death? Many people were stunned. And the practitioners who had witnessed Lin Sun's first 3 battles from the beginning felt their scalp tingle. It was the same again. It was the same when he fought against Dong Shui. It was the same when he fought against Wang Zhenyang. Hong Yu's lips twitched on the assessment seat. He saw all the consternation and puzzlement in the field. But only he knew that Jing Dui didn't do this out of audacity. He didn't seek his own death. It was because he had always liked to defeat his enemies in their most powerful battle techniques. Xi Ling, who controlled the Hell Road of No Return, was also defeated in this way. Gao Ling Tian was also stunned at first and found it hard to believe. Up to now, Lin's combat power had been recognized by him, and he even regarded Lin as a strong opponent worthy of fighting with all his strength. However, he didn't expect that his opponent, who had been calm and composed before, would take the initiative at this moment. The Purgatory of Saber chant was the embodiment of his cultivation, which made him famous in Yunzhou and the root of being called the king of demonic saber. No one has ever been able to get out of my Tao field alive. Are you an exception? Gao Ling Tian's heart surged with an unparalleled fighting intent, and his whole body was completely burning. He didn't talk nonsense and ran his killing moves with all his strength. He raised his hand. Inside his Tao domain, white saber chi surged. There were tens of thousands of them, and they looked like a purgatory of sabers. The sharp, domineering and unparalleled Tao of saber appeared at this moment. Lin Sun walked in it, as if he was walking in a sea of fire and a mountain of knives. All directions were filled with white saber chi. The saber chi was like a purgatory, which wanted to cut people into pieces and kill them. If it were someone in the same realm as him, he might not be able to resist it. But Lin Sun seemed to be so calm. As he raised his hand, wisps of sword chi appeared and defeated the attacks from all directions. The sword chi was the essence of Taishan Sword Sutra. The power of the Great Way imprinted in the sword chi was the embodiment of Lin Sun's cultivation. Bang! Bang! The The sound of collision rang out incessantly, like a peerless saber king and a peerless sword master fighting for the top. The scene was shocking. Good. Dao Lingtian's eyes became more and more blazing like the burning sun. Only such a formidable opponent was able to completely stimulate the potential within his body, allowing him to be fearless and release his strength to his heart's content. He took a deep breath and suddenly let out a long roar. My saber is like the Dao. The Dao domain turned into a boundless saber hell. The unparalleled saber torrent revealed an indestructible and unparalleled destructive aura that pierced through the 9 heavens and 10 lands. At this moment, Dao Lingtian was like a madman. How many people are like me in this world? Crazy about the saber, crazy like a devil, his demeanor surprised Lin Sun. This guy's firm pursuit of the saber Tao was definitely the craziest one Lin Sun had ever seen. Lin Sun was not careless at this moment. He felt that it was necessary for him to respect this rare opponent. Hence, he also used his true abilities. Buzz, a grain of sand was like a world, condensing into the seal of all beings. An ancient and boundless aura instantly spread throughout the saber-humming purgatory. The unparalleled white torrent of saber chi was dyed with a layer of turbid yellow aura. Vaguely, the pious chanting of sutras could be heard. Boom, as the seal of all beings descended, the endless torrents of saber energy in all directions shattered and scattered like rain. Boom, the saber-humming purgatory, which Gao Lingtian regarded as the foundation of his saber Tao, trembled violently. At the same time, Gao Lingfeng was shocked. His face turned pale and he said in disbelief, "Is this your real strength?" It was also at this moment that he suddenly realized that he had been wrong. He had been wrong because he had not seen through Lin Sun's real strength from the beginning to the end. Sort of. Lin Sun said casually. Boom, when his voice fell, under the pressure of the all-being seal, the saber-humming purgatory, which was praised by many old antiques, was smashed. At this moment, the saber chi turned into a violent and chaotic torrent, spreading over the arena. If it weren't for the ancient forbidden formation on the arena, once it spread, it would definitely cause an unimaginable disaster. God! It's broken? Dao Lingtian's Dao domain. How could it be broken? It's impossible. The experts who had been paying close attention to this battle were shocked at this moment. Many people even stood up and cried out involuntarily. The scene was simply too unbelievable. Previously, no one believed that anyone could escape from the Dao domain of the saber chime purgatory. This, Tao Songding's expression froze, and he couldn't calm down. This result also surprised him. This Jin Dui is really unexpected, I can't help but admire him, Madame Yu sighed with emotion. Hong Yu felt relieved. This was Jin Dui, a peerless figure who had shocked all the big shots of Xuanji sect. Now he was just dealing with Gao Lingtian. How could he lose? At this moment, almost all the eyes in the audience were attracted by the scene, and their hearts trembled. Bang, on the arena, in the smoke and dust, Gao Lingtian staggered and fell to the ground. His clothes were ragged, his hair was disheveled, his face was pale and transparent, and blood was flowing from the corner of his mouth. But he seemed to be unaware of it, and his eyes were fixed straight ahead. There, Lin Sun stood, spotless, indifferent and calm as before. I've lost. I'm convinced. After a while, Gao Lingtian wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and sighed. Your Dao is demonic and crazy, extremely domineering. Not bad. Lin Sun said. Dao Lingtian's saber Dao inspired him and reminded him of the saint method that had been ignored by him. This supreme fighting method inherited from his senior brother had been used by him to operate and improve his combat power. However, he had never considered if he could fuse this technique into his own Dao domain. Clang, Dao Lingtian put away his saber and cupped his hands to Lin Sun. Jin Dui, you are the first to defeat me in my Dao domain. In the future, I will try my best not to let this happen again. After saying that, he jumped off the arena, and his dignified and thin figure looked handsome and lonely. And Lin Sun on the arena became the only focus of attention in the audience. This was Lin Sun's 4th victory. Although he had a good performance before, the attention he received was far less than that of the other dazzling figures on the arena. But now, as he defeated Gao Lingtian, he had also entered the sights of all the spectators in the arena. Jin Dui, a powerful figure who came out like a dark horse, but just a moment later, an exclamation sounded, Gao Lingtian, he broke through after the battle. It's true. All of a sudden, many old monsters were alarmed, and their eyes, which were originally focused on Lin Sun, all looked in one place. They saw Gao Lingfeng, who had left, suddenly stopped and sat cross-legged on the ground, as if he had an epiphany, and his body emitted layers of magical Dao light. It was visible to the naked eye that the aura around him skyrocketed like a river after the rain. From the peak of late stage of Saint King to the mastery realm. Tao Songting's eyes brightened with admiration. Gao Lingtian deserves to be a genius in Saber Dao. It can only be said that Jin Dui gave him the opportunity to break through. Hong Yu said indifferently. Tao Songting suddenly felt sick in his heart. He kept mentioning Jin Dui. Was Hong Yu really going to oppose him to the end? Gao Lingtian's breakthrough suddenly caused a sensation in the audience. He was also the only peerless figure who had a miraculous epiphany and breakthrough after being defeated since the selection of Tao discussion. Chu Qiu, Gu Jianxing, Xue Fengying and other young talents all had different expressions on their faces. At their level, it was more difficult to go further in cultivation than to ascend to the sky. It was impossible to achieve it only by practicing hard. To break through, opportunities and insights were needed. Obviously, the battle with Jin Dui was a fortuitous encounter for Gao Lingtian. He successfully grasped it and broke through to the next realm. Therefore, at this moment, Chu Qiu and others had unconsciously attached importance to Lin Sun and regarded him as an opponent that could not be ignored. This battle is wonderful. Many people shouted excitedly. Jin Dui, who was unexpectedly powerful, and Gao Lingtian, who had long been famous, staged an unparalleled battle with ups and downs. The unexpected result of the battle was definitely the biggest surprise since the selection of Tao discussion. Is it too late to bet on Jin Dui now? Some gamblers couldn't help but be tempted. However, the focus of the audience was soon replaced by the battles in other arenas. Because not long after Lin Sun defeated Gao Lingtian, Chu Qiu successfully defeated the 10th opponent and became the first peerless figure to win 10 consecutive victories since the first round of selection. There was no doubt that he had the qualification to enter the second round of selection. In this way, the focus of the audience also moved to Chu Qiu, and the audience was stirred up. Senior, may I ask if I can continue to accept challenges? On the arena, Chu Qiu's voice was clear and resounded throughout the audience. Yes. Tao Songting and others looked at each other and didn't refuse, because the rules didn't stipulate that one couldn't continue to fight after winning 10 consecutive victories. My God, what is Chu Qiu doing? He must want to take this opportunity to challenge his limits. But in this way, there will be fewer opportunities for other practitioners to seek 10 consecutive victories. After all, there are only 3 days. The audience was in an uproar and discussed incessantly. Is Chu Qiu unwilling to be robbed of his limelight by Jin Dui? A touch of coldness appeared between Gu Jianxing's eyebrows. Before long, he also defeated the 10th opponent and became the second strong practitioner to win 10 consecutive victories. However, the attention he received was not as sensational as that of Chu Qiu. This made him quite unwilling, and he immediately said, Seniors, after winning 10 consecutive victories, am I qualified to continue to challenge in other arenas? As soon as these words came out, the audience couldn't help but be moved. They realized that Gu Jianxing was also unwilling to stop at 10 consecutive victories and wanted to continue to show off his power. Obviously, he was serious about competing with Chu Qiu. Tao Songting, Madame Yu, Hong Yu and other 7 big shots on the assessment seats were also surprised. After a short discussion, they finally agreed. In fact, this sword was Gu Jianxing's killing move, which integrated the mystery of his own Tao field into one sword. Lin Sun had killed Kong Yin, the quasi-emperor. The boundless thousand-sword shadow that Lin Sun had honed for 8,000 years was terrifying. Compared with it, Gu Jianxing's sword, although much inferior in power, was not inferior to the boundless thousand-sword shadow in terms of momentum. This made Lin Sun sigh that Gu Jianxing was really excellent. Unfortunately, for himself, it was not enough. Lin Sun grasped with his palm and fingers. Like a divine rainbow out of the sky, the fiery red sword qi that descended to the world was directly caught between Lin Sun's fingers and palm. When he closed his fingers, the incomparably sharp sword qi was immediately crushed, turning into a fiery rain of light and pouring through his fingers. The audience was shocked and felt it was incredible. This was Gu Jianqing's killing move, but it was crushed like a piece of paper. Tao Songting's eyelids twitched and his face changed slightly. Void flowing sword. On the arena, Gu Jianqing's eyes were like sharp swords, and he attacked again without hesitation. His power was like the wind sweeping the fallen leaves, and his sword was like a flame attack. His power was getting stronger and stronger, like a sword master in the fire. Lin Sun's strength had made him feel threatened. How could he dare to hesitate? Whoosh! 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 In a moment, the arena seemed to be covered with a layer of flame sky, in which there were all crisscrossing fiery red sword chi. Whistling like a gale, overbearing like thunder, majestic like a torrent, swift like light and shadow, Gu Jianqing's figure flickered, his body and hair surging with flame Taoist patterns, and his power was so great that it dominated the audience. Countless sounds of gasping and swallowing were heard one after another in the arena. Many spectators were dazzled and their minds swayed. Before, when Gu Jianqing won 10 consecutive victories, he did not use such monstrous fighting power. It could be seen that the appearance of Jin Dui had forced Gu Jianqing to use his real trump card. Fiery sword curtain. Gu Jianqing shouted. Suddenly, the flaming rain of swords that crisscrossed the arena suddenly condensed, and it transformed into a gorgeous, vast, and blazing Dao domain. This time, Lin Sun chose not to take the initiative to enter. Because in the previous duel, Lin Sun had learned the power of the Tao field that Gu Jian had mastered from his repeated attacks. Whether or not he entered the fire dragon sword screen again, there was no difference. However, for Gu Jianqing, activating his Dao domain allowed him to release all his strength. What a sword Dao domain! Such a scene is truly rare. Many people exclaimed. Some of the old monsters couldn't sit still. Seeing that Lin's figure was about to be covered by the fiery and magnificent sword curtain, he suddenly waved his fist and punched forward. The force of his fist was condensed like a mountain and suffused with the glow of the Dao. However, it surged with the aura of the Dao that seemed like a furnace yet wasn't a furnace, like an abyss yet wasn't an abyss. Bang! A dull sound rang out, and the descending fire dragon sword screen suddenly stopped in midair. Under the astonished gazes of the crowd, dense cracks that were like spider webs appeared on the fire dragon sword screen. Then, rumble! This sword domain that was formed from Gu Jian's Dao didn't even have the time to release its might before it rumbled and exploded on the arena. A rain of fiery red light that covered the sky was mixed with explosions that shook the heavens and the earth as it filled the arena. Bang! On the other hand, Gu Jianqing's figure shook before he staggered to the ground, and he bled from all 7 apertures while his countenance was terrifyingly pale. This punch didn't just destroy his Dao domain, and it caused him to suffer severe internal injuries as well. His internal organs seemed to have shifted while his vital blood was in disorder. The Dao development grounds was perfectly silent, and everyone was shocked. A single punch had blasted apart a shocking Dao domain. On the other hand, someone as formidable and dazzling as Gu Jianqing had actually been heavily injured. For a time, everyone felt dazed. Earlier, they were extremely confident when they fought Gu Jianqing, and they felt that Jin Dui was bound to stop at 9 successive victories before Gu Jianqing. But now, the cruel reality was like a slap that struck fiercely on their faces. No matter how dazzling or renowned Gu Jianqing was, so what? He was still no match for Jin Dui. At this moment, some of the women that cheered and screamed madly for Gu Jianqing earlier seemed as if they'd eaten a fly, and they were unable to accept such a scene. How formidable! Chu Qiu was visibly moved while his heart shook. He was most clearly aware of how formidable Gu Jianqing was, and Gu Jianqing was one of the few opponents he'd taken note of during the selections. Yet now, Gu Jianqing had actually been heavily injured by Jin Dui, who'd appeared out of nowhere, and this had similarly exceeded Chu Qiu's expectations. This kid really concealed his strength deeply. Tao Songting revealed a wisp of a complicated expression. He had no choice but to admit that he'd misjudged Jin Dui and greatly underestimated Jin Dui's strength. Truthfully speaking, even I never expected this. Madam, you revealed a wisp of a bitter smile. Even though she'd always looked favorably upon Lin Sun, she felt surprised and shocked when she witnessed such a scene. Only Hong Yu was very composed and delighted in his heart. It was like he'd imperceptibly used Lin Sun to slap Tao Songting. On the arena, Gu Jianqing's expression was extremely complicated as well. There was shock, bewilderment, and bewilderment. He wasn't careless, nor did he underestimate his opponent. He just didn't expect that the opponent he'd chosen this time would conceal his strength so deeply, and his strength would be so terrible, even if he tried his best, he couldn't shake Jean Dui. It turns out that in front of you, my swordsmanship is really as pale and powerless as my words, he uttered bitterly. He got up and turned his head to leave. There was no need to fight anymore, for he was doomed to be defeated. He walked down the arena in a desolate manner. All the spectators who saw the scene couldn't help sighing in their hearts. Gu Jianqing, a dazzling genius of swordsmanship, had already won 10 consecutive victories and was qualified to enter the second round of selections. He'd won a lot of praise and fame. But now, with his defeat in front of Jean Dui, all the praise and fame had turned into nothingness. At this moment, he was like a stepping stone for Jean Dui. No matter how dazzling and powerful he was, as long as he was mentioned, Jean Dui was a mountain that couldn't be avoided. After this battle, Gu Jianqing had no chance to continue to challenge, and he was doomed to be unable to fight against Xu Qiu. However, despite this, Gu Jianqing could also enter the second round of selections, which was a blessing in misfortune. With the departure of Gu Jianqing, the silent atmosphere in the field was also broken. There was an uproar everywhere, and all eyes were focused on Lin Sun. Jean Dui, an independent cultivator of mysterious origins, was like a dark horse that soared into the sky during the Dao discussion selection today. Dong Shifu, Wang Zhenyang, Gao Lingtian. All the strong people who were favored by people were defeated by him one by one. And in the battle where he won 10 consecutive victories, he defeated Gu Jianqing in one fell swoop. This was something that no one had expected before. Therefore, when they looked at Lin Sun on the arena again at this moment, all eyes were filled with shock. This also made people more and more certain that Jean Dui was definitely not a cultivator in Yunzhou, but a peerless figure from other worlds in the starry sky. Otherwise, with the combat power he showed, he would have been famous long ago, and it was impossible for him to be noticed until now. Someone calculated the time. From the time when no one was interested in the battle to now, only 30 minutes had passed, and Jean Dui's name had already shocked the audience. The speed and momentum of his rise were enough to make people stunned. On the assessment seat, Hong Yu smiled slightly. This Jean Dui is really an eye-opener. The corner of Tao Songding's mouth twitched. He raised his hand to take off the Ruimu hairpin and threw it to Hong Yu, saying, "You win." Hong Yu hurriedly said, "I just guessed, but I didn't expect to guess it by luck." "Brother Tao, don't mind me." Tao Songting said grumpily, "Well, a loss is a loss. Don't think that I can't afford to lose." Madame Yu pursed her lips and smiled. Other quasi-emperors secretly sighed with emotion. This Jean Dui was indeed a dark horse that surprised them. The more famous Gu Jianqing was, the more extraordinary Jean Dui was. This was the tragedy of becoming a stepping stone. Hey, Jean Dui hasn't left the arena after 10 consecutive victories. Is he going to continue to accept challenges? Someone was surprised to find that Lin was still standing on the arena. For a moment, many people also looked over. Even Gu Jianqing is no match for him. Who dares to challenge him? Many experts waiting in the participating area felt bitter in their hearts. Xu Qiu, Xue Fengling and others had dominated the arena, which had already made them feel pressured. Now Gu Jianqing had just left, and Jean Dui, who was stronger than Gu Jianqing, appeared, which made them feel suffocated. That's not necessarily true. As Senior Tao Songting said, there's a limit to one's strength. Jean Dui has fought 10 battles in a row. How can he not be exhausted? Some people were not convinced. If we can seize this opportunity, we might be able to defeat him. Sure enough, as if the words of this person were true, it didn't take long for a practitioner to come forward to challenge. But in just a moment, he was defeated by Lin on the arena. Everyone. Someone gritted his teeth and shouted, "If you fail, you just have to fight again. If you don't even have the courage to fight, why participate in the selection of Tao discussion? Why seek the great way?" These words were like a blazing flame that caused the hearts of all the spectating participants to surge. Exactly. If you lose, then stand up and continue fighting. If you don't fight because of fear, then when will you be able to stand out? Attack. For a time, many participants charged out with surging hearts and firm gazes. It wasn't that they'd been bewitched by a few words, and it was because the rules of the selection were very clear. Even if they were defeated, they still had the chance to challenge others. This was equivalent to giving them numerous opportunities to strive for a time, besides Lin Sun's arena, the Lightning Arena where Chu Qiu, Xue Fengying, and the others resided had been targeted by many participants. On the other hand, the spectators in the Dao Development Reserve were excited and filled with anticipation when they saw this. This is what a true expert should do. If a person did not even have the courage to challenge the strong, he was destined to be a good-for-nothing for the rest of his life. Similarly, if a cultivator did not have the courage to fight, it would be wishful thinking if he wanted to go further on the Great Way. Right now, the participants were in high spirits and their blood was boiling. This scene naturally stirred many people's hearts. This was what a strong cultivator should be like. Lin Sun was also very satisfied. He did not care about winning or losing. What he cared about was being able to see and experience the power of the Dao realm. In the following time, one fierce battle after another took place in the 18 arenas. Some were evenly matched, and the battle was splendid. Some were as easy as crushing dry weeds and smashing rotten wood, shocking people's hearts. Some were surrounded by perils and gripping one's heart. Some, only Lin Sun's arena had always displayed a certain style. That was, no matter who the opponent was, no matter what status they had, and no matter what great way power they had mastered, they would always be defeated in the end. Either admit defeat or be beaten into admitting defeat. And Lin Sun had been as calm and composed as a mountain from beginning to end. The feeling he gave people was one sentence, terrifyingly steady. Time passed. 4 hours later. The only ones who had not been defeated in the arena were Lin Sun, Chu Qiu, Xue Fengying, and Shi Long. In other words, from the beginning of the first round of selection until now, the 4 of them had been like the masters of the arena, defeating their opponents one by one and persisting until now. Among them, Chu Qiu's performance was expected by everyone, because everyone knew how outstanding Chu Qiu of the Tianmong God Mountain was. Xue Fengying was an outstanding beauty with a temperament as cold as snow. Dressed in purple, she had short hair that reached her ears, her cheeks were moist, and her nose was greasy. She came from an ancient clan in the Cloud State, the Golden Crane ancient clan. The spear Dao that she mastered was as sharp as the wind and as illusory as a dream. It was so superb that no one had been able to defeat her until now. Like Chu Qiu, Xue Fengying's performance was not surprising. Shi Long was a peerless figure of the older generation. He had been in the early stage of peerless sage state for 600 years, and he was an elder of a second-rate force in the Cloud State. However, his performance in the first round of selection had shocked everyone. Even a peak late-stage Saint King had been defeated by him. It was also at that time that Shi Long's true cultivation was exposed. It turned out that this senior figure had long been in existence at the peak of the late stage of Saint King. However, as Lin Sun rushed out like a dark horse, Shi Long's brilliance was suddenly overshadowed. Anyway, Shi Long was a big shot in Yunzhou, but Lin Sun was different. Before this, no one had heard of Jing Dui in Yunzhou. He had never imagined that even Gao Lingtian and Gu Jianxing would be defeated by him. The battle had reached this point. Chu Qiu had already obtained 27 consecutive victories. His temples were slightly wet and his face was pale. There were a few bloody wounds on his body, but apart from that, he had not suffered any serious injuries. Xue Fengying had won 24 consecutive victories. In comparison, her injuries were more severe. Her face was pale and translucent, and she was panting slightly. There was a trace of exhaustion between her brows. Shi Long had obtained 21 consecutive victories, and his situation was even worse. His left arm had been blown off, and his entire body was covered in blood and wounds. Everyone could see that Shi Long could not hold on for much longer. Lin Sun had obtained 23 consecutive victories, and only he was still untouched and unscathed. His expression had not changed, and he was as calm as ever. This surprised countless people. It should be known that Lin Sun had fought fiercely with Gu Jianxing and Gao Lingtian. Comparatively speaking, his physical strength should have been more exhausted. But he was the only one who had not been injured. This Jing Dui is really unreasonably strong. Tao Songting was completely shocked and sighed with emotion. At this time, he had no choice but to be convinced. Brother Tao, you can't compete with me. Jing Dui is the first one I have my eyes on. Sooner or later, he will become the successor of our divine sect of Cloud Star. Lady Yu said vigilantly. Some of the quasi-emperors next to her were also tempted and had the idea of drawing Jing Dui to their side. It would naturally be better if they could recruit such a rogue cultivator into their own force. But after listening to Lady Yu's words, they could not help but smile bitterly. But Hong Yu knew that even Lady Yu would not be able to achieve her wish. Time passed little by little. During this period, there were also some strong people who stood out and won 10 consecutive victories in other arenas, but most of them chose to stop and did not continue to fight. However, although these strong people who won 10 consecutive victories caused a lot of sensation, they could not compare with Lin Sun and Xu Qiu. Another 10 minutes passed. Shirlong took the initiative to admit defeat in his fierce battle with his 24th opponent because his injuries were extremely serious and his physical strength was on the verge of drying up. His admission of defeat made many spectators breathe a sigh of relief and admire him from the bottom of their hearts. It was already an extraordinary feat for an elder to be able to fight to this point. Not long after Shirku admitted defeat, on another arena, Xue Fengying, after defeating her 29th opponent, voluntarily gave up the arena. She did not lose, but because her physical strength could not support her to continue fighting. Before leaving, she looked at Xu Qiu, who was still fighting, and then at Lin Sun, who had not been injured until now. A touch of unwillingness surged in her heart. Finally, she shook her head, sighed softly, and turned away. At this point, after winning 10 consecutive victories, only Xu Qiu and Lin Sun were left in the arena. Xu Qiu had won 33 matches. Lin Sun had also won 27 matches. At this moment, the shock in the hearts of the spectators could no longer be described with words. They really did not expect that in just the first round of selection, there would be such a stirring and shocking scene. Xu Qiu's strength was well-deserved. Jing Dui's strength was unexpected and unbelievable. In the end, who will be defeated first? Everyone was nervously watching. Even Tao Songting, Madame Yu, and Hong Yu focused their attention on the arenas belonging to the two of them. This guy, where did he come from? At this point, Xu Qiu also felt exhausted. But what made him unwilling was that Lin Sun, who was on the other arena, had not been injured. In contrast, he was riddled with injuries. This was undoubtedly a huge blow. I don't believe it. Xu Qiu's eyes were red. He clenched his teeth and persisted. This was an invisible competition. With Xu Qiu's spirit, how could he be willing to be surpassed by others? The 34th match. The 35th match. What shocked the spectators was that Xu Qiu, who seemed to be at the end of his rope, actually defeated 2 more opponents in succession. His unyielding, tenacious fighting posture made many strong people tremble. Xu Qiu. Xu Qiu. Xu Qiu. It was unknown who let out a roar of encouragement, but it immediately ignited the emotions of the spectators. They all followed suit and shouted, cheering for him. Gu Jianxing, who watched all this from a distance, secretly clenched his fists. Dao Ling Tian, who had already won 10 consecutive victories in another arena but did not continue to fight, could not help but feel annoyed. If he had known this, should he have also persisted? Xue Fengying, who was sitting cross-legged and recuperating, was in a complicated mood. Xu Qiu's performance made it difficult for her not to be convinced. However, even with the thunderous cheers, Xu Qiu still could not hold on. There was a limit to one's strength. At this moment, Xu Qiu had used up all his potential and squeezed out all his strength. Before the 37th match began, he only felt dizzy and realized that he really could not fight anymore. He resisted his exhaustion and turned to walk down the arena. When his eyes inadvertently saw Lin Sun, who was still fighting in the distant arena, a feeling of frustration, powerlessness, and depression surged in his heart. This guy, where did he come from? Seeing Xu Qiu's figure walking down step by step, the cheers of the audience stopped abruptly, and everyone showed complex emotions. Xu Qiu, after all, left 1 step earlier than Jing Dui. This made people feel inexplicably lost. And when people noticed Lin Sun, who was fighting in another arena, they were speechless and shocked. Because up until now, he had not been injured, not even a piece of his clothes was torn. Many people could not help but have the same thought in their minds. Was this guy's body a bottomless pit? Otherwise, how could his physical strength be so strong? Although Xu Qiu took the initiative to give up the arena, it does not mean that he is not as good as Jing Dui. Someone shouted. Yes, Chu Qiu has won 36 matches in a row, while Jing Dui has only won 30. The gap is still very big. Let's see if he can break Chu Qiu's record. Many people also nodded. But to everyone's disbelief, in the following time, Jing Dui, who had been closely watched by them, continued to defeat challengers one after another. He was not injured. And he did not show any signs of strain. Later, the sound of the audience disappeared, and all eyes were focused on Lin Sun, watching him conquer on the arena like an unshakable mountain. The 34th match, win. The 35th match, win. The 36th match, win. The 36th match, win. When Lin Sun began to fight with the 37th opponent, the emotions that had been suppressed in the hearts of all the spectators for a long time burst out at this moment. Because this already meant that he had broken Chu Qiu's record in the arena. I didn't expect that this dark horse could replace Chu Qiu. Does this mean that in the first round of selection, he can already be called the well-deserved first place? Tao Songting sighed. No, he can only be regarded as the first place in the selection of Lingfeng City. Madame Yu took a deep breath and corrected him in a serious manner. The first round of the selection wasn't just being carried out in Lingfeng City, and it was being carried out in many other areas of Cloud Prefecture as well. But even then, Madame Yu's words were equivalent to acknowledging the results Lin Sun had obtained in the Lingfeng Dao Development Reserve. When Lin Sun obtained victory in the 37th battle, the entire Dao Development Grounds actually became unusually silent. Everyone was shocked speechless. Even Tao Songting, Madame Yu, and the others couldn't calm down. Chu Qiu, who had the most outstanding and dazzling performance, stopped before the start of the 37th battle. Lin Sun's victory had broken Chu Qiu's record without any suspense, and he became the only one who had won 37 battles in a row and still persisted in the arena. This was something that no one had thought of before. Following that, the whole field was in an uproar. Jing Dui is too fierce. Someone shouted excitedly. Before the selection, Chu Qiu, Gu Jianxing, and Zhuo Fengying were the most favored among the powerhouses, but Lin Sun wasn't. But now, an unexpected figure like Lin Sun had defeated Gu Jianxing and broken the records of Zhuo Fengying, Chu Qiu, and the others. Who wouldn't be surprised and shocked? This dark horse was already surprising when he appeared, and now he has the domineering attitude of wanting to be the first. Who dares to believe it? Someone was in a trance. It's over. I bet Chu Qiu would be the first in the selection, and I bet all my belongings on it. Now, it's all over. Many people beat their chests and stamp their feet with sullen faces. At this time, Gu Jianxing, Gao Lingtian, Zhuo Fengying, and Chu Qiu, these dazzling figures, all had complicated expressions. They had calculated every opponent, but they hadn't expected that a ruthless figure like Jing Dui would appear out of nowhere. His invincible attitude was like a rider leaving the world in the dust. To them, it was far beyond their reach. Madame Yu, I'm worried that your Star Cloud sect won't be able to accept such a young man. Tao Songting sighed. Madame Yu's heart was in turmoil, and she said stubbornly, whether we can accept him or not, we have to go all out to fight for him. The others couldn't help shaking their heads. At this time, how could they not see that Jing Dui, who seemed to be an independent cultivator, was actually a monstrous figure from another world in the starry sky? Although the Cloud Star Divine sect was the second most powerful sect in the Cloud State, it would be difficult for them to accept such a monstrous person as their successor. The surroundings were stirred, and it pushed the atmosphere of the Dao discussion to the extreme. The gazes of practically everyone had converged onto Lin Sun. But he seemed to be completely unaware of it, and he stood on the arena and waited silently. It can't be. Is he going to continue fighting? Some of the spectators were shocked. A wave of restlessness swept through the crowd. I'm curious as to how long he can last. There were also many people who were excited, revealing looks of anticipation. In the participating area, the contestants felt bitter in their mouths. If Jing Dui did not leave, how could they have the chance to shine? But some people didn't believe it. They thought it was a good chance to make a name for themselves by challenging Lin Sun at this time. Even if he lost, people would still pay attention to him. If he won, his name would definitely resound through the heavens. It didn't take long for Lin Sun's 38th battle to begin. Without exception, Lin Sun still won this time. On the arena, he was terrifyingly steady like a divine mountain that remained immovable throughout the ages, and no one had been able to shake him until now. In the following period of time, numerous experts didn't believe it, and they charged onto the arena to battle Lin Sun. There were also some experts that had been defeated by Lin Sun, and they charged onto the arena once more after recuperating and accumulating energy, but unfortunately, all of them lost. Along with the beginning and end of these battles, clamorous noise and sounds of shock resounded incessantly in the Dao development grounds. But in the end, people were already numb from the shock. Lin Sun was too steady, and he gave others the feeling that he would never be defeated. During this entire process, countless people had guessed how many battles he would lose, but in the end, all of them were slapped in the face by reality. Time flowed by. At the 10th hour after the Dao discussion began, Lin Sun obtained 50 successive victories on the arena. At the 14th hour, he obtained 68 successive victories. At the 18th hour, he obtained 84 successive victories. On the High Wind Dao development grounds, the gazes of all the spectators were blank, and their minds were numb. Shock, surprise, excitement, and disbelief. All of it was gone. Only a feeling of bewilderment remained. When Lin Sun obtained the 99th victory, even those participants in the participant area felt despair in their hearts. How could they continue fighting like this? Earlier, everyone thought that Jin Dui would be unable to hold on due to exhaustion in the next moment, but every single time, they were proven to be wrong. Earlier, everyone thought that they would be the lucky fellow that had a chance to defeat Jin Dui, but in the end, all of them were suppressed and defeated. Up until this moment, these participants didn't dare hold any hope in their hearts, and for a time, no one rashly stepped forward to challenge Lin Sun, who was on the arena. The scene actually instantly became strangely silent. On the arena, Lin Sun stood alone, yet when he looked around, no one dared to step forward to challenge him. The spectators were in a trance. Who would dare claim to be the first in the High Wind Dao development grounds with Jin Dui present? Time passed by bit by bit. Battles were occurring ceaselessly on the other arenas, and only the arena Lin Sun resided in was silent because there was actually not a single challenger. This was the power he'd established after obtaining 99 successive victories. Even Tao Songting, Madame Yu, and the others couldn't help but ponder. How many of the core disciples of the 7 major orthodoxies were capable of accomplishing this? This was only the first round of the selections. In the second round, what sort of shocking performance would Jin Dui, the dark horse that came out of nowhere, display? Only Hongyu was the calmest. Because he knew very well that if Jin Dui wanted to, he didn't have to participate in the first round of the selections. On the arena, Lin Sun waited for a long time, yet no one came to challenge him, so he immediately looked towards the other arenas. According to the rules, he could continue to accept challenges or challenge others on other arenas. Since no one came, then should I take the initiative? As soon as this thought arose in Lin Sun's mind, he noticed that the expressions of all the experts that were fighting on the other arenas had changed slightly. Brother Jin, I'm about to obtain 10 successive victories. Please show mercy. Someone was anxious. Brother Jin, everyone has already acknowledged your combat strength in the first round of the selections. You can't not give us a way out. Someone begged. For a time, all the experts that were fighting intensely on the arenas stopped what they were doing, and all of them revealed bitter expressions. All the spectators were astounded, and the hearts of the spectators were filled with sorrow. Look, Jin Dui has terrified them to such an extent. The corners of Lin Sun's mouth twitched imperceptibly. In the end, he shook his head and said, "Forget it, all of you continue." As he spoke, he left the arena directly. Only then did the experts on the other arenas feel as if a heavy burden had been lifted from their shoulders, and they heaved a long sigh of relief. Only when they watched Lin Sun's figure vanish from the Dao development grounds did they restrain their thoughts and continue fighting. Jin Dui finally stopped fighting. An uproar resounded in the Dao development grounds. It's lonely at the top. He can't find an opponent that can fight him any longer, so he can only leave. Someone sighed with emotion. This method of winning is the most terrifying. It's unshakable and invincible, and he can only choose to give up. I wonder exactly how far Jin Dui can go when the second round of the selections begins. Someone revealed a hopeful expression. The curtains to the second round of the selections would be drawn on the Great Void Mountain where the Great Void Dao sect resided. At that time, the experts that stood out in the first round of the selections in different areas of cloud state would participate in it. Moreover, the inheritors of the 7 great orthodoxies would appear at that time. At that time, it would be a true battle between dragons and tigers, and the Tao discussion and competition would be bound to be even more brilliant and worthy of yearning. At that time, no matter what price I have to pay, I'll go to the Great Void Mountain to see who exactly will defeat Jin Dui. Many people decided in their hearts. 99 consecutive victories, such a record. Such a record can probably be counted on one hand in the first round of the selections in the entire cloud state. Tao Songting, Madame Yu, Hong Yu, and the others had a strong premonition. Based on Jin Dui's performance today, he was bound to not be mediocre at the beginning of the second round of the selections. The uproar and discussion in the Tao development grounds had nothing to do with Lin Sun. He'd left long ago and returned to the inn alone. The 99 battles he'd experienced today allowed him to witness the power of the great Tao possessed by 99 figures of the same realm, and he'd accumulated a great deal of comprehension in his heart. Therefore, as soon as he returned, he began to meditate. In his mind, Dong Liushui's phantom world of puppets, Wang Zhenyang's flawless defense, Dao Lingtian's purgatory of saber chant, Gu Jianqing's fire dragon sword screen, the forms, auras, and charms of various Tao domains all surged into Lin Sun's mind like a tide. Later, Jin Tian Xuanyue's White Emperor City of Sword Domain, Quasi-Emperor Kong Yin's Boundless Thousand Sword Shadow, Quasi-Emperor Chu Rao's 36 Lotus Realms, Shi Ling's Hell Road of No Return, all the insights about the Tao domain turned into various comprehensions and integrated into Lin Sun's mind. The Tao domain. Based on the great Tao controlled by oneself, the power of the domain condensed was like opening up a world of great Tao. The higher the quality of the Tao domain, the stronger the cultivator's control of the power of the great Tao, and the more terrifying the power exerted in battle. As early as when Lin Sun stepped into the Saint King realm, he relied on his control of the power of the great Tao to condense a Tao domain, but it was only a vague prototype. It was also from that moment until now that he'd been constantly comprehending and studying the profundities of a Tao domain, and it was all for the sake of condensing an extremely perfect and unique Tao domain in the universe. Now, under the impact of all the insights accumulated in his mind, Lin Sun seemed to have an epiphany and naturally began to deduce and temper his own Tao field. The embryonic Tao domain that seemed like the chaos condensed before Lin Sun, and it sometimes transformed into a deep and boundless abyss, and sometimes transformed into an eternal divine furnace. The peerless laws of the grand Tao flickered and surged within it like divine chains of order. Star obliteration, true dragon, fire and water, eternal, Tai Chi. All sorts of magnificent phenomena appeared, and the aura they emanated was so magnificent that it was sufficient to make experts of the same cultivation feel despair. Lin Sun had set up restrictions within the room, so he didn't have to worry about being disturbed or being noticed by the outside world. At this moment, as Lin Sun circulated his cultivation, the Tao domain that seemed like the chaos started to rumble. It was like an artifact embryo was undergoing tempering and polishing. The various comprehensions in Lin Sun's heart fused into the Tao domain amidst this tempering. And then, his Tao domain instantly transformed into an immortal city that stood towering beneath the sky. It bathed in divine radiance, and its towering city tower was eternal and brilliant. It wasn't long before it transformed into a myriad of sword images that overlapped each other in a dense and seemingly endless manner. After that, it condensed into 36 lotus worlds, and every single lotus petal revealed the aura of a divine paradise. Shockingly, the various forms were Sword Domain Baidi City, Boundless World of Swords, and 36 Lotus Worlds. In the following period of time, Lin Sun's Tao domain revealed various forms in succession like the Flaming Dragon Sword Veil, the Nether Path of No Return, and so on and so forth. In the end, the various scenes returned to a state of chaos. It was also at this moment that the embryonic Tao domain that seemed like the chaos suddenly fell into extreme silence, and it floated there silently. On the other hand, all sorts of comprehensions seemed to have erupted completely in Lin Sun's heart, and it was practically driven by instinct as the tune of the Tao resounded in his heart. Bang! The embryonic Tao domain that had fallen into extreme silence started to undergo a shocking change, and it faintly transformed into a deep and enormous abyss. It was boundlessly large and boundlessly deep, and it seemed as if it could swallow the entire sky, but when one looked carefully, the abyss revealed the shape of a cauldron, and it was suffused with an eternal and condensed aura. It was like a furnace yet not a furnace, like an abyss yet not an abyss. It seemed as if everything had returned to its original state, yet the feeling it gave others was a type of imposing aura of mastery, and it seemed as if it was completely formed by nature. As Lin Sun's mind turned, all kinds of great ways appeared in the Tao field, deducing infinite Taoism. There were real dragons roaring with their heads raised, water and fire flowing between heaven and earth, clear and turbid yin and yang qi hanging between heaven and earth, immortality and endless vitality spreading. A terrifying aura that could make even ghosts and gods tremble also spread out. Boom, the restrictive energy that enveloped the surroundings of the room was impacted, and it shook violently as if it was unable to endure the pressure of such a terrifying aura. A smile appeared on Lin Sun's face. The Tao domain that was in its nascent state was now perfected to the phenomenal success stage. Its power and quality were completely different from before. Crash! Lin Sun's mind stirred, and the Tao field suddenly disappeared. What a pity. I'm still a step away from perfection. Lin Sun pondered, however, it's enough. When I killed Quasi-Emperor Chu Rao, the embryonic state of the Tao field could erupt with such power. Now that the phenomenal success stage of the Tao field should be enough for me to be fearless of any competition with my peers. Lin Sun had never seen an extremely perfect Tao field, and he didn't know if there was a Tao field similar to the one he sought in this world. However, Lin Sun had a premonition that when the Tao discussion grand gathering held by the 6 major Tao courts began, perhaps there would be a peerless figure who could control such a Tao field. After all, it was not too much to overestimate the foundation of such a colossus like the 6 major Tao courts. While Lin Sun was meditating alone, it was already night time in Lingfeng City. The first day of the Tao discussion selection had ended. Among the thousands of participants, only 32 people had won 10 consecutive victories, and successfully obtained the qualification to enter the second round of selection. It could be imagined how fierce and cruel the competition was. As for the losers, other than some size, no one cared about them anymore. The winner would become the most eye-catching and dazzling figure in Lingfeng City tonight. Lin Sun, Chu Qiu, Xue Fengying, Gu Jianxing, Gao Lingtian. One by one, the names set off countless sensations in Lingfeng City. Among them, the most eye-catching was Jing Dui, who was disguised by Lin Sun. A single person, winning 99 consecutive victories, and fighting until the end, no one dared to provoke him. This is a true invincible demeanor. How powerful is Chu Qiu? How dazzling is Gu Jianxing? But after today's battle, he can only be overshadowed in front of Jing Dui. Who could have imagined this result? How should I describe this Jing Dui? One word, steady. Unshakable, invincible, terrifyingly steady. Damn it, if I knew this would happen, I should have bet heavily on Jing Dui. Similar discussions and uproars could be seen everywhere in Lingfeng City. Everyone who talked about the powerhouses of today's Tao discussion selection was bound to mention the name Jing Dui. In short, tonight, Jing Dui became completely famous. He amazed the world with a single brilliant feat, like a bright sun shining alone above Lingfeng City. In contrast, the other powerhouses who participated in the Tao discussion selection were overshadowed. Time passed by, and when the next day arrived, the Tao discussion selection continued in the Tao development grounds. However, compared to the first day, the battles that occurred on the 18 arenas on the second day seemed to be slightly lackluster. Actually, this was normal. Practically all the dazzling figures that received the most attention had smoothly advanced on the first day, and it caused the following Tao discussion selection to seem to be less exciting. Moreover, even though there were dark horses like Lin Sun, most of them chose to stop after obtaining 10 consecutive victories. Not to mention breaking Lin Sun's battle results, they seemed to be much inferior when compared to Chu Qiu, Xue Fengying, and the others. At the end of the second day, a total of 23 people had obtained 10 consecutive victories, and they possessed the qualifications to participate in the second round of the selection. On this night, the name that was discussed the most was still Jing Dui. Even if he didn't make an appearance at the Lingfeng Tao development grounds at all, he seemed to be like a benchmark now, and no matter which powerhouse was mentioned, that powerhouse would always be compared with him. Because of this, it caused everyone to have a deeper understanding of the weight of Lin Sun's 99 consecutive victories. On the third day, the curtains to the Tao discussion selection were drawn. Today was the last day of the first round of the selection. Earlier, regardless of whether they participated in the battles or lost, all the participating experts had exerted all their ability and strength. This caused the Dao discussion selection to be much more exciting and horrifying today. In the end, 17 people had obtained 10 consecutive victories, and coupled with the number of people that had advanced in the first 2 days, a total of 72 people possessed the qualifications to enter the second round of the selection. Even though 72 people seemed to be a lot, after all, it was selected from over 1,000 participants, and it was equivalent to eliminating almost 90% of the participants. It was also on this last day that Tao Songting, Madame Yu, and the other quasi-emperor realm figures jointly announced the name at the top of the first round of the Dao discussion in Lingfeng City, Jin Duyi. The name at the top was the first, and it was the one and only that person who dominated the rankings. However, the first was only the first in Lingfeng City in the end. According to Lin Sun's knowledge, there were 10 such first in the Cloud Prefecture. Moreover, such a person was merely one of the participants in the first round of the Cloud Prefecture's Dao discussion. So, Lin Sun couldn't be said to be excited at all. When he participated in the Dao discussion, he didn't care about the outcome at all, and being able to obtain the first was both unexpected and within reason. However, Lin Sun's lack of excitement didn't represent that the others weren't excited. When this matter was announced, the entire Dao development grounds rumbled like a thunderclap, and it was filled with exclamations, sighs, admiration, so on and so forth. Even Tao Songting and the others sighed endlessly with emotion. Before this, who could have imagined that the first in the Dao discussion of Lingfeng City would actually be a dark horse that had appeared out of thin air? 99 consecutive victories. Such accomplishments in battle could already be considered as a magnificent feat that shocked the world. It was also on this day that the news of Lin Sun pretending to be Jin Duyi and becoming the first in Lingfeng City swept through the city like a storm and spread towards the surroundings. In the following period of time, the name Jin Duyi entered more and more cities in the Cloud Prefecture, and it was known by more and more cultivators. All of this was unrelated to Lin Sun. At this moment, he, Chu Qiu, Gu Jianxing, Zhuo Fengliang, and the others were following Tao Songting and the others out of Lingfeng City. The curtains to the second round of the Dao discussion would be drawn in half a month from now. The venue was the number 1 sect in the Cloud Prefecture, the Great Void Dao Mountain, the Great Void Dao sect. At that time, the experts that had advanced in the 10 areas of the Dao discussion of the Cloud Prefecture would converge together, and the second round of the Dao discussion would begin with the disciples of the 7 great sects. Young brother, so long as you're willing, then I guarantee that you'll immediately become a core disciple after you enter the sect. Moreover, you'll possess your own paradise for cultivation, and you'll be able to enjoy the support of 8 million Dao crystals and various cultivation resources every single year. Moreover, so long as you have any request, then no matter if I can agree to it or not, I'll do my best to help you strive for it. On the way to the Great Void Mountain, Madame Yu had found Lin Sun, and she'd tried all means to draw him over to her side with the hope that Lin Sun would join the sect. Her attitude was extremely sincere and fervent, and it caused Chu Qiu, Zhuo Fengliang, and Gu Jianxing to be unable to help but feel slightly jealous in their hearts. This was the treatment of the first in the rankings. It was both enviable and exasperating. But in the end, Lin Sun still refused. Of course, he knew that Madame Yu truly appreciated him, but his identity had already been determined, and it was impossible for him to join any other sect. Madame Yu was disappointed, but she forced herself to cheer up and said firmly, no matter what, I'll continue to strive for it. The Great Void Mountain. Located in the northwest of Yunzhou, the Great Void Mountain was the place where the Great Void sect, the first orthodoxy in Yunzhou, was naturally a first-class blessed land. Beside the Great Void Mountain was the Great Void City, known as the first city in Yunzhou. It was extremely prosperous. With the opening of the Great Void competition in Yunzhou, the Great Void City became more and more lively. Every day, cultivators from all over the world came to the city. Although the city was large and occupied a large area, with the continuous influx of cultivators, the inns in the city became more and more difficult to find. Half a day after leaving Lingfeng City, Lin Sun and the others arrived at the Great Void City. As experts who were qualified to participate in the second round of the selection, the Great Void Dao sect had specially prepared residences for these experts in the city. When the second round of selection began, Lin Sun and the others would set off from the city and go to the Great Void Mountain, the Great Void City. In a quiet and tranquil courtyard, As the number one in Lingfang City, this courtyard was specially prepared for Lin Sun. Others could not enjoy such treatment. When the second round of selection begins, I will come to pick you up. During this period, you are free to do whatever you want. Tao Songting arranged everything and left in a hurry. Brother Lin, are you here? As soon as Lin Sun settled in the courtyard, someone came to visit him. Taoism Pure Gao, what's the matter? Lin Sun opened the door of the courtyard and saw Gao Lingtian standing outside. There is still half a month before the second round of selection begins. Don't you want to take this opportunity to see the prosperity of the Great Void City? Gao Lingtian asked with a smile. Although he was defeated by Lin Sun in the first round of selection, he was impressed by Lin Sun's strength, so he wanted to make friends with him. Oh, Brother Gao is here too. Before Lin Sun could reply, Chu Qiu, the descendant of Tianmong God Mountain, walked over with Gu Jianxing and Shui Fengying. Chu Qiu stepped forward and greeted Lin Sun and Gao Lingtian. Then he said with a smile, I received the news that some of the top candidates in the first round of selection in Yunzhou are now gathered in the Jingming Tower of the Great Void City. Furthermore, I have already received an invitation for all of us experts from the High Wind City to head over to the gathering. Really? Gao Lingtian was surprised. Chu Qiu, Gu Jianxing, and Shui Fengying nodded in unison. In the Cloud Province, they could be regarded as the most dazzling figures of the younger generation, and each of them was a peak Saint King, so it was very common for them to be invited to such a gathering. Brother Lin, what do you think? Gao Lingtian looked at Lin Sun. Since I have nothing better to do, I might as well take a look. Lin Sun said with a smile. Chu Qiu, Gu Jianxing, and the others also laughed. Like Gao Lingtian, they had been convinced by Lin Sun's fighting power in the first round of selection. There's no time to lose. Let's go now. Chu Qiu led the way. On the way, Lin Sun learned that the first round of selection in Yunzhou was divided into 10 regions. High Wind City was one of them. Lin Sun was the top ranker of High Wind City's participant zone. In addition, in the other 9 regions, there was a champion like him. For example, the gathering held in Great Void City's Jingming Tower was initiated by Su Muhan, the top of Songming City's participant zone. Su Muhan, he was a pure-blooded descendant of an ancient imperial family in Yunzhou, a peak Saint King. It was said that this person showed amazing talent when he was young, and was unanimously favored by the 7 orthodoxies in Yunzhou. In order to recruit him, the 7 orthodoxies sent out their big shots countless times, and almost broke the threshold of Feng family. But in the end, Su Muhan refused. Therefore, a dragon among men like Su Muhan appeared in the first round of selection. When mentioning Su Muhan, Chu Qiu, Gu Jianxing, and the others more or less showed a trace of fear. Yunzhou was very big, like a big world. Chu Qiu and the others were only famous in one region. But Su Muhan was different. His fame was quite dazzling in the whole Yunzhou, and he could be regarded as an outstanding talent in the same realm. According to Chu Qiu and the others, Su Muhan's power was even more tyrannical than many core descendants of the 7 orthodoxies. In this regard, Lin Sun's reaction was very calm, and he didn't say much. He just listened to Chu Qiu and the others' discussion with a smile. However, the more he heard, the more he remembered a few people. For example, Lan Yunke, the top of Water Sky City's participant zone. He grasped the realm of Tao, magical flower Aquarius. His fame was comparable to Su Muhan's. For example, Yu Tianqing, the top of Wind Rainbow City's participant zone. He grasped the realm of Tao, 9-colored Jade Hall, and was regarded as a rare soul cultivator. For example, Yun Xianxia, they were all top figures in the other participant zones. They were dazzling, and they were already famous before the first round of the Dao discussion. Night fell. The Jingming Tower, which occupied a large area and was 10,000 feet tall, was brightly lit. Countless servants and maidservants shuttled through the building like butterflies. When Lin Sun and the others arrived, many figures had already gathered in the highest hall of the Jingming Tower. The top of the various participant zones and the descendants of the ancient aristocratic families were all present. The one in the middle is Su Muhan. Gao Lingtian said with a voice transmission. Lin Sun looked up and saw a young man dressed in a bright yellow official robe. He had a high hat and a wide belt, and his face was as beautiful as jade. He sat high up in the middle, and as he looked around, he looked very elegant. Obviously, this person was the top of Songming City's participant zone, Su Muhan. Other than this, there were top figures from different participant zones sitting in other seats in the hall. There were men and women, and they occupied a corner of the hall. All of them had an astonishing aura. Under Gao Lingtian's guidance, Lin Sun also recognized the top figures of the various participant zones. For example, Lan Yunka, the top of Water Sky City's participant zone. He was dressed in a white robe, and his appearance was elegant and handsome. He waved his white feather fan, and he looked elegant and charming. Yu Tianqing, the top of Wind Rainbow City's participant zone, had a resolute and cold expression. His eyes were like blades, and his aura was terrifying. Every top figure had their own unique aura. Just sitting there without moving made it impossible to ignore their existence. Lin Sun only glanced at them and didn't care much about them. But when he saw Helian Qi, the top of Black Nightmare City's participant zone, his eyes narrowed slightly. It wasn't because Helian Qi was extraordinary, but because Lin Sun recognized the woman in black sitting next to Helian Qi at once. In the first round of Lingfeng City's selection, this woman in black had attacked Lin Sun with the god-slaying needle, but she was eventually seriously injured by Lin Sun. At that time, Lin Sun suspected that she was from the dark world, but she shouldn't have recognized his identity. What Lin Sun didn't expect was that this woman in black would also appear. Humph. The woman in black also noticed Lin Sun, and resentment flashed in her eyes. Haha, Chu Qiu, Gu Jianqing, the experts of your Lingfeng City are finally here. In the center, Su Muhan stood up and greeted them with a smile. As soon as he moved, all the eyes in the hall gathered on Lin Sun and the others. For a moment, the originally lively atmosphere became much quieter. Greetings, Brother Su. Chu Qiu and Gu Jianqing also greeted him with a smile. Alas, I thought the top of Lingfeng City's participant zone would definitely be one of you two. Who would have thought that there would be a dark horse? As Su Muhan spoke, he looked at Lin Sun and Gao Lingtian, Brother Chu, which one is Jin Dui who has won 99 consecutive victories? Quickly introduce him to us. 99 consecutive victories, Jin Dui. In the main hall, the top rankers of each battle zone and the other top experts had naturally heard about it. They came to the gathering this time because they wanted to see who exactly this Jin Dui was, and whether or not he was worthy of his name. Brother Su, this is Jin Dui, Taoism pure Jin. Chu Qiu stepped aside and introduced Lin Sun with a smile. Brother Jin's combat power is so strong that we are all amazed. Let's take advantage of this gathering to talk more. As his voice fell, all the eyes in the hall gathered on Lin Sun, showing curiosity, surprise, and contemplation. 99 consecutive victories, such an amazing record was destined to be impossible to fake, but no one expected that Jin Dui would be so ordinary. He stood there like a stone, calm and dignified. Apart from that, there was nothing worthy of attention at all. Even Su Muhan was stunned, and then he said with a smile, Su Muhan, nice to meet you, Taoism pure Jin. Your name is well known to all of us here. Please take a seat. As he said, he arranged for Lin Sun and others to take a seat, and there were waiters serving all kinds of tea and delicacies. Almost all the people present were practitioners in Yunzhou. Even if they hadn't seen each other before, they had heard of each other's reputation. Only Lin Sun, a figure they had never heard of before, now shown in the first round of selection in Lingfeng City and became famous, naturally attracted many people's attention. It didn't take long for some overmatches to come to toast and talk. Lin Sun drank with them one by one, neither humble nor arrogant. Chu Qiu and others couldn't help sighing with emotion when they saw the scene. This was the reputation condensed by 99 consecutive victories, even if they had never seen or heard of him before. Who wouldn't respect him now? If he was an ordinary person, how could he enjoy the treatment of being toasted by a group of top figures? Yunzhou was very large, with a vast territory. There were many forces and countless cities. But there were only 10 people at the top of the 10 battle zones. The most different thing about Jin Dui was that he had created an amazing record that was enough to make other top figures pay attention to. At least, among the top figures in the 10 battle zones, only Jin Dui had achieved such a record. Are you Jin Dui? While Lin Sun was drinking with others, a low and cold voice suddenly came from the side. Lin Sun looked up and saw Helian Qi, the top figure in the Xianxia city battle zone, not far away. He looked down at him as if he was looking at an ant. A small bug appeared in Lin Sun's identity in yesterday's update. It has been fixed. It was Xianxia who spoke. He wore a navy blue Taoist robe embroidered with pines, cranes, and clouds. Every move he made flowed with Taoist light and transformed into a deep ancient well that appeared behind him. Xianxia was the number one in Songming City. He controlled the Tao domain of the moon reflection ancient well. It was said that his Tao had merged with the land of the well. Being trapped in it was like being trapped in the mud at the bottom of the well. As soon as Xianxia spoke, the surrounding people immediately shut up, and the lively atmosphere in the hall became quiet. The powerhouses who were toasting with Lin Sun also realized that something was wrong. They retreated in embarrassment, and many people revealed a look of awe. Brother Jin, Xianxia is a descendant of the Jin clan of the primordial clan. He cultivates the Jin qi, and his cultivation is peerlessly powerful. He's not inferior to Sumuhan. Gao Lingtian said quickly. Although the Jin clan wasn't as powerful as the seven orthodoxies of Cloud State, it was extremely ancient, and it was one of the orthodox demonic clans in the world. Xianxia was a peerless figure of this clan, and he was now one of the top 10. Many powerhouses present were in awe of him. What's the matter? Lin Sun put down his wine cup and said indifferently. Xianxia pointed at the woman in black and said, "She's my younger sister, Helian Rong. She was seriously injured by you in the first round of the Dao discussion. It's fine if it's like that. But you were too ruthless. Don't you think it's too much to injure my younger sister's Tao foundation?" His eyes were cold, and the Tao well behind him surged as if it wanted to devour souls. Everyone present was restless, and their eyes flickered. Everyone could see that Xianxia wanted to get even with Jin Dui. "Why don't you tell everyone that your sister was injured by me because she attacked me with the god-slaying needle?" Lin Sun's expression was indifferent as usual. God-slaying needle, many people revealed strange expressions. This incomparably vicious treasure could only be refined in the dark world. There's no rule against using treasures in the Dao discussion selection. Xianxia snorted coldly, and his expression became colder. Lin Sun said casually, "There's no rule against injuring the opponent's Tao foundation. You want to denounce me just because your sister was injured?" Xianxia's face stiffened, and his eyes were surging with killing intent. The reason why he stood out was that on one hand, on the other hand, on the other hand, on the other hand, and on the Tao. But he didn't expect Lin to be so tough. Seeing the conflict between Lin Sun and Xianxia, Chu Qiu frowned and stood up, saying, "Xianxia, this gathering is not for you to take revenge. Chu Qiu, stand to the side obediently. Even the number one spot has been taken by someone else. What right do you have to talk to me?" Chi Chi. Chi. In the hall, peerless figures like Lan Yunka and Yu Tianqing wore playful expressions. It was obvious that they had no intention of interfering in this matter. In other words, they also wanted to use Xianxia to test Lin's ability. Moreover, they were fearless. After all, this was the Yunzhou, their territory, and Jin Dui was said to be a lone cultivator. "Su Su, Mu 11 Su Su," Mu sighed. Xianxia said, "Sure, but I must make this Jin Dui bow his head and apologize first. Then, I will not make things difficult for him here for the time being." His words were overbearing. Su Muhan shook her head and stopped trying to persuade him. Although this gathering was initiated by him, he did not want to offend Xianxia for Jin Dui. In comparison, Jin Dui was an outsider to the people present, while Xianxia was a peerless figure of the Jinho clan in Yunzhou. Who would interfere in Xianxia's matters for an outsider? Lin Sun glanced around the field, but didn't look at Xianxia. He said indifferently, "It's better that you don't intervene in this matter. If something happens later, whoever dares to stop me will be my enemy." His words caused many people to reveal strange expressions. This guy looked ordinary and mediocre, but he was actually very appetizing. Xianxia couldn't help but laugh. "Jin Dui, number one on the list with 99 consecutive victories, do you dare to fight me?" His bearing was disdainful and arrogant. The atmosphere in the hall became somber. Lin Sun drank up the wine on the table, got up and said to Chu Qiu and others, "Such a gathering is too boring. I have to leave first." Chu Qiu, Gao Lingtian and others quickly stood up and said, "Brother Jean, if you want to leave, let's go together." They were also very unhappy in their hearts. "Want to leave? Have you asked for my permission?" Helianqi's face darkened. "Oh?" Lin Sun suddenly laughed. "You are the kind of person who doesn't know life from death, right?" "Don't know life from death." Helianqi's eyes widened and his anger rose. He was a peerless figure of the Cloud State Jinho clan, and now he won the title of one of the top 10. Who dared to say this to him in the whole Cloud State? Lin Sun's words aroused the killing intent in his heart completely. The killing intent erupted like a volcano from Helianqi's body. A Tao well condensed behind him, deep and profound, as if it was going to swallow people. "Be careful." Chu Qiu and others were nervous. They all knew that Helianqi was extremely violent. No one could stop him as long as he took action. Lin Sun didn't say anything more. He just stretched out a big hand and pressed toward the void. Boom, an invisible and cryptic palm force suddenly descended, like an ancient divine mountain descending from the sky, pressing down on Helianqi's body. Helianqi sneered and shouted. His navy blue Taoist robe fluttered, and the Tao light roared and gathered. A Tao well behind him glowed and rushed up. Magic well trapping the sky. Helianqi ran all his Taoism, intending to suppress Lin Sun on the spot with this blow. But it was beyond his expectation. That deep well only lasted for a moment before it exploded with a loud bang. Following that, an infinite and terrifying force pressed down, easily crushing the protective power on his body. With a loud bang, he was directly pressed to the ground. He threw himself to the ground of the hall shook violently. Everyone revealed serious expressions and were shocked. They all knew Helianqi's strength. Helianqi's power was tyrannical and unparalleled. He could become the top one in the first round of selection, which was enough to prove his strength. But now he was suppressed by one blow. Even if he was caught off guard, even if he underestimated Lin Sun, it was still too surprising that he was suppressed like this. Ah! Helianqi was so ashamed and angry that he roared wildly. The rolling demonic qi, like dragons, emerged from his body and turned into an ancient well, exuding a terrifying aura. Unfortunately, not only did he fail to break free, but his body sank into the ground, leaving a human figure. Su Muhan, Lan Yunke, Yu Tianqing and other top ones couldn't help but show a surprised look. Jin Dui was so strong, Chu Qiu and others were relatively calm. Only they knew that if no one dared to challenge Lin Sun at that time, he would have achieved a higher record, let alone 99 consecutive victories. How could he, Helianqi, provoke such a heaven-defying figure at will? There was dead silence, not a single sound could be heard. Lin Sun looked down at Helianqi and said, "If I want to leave, does it make any difference whether you agree or not?" His voice was indifferent. However, everyone's eyes had changed when they looked at him. They were both at the top of the list, yet Lin Sun had suppressed Helianqi with a single hand. This caused their hearts to churn and they were shocked. Besides, your sister used the god-slaying spiritual needle. I doubt whether your nightmare clan has colluded with the dark world. If so, I'm afraid there will be no room for you in Yunzhou. After that, Lin Sun turned around and left. From beginning to end, he didn't bother to pay attention to the so-called peerless figures present. Chu Qiu and others also hurriedly followed him and left together. In the silent hall, it was not until a long time later that people seemed to come back to their senses, showing a complex expression. Jin Dui, who had 99 consecutive victories, was so strong. At this moment, they finally realized Lin Sun's strength. But Helianqi suffered. His defeat today not only made him lose face in public, but it would not be long before the whole Dayu city knew that he was suppressed. The most chilling thing was that Lin Sun's words before he left directly regarded Helianqi as colluding with the dark world. If this kind of words were spread, how would the cultivators of the entire Cloud Prefecture view the nightmare-suppressing clan? As expected, on the same day, what happened in Jingming Tower spread and caused a sensation in Dayu City. One should know that the second round of selection was about to begin. Countless practitioners in Yunzhou had gathered in Dayu City. Right now, Helianqi, one of the top 10, had been suppressed by Jin Dui, who was also the top one. How could people not be shocked? Jin Dui, a peerless figure with 99 consecutive victories, a mysterious rogue cultivator. His appearance is destined to cause many changes in the selection. Poor Xianxia. His reputation as the top one that he had worked so hard to get was destroyed by Jin Dui. Quick, gather all the information on Jin Dui. I want to bet heavily on him. Dayu City was in an uproar. Everyone was discussing this matter. Dayu Dao sect. On a mountain specially prepared for guests. Even Xianxia, this young man, is no match for him. Xiaoyu Hua, the core heir of the Cloud Star Divine sect, looked quietly at the news she had just received, revealing a look of surprise. Girl, did you see that? This Jin Dui is an incredible figure, Lady Yu said softly from the side. Lady Yu said softly. At the very least, his strength is definitely not inferior to yours. Xiaoyu Hua smiled and said, isn't that even better? If the opponents are too weak, then this Dao discussion will be too boring. She wore a blue feathered dress while her jet black hair was coiled into a bun, and it revealed a fair and beautiful face. Her eyes were brilliant like stars while strands of light blue light of the Dao coiled around her slender figure, causing her bearing to seem dreamlike and otherworldly like an orchid in a valley. You still don't understand. It was impossible to overestimate him. Xiaoyu Hua's eyes narrowed. If that's the case, I really want to see what Jin Dui is capable of. Does Xianxia really think he can be arrogant just because he became the champion in the first round? Now, he's being suppressed by a single hand. On another mountain peak in the Great Void Dao sect, a green-cloaked boy chuckled. He looked like a young boy, but he carried a huge sword on his back. His eyes occasionally flashed with a chilling light. Wang Tu, the #1 core disciple of the skyscraping sword sect, a peerless genius who cultivated the rebirth heaven-mending scripture. He looked like a child, but he was actually an extremely ferocious sword Dao sage king. Beside him, some core disciples of the skyscraping sword sect stood at the side with reverence on their faces. Wang Tu chuckled as he flipped through the news he had just received. This Jin Dui is quite interesting. To be able to win 99 consecutive victories in a battle between peers, he must be very lonely, right? The core disciples of the skyscraping sword sect looked at each other. Oh, if he meets me, I guarantee he won't be lonely. Wang Tu rubbed his chin with his small white hand and smiled innocently. However, the giant sword on his back constantly reminded the world that this fellow who looked like a child was not as simple as he seemed. A lone cultivator has such spirit. Does this mean that among the top 10 in the first round, the one we should pay the most attention to isn't Su Muhan, but Jin Dui? Lu Dubu revealed a look of surprise. His figure was thin and he wore a wide-sleeved Confucian robe. He looked like a weak scholar, but his eyes were bright and deep. In the entire Cloud Prefecture, there were probably not many who did not know of Lu Dubu's name. He had displayed extraordinary talent since he was young, advancing bravely on the path of cultivation. He had fought countless battles and had never been defeated. Some busybodies believed that with Lu Dubu's talent, he could definitely be called the #1 sage king of the younger generation in Cloud Prefecture. However, the world probably did not expect that Lu Dubu, whose name shook the Cloud Prefecture, would actually look like a weak and delicate scholar. Senior brother, what you should be paying the most attention to isn't Su Muhan or Jin Dui. Instead, you should be paying attention to what rank you'll obtain after the Cloud State's Dao Discourse competition ends and head to the Middle Earth Dao State to participate in the Dao Discourse gathering organized by the 6 Dao Courts. Beside him, there was a beautiful girl with watery eyes and a sweet voice. She looked at Lu Dubu with a gaze filled with admiration. Lu Dubu was speechless, and he said with a smile, "Junior sister, you think too highly of me. I'm afraid many formidable figures will emerge from the Cloud Prefecture's Dao discussion this time. But they are destined to be incomparable to senior brother," the beautiful woman said seriously. Lu Dubu smiled bitterly. You are blinded by a single leaf, unable to see Mount Tai. Who asked you to be so good-looking? Why would I want to see Mount Tai? The beautiful woman giggled. Lu Dubu was startled and immediately understood. Junior sister was comparing him to Li Za. He was touched and said with a smile, "Forget it, I don't care about Su Muhan or Jin Dui. Junior sister thinks so highly of me, I definitely can't let you down. This Jin Dui who defeated Xianxia is the fellow who defeated the two of you back then?" On another mountain peak, a black-robed young man sat casually. His entire body was surrounded by strands of gray mist, and his entire body seemed to have fused with the night. His skin was fair like jade, his facial features were sharp and angular, and his eyes were suffused with strands of chaotic gray luster. He sat there casually like the ruler of the darkness, and he emanated a terrifying aura. Shi Ling and Shi Zi nodded respectfully, and they sighed with emotion. Because this black-robed young man was called Wu Huang, the last disciple of an emperor of the Divine Reflection ancient sect, a peerless monstrous genius, and an emperor's apostle in name, in front of him, Shi Ling, Shi Zi, and the other oracle emissaries could only lower their heads. Early on when he was at the peak of the Saint King realm, Wu Huang had once assassinated a quasi-emperor realm figure by himself. I know about this. If I find an opportunity, I will personally cripple him and take revenge for the two of you. After saying this, Wu Huang no longer paid attention to this matter. Shi Ling and Shi Zi looked at each other with gratitude and said in unison, "Thank you, Emperor Emissary." The news about the battle between Lin Sun and Helian Qi appeared in the hands of many cultivators that night. Even the descendants of the 7 great orthodoxies were alarmed. Like Xie Yuhua, Wang Tu, Lu Dubu, and so on. But compared to the shock of others, the core descendants of the ancient orthodoxies like Lu Dubu were relatively calm. Like Jiang Heng and Ji Qian of the Xuanji Dao sect, when they heard the news, they all took it for granted. They had been in contact with Lin Sun for a long time, and they knew how terrifying Lin Sun's strength was. It would be a joke if he couldn't even beat Helian Qi. "Where's Miss Xianyue?" someone suddenly asked. "Oh, she left as soon as she learned that Brother Jean had arrived at the Great Void City," someone said with envy. Xianyue was a pure-blooded descendant of the ancient emperor clan, the Jin Tian clan. Her status was so noble that she could be regarded as a top talent in the primordial world. But in front of Jin Dui, she was as humble and obedient as a maid. How could this not make people sigh with emotion? The Great Void City. The night was as dark as ink. When Lin Sun returned to his residence, he was surprised to find that Xianyue in white, who looked like a fairy, had been waiting there for a long time. "Child." When she saw Lin Sun, Xianyue showed a look of surprise and a brilliant smile that could make all living things fall head over heels. "Have you been waiting here for a long time?" Lin Sun asked with a smile. Xianyue said, "I just arrived. Let's go in and talk." How could Lin Sun not see that Xianyue had been waiting for a long time? He was rather moved in his heart as well. This genius of the Jin Tian clan was so proud and aloof, yet when she treated him, she'd already become gentle and sweet like a precious daughter of a humble family. "Child, when I came here, Senior Hengxiao asked me to give you this news." After sitting in the courtyard, Xianyue took out a jade slip and handed it to Lin Sun with both hands. The jade slip recorded the list of disciples who would participate in the second round of selection from the 7 orthodoxies, and some peerless figures were highlighted. For example, Lu Dubu of the Great Void sect, Xie Yuhua of the Cloud Star sect, Wang Tu of the Sky-Reaching Sword sect, Wu Huang of the Mysterious Void Island, Yuan He of the Canaan Zen sect, and so on. Even the characters, cultivation, and past experiences of these peerless figures were recorded in detail. It could be seen that Hengxiao, the headmaster of the Xuanji Tao sect, had spent a lot of effort in collecting this information. "Xianyue, when you go back, thank Headmaster Hengxiao for me." Lin Sun took the jade slip and told her. Jin Tian Xianyue nodded. Then, she took out the tea set and began to make tea for Lin Sun. She said, "Child, Senior Hengxiao asked you to pay more attention to Wu Huang of the Mysterious Void Island. He said that this person's origin is not simple, and it is very likely that he will take revenge for Shi Ling and Shi Zi in the Tao discussion of Yunzhou." Lin Sun narrowed his eyes and suddenly understood. This Wu Huang should also be from the Divine Sunshine ancient sect. After drinking the spiritual tea made by Xianyue herself, the two chatted for a while, and then she got up to leave. Lin Sun sent her to the door and watched her graceful figure gradually go away. Then he withdrew his gaze and said indifferently, "Sneaky and hiding. If you still don't come out, don't blame me for being rude." As his voice fell, the field was silent and no one answered. Lin Sun flicked his finger. Clang, a wisp of sword chi suddenly swept out and slashed into the shadows of the distant street. Clatter, a figure suddenly swept out of the shadows of the night and avoided the wisp of sword chi. He said in surprise, "You can see through my whereabouts. What a keen divine sense." It was a middle-aged man who was as thin as bamboo. His gray hair was tied up in a bun and his eyes were sunken. Although the aura around his body was extremely restrained, Lin Sun could still recognize in an instant that he was a quasi-emperor. As the skinny middle-aged man spoke, he waved his sleeve. Suddenly, the whole area was covered by a layer of restrictive power, and the outside world was isolated. Lin Sun felt strange. He had planned to do the same, but he didn't expect that the old guy would do it in advance. It seems that I have no way out today. Before we start, can you tell me who sent you here? Lin Sun asked. I'll tell you if you surrender. The skinny middle-aged man walked towards Lin Sun leisurely. Every time he took a step, the restrained aura around him was released a little bit. When he took 9 steps, his whole body was covered with dense black fog, and the horrible aura belonging to the quasi-emperor realm spread like a tide. Lin Sun seemed to be unaware of it and said, "It seems that I can only start first and then talk." The skinny middle-aged man was a little surprised and frowned. "You are so calm. Do you think there is someone in the Great Void City who can save you? Do you feel strange?" Lin Sun smiled. "If you surrender, I will tell you immediately." The skinny middle-aged man sneered, "You are playing tricks." Swish, his figure suddenly disappeared, and the next moment he appeared in front of Lin Sun. He stretched out his right hand, and his skinny fingers were like 5 sharp blades, entwined with the terrifying power of the quasi-emperor law, and fiercely clawed at Lin Sun's throat. It was incredibly fast, fierce and overbearing to the extreme. Even a lion would use all its strength to catch a rabbit. The skinny middle-aged man obviously knew that he could not delay, so as soon as he made his move, he used all his strength. He was confident that even the core descendants of the 7 major orthodoxies were doomed to be unable to withstand his blow, let alone Jin Dui. Unfortunately, Lin Sun was not the real Jin Dui. Just as the skinny middle-aged man's fingers reached out, a Tao domain that was like a furnace and also like a great abyss suddenly emerged. Whoosh, the skinny middle-aged man's full-strength attack seemed to have hit the chaos and failed. What surprised him even more was that his whole body seemed to have fallen into a great abyss, and was fiercely wrapped by a terrifying devouring force, falling into the boundless depths, as if to drag him into the depths of hell. Not good, the skinny middle-aged man's face changed dramatically. He never thought that with his cultivation, he would be trapped unknowingly. A peerless holy king was able to silently trap a quasi-emperor who was attacking with all his might with the domain of Tao. This was undoubtedly too incredible. At least at this moment, the skinny middle-aged man was caught unprepared. What chilled him the most was that being trapped in this domain of Tao was like falling into a bottomless abyss. His whole body was imprisoned by the terrifying devouring power. Even with the strength of a quasi-emperor, no matter how hard he tried, he could not break free. The skinny middle-aged man completely panicked. Was this the power that a peerless holy king could possess? Boom! Before he could think further, he felt his vision go black. The next moment, his whole body was ruthlessly pressed to the ground, blood spurting from his mouth and nose. When his vision became clear again, he saw that the power of the Tao domain was no longer there. There was only the young man named Jin Dui standing in front of him with his hands behind his back. He looked down at him with undisguised mockery in his eyes. The skinny middle-aged man was stunned, feeling an indescribable sense of absurdity. A quasi-emperor transcended the saint realm and was infinitely close to the emperor realm. Not to mention killing an ordinary holy king, even killing a peerless holy king was a piece of cake. But now, the situation was reversed. A peerless holy king easily suppressed him, a quasi-emperor. If this got out, who would dare to believe it? Now, do you want to tell me who sent you here? Lin Sun spoke, his voice indifferent. Don't even think about it. The skinny middle-aged man shouted angrily. Crack, Lin Sun stepped out, and the bones and muscles of the skinny middle-aged man began to crack and burst into pieces. Blood gurgled out from his broken body. The sharp pain made his facial features contorted. Unfortunately, Little Silver is not here, otherwise it would not be so troublesome. Lin Sun murmured, but his eyes became increasingly cold. I'll ask you again, who sent you here? The skinny middle-aged man looked ferocious and said, Little bastard, kill me if you have the guts. In the future, there will be no place for you in Yunzhou. Bang! Lin Sun exerted force with the tip of his foot, shattering the heart meridian and spirit of the skinny middle-aged man. Before he died, the skinny middle-aged man looked shocked. He did not expect that Lin Sun would be so courageous, so obedient, and directly attack. You died with everlasting regret. Are you regretting that you didn't say a few last words? Unfortunately, I can't be bothered to continue listening. Although I don't know who you are, if you die, there will definitely be people who can't help but jump out. At that time I will naturally know who sent you. Lin Sun said and waved his sleeves. Crash! The skinny middle-aged man's corpse turned into ashes and was completely annihilated. After doing all this, Lin turned around and walked towards the courtyard. Bang! As he took a step forward, the restrictive power that covered this area collapsed and dissipated inch by inch like fragile glass. The night was as dark as ink, and all was silent. Lin Sun stood in front of the courtyard and waited quietly. After half an hour, Lin Sun suddenly disappeared in a flash. At the same time, a figure appeared in the distance, looked over for a moment, and then hurriedly left. This was a man in a grey robe. He was in a hurry, so he didn't notice that when he left, Lin Sun had already followed him silently. The Great Void City was huge, and the grey-robed man was extremely vigilant. After circling many streets, he finally turned into an area filled with ancient buildings. Finally, he came to the front of a courtyard and flashed in. Seeing this scene from a distance, Lin Sun showed a cold smile at the corner of his mouth. He didn't investigate further and turned away. My friend, sorry to disturb you. May I ask who lives in that courtyard? On the way, Lin Sun stopped a practitioner and asked. Dude, you don't even know this? That's the residence of Xianxia, the top disciple of Dark Nightmare City, the practitioner said disdainfully. Lin Sun smiled and didn't care about his attitude. He thanked him and floated away. Xianxia, it's really this guy. On the way back, Lin Sun had figured it out. Xianxia was defeated by him with one blow in the Jingming Tower today, which could be said to be a disgrace. It was reasonable for Xianxia to send someone to take revenge. When the Tao discussion is over, you'd better not let me catch you. A murderous intent flashed in Lin Sun's heart. At the same time, in the courtyard where Xianxia was. Young master, bad news, Elder Zhan is missing. The grey-robed man who had been followed by Lin Sun all the way reported in a panic after entering the courtyard. Xianxia, who was drinking and waiting for the news, was stunned. Missing? The grey-robed man nodded. I suspect that Elder Zhan, he, might have met with an accident. Crack, the wine glass in Xianxia's hand fell to the ground, but he didn't seem to notice it at all. He only felt his hands and feet were cold. A quasi-emperor was killed silently? Could it be that there was an expert beside Jing Dui? When you came back, did you notice if someone was following you? Xianxia suddenly realized one thing. The grey-robed man shook his head. I deliberately took a detour around the block for a long time, but I didn't notice anything wrong along the way. Xianxia's expression was uncertain, and he was a little fearful in his heart. Would Jing Dui suspect him for tonight's matter? Even Elder Zhan was in trouble. If Jing Dui wanted to deal with him, at the thought of this, Xianxia's heart became heavier. After a long time, he took a deep breath and said, this matter ends here for the time being. When the Tao discussion is over, I will find Jing Dui to settle the score. After returning to his residence, Lin Sun began to meditate as if nothing had happened. From this day on, Lin Sun no longer went out. He either meditated, studied the scripture of herbs in heaven, or figured out martial arts. As the time of the second round of selection approached, the Great Void City became more and more lively, and cultivators could be seen everywhere. It was no exaggeration to say that during this period of time, the eyes of the entire Yunzhou had begun to focus on this place. The top 10 must have a great chance to pass the second round of selection. As for the others, it's hard to say. What's more worth paying attention to are the core descendants of the 7 orthodoxies. Those peerless figures are all amazing. It's said that the second round of selection will be held in the Great Void Tao Refining Pagoda. This pagoda is the treasure of the Great Void Tao sect. It's not just the treasure of the sect. It's been rumored for a long time that the Great Void Tao Refining Pagoda was obtained by the founder of the Great Void Tao sect from an unknown place. Its origin is extremely amazing. In the streets and alleys, in the tea houses and restaurants, people were discussing things related to the second round of selection. In the midst of these discussions, the day of the second round of selection came. On this day, at the first glimmer of dawn, Tao Songting, the elder of the Great Void Tao sect, came to summon Lin Sun and the other experts from the Lingfeng City Theater of Operations. Today is the day of the second round of selection. The selection will be held at the top of the immortal martial peak of the Great Void Tao sect. As Tao Songting spoke, he led Lin Sun and the others straight out of the Great Void City to the Great Void Mountain, which was far away from the city. At the same time, experts like Su Muhan, Lan Yunke, Yu Tianxing, and Helian Qi, who had come from other theaters of operations, were also brought to the Great Void Mountain. The Great Void Mountain was known as the first-class blessed land in the Yunzhou. The mountain rose and fell continuously, stretching between heaven and earth, vast and majestic. One could clearly see the rolling divine light falling from the sky. Thousands of auspicious lights poured down, making the mountain seem to be bathed in a sacred aura, eternal and immortal. Just by looking at this scene, Lin Sun could tell that the divine wind Taoist mountain where the Xianxia sect was located was slightly inferior. The Great Void Tao sect deserved to be the first orthodoxy in the Yunzhou. Led by Tao Songting, the group smoothly entered the mountain gate. After flying for a while, they finally arrived in front of a majestic and beautiful mountain. Obviously, this was the immortal martial peak that Tao Songting mentioned. At the top of the immortal martial peak, there was a floating jade platform built with divine iron and jade. It covered an area of tens of thousands of meters, looming in the sea of clouds, like the residence of immortals. When Lin Sun and the others arrived, the successors of the 7 orthodoxies participating in the second round of selection had already gathered on the huge jade platform. They were the Great Void Tao sect, the Divine Sect of Cloud Star, the Xianxia sect, the Mysterious Void Island, the Canaan Zen sect, the Yuan Sword Tower, and the Fengxia Spirit Mountain. Under Tao Songting's guidance, Lin Sun and the others were arranged to one side of the jade platform. Stand here and don't move. The headmaster of the Great Void Tao sect will announce the second round of selection later. Tao Songting warned him with a solemn expression before he turned around and left. Brother Jean, look, that's Lu Dubu, the current top disciple of the Great Void Tao sect, a legendary figure whose name is known throughout the Yunzhou. Gao Lingtian's eyes were bright, filled with eagerness to fight. Following his gaze, Lin Sun saw that in the area where the successors of the Great Void Tao sect were gathered, a man dressed in a robe with large sleeves stood there like a weak scholar. He looked gentle and calm, but the successors of the Great Void Tao sect were gathered behind him, making him look like a moon surrounded by stars. He looked extremely outstanding. His chi is contained, his spirit and will are connected. This person clearly shows signs of breaking through the realm. It seems that he has suppressed the power to break through in order to participate in the Tao discussion. At a glance, Lin Sun could tell that Lu Dubu was extraordinary. He had to admit that Lu Dubu was indeed extraordinary. He deserved his reputation. Brother Jean, look, that's Xia Yuhua of the Divine Sect of Cloud Star, Wang Tu of the Skyscraping Sword Sect, Shui Kongxia of the Xuanxia Sect. Gao Lingtian's eyes became brighter and brighter, as if he had seen a legendary figure. There was even a hint of excitement in his voice. Lin Sun followed his gaze and recognized those extraordinary figures with amazing reputations one by one. Xia Yuhua's dreamy temperament and Wang Tu's childlike appearance both left a deep impression on Lin Sun. When he looked at the place where the successors of the mysterious Sky Island were, Lin Sun's eyes immediately fell on a black-robed young man. This person was extremely tall and dignified, with a languid bearing. His whole body was surrounded by wisps of gray mist, and his white skin was like beautiful jade. His face was aloof and cold. Beside him, Shizi, Shi Ling, and the others became dim, like a group of green leaves, reduced to a contrast. Wu Huang. Wu Huang, just by looking at Shizi and Shi Ling's respectful attitude in front of him, Lin Sun could tell that this person's position in the Divine Sunshine Ancient Sect was bound to be extremely high. Whoosh, almost at the same time as Lin Sun looked over, Wu Huang also looked at Lin Sun, and their eyes collided in the air. Wu Huang's gray-brown eyes were filled with a frightening light, as if he wanted to see through all the secrets of Lin Sun. If it was any other cultivator, merely such a gaze would terrify them to the point their hearts trembled, and they trembled with terror. But Lin Sun looked indifferent, as if he didn't feel it, and withdrew his eyes. Kingmaker, he is Jing Dui. Shi Ling transmitted from the side. Her expression was cold. Wu Huang nodded expressionlessly and said, "He looks ordinary, but he is actually a hidden character. No wonder he could defeat you two so easily." His words made Xi Ling and Shi Zi's faces stiffen. At the same time, Lin Sun also saw Jiang Heng, Ji Qian, Jin Tian Xianyue, and others, but they just signaled each other with their eyes and didn't greet each other. In the face of the descendants of the seven orthodoxies, Chu Qiu, Gu Jianqing, Dao Ling Tian, and others were more or less excited and eager to have a try. They were the top figures who stood out in the first round of selection, but whether it was foundation, reputation, or influence, they were far inferior to Lu Dubu, Xia Yuhua, Wang Tu, and other peerless figures in the whole Yunzhou. Now that they were going to compete with each other, it was inevitable that they were a little excited. Not only them, but also the strong people from other battlefields, such as Su Muhan, Lan Yunke, Yu Tianqing, Helian Qi, and others. At the same time, the descendants of the seven orthodoxies were also looking at the people selected from the 10 battlefields. But the focus of their attention was only on the top 10. That is Su Muhan, a genius who refused the recruitment of the seven orthodoxies when he was young. His foundation is extremely terrifying. Lan Yunke controls the realm of Tao, Fahua Aquarius, which is extraordinary and can't be underestimated. Ladies and gentlemen, don't underestimate Yu Tianqing. His 9 colors Jade Hall is incomparably marvelous, and he's a soul cultivator who's rarely seen. Look, that guy is Jin Duyi, a dark horse whose name wasn't known before the Dao discussion selection, but now he possesses an extremely great reputation. Last night, it was him who defeated Helian Qi, the number 1 figure, in a single move in Jingming Tower. So he's Jin Duyi. The successors of the seven orthodoxies were discussing in low voices. As for Lu Dubu, Xia Yuhua, Wang Tu, and other peerless figures of the great orthodoxies, they paid the most attention to Su Muhan and Lin Sun. Su Muhan's name had already spread across the Yunzhou. He was truly a dazzling figure. His foundation was so solid that he was even stronger than many of the core successors of the seven orthodoxies. This naturally attracted a lot of attention. Jin Duyi, who was disguised by Lin Sun, was a dark horse who had recently risen to power. He had won 99 consecutive victories and even suppressed Helian Qi, who was also on the top of the list, with a single move. It was hard not to pay attention to him. This person didn't deliberately hide his incompetence, but his cultivation has reached an extremely high level. That's why he has a plain and unremarkable feeling of divine things conceal themselves, and people are like unpolished jade. Lu Dubu also noticed Lin Sun. After a slight shock, he seemed to be lost in thought. "I hope he'll be like what Lady Yu said, and it's not too much to overestimate him." Xia Yuhua's dreamy eyes were filled with ripples of luster. "I still think that this guy must be very lonely in his heart." With a huge sword on his back, Wang Tu, who looked like a child, smiled innocently. At the same time, many people were also looking at Lin Sun intentionally or unintentionally. In this regard, Lin Sun had been very indifferent and calm. Until he noticed that Helian Qi, who was not far away, also looked at him. Lin Sun's lips curled up into a smile, and he suddenly transmitted his voice. "Last night, an old guy suddenly came to visit me. Do you know about it?" Helian Qi was stunned, and then his face became gloomy. "Jin Duyi, what are you talking about? Why can't I understand?" Lin Sun said casually, "It doesn't matter if you don't understand. I just want to say that the old guy died in an ugly way." Helian Qi's killing intent surged in his heart, and he almost couldn't control it. After a while, he gritted his teeth and said, "Jin Duyi, I won't forget the shame of yesterday." His voice was gloomy and full of killing intent. Lin Sun replied lightly, "I'll wait for you." After that, he didn't look at Helian Qi again. Clang, the sound of the law bell rang out on the jade platform at the top of the immortal martial peak, drifting and spreading. The atmosphere suddenly became solemn and solemn. All eyes turned to the center of the jade platform, where the headmasters of the seven orthodoxies were standing. The leading old man wore a high hat and ancient clothes. He looked thin, and when his eyes opened and closed, there was a grand illusion like the starry sky. This person was the headmaster of the great Void Dao sect, Guanxu. Many years ago, there were rumors that Guanxu had entered the Emperor realm in one step, and his foundation was unfathomable. The second round of selection will be held in the Great Void Path Refinement Pagoda. This pagoda is divided into 9 levels, and every level has a refinement path fighting soul. All you participants have to do is defeat these refinement path fighting souls and reach the 9th level of the Great Void Path Refinement Pagoda. The time limit is 30 minutes. Those who don't reach the 9th level after 30 minutes will be disqualified. Guanxu's voice was deep and resonated throughout the place. Many of the participants tensed up, but there were also many who were eager and looking forward to it. Then, Guanxu waved his sleeve. Boom, a pagoda descended from the sky. It was azure in color, and it was simple and magnificent. Chaotic chi flowed around the pagoda's body, and it emitted billions of divine lights. Everyone couldn't help but be shocked. The Great Void Path Refinement Pagoda, the Great Void Tao Sect's ultimate treasure. It was said to be an ancient treasure born from an unknown place. It was mysterious and powerful. At this moment, even the sect leaders of the other orthodoxies couldn't help but exclaim. The Great Void Tao sect was regarded as the top orthodoxy in Yunzhou, and this treasure played a huge role. In the end, the Great Void Path Refinement Pagoda grew to a height of 10,000 feet. It stood above the clouds, and a door slowly opened at the bottom of the pagoda. Go! Guanxu announced. Swoosh swoosh swoosh. Before he finished speaking, some participants couldn't help but charge into the pagoda. Their figures quickly disappeared into the door. Lu Dubu, Xia Yuhua, Wang Tu, and the rest from the 7 orthodoxies, Lin Sun, Su Muhan, Lan Yunke, and the rest from the 10 battle zones. There were more than 900 people who charged into the Great Void Path Refinement Pagoda. Finally, with a loud rumble, the door at the bottom of the pagoda closed. Chi, Guanxu raised his hand, and a joss stick was lit in the air. It emitted wisps of smoke. This meant that the second round of selection had begun. When the joss stick burned out, it would take about 2 hours for the second round of selection to end. At this moment, everyone's eyes were on the Great Void Path Refinement Pagoda. I wonder which participant will be the first to reach the 9th level of the pagoda and become the champion of the second round of selection. Actually, the ranking doesn't matter. What's more important is how many participants will emerge victorious in this round of selection. Based on my calculations, there won't be more than 50 people. The 7 orthodoxies, as well as some of the important figures from the ancient clans who had come to watch the selection, had all taken their seats on the cloud platform and were waiting for the results. Everyone, the difficulty of this challenge is not simple. Guanxu smiled. There are 9 levels in the pagoda, and each level is more dangerous and difficult than the one before it. A long time ago, when I was at the Absolute Sage King Perfection stage, I personally challenged this pagoda. It took me almost 45 minutes to reach the 9th level. Everyone was shocked when they heard this. One joss stick's time was 2 hours. 2 hours was 2 hours. 45 minutes was 1.5 hours. Guanxu was the sect leader of the Great Void Path sect. Back when he was at the Absolute Sage King realm, he had taken this long to pass the 9th level of the pagoda. Based on this comparison, the participants had to at least have the same combat power as Guanxu back then to pass the second round of selection. If they were any weaker, they would be in danger. However, there are many powerful figures among the participants this time. They are much more outstanding than I was back then. As for how many will emerge victorious in the end, I can't say for sure. However, the more it is like this, the more I look forward to it. As Guanxu spoke, he waved his sleeve. Whoosh! The Great Void Path Refinement Pagoda glowed and formed a huge light screen. On the light screen, the scene that was taking place in the pagoda was displayed. More than 900 participants were all on the first level. It seemed like they were all together, but in reality, they were in different secret realms. This was also the mystery of the Great Void Path Refinement Pagoda. When challenging the levels, every participant was fair and would not be disturbed by others. Therefore, one had to defeat the refinement path fighting soul on each level in order to advance to the next level. In an instant, everyone's attention was focused on the huge light screen. Even the chatter had lessened. At the same time, in the Great Void Path Refinement Pagoda, the first level, the golden desert stretched on endlessly. A scorching storm swept across, raising sand and dust all over the sky, making a whimpering sound. The yellow sand swept across the sky, and it was as cold as a knife. Standing in it was like being exposed to the scorching sun. The intense heat caused the void to distort. This was the first level of the Great Void Path Refinement Pagoda, the Yellow Sand Secret Realm. Standing in it, Lin Sun could keenly feel that this secret realm was filled with a violent and terrifying aura that raged like the wind. However, this aura could not affect him. He rose into the air and swept forward. In the jade slip given by Xianxia, the leader of Xuanji Taoism sect, there was also some information about the 9th level of the Great Void Path Refinement Pagoda. Therefore, Lin Sun was very clear that in order to pass the Yellow Sand Secret Realm and enter the 2nd level of the pagoda, he only needed to kill 9 Refinement Path fighting souls. Rustle, 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 just as Lin Sun moved, rolling yellow sand rushed up from the ground and condensed into a figure. Its whole body seemed to be made of gold, emitting a dazzling golden luster. Refinement Path fighting soul, the aura emitted from its body was even more terrifying. It was comparable to the peak of the Saint King realm. As soon as it appeared, the desert was in turmoil, as if a god of the sand had descended to the world. Thanks again to Xianxia for her monthly ticket reward. She single-handedly defended the first place of the top talents. Boom, the Refinement Path battle soul formed from countless golden grains of sand was like a huge golden god of war as it charged over. A terrifying battle aura wreaked havoc like a hurricane. It was clearly not a living creature, but it actually controlled an extremely shocking Dao and technique. Just like at this moment, it smashed out with a fist that was like a muddy yellow dragon, and it roared as it emanated a peerlessly violent and destructive force. Vaguely, there were vague signs of a Dao domain forming. This surprised Lin Sun. According to his understanding, the Refinement Path battle soul was formed from a mysterious power that the Great Void Refining Dao Pagoda possessed. But now, this Refinement Path battle soul was about to become a living person. Bang, while Lin was thinking, he pushed out his palm and smashed the opponent's fist energy easily. Then he flashed and appeared in front of the opponent, raising his fist and punching. With a dull explosion, the alchemy fighting soul, which was as powerful as a holy king, was smashed by Lin Sun's fist like a piece of paper. In the splashing yellow sand, Lin Sun frowned. He was keenly aware that there was a mysterious force integrated into this world after it dissipated. That should be the power of the Great Void Refining Dao Pagoda. Lin Sun was lost in thought. Without any delay, he continued on his way. In the blink of an eye, a Refinement Path fighting soul was formed in the midst of the yellow sand. Boom, its aura was monstrous as it stepped through the air. This time, Lin Sun grasped with his palm and fingers, operating the power of the Tao field at the advanced level. His palm was like a deep and boundless abyss, and suddenly grasped the Refinement Path fighting soul. Bang, the golden body of the Refinement Path battle soul exploded, turning into yellow sand. At the same time, an obscure and mysterious force was devoured by Lin's palm power before it could integrate into this world. Then, a strange heat flow turned into pure mysterious power and poured into Lin Sun's body. With a thought, Lin Sun ran the method of tempering the 5 viscera. The mysterious force immediately flowed into the palace in his heart. The divine fetus of red fire, which had been nurtured there, improved a little at a speed visible to the naked eye. What sort of energy is this? It's actually able to produce such a shocking and miraculous effect on the tempering of Dao arts? Lin Sun was moved at once. Cultivation needed to be tempered and improved with the help of spirit qi and divine medicine. The Great Dao required one to comprehend the power of the Great Dao in order to control it. Martial Dao required reference to Daoist scriptures, and one had to rely on one's own comprehension to temper and improve. Lin Sun had never heard of any kind of power that could be directly used to improve the cultivation of martial arts. This was unbelievable. Perhaps, this mysterious force came from the Great Void Refining Dao Pagoda. Lin Sun's black eyes brightened. He didn't have any extravagant expectations for participating in the second round of the test. He just wanted to pass the test within the time it takes for an incense stick to burn. But now, he had discovered an opportunity. By killing a Refinement Path battle soul, one could obtain a mysterious power that could raise one's martial cultivation. Go. Lin Sun continued forward. When he encountered the 3rd Refinement Path battle soul, he did not hesitate to do the same. While killing the opponent, he used the power of the Tao domain to devour the remaining mysterious power. Indeed, in the deity palace in his heart, the tempering of the scarlet fire divine fetus had improved a little. If this goes on, I might be able to form the Scarlet Flame Daoist body when I reach the 9th level. Lin Sun was thrilled. He didn't waste any more time and advanced with all his might. Inside the Great Void Refining Dao Pagoda. It was also the first level of the Yellow Sand Secret Realm. Lu Dubu's figure flickered and his speed was unbelievably fast. Along the way, whenever a refinement path battle soul stood in his way, he would kill it with a wave of his sleeve. He didn't even bother to look at it, as if he was in a hurry. As the first successor of the Great Void Dao sect, Lu Dubu knew that after killing a refinement path battle soul, he would be able to absorb a mysterious power that had an extremely magical effect on the improvement of martial arts. But Lu Dubu didn't care. Or rather, he didn't care about the refinement path battle soul on the first level. His goal was to reach the 9th level in the shortest time possible and then hunt for the refinement path battle soul on the 9th level. This was because only the 9th level refinement path battle soul would have the strongest and most shocking mysterious power. This was the benefit of being the successor of the Great Void Dao sect. He could know some insider information that others didn't. It seemed like a fair competition, but in reality, there were still differences. This power is really interesting. At the same time, Xia Yuhua's eyes lit up. She had also acutely sensed the wonders of the mysterious power. Haha, it's good for the improvement of martial arts. The Great Void Refining Path Pagoda is indeed a treasure that was born from an unknown place. I have to hurry and collect it. As time passed, people like Wan Tu, the successor of the skyscraping sword sect, Yuan He, the successor of the Canaan Zen sect, and other peerless cultivators also sensed the existence of the mysterious power after killing the refinement path battle soul. In an instant, these peerless cultivators were tempted and started to collect it with all their might. As for most of the other cultivators, they didn't notice this at all. It wasn't that they didn't have good eyesight, but with their strength, they already felt pressured when killing the refinement path battle soul. Who would have thought that after the refinement path battle soul died, there would still be some mysterious power left behind, on the jade platform at the peak of the immortal martial peak? The influential figures who had been paying attention to the movements in the Great Void Refining Path Pagoda also noticed something strange and started to ponder. Brother Guansu, what are these young people collecting? Someone couldn't help but ask. Many people were curious as well. Guansu didn't hide anything. He smiled and said, "This is the source of martial arts. It's a mysterious power that exists in the Great Void Refining Path Pagoda. If one can absorb it, it can improve and nourish one's martial arts cultivation." Everyone present couldn't help but gasp. A power that could improve one's martial arts cultivation, that was too rare and its value was immeasurable. Brother Guansu, you're really generous. Many people exclaimed. Guansu said calmly, "These disciples are the strongest in Yunzhou after all. They are qualified to participate in the second round of selection, which shows how extraordinary they are. Now, I'm just taking out some opportunities. Treat it as a gift that the Great Void sect has prepared for these young people." His speech was beautiful and full of vigor. This was the foundation of the top orthodoxy in Yunzhou. Even the influential figures present couldn't help but admire him. Look, it's only been a while and Lu Dubu is the first to enter the second level. Someone exclaimed in shock. Instantly, everyone's gaze was attracted to the huge light screen. Lu Dubu was indeed ahead of everyone else. He charged into the second level of the pagoda like a horse leaving the dust behind. After him, it wasn't Xia Yuhua or Wang Tu. It was Wu Huang from the mysterious Divine Island. This surprised many influential figures. The way they looked at the island lord of the mysterious Divine Island, Taoist Lan, had changed. One should know that the mysterious Divine Island was only ranked 4th among the 7 orthodoxies in Yunzhou. There were many outstanding descendants, but most of them were slightly inferior to the likes of Xia Yuhua and Wang Tuesday. But now, Wu Huang from the mysterious Divine Island was right behind Lu Dubu. Even Xia Yuhua and Wang Tu were slightly inferior. Of course, this was only a competition of speed. It didn't represent their full strength. Even so, Wu Huang's performance was already shocking. Everyone, look at Jin Dui. Although his speed is fast, it's not outstanding. I really don't know how he obtained 99 consecutive victories. Could it be that he doesn't live up to his reputation? Taoist Lan from the mysterious Divine Island suddenly said with a hint of mockery. Originally, the influential figures didn't care much about commenting on a junior. But unexpectedly, Xianxia from the Xuanji sect suddenly said, "Taoist Lan, the selection has just begun. I'm afraid it's too early for you to say that." His voice was indifferent, but it revealed a sense of confrontation. Taoist Lan sneered, "Oh, then I really want to see how amazing Jin Duyi's performance will be." Xianxia was expressionless. He couldn't be bothered. Everyone present was used to it. They were well aware of the grudges between the Xuanji sect and the mysterious Divine Island, so they weren't surprised. Lin Sun, who was in the pagoda, had already entered the second level, Lava Secret Realm. This was a fiery red world. Rivers of lava crisscrossed and surged, setting off tongues of fire that burned the universe. The martial souls of refinement path that were distributed here were like lava giants. Regardless of momentum or combat power, they were much stronger than the martial souls of the first level. To pass this round, one needed to kill 8 martial souls of refinement path. Unfortunately, it was still not enough for Lin Sun. He attacked all the way with irresistible force, and almost finished off his opponents with a single move. In the end, he obtained a total of 8 martial source forces. Feeling the obvious transformation of the Scarlet Fire Taoist embryo in the Taoist palace in his heart, Lin Sun was quite excited. He didn't expect to encounter such a miraculous opportunity in the second round of selection. He didn't spend any more time thinking and stepped into the third level. However, he wasn't the first to enter the third level. Before him, Lu Dubu, Wu Huang, Xia Yuhua, and the others had already arrived. The reason was that Lin Sun was still experiencing the changes of the Scarlet Fire Taoist embryo, and he didn't care about competing in speed. All his thoughts were on clearing the levels and collecting martial source forces. 15 minutes, 19 have reached the third level. Outside, an influential figure made an accurate judgment. The people nearby also revealed strange expressions. Among the 19 people, there were successors of the 7 orthodoxies, as well as top figures from the 10 participating areas, such as Su Muhan, Jin Duyi, and Lan Yunka. The other 900 people were mostly distributed in the first and second level. Among them, there were 400 people stuck in the first level. According to the estimation of the influential figures, the majority of the strong people stuck in the first level were going to be eliminated. As time passed, Lu Dubu's performance attracted the attention of all the influential figures. Lu Dubu has reached the 4th level. He is the first to reach the 5th level again. The 6th level. When close to half an hour had passed, when they saw Lu Dubu charge into the 6th floor in a manner far ahead of everyone else, many of the important figures were shocked, and they were stunned. In less than half an hour, he rushed to the 6th floor. From the looks of it, Lu Dubu was indeed in the lead, leaving everyone in the dust. When he reached the 6th floor of the Great Void Path Pagoda, Wu Huang, Xia Yuhua, Wang Tu, Yuan He, Su Muhan, and a dozen other peerless figures were still fighting on the 5th floor. On the 4th floor, there were about 40 people, including Helian Qi, Lan Yunka, Yu Tianxing, Chu Qiu, Gu Jianxing, and other powerful figures. On the 3rd floor, there were about 400 people. On the 1st and 2nd floors, there were about 200 people respectively. The situation was clear. The bigwigs present could see it clearly. Half an hour had passed. Those who were still on the 1st and 2nd floor were destined to not pass the selection. From now on, the bigwigs focused their attention on those who were on the 3rd floor and above. If we categorize the participants, Lu Dubu is the top one, Taoist Lan of Mysterious Sky Island said slowly. Wu Huang, Xia Yuhua, Wang Tu, and a dozen others can be ranked first, Taoist Lan of the Mystic Void Island said slowly. Helian Qi, Lan Yunka, and the others can be ranked second. His words were spoken with fervor and assurance, and many bigwigs agreed with him. But very quickly, Taoist Lan changed the topic. According to this classification, that Jin Duyi. He's almost a second-rank character. He does look extraordinary. He can definitely be the top of a battle zone. Some bigwigs' expressions suddenly became strange. Even a fool could tell that Taoist Lan's recognition of Jin Duyi's strength was, in fact, sarcasm. In fact, Lin Sun was indeed on the 4th floor, killing the last opponent. But Xianxia of Xuanji Taoist sect's face darkened, and he was very unhappy. Jin Duyi was the youngest martial uncle of Boyazi. How could he allow others to slander him like this? Of course, Xianxia also knew that Taoist Lan did this because Jin Duyi defeated Shi Ling and Shi Zi. Taking a deep breath, Xianxia suppressed his disgust and said, Taoist Lan, with your status, don't you think it's a little ungentlemanly to deliberately target a young man? Taoist Lan smiled, I'm just speaking the truth. Xianxia said coldly, then let me tell you, whether it's Jin Duyi or the others, they may be in the second rank now, but they may not be the same when the selection ends. Then let's wait and see. Taoist Lan sneered, looking like he couldn't be bothered to argue with him. Everyone, look. After Lu Dubu reached the 6th level, his speed of advancement has slowed down quite a bit. Someone suddenly said, currently, Wu Huang has already killed his way into the 6th level. Moreover, looking at his speed, it is extremely likely that he will surpass Lu Dubu. As soon as these words came out, the attention of all the big shots present was attracted. The 6th level was the Black Fog Mystic Realm. As long as one defeated 4 Refinement Path Fighting Souls, one would be able to reach the 7th level. Currently, Lu Dubu had already killed the 2nd Refinement Path Fighting Soul and was about to fight against the 3rd Refinement Path Fighting Soul. On the other hand, Wu Huang, who had just entered the 6th level, was extremely shocking. After killing the 1st Refinement Path Fighting Soul with ease, he had already started fighting with the 2nd Refinement Path Fighting Soul. Looking at its power and speed of attack, it was indeed faintly showing signs of surpassing Lu Dubu. This Wu Huang is too powerful. Taoist Lan, since when did your mysterious Void Island have such an outstanding successor? This lad is indeed not simple. He is filled with a domineering aura. His foundation and talent are both extremely rare. I didn't expect your mysterious Void Island to hide so deeply. Taoist Lan, at this time, why don't you tell us about this Wu Huang? For a moment, all kinds of surprised and curious voices sounded. Taoist Lan couldn't help but feel proud of being paid attention to by so many big shots. He smiled reservedly and said, alas, it's nothing. He is just slightly better than Jin Duyi, who won 99 battles in a row. He didn't dare to say that Lu Dubu was not as good as Wu Huang, in case he offended Guansu of the Great Void Sect. But when it came to criticizing Lin Sun, he was unequivocal. This made Heng Zhao's face turn gloomy. This old bastard really wanted to compete with him. However, Lin Sun's performance at this time was indeed left behind by Wu Huang. This made Heng Zhao somewhat lack of confidence to refute. He was secretly anxious. Why hadn't this little ancestor shown his power yet, after 3/4 of an hour? Wu Huang and Lu Dubu entered the 7th level almost at the same time. This scene caused another round of exclamation. However, it was also at this time that both Wu Huang and Lu Dubu's attack speed slowed down significantly. This was because the power of the Refinement Path Fighting Soul they encountered was so strong that it made them feel extremely pressured. On the 6th level, Xia Yuhua, Wang Tu, Yuan He and a dozen other peerless figures were chasing each other and fighting with all their might. The speed of their attack was also much slower than before. On the 5th level, Helian Qi, Lan Yunke, Yu Tianqing and dozens of other strong figures were the same. As for those below the 5th level, many strong figures who had an outstanding performance started to feel the strain. Compared to the strong figures in front of them, the gap between them and the strong figures in front of them was getting bigger and bigger. Now that 3/4 of an hour has passed, I suspect that the strong figures who have not entered the 5th level have been eliminated, someone sighed. There were nearly 800 participants below the 5th level. Every participant was an outstanding figure from the first round of selection. Some of them could even be ranked in the top 10 of their respective battle zones. For example, Dong Shishir and the others from the Lingfeng City battle zone were currently on the 4th level. If there were no accidents, after the time it took for an incense to burn, they had almost no hope of reaching the 9th level. Naturally, they were destined to be unable to pass this round of selection. The struggle for the Great Tao has always been like this. This is only the 2nd round of selection, and it is only limited to our Yunzhou. Guansu said indifferently, in this primordial world, there are a total of 49 provinces. Other than the Midway province, the other provinces are like our Yunzhou, going through layers of selection. In this kind of situation, the ordinary geniuses and geniuses are destined to appear dim. Only the strong figures who can truly lead the trend of the 49 provinces can shine in the entire primordial world. These words caused the hearts of the influential figures to fluctuate. The primordial world was too vast and vast. In a province, even the smallest one was comparable to a large world. Like the Middle-earth Dao province, it was unimaginably large, to lead the trend of the world among the younger generation, to shine in the entire primordial world. How difficult was it? Such figures could usually be said to be rare to come by in 1,000 years. Compared to them, those geniuses that could only make a name for themselves in a single province would indeed seem dim in comparison. As the saying goes, there's always someone stronger in the world. It seemed to be an extremely vulgar statement, yet it was actually an unbreakable truth that had existed since time immemorial. I only hope that a few peerless geniuses will emerge from the Tao discussion of our Yunzhou, and they'll be able to represent our Yunzhou to compete with the most extraordinary, most dazzling, most shocking, and most formidable monstrous geniuses in the entire starry sky during the Tao discussion held by the 6 great Tao courts. Guanxu's voice was heavy, and it carried ardent anticipation. At that time, we'll be able to prove to the world and all the worlds in the starry sky that our Yunzhou isn't without talent. All the people present here were visibly moved when they heard this. Guanxu's gaze had long since surpassed the scope of the Yunzhou, and it covered the entire world. His breadth of mind and boldness caused those great figures to be unable to help but admire him. This was the breadth of mind of the sect master of the number 1 sect in the Yunzhou. Alas, the 6 great Tao courts, the 10 great combat clans, and some peerless monstrous geniuses from the other worlds in the starry sky. It's obvious how intense the competition will be when the Tao discussion begins. Someone sighed with emotion. Just these words alone caused many people to sigh endlessly in their hearts. Everything depends on one's own effort. In a competition of the same cultivation realm, it's a competition of one's extreme strength. The one with the strongest foundation, the top grand Tao grasped, and the strongest martial Tao would have the hope of becoming eminent amongst the geniuses in the starry sky. Guanxu's voice was calm. Everyone, look quickly. Jin Dui has actually started to successively surpass the others on the 5th level. Suddenly, someone spoke with surprise. Everyone was chatting idly earlier, yet at this moment, they were suddenly stunned when they heard this, and then their gazes shot towards the 5th level in unison. In the 5th level, Lin Sun's performance was actually the same as before, and the speed of his attacks was the same as well. There was no change at all. But it was precisely this constant and unchanging state that caused all the great figures present here to be shocked in their hearts. One had to know that there were 9 levels in the Great Void Path Refining Pagoda, and the Refining Path fighting souls distributed in each level were stronger and scarier than the one before. As they advanced, the difficulty and danger that they would encounter would also increase steadily. For example, Lu Dubu and Wu Huang, who were walking at the forefront, had already slowed down when they reached the 6th level. When they reached the 7th level, they encountered even greater pressure, and their attacking speed also slowed down a little. Similarly, in the 5th level, Helian Qi, Lan Yunke, Yu Tianqing and the others also encountered a similar situation, and their attacking speed was not as fast and fierce as before. In this way, Lin Sun, who had maintained an extremely stable attacking speed, was instead very eye-catching. This was very easy to understand. As the difficulty and danger increased, others would slow down, but he did not slow down. In such a contrast, his attacking speed instead showed a kind of swift and fierce momentum. Humph, he doesn't know how to conserve his strength, and he's fighting so hard now. Doesn't he know the principle of exhaustion? This lad is destined to not go far. Taoist Lan snorted coldly. He had a lot of opinions about Lin Sun. At the beginning, when the mysterious deity island had sent their descendants to challenge the Xuanji Taoist sect, they were originally very confident, but who would have thought that they would return in defeat in the end? The reason was that Lin Sun, who was disguised as Jin Dui, had interfered. This naturally made Taoist Lan particularly displeased with Lin Sun. Many people also thought that Taoist Lan's words were reasonable, and suspected that Lin Sun was fighting with all his strength to catch up, which was destined to consume a lot of strength. If it was too long, it would be extremely disadvantageous for him to pass the level, but what shocked everyone was that as time went by, Lin Sun not only surpassed Helian Qi and the others, and reached the 6th level, but also maintained his attacking speed. Terrifyingly stable. The following are free. Today's update was brought forward to noon, because today was the last day of the month, and Jinyu was going to get married tomorrow. In the last few days update, there were some small mistakes. It's because I've been too busy preparing for the wedding every day, so please forgive me. Originally, Jinyu had planned to take a few days of leave for the wedding, but in the end, she did not. The reason was very simple. I was afraid that the book's performance would decline, afraid that my book friends would abandon me, afraid that I would be criticized for not updating, afraid, in short, it's all because I, Jinyu, care deeply about the Heavenly Sons and our book friends. Otherwise, I, Jinyu, could have directly taken a leave of absence for the wedding. Currently, the first place of the Heavenly Sons' monthly votes was defended by Xianxia alone. She was weak, so it was impossible for Jinyu not to be nervous. But because I'm busy with the wedding, I, Jinyu, don't have the energy and time to call for the monthly votes one by one. So, please promise Jinyu, in the last 2 days of the month, if you have the monthly votes in your hands, support Jinyu, who was busy with the wedding but still worried about the Heavenly Sons. The 6th floor, Black Fog Secret Realm. One needed to defeat 4 refining path fighting souls to enter the 7th floor. But everyone knew that the higher the floor in the pagoda, the more powerful the refining path fighting soul would be. Just like the refining path fighting soul on the 6th floor, it seemed to be condensed from invisible black fog, and each of them had the combat power of a perfect Saint King. Moreover, they controlled extremely amazing Taoism and Dharma. Although they were not living creatures, the strength of their fighting skills was enough to change people's expressions. More than a dozen peerless figures like Xia Yuhua, Wang Tu, Yuan He, Su Muhan, and others could be called the most dazzling group of existences in Yunzhou. But at this time, in this 6th floor, they also felt great pressure, causing the speed of their Dharma to become sluggish, and the battle situation was also extremely intense. However, Lin Sun's performance was completely different. After leaving Helian Qi, Lan Yunke, Yu Tianqing and others behind one by one, after reaching the 6th floor, he still maintained the same speed of attack as before. This made the big shots who were paying attention to this scene couldn't help but show a strange expression. From the beginning until the end, this kid revealed a battle posture that was neither too fast nor too slow, and neither arrogant nor rash. His speed of passing through the levels can't be said to be fast, nor can it be said to be slow. But it's this unchanging speed of his cultivation technique that's even more shocking, some big shots gasped. Yes, like Lu Dubu and Wu Huang, both of them are like a hot knife through butter, advancing bravely and vigorously. Although they are far ahead of everyone now in the 7th floor, they are also facing pressure. Someone analyzed, but this Jin Dui is too stable. From the 1st floor to the 6th floor, the time he used to pass through the levels and the momentum of his Dharma are almost the same. This is too terrifying. In this way, to achieve this step, one must have absolute strength, and the refining path fighting soul on the 6th floor will obviously not be this boy's opponent. These words attracted many big shots to nod in agreement. They were either the leaders of a sect or the patriarchs of an ancient clan. With their sharp eyes, they could all see that if Jin Dui maintained this momentum and continued to pass through the levels, it was very likely that he would catch up. Seeing that everyone was praising Lin Sun, Heng Xiao couldn't help but smile. He thought in his heart, how could the martial uncle of the Xuanji Taoist sect be ordinary? Only Daoist Lan's expression was rather gloomy. He had also asserted that Lin Sun's fighting style was doomed to be exhausted and could not hold on for long. But who would have thought that Lin Sun would surpass all his competitors all the way from the 5th floor, and when he reached the 6th floor, there was still no sign of decline. This caused him to be slightly speechless, and he felt as if he'd been slapped soundlessly, causing him to feel slightly embarrassed. Taking a deep breath, Taoist Lan said in a low voice, on the 6th floor, there's a peerless genius like Xia Yuhua, a rare genius like Wang Tu, and others like Su Muhan. I'm afraid there's not much hope for Jin Dui to catch up. Everyone was stunned, and many people shook their heads in their hearts. How could they not discern that Daoist Lan's words carried prejudice? It's not up to you, Daoist Lan. Heng Xiao couldn't stand it anymore and said coldly, as a leader of an orthodoxy, you repeatedly target a young man with such harsh words. Aren't you afraid of being ridiculed by the world? Daoist Lan's face was gloomy, and he was about to say something. But then he heard an exclamation. Look, this lad has killed the 2nd refining path fighting soul on the 6th floor and surpassed 9 opponents at once. This sentence shocked the audience, and they all looked over. As long as one defeated 4 refining path fighting souls on the 6th floor, he could reach the 7th floor. For example, Xia Yuhua, Wang Tu, Yuan He, Su Muhan, and more than a dozen people were fighting with these 4 refining path fighting souls. The more powerful ones like Xia Yuhua and Wang Tu had already killed 3 refinement path battle souls each and were currently in an intense battle with the last opponent. As for Yuan He, Su Muhan and the rest, they had already killed 2 refinement path fighting souls and were fighting with the 3rd refinement path fighting soul. The other 9 people were fighting with the 2nd refining path fighting soul. Now that Lin Sun had just reached the 6th floor, he had already killed 2 refining path fighting souls, which meant that he had surpassed 9 opponents. This scene was naturally very shocking. Daoist Lan, who originally wanted to refute Xianxia, was instantly speechless. He had nowhere to vent his anger, and his face was gloomy. Xianxia was extremely pleased, and he said, "This is called catching up from behind, he has great potential." The other bigwigs looked at each other with different expressions. It was their first time meeting Jin Dui, and they naturally wouldn't have any prejudice against him. But they could tell that Jin Dui must have offended Mysterious Void Island before, which was why he was being targeted by Daoist Lan. They wouldn't say anything about it, and they wouldn't go against the leader of Mysterious Void Island just because Jin Dui had performed well. But soon, these bigwigs couldn't help but feel nervous. The leader of Skyscraping Sword Sect, the leader of Cloud Star Holy Sect, the patriarch of Su Clan, and the abbot of Canaan Zen Sect all showed serious expressions. Because at this time, Lin Sun had already killed the 3rd refining path fighting soul, and achieved the same result as Xia Yuhua, Wang Tu, Su Muhan, and Yuan He. The atmosphere in the surroundings instantly became deathly silent while the gazes of everyone stared fixedly at the enormous screen of light. Good. Not bad. Not long after, the leader of Cloud Star Holy Sect and the leader of Skyscraping Sword Sect showed joy. Because Xia Yuhua and Wang Tu killed the 4th refining path fighting soul almost at the same time and entered the 7th floor, the patriarch of Su Clan, the abbot of Canaan Zen Sect, and other bigwigs shook their heads with complicated expressions. Because the 3rd one to enter the 7th floor was Lin Sun, this also meant that Su Muhan, Yuan He, and others were also left behind by Lin Sun. This Jin Dui is really a terrifying character. He hides his strength and is as steady as a rock. The patriarch of Su Clan sighed with emotion. The heavy sword has no edge, and great skill appears clumsy. Donor Jin Dui is indeed extraordinary. The abbot of Canaan Zen Sect nodded. At this time, how could the bigwigs not see that Jin Dui, who was selected from Lingfang City, was completely a peerless figure? 99 consecutive victories made him famous in Cloud State. Suppressing Hellion Qi with one strike made him enter the vision of the 7 orthodoxies, and attracted a lot of attention. Yet now, in the 2nd round of the selection, his unhurried and steady speed that was like a divine mountain had alarmed all the great figures present. Only Taoist Lan felt depressed and couldn't help saying, "When he surpasses Wu Huang and Lu Dubu, let me apologize to him personally and admit that I am blind." His words made the whole audience look at him. But after thinking about it carefully, everyone didn't think so. Lu Dubu and Wu Huang had already entered the 8th floor, and Jin Dui had just entered the 7th floor. It was almost impossible to catch up with them. Unless Jin Dui could still maintain that kind of steady and terrifying speed when passing through the 7th, 8th, and 9th floor, there might be a glimmer of hope. But, was this possible? Possible. Only Xianxia was determined in his heart. Now, 45 minutes had passed since the 2nd round of selection. Lu Dubu and Wu Huang had already entered the 8th floor, and their results were almost equal. This attracted the attention of everyone present. On the 7th floor, Xia Yuhua, Wang Tu, and Lin Sun also attracted a lot of attention. On the 6th floor, Su Muhan, Yuan He, and the rest were Su Muhan. On the 5th floor, Hellion Qi, Yu Tianqing, Chu Qiu, and the rest were already showing signs of entering the 6th floor. As for the experts below the 5th floor, they couldn't attract the attention of the bigwigs present anymore. This was because everyone knew that half of the time had passed. Those who were below the 5th floor could not pass the 2nd round of selection. To the experts who were in the Great Void Dao Pagoda, everything that was happening in the outside world was undetectable. As time passed, everyone was using all their means to kill. Some people were in high spirits. Some people were killing crazily. Some people were calm. But more people were beginning to feel hopeless and powerless. There were more than 900 experts who participated in the second round of selection. There were experts who stood out from the 10 participating areas and the successors of the 7 orthodoxies. But now, the experts below the 5th level were gradually losing their confidence. Because even if they could persist, there wasn't enough time, but all this didn't affect Lin Sun at all. The 7th floor. The secret realm of Cloud Sea. To pass this floor, one needed to defeat 3 refining path fighting souls. At this time, Lin Sun was still the same as before. He maintained a calm and ethereal state of mind. When fighting against the enemy, he adjusted his combat strength according to the situation. Even though the refining path fighting souls on the 7th floor were incredibly strong, they still couldn't bring him much pressure. At most, he would be able to win in a few moves. Lin Sun didn't care about this. He only cared about the source of martial arts that he obtained after killing the refining path fighting souls. Boom, after killing another refining path fighting soul and obtaining a pure and thick source of martial arts, Lin Sun's eyes lit up. I'm about to break through. One last step and I can condense the scarlet flame Taoist body. This last step must be done in one go. It seems that I have to sprint with all my strength. Lin Sun thought for a moment and made a decision. Almost at the same time, in the outside world, a group of bigwigs couldn't calm down. Lu Dubu starts the final sprint. Wu Huang also starts to exert his strength. Exclamations sounded. Almost all eyes gathered. On the 8th floor, staring at Lu Dubu and Wu Huang. On the 8th floor, one needed to defeat 2 refining path fighting souls to reach the highest 9th floor. However, the power of these 2 refining path fighting souls was more abnormal and terrible than the other. Lu Dubu and Wu Huang fought fiercely for nearly a quarter of an hour before they killed one each. But now, the 2 suddenly exerted their strength. Obviously, they didn't intend to hold back and completely broke out. This is the last chapter. Goldfish got married today, but I have to make up for the missing updates. Please search the WeChat public account Xiaojinyu233, add me, and you can see Goldfish's wedding photos. So shy. The 8th level. Lu Dubu, who was dressed in a loose robe and looked like a weak scholar, seemed to have become another person. His entire body was flowing with a divine radiance and his aura was everlasting. When his eyes opened and closed, it was as if the sun and moon were floating in them, captivating one's soul. Floating like a dream. His long hair fluttered in the wind as a magnificent, dreamlike Tao domain appeared in front of him. Inside the Tao domain, there was a grand scene of the vicissitudes of life and the joys and sorrows of life. Boom, opposite him, a black-haired, black-clothed sort of mortal-like refinement path-fighting soul was caught off guard and was trapped inside. In the blink of an eye, the world changes in an instant. Lu Dubu said leisurely like a ruler. As his voice fell, it was as if a river of time surged out from his Tao domain. The black-haired refinement path-fighting soul was instantly submerged within it. A deep thunder-like roar resounded. The magnificent and vast Tao realm was like a nightmare. With a terrifying power, it devoured the struggling refinement path-fighting soul bit by bit. Lu Dubu placed his hands behind his back and looked peerless. After killing the refinement path-fighting soul on the 9th level, I will be able to absorb the martial path source energy to perfect my floating like a dream. At that time I will have nothing to fear even if I have to go to the Tao discussion grand gathering to compete with the peerless figures of the all heavens. Lu Dubu was filled with pride. Also on the 8th level. Rakshasa omnidirectional. Wu Huang's expression was cold. As he walked, a thick, ink-like mist spread out like a curtain of eternal night, turning into a Tao domain. Within the domain, the path was paved with scarlet red and decorated with white bones. Numerous Rakshasas were covered in black mist, and they were like evil spirits that had surged out from hell. They covered the heavens and the earth as they flashed through the heavens and the earth, and they emitted a sharp, savage, and terrifying aura. Wu Huang's black robe fluttered as he stood there. He was like the Lord of Rakshasa, the Emperor of evil spirits. His grayish-brown eyes were filled with ruthlessness. As the Emperor's envoy of the divine illuminating ancient sect, his foundation, talent, and combat strength were all top-notch in the world. If he did not come from the dark world, he would have been ranked on the All Heavens King Sage board a long time ago. Kill. Wu Huang waved his hand. The 10-direction Rakshasa descended, as though the gates of hell had opened. Countless evil Rakshasa charged out and enveloped the refinement path battle soul. In the eyes of those big shots, the current Lu Dubu and Wu Huang were completely different. The unparalleled magnificence he revealed when he erupted with his full strength caused a wisp of shock to arise in their hearts, and they were stunned. All right. Guansu praised with an excited expression. Lu Dubu was the pride of the Great Void Dao sect. He was a prodigy who was unparalleled in the Cloud Prefecture. Sooner or later, he would shine in the Dao sparring event organized by the 6 major Dao courts. Not bad, not bad, Daoist Lan also smiled, but he felt a little regretful. How good would it be if Wu Huang was the true descendant of mysterious Void Island? He looked at Xianxia and was just about to mock and ridicule him when he suddenly noticed that Xianxia actually stood up. His face was glowing as he clapped his hands and praised, "Good. Good. All right." Everyone was startled. Daoist Lan was also suspicious. Lu Dubu and Wu Huang were not the descendants of Xuanji Dao sect. Why was Xiao even more excited than them? When they followed Xiao's gaze, these big shots also revealed a look of astonishment. Then, a series of gasps could be heard. It turned out that while they were completely attracted by Lu Dubu and Wu Huang's performance, Lin Sun had already killed 3 refinement path battle souls on the 7th floor like a hot knife through butter. Xia Yuhua and Wan Tu, who were originally ahead of him, were overtaken in one fell swoop. The headmaster of Cloud Star Divine Sect was speechless. What just happened? How did Jin Dui become so fierce all of a sudden? The headmaster of Skyscraping Sword Sect was also dumbfounded. The other big shots also looked as though they had seen a ghost. They really did not expect such a thing to happen in such a short period of time. Could it be that this lad has only really exerted his full strength now? Someone made a deduction. That one sentence caused the others to look at each other in shock. Previously, Jin Dui's cultivation method and speed were already terrifyingly stable. Many people suspected that he had already secretly exerted his full strength. But now it seemed that they had all underestimated this young man's foundation. Looking at his unparalleled killing speed, everyone felt a sense of disbelief. Those were the 7th level refining path battle souls, how powerful they were. But in front of him, they were all killed one by one like paper paste. It was also at this time that they understood why Xiao was so excited. Jin Dui's performance at this moment was indeed too extraordinary. He was not inferior to Lu Dubu and Wu Huang at all. The speed of passing through is completely different from the real combat. After all, the refining path battle soul is a dead object, while the real battle between the strong also tests one's state of mind and willpower. Taoist Lan said, "In my opinion, Jin Dui is indeed extraordinary. But if you say that he can be compared with Lu Dubu and Wu Huang, I can't agree at all." Perhaps because he had been slapped in the face too many times, when he spoke this time, although he was still targeting Lin Sun, his words were much more reserved. Xiao snorted coldly. "It's not difficult to distinguish who is stronger and who is weaker. When the 3rd round begins, we will see who is stronger." Taoist Lan smiled and said, "You're right, but it's a pity that Lu Dubu and Wu Huang have already killed their way into the 9th level. Jin Dui has just reached the 8th level. I'm afraid it's difficult for him to catch up." Wu Huang represented the mysterious Void Island. As long as he could suppress Lin Sun, Taoist Lan would be very satisfied. However, just as his voice fell, there was a burst of exclamations in the field. In the 8th level, Lin Sun still showed a crushing posture. In just a moment, he killed an opponent. It should be noted that whether it was Lu Dubu or Wu Huang, it took them half a quarter of an hour to kill the refining path battle soul on the 8th level. Such a comparison was obvious. When Lin Sun killed the 2nd refining path fighting soul and reached the 9th floor, all the bigwigs, including Guanxu, were shocked and stunned. The situation was completely out of their expectations, and it had also exceeded their imaginations. Too fast, it was too fast for people to react. When they came to their senses, Lin Sun had already rushed to the 9th level. How is this possible? Taoist Lan could know. Longer keep calm. His face changed greatly and he cried out involuntarily. The other big shots could not calm down either. Jin Dui had indeed brought them too much shock and surprise. In the first 6 levels, he was as steady as a rock, catching up with one opponent after another, showing an extremely strong foundation. At that time, there was only one word that left the impression of him: steady. Starting from the 7th level, he seemed to have changed into a different person, like a peerless blade hidden deep in a box. At this moment, he was unstoppable and as fast as the wind. How amazing Xianxia was, how dazzling Wang Tu was, but they were all left behind by him. And at this time, he rushed to the 9th level at an incredible speed. The atmosphere was silent. The big shots were all experienced, but they were also shocked by the scene in front of them. For a moment, all kinds of thoughts came into their minds. Jing Dui hid his strength so deeply. How could this be the foundation that a rogue cultivator should have? He must be a peerless genius from another world in the starry sky. I just don't know which antique he is from. I didn't expect this. Even Xianxia was stunned. He knew that Lin Sun was very strong, and his background was also incredibly powerful. But he still did not expect that such a low-key young man would be so dazzling when he showed his edge. After a while, Taoist Lan came back to his senses. He suppressed his emotions and said with a gloomy expression, "Now, Jing Dui has reached the 9th level like Lu Dubu and Wu Huang. I just don't know if he can." His voice stopped abruptly. His eyeballs almost fell out, and his expression was frozen. But at this moment, no one wanted to laugh at him, because all the big shots were in a trance at this moment. They were so shocked that they almost lost control. There was only one refining path fighting soul on the 9th level of the secret realm of Great Void. It was also the most powerful and terrifying one. Not to mention an ordinary peerless Saint King, even the most outstanding peerless Saint King in the exceptional realm would have to pay a great price to kill it. Lu Dubu and Wu Huang had already tried their best, but they were locked in a stalemate with the refining path fighting soul. It was impossible to determine the winner in a short time. But Lin Sun was completely different. After he reached the 9th level, he killed the refining path fighting soul in just a few breaths. Just like before, his domineering attitude and unparalleled demeanor stunned all the big shots present. They all lost their voices and were shocked speechless. What a monster! Someone held it in for a long time and spat out 3 words. Unbelievable, someone was in a trance. If this lad is a core disciple from the 6 Taoist courts, I will not have any doubt. Perhaps only a colossus like the 6 great Tao courts could nurture such a figure. Someone sighed with emotion. No, this is not true. Jing Dui must have cheated. At this moment, Taoist Lan had completely lost his composure and shouted. Since the 2nd round of selection, he had been targeting Lin Sun. But every time, he was slapped in the face by Lin Sun's performance, which made him more and more depressed. Until now, when Lin Sun once again surpassed Lu Dubu and Wu Huang in an unparalleled manner, this scene was simply like a clear and resounding slap on Taoist Lan's face, causing him to be exasperated and unable to accept it. In fact, if they did not see it with their own eyes, the other big shots present would not dare to believe that there would be such a reversal at the last moment. Lu Dubu and Wu Huang, who were originally regarded as the first candidates of the 2nd round of selection, were actually surpassed by Jing Dui, a dark horse. Who would have dared to imagine this before? Taoist Lan, you are ridiculous. This selection took place in the Great Void Refining Path Pagoda. Do you think that Taoist Guanxu will tolerate cheating? Everyone could not help but laugh at Heng Zhao's words. Cheating? Impossible. On this cloud platform, there were either the leaders of an orthodoxy or the leaders of an ancient clan. If anyone cheated, they would have seen through it. Moreover, the 2nd round of selection would take place in the Great Void Path Pagoda, the most precious treasure of the Great Void Path sect. Under such circumstances, Taoist Lan actually accused Jing Dui of cheating. This was a direct slap in the face of the Great Void Path sect. As expected, as the leader of the Great Void Path sect, Guanxu's face darkened. He stared at Taoist Lan coldly and said, "Taoism pure, are you questioning the Great Void Path sect's trickery?" Taoist Lan's expression changed. He quickly said, No. It's just that Jing Dui's behavior is too abnormal. I can't help but lose my composure. Many big shots agreed with his words. Previously, who would have thought that at the moment when Lu Dubu and Wu Huang were about to compete fiercely for first place, such a reversal would occur? Jing Dui passed the 9th level before Lu Dubu and Wu Huang with an unparalleled attitude. becoming the first to pass the second round of selection. No one could have predicted such an outcome before. It was too unexpected. On the 9th level of the Great Void Path Pagoda, Lin Sun stood alone with his eyes slightly closed. His expression was calm and ethereal. Within his body, as the boundless martial Tao source energy surged into his heart, the crimson fire divine embryo within the divine palace in his heart produced an intense thunder-like rhythm, and a copious amount of life energy that was as vast as the sea also spread out, erupting crazily. Boom, in just a moment, a sound like the beginning of chaos resounded in his heart palace. On the platform above Lin Sun's head, a magnificent scarlet rain of light appeared. Almost at the same time, the Rui Taoist robe on Lin Sun's body flowed with a magical aura, completely covering up this strange phenomenon. From the outside, one could only see a fiery glow, but could not see the strange phenomenon happening to Lin Sun. In the end, the crimson-red rain of light condensed into a tall figure that wore a fiery robe. His entire body was coiled with crystalline and dazzling flames, and he was like a god that controlled heavenly flames and bathed in flames. Scarlet flame Taoist body, fire was one of the 5 elements. It was the essence of Yang and the Li of the 8 trigrams. This was a great Tao clone that was nurtured from a crimson flame divine embryo. Its aura was like a scorching sun, grand and vast, and it was extremely domineering. This was also the 4th doppelganger of the Great Path that Lin Sun had formed since he started cultivating. Boom, as Lin Sun's essence, qi, and spirit were integrated into the scarlet fire Taoist physique, countless magical insights came to his mind like a tide. After a long time, the red-robed Lin Sun suddenly opened his slightly closed eyes. Everything in the world was obliterated, and only a ball of flames burned fiercely. The sky, the earth, the sun, the moon, and the stars were all smelted into nothingness. The traces of time and space were all incinerated. That ball of fire became the one and only eternal. This amazing scene appeared in Lin Sun's pupils and finally turned into 2 beams of fire, sweeping out. Boom, the 9th level was called the Great Void Secret Realm. It was a dark world like nothingness. At this moment, as Lin Sun opened his eyes, a pair of flame beams appeared, illuminating the whole world. It was as if the whole world was incinerating. This was the talent power of the scarlet fire Taoist physique, eyes of burning ashes. The core mystery lay in one word, ashes, burning the sky and destroying the earth, turning everything into ashes. This kind of talent was also the most domineering and violent. After a while, as the red-robed Lin Sun withdrew his power, the incinerating power in this world also disappeared, and everything returned to normal. However, there was a trace of surprise in Lin Sun's eyes. Because when he executed the Eye of Burning Ember, he'd actually unintentionally awakened the energy of the myriad profound Tao flames, causing a strand of the aura of the myriad profound Tao flames to fuse into this innate divine ability, causing the might of the Eye of Burning Ember to instantly rise to an unimaginable level. According to Lin Sun's estimation, the original power of the Eyes of Burning Ashes could easily kill the top figures of the same generation. And with the convergence of the breath of the wonderful Tao fire, when he used this talent, killing people in the quasi-emperor realm would be a piece of cake. When he came to this conclusion, Lin Sun was shocked, and he became more and more aware of the horror of the Great Way Yellow Court scripture. Greenwood Taoist body controls the power of life and death, Yellow Taoist body controls the power of life and death, Yellow Taoist body controls the seal of all living beings, Black Water Taoist body deduces the beauty of the 3,000 weak water, and this Scarlet Fire Taoist body, with the eyes of burning ashes, carries out the tyrannical way of destruction. Lin Sun thought silently, feeling the mystery of the Scarlet Fire Taoist body. He did not know that after passing through the 9th level, he was already the first person in the second round of selection. In other words, from the beginning of entering the Great Void Path Pagoda until now, his mind was not on competing for the ranking at all. It was the 5th quarter of the second round of selection. Lu Dubu, dressed in a wide-sleeved Confucian robe, walked out of the Great Void Path Pagoda like a weak scholar. There was a smile on his lips, and he was in high spirits. After passing through the 9th level, the accumulated martial source energy in his body allowed him to completely control the Tao field, floating like a dream. This could be said to be an unexpected surprise. As he walked out of the Great Void Path Pagoda, Lu Dubu was already prepared to receive the attention of everyone. However, what surprised him was that there was no praise, uproar, shock, and cheers that he expected. Everyone's expression was indescribably strange. They seemed to be shocked, and also seemed to be in a trance. The atmosphere was also very quiet. Could it be that because they did not expect that I would pass through the second round of selection so quickly, they could not react immediately? Lu Dubu was puzzled. He was very confident about passing through this round. Just like his name, he was destined to be unrivaled and leave everyone in the dust. However, he could not understand the reaction of the crowd. No matter how shocked they were, they should not have such an expression, right? Just as Lu Dubu was about to say something, he suddenly noticed a gaze from behind him. He turned his head and saw Wu Huang's tall and imposing figure walking out of the Great Void Path Pagoda. His black robe fluttered in the wind, and his body emitted a terrifying aura. At this moment, when he noticed Lu Dubu's gaze, Wu Huang's lips curled into a mocking smile. His expression was playful. Lu Dubu frowned and a bad feeling rose in his heart. "Dubu, come here." Just then, Guanxu, who was far away, sighed and broke the silent atmosphere. Lu Dubu's body froze and he turned his head with difficulty. He looked at Guanxu and said, "Supreme Headmaster, the first place of the second round of selection, could it be?" Guanxu nodded. Lu Dubu felt his head buzzing as if he was struck by lightning. The first place was not him, this was like a bolt from the blue. It was too sudden. Lu Dubu, who was full of confidence and was waiting for everyone to praise him, almost lost control of his state of mind. How was this possible? If he wasn't the first, then who would be the first? As the most dazzling genius of the younger generation in Yunzhou, under Lu Dubu's seemingly humble appearance, there was a sense of pride. But he didn't expect that in just the second round of selection, the first place that he was determined to get would disappear just like that. Ha 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 ha. Lu Dubu, are you very surprised? Are you very anxious? A loud and arrogant laughter resounded, which was so ear-piercing. Lu Dubu turned his head to look and saw Wu Huang's long hair fluttering in the wind as he laughed at the sky. His laughter did not hide the ridicule towards him at all. Lu Dubu's expression was uncertain. So it was this guy. A strong sense of unwillingness and anger surged in his heart, causing Lu Dubu to clench his hands in his sleeves. Wu Huang, this is only the second round of selection. In the third round of selection, I will make it so that you won't even be able to laugh. Lu Dubu said word by word. His voice seemed to be squeezed out from between his teeth. Oh, I will accompany you to the end. Wu Huang grinned, revealing a mouthful of snow-white teeth. He was proud of himself. After he finished speaking, he couldn't help but laugh again. Among the opponents in this round, only Lu Dubu caught his attention. And now, the other party had already been surpassed by him. How could Wu Huang not be happy? His personality had always been like this. Arrogant and direct, never concealing anything. Heh, young man, isn't it too early to be happy? I advise you to figure out the situation first. It won't be too late to be happy then. Guanxu couldn't stand it anymore and couldn't help but speak out coldly. Wu Huang was startled. He looked at the crowd, only to discover that everyone was looking at him with a subtle look in their eyes. There wasn't the expected praise, admiration, and shock. Instead, there was a faintly discernible pity. It was also at this moment that profound Void Island's Taoist Lan couldn't help but say, "Wu Huang, the first person to pass is someone else." Without waiting for him to finish, Wu Huang's expression changed and he said resolutely, "Impossible." These three words were filled with anger and disbelief. Lu Dubu was also startled at first, then his expression became strange. So the first place wasn't Wu Huang. At this moment, Lu Dubu really wanted to ask, "Wu Huang, oh Wu Huang, why don't you laugh?" At the same time, everyone looked at Wu Huang with even more pity in their eyes. This made Wu Huang feel uncomfortable. The complacency and happiness in his heart were all replaced by bewilderment. Who exactly is first? He couldn't help but ask. Lu Dubu's heart was also filled with curiosity. It's Jin Dui. Taoist Lan let out a long sigh and his face turned blue. He hated and disliked Lin the most, but at this moment, he had to say the fact that Lin was first. This made him very depressed. Impossible. Wu Huang and Lu Dubu almost shouted at the same time, as if they had seen a ghost. Jin Dui, they had indeed paid attention to this person before, but they didn't regard him as a candidate to compete for the first place at all. Why is it impossible? Heng Xiao smiled slightly and said indifferently, "Everyone here has seen it clearly." You two young people, it's better to calm down, lest you make any more jokes. His words were simple, but it made Lu Dubu and Wu Huang's expressions a little stiff. They looked at the others present, but found that no one refuted Heng Zhao's words. This fact caused their hearts to sink. Finally, I've finished the wedding and recovered some strength today. Next, Goldfish will first make up for what she owes, and then start to prepare for the explosive update. The second round of selection. First place for Jin Dui. This reality was like a heavy blow, causing Lu Dubu and Wu Huang to be stunned, appearing incomparably silent. When Lu Dubu thought of the beginning when he thought that his appearance would attract the attention of tens of thousands of people, his face became hot and unbearably hot. At the same time, Wu Huang felt depressed. He was laughing and mocking Lu Dubu just now. He did not expect that he would become a laughingstock in the end. At this moment, the two of them wanted to hide in a hole in the ground. This was too embarrassing. Such a thing happened under the watchful eyes of the crowd. If news of this got out, where would they put their faces? It's only the second round of selection. There's no need to be discouraged. Just wait for the third round of selection and defeat Jin Dui. Taoist Lan spoke warmly to comfort him. Heng Xiao was instantly unhappy. Defeat Jin Dui? Taoist Lan, why don't you learn from your mistakes? Seeing that the two were about to argue again, there was a commotion at this moment. Lin Sun's figure walked out from the Great Void Path Pagoda. The moment he appeared, he attracted everyone's attention. Every influential figure had a complicated expression on their faces. Some were shocked, some were sighing, some were curious, and some were heartfelt admiration. This seemingly ordinary young man had created too many sensational things that attracted people's attention. In the first round of selection, he was like a dark horse that appeared out of nowhere. He became the top of the High Wind City's participant zone. He also created a record of 99 consecutive victories, which was unique, and now, he was the first person to pass the 9th level of the Great Void Path Pagoda, becoming the first person in the second round of selection. The brilliant Xia Yuhua, Wang Tu, Su Muhan, and the rest were left behind by him. Even peerless existences like Lu Dubu and Wu Huang could only serve as foils in the end. It was foreseeable that when the results of the second round of selection spread out, the entire Yunzhou would be shocked and shocked. After all, compared to Lu Dubu, the name Jin Dui was almost unknown in the past. The sensation it caused would definitely be extraordinary. Young man, your previous performance was extraordinary. It opened our eyes. However, you have to be careful. The third round of selection is a one-on-one battle. Whether or not you can make it to the top 10 is a variable. Guansu spoke with a smile, not hiding his admiration at all. In my opinion, it shouldn't be difficult for this little friend to enter the top 10. Not bad. I'm looking forward to his performance in a head-on confrontation. I believe he won't disappoint us. The other big shots also spoke up, more or less with good intentions. Lin Sun cupped his hands and said, "Thank you for your guidance." After witnessing all of this, Lu Dubu and Wu Huang felt even more upset in their hearts. This was the treatment received by the first. Unfortunately, it did not belong to them. As time passed, more and more experts walked out of the Great Void Refining Dao Pagoda. Xia Yuhua, Wang Tu, Su Muhan, Yuan He, soon after, Yu Tianqing, Helian Qi, Lan Yunke, Jin Tian Xianyue, all of them walked out one by one. When they learned that the first person to pass the second round of selection was neither Lu Dubu nor Wu Huang, these people who could be said to be the top figures among their peers were all shocked. When they learned that the first place was Lin Sun, they felt even more astonished and incredible. Especially Helian Qi, who held a grudge against Lin Sun, his eyeballs almost fell out, and his face became extremely interesting. Only Jin Tian Xianyue was the calmest, and only she knew how terrifying Lin Sun's foundation was. Until the end of 30 minutes, a total of 49 people had passed the second round of selection. Among them, most of them were the core descendants of the 7 orthodoxies, and there were obviously fewer experts from the 10 battlefields. For example, Gu Jianqing, who was selected together with Lin Sun from the battlefields of Lingfeng City, was also considered an outstanding talent in swordsmanship, but in the end, he was also eliminated. When they saw an expert like Gu Jianqing finally stopped in the second round of selection, it also caused many people to sigh and feel pity. This was the struggle for the Tao. There would always be someone stronger than you. In the end, only 10 people would be selected from the Tao discussion competition in Cloud State to represent Cloud State to participate in the Tao discussion grand meeting held by the 6 Tao courts. It could be imagined how cruel the competition was. It could also be inferred that even among the experts who had passed the second round of selection, there would still be 39 people who would be eliminated in the third round of selection. Lin Sun was not worried about all this. Since he walked out of the Great Void Tao refining pagoda, he had been comprehending and pondering the mystery of the Scarlet Flame Tao body, and was completely uninterested in what was happening around him. Clang, a deep bell sounded, spreading over the cloud platform at the top of Immortal Marshall Peak, announcing the end of the second round of selection. So far, out of more than 900 people who participated in the selection, only 49 people won, and the others were all eliminated. On the cloud platform, Lin Sun and the other 49 people lined up in order. In the distance, the eyes of Guanxu and other big shots were gathered on them. The atmosphere was solemn. The third round of selection will be carried out in a one-on-one way, Guanxu said in a deep voice. Before the selection, we will draw lots, and there will be a lucky lot. The one who draws the lot can enter the next round without fighting. As he spoke, he waved his sleeve, and a bronze box appeared. The jade lots are in it, and each one corresponds to the name of an opponent. Now, Jin Dui will draw lots. As soon as he finished speaking, Lin Sun stepped forward and began to draw lots under everyone's gaze. This bronze box was covered with a mysterious restriction, which isolated the perception of divine sense. In this way, the possibility of cheating was eliminated. Lin Sun took out a jade lot and looked at it, and a strange expression appeared on his lips. Helian Qi, what a coincidence, he handed the jade lot to Guanxu. When Guanxu announced that the first battle would be between Jin Dui and Helian Qi, many people could not help but shake their heads. Helian Qi, how could he be Jin Dui's opponent? It should be known that in the Jingming Tower last night, Helian Qi was defeated by Jin Dui in one move. Who didn't know about this? Some people could not help but look at Helian Qi with sympathy. Helian Qi's face at this moment could be described as black as the bottom of a pot. His whole body was in a daze, as if 10,000 wild horses were roaring in his heart. He was so depressed that he was about to cough up blood. Damn it, he was too unlucky. Brother Helian, I am looking forward to fighting with you. Lin Sun said with a smile. Helian Qi gritted his teeth so hard that they almost broke. He said coldly, Jin Dui, don't be complacent. Victory or defeat will only be known after the battle. However, his heart was in a mess and he had no confidence at all. Next, everyone stepped forward to draw lots one by one. When the results of the lots were announced one by one, it also caused a lot of restlessness and discussion. Unexpectedly, Jing Tian Xianyue actually drew the lucky lot. He could enter the next round of screening without having to fight, which also attracted many envious eyes. When the time comes, the heavens and the earth work together, but the hero is not free. Sometimes, luck was also a kind of strength. Up. When the results of the lots were out, Guanxu made a gesture with both hands. With a roar, an ancient battlefield appeared on the huge cloud platform. The battlefield was suspended in the air, made of gray-brown ancient stone, stained with blood, and emitted a strong murderous aura. This is the first battle of the third round of selection. In the end, 24 people will win. Together with an expert who drew the lucky lot, they will enter the next battle. Now, the first battle begins. Guanxu looked solemn and announced in a deep voice. On the ancient Colosseum. Swoosh, Lin Sun's figure flashed and landed on it. He looked at Helian Qi in the distance with a playful gaze. Helian Qi's scalp went numb. No matter how unwilling he was, he knew that he had to participate in this battle. Taking a deep breath, Helian Qi walked onto the arena with a heavy heart as if he was going to die generously under the pitiful gazes of the crowd. Helian Qi, I advise you to admit defeat. Don't waste any more time. Someone laughed out loud. Many people laughed along with him. Helian Qi's face darkened and the veins on his forehead bulged. In the past, as a descendant of the Zhenfeng ancient clan and one of the top 10 figures in Yunzhou, Helian Qi would be treated like a star around the moon wherever he went. But now, he was almost reduced to a target of ridicule. This difference almost drove Helian Qi crazy. It was all because of this damn Jin Dui. Xianxia looked at Lin Sun with resentment and gritted his teeth. Even if I lose, I won't let you have it easy. Boom, the aura around him rumbled and divine radiance flowed. A deep ancient well appeared and black demonic chi surged out. In an instant, Xianxia's aura rose to its peak. He was like a fiend god that suppressed the ancient purgatory with a terrifying aura. Many people's expressions changed slightly. There was a clear difference between fighting in the Great Void Path Pagoda and fighting in real combat. Xianxia's ranking in the second round of selection could only be considered average. However, the power that he displayed at this moment made some of the experts who were ranked higher than him feel apprehensive. Before the crowd could react, a crescent-shaped blood-colored halberd appeared in Xianxia's hand. The tip of the halberd was inlaid with a demonic green eye that emitted a strange grayish-green light. Xinfeng Demon Halberd. There were exclamations that caused a commotion in the arena. Some big shots could not help but narrow their eyes and reveal a strange expression. Xinfeng Demon Halberd, a supreme treasure of the Xinfeng ancient clan. It was a true Emperor Dao demonic weapon. It was rumored that the green eye on this treasure came from a demonic Dao emperor. It had the terrifying power to steal souls and annihilate all living things. Treasures of this level were extremely rare even in the 7 great orthodoxies, and their numbers were limited. So, no one had expected that Xianxia would actually bring an emperor artifact to the Cloud Prefecture's Dao discussion. At the same time, Lin Sun narrowed his eyes slightly and was shocked in his heart. The breath of this emperor weapon was extremely strange and terrible, which made him feel frightened. Die. Xianxia made a move. A blood-red halberd flashed through the sky, and it gave rise to an expanse of blood-red divine rays of light that dyed space a dense and bloody color. Woo-woo-woo, a series of ghostly wails and wolf howls resounded throughout heaven and earth. The green eyeball on the tip of the blood-red short halberd suddenly turned. Whoosh, a streak of green divine light swept out, and with a light sweep, the nearby void soundlessly split into pieces, collapsing and sinking. Lin Sun's figure flashed and avoided the attack. But the void where he stood just now suddenly disappeared and was filled with thick blood, emitting a destructive aura. Many people sucked in a breath of cold air. The power of this demonic halberd was simply too bizarre. Die. Xianxia's long hair fluttered as he attacked once more like a fiend god. The blood-red short halberd danced about, and it shot out numerous strands of green divine light that crisscrossed on the battlefield, causing space to be torn apart and collapse like a piece of paper. Hiss, as Lin Sun dodged, he swung his fist and struck a strand of green divine light that assaulted his face. The two of them collided, and his fist energy that could be said to be supreme and heavy actually seemed as if it was corroded, and it was easily penetrated and dispersed. On the other hand, the green divine light didn't lose momentum in the slightest as it tore through the sky towards Lin Sun. This caused Lin Sun's brows to raise, and his figure flashed once more to avoid this attack. Jin Dui, aren't you very strong? Why do you keep dodging? Xianxia shouted loudly with a disdainful expression, and his aura raged. In his hand, a blood-red short halberd flowed with the color of blood and shot out a green divine light, and it caused his might to seem even more terrifying. Many people revealed serious expressions. The demonic halberd was too formidable and terrifying, and it greatly made up for Xianxia's lack of combat strength. It was even to the extent that it posed a threat to Jin Dui. Moreover, although the battlefield was large, it had its limits after all. Under Xianxia's all-out attack, the space left for Jin Dui to dodge was constantly shrinking. Once it reached a point where there was no way to hide or evade, then it would be dangerous. I didn't expect Xianxia to actually bring such a powerful treasure. Isn't he worried about being targeted by emperors and snatching his treasure? Someone's eyes flickered. The demonic halberd was a treasure that could even tempt emperors. Who dares to snatch it under the watchful eyes of so many people? What's more, since Xianxia dares to bring this treasure here, he must have something to rely on. I'm curious. If Jin Dui loses like this, I'm afraid he'll be depressed to death, right? The sound of discussion rang out incessantly. Originally, no one was optimistic about Xianxia, thinking that he couldn't possibly be Lin Sun's opponent. But after witnessing the terrifying power of the demonic halberd, everyone couldn't help but sweat for Lin Sun. Although treasures were external objects, they were also a kind of strength, Sometimes, a powerful treasure was enough to reverse life and death and change the situation of a battle, just like at this moment. Xianxia relied on the power of the demonic halberd to forcibly change his disadvantage and steadily gain the upper hand. There was a lot of discussion outside the battlefield, but Lin Sun looked indifferent on the battlefield. If he wanted to win, whether it was the 3,000 floating and sinking, the Tower of Great Wei, or even the infinite bottle of Great Wei, he could easily suppress the demonic halberd, but Lin Sun didn't intend to expose these means. Li Xianwei had specifically warned him that although the Rui Taoist robe could conceal his identity during the Tao discussion, it couldn't conceal the aura of the Tower of Great Wei and other treasures. Therefore, he absolutely couldn't use it. But even so, Lin Sun wasn't worried about anything. In addition to these treasures, he still had the broken blade, which had already condensed 100 natal treasure patterns and completely transformed. What's more, the true power of the Emperor treasure could only be exerted by emperors. For example, if the demonic halberd was used by emperors, Lin Sun would definitely be obliterated in the first place, not to mention dodging. Unfortunately, Xianxia wasn't an emperor. He was just a peak-level Saint King. When he used the demonic halberd, the power he could exert was extremely limited. Moreover, the Emperor treasure couldn't be used casually. It consumed an extremely serious amount of power. As time went on, Xianxia was destined to be unable to hold on. This was where Lin Sun's confidence came from. Of course, if he used his full strength, Lin Sun also had the confidence to suppress Xianxia, but he didn't think it was necessary. A mere Xianxia wasn't worthy of him using his true strength. Time passed. On the battlefield, Lin Sun kept dodging and didn't counterattack. On the other hand, Xianxia had a mighty and domineering attitude of killing in all directions. He was arrogant, causing countless exclamations of admiration. But those bigwigs gradually understood that Lin Sun, who seemed to be at a disadvantage, actually had a chance to counterattack from the beginning to the end. On the contrary, Xianxia, who staked everything on a single throw, seemed to have an imposing manner, but in fact, after attacking for a long time, he didn't gain any advantage at all. As time went on, his physical strength was destined to be severely exhausted, and he would be completely exhausted, as expected. Not long after, everyone present could see that Xianxia's power had weakened considerably. A layer of sweat had already appeared between his brows, and his cheeks were slightly pale. The power of the demon-suppressing halberd wasn't as strong as before. It was also at this moment, Lin Sun, who had been dodging, suddenly stopped, and then his body flashed as he suddenly charged forward. Like a flash of light, accompanied by a muffled collision sound, Xianxia's entire person was suddenly suppressed to the ground. Bang! The battlefield shook, and Xianxia let out a painful grunt, lying flat on the ground, blood spurting from his mouth and nose. Meanwhile, the demon-suppressing halberd suddenly flew out, smashing to the ground with a clang. In that instant, Lin Sun had seized the opportunity to suppress Xianxia with his fist, deciding victory with a single move. It was clean and decisive. The whole place was silent, absolutely silent. Many people felt a chill in their hearts. Xianxia's combat strength was already extraordinary, and he had even taken out an emperor treasure. How powerful was he? But in the end, he was still suppressed. If a treasure doesn't have the ability to match it, it is destined to be unable to display too much of its advantage. Some big shots sighed. In the field, many people looked at Lin Sun with more and more subtle eyes. He didn't make a move, but once he did, it was a thunderous blow, suppressing his opponent cleanly. This Jin Dui was indeed shockingly strong. Jin Dui, just you wait. After a while, Xianxia accepted the fact of his defeat with a gloomy look. He stared at Lin Sun with resentment, gritting his teeth and transmitting his voice. Then, he got up and left. Your treasure is good. You have to keep it safe. The next time we meet, I may borrow it to play with. Lin Sun smiled and transmitted his voice to him. Xianxia's body stiffened as he left, and his heart was filled with shame and anger. This guy actually had his eyes on his treasure. This was too much. Guanqiu, the headmaster of the Great Void Dao sect, stood up and announced the result of the first battle. Jin Dui wins, Xianxia is eliminated. Next battle, Wu Huang vs Lin Yingyue. Lin Sun left the battlefield, found a place to sit cross-legged, and quietly adjusted his breath. On the battlefield, Wu Huang and Rong Yingyue had already begun their battle. It only took a moment to determine the winner. Without any accident, Wu Huang defeated Rong Yingyue in an absolutely crushing manner. In the third battle, Lu Dubu vs Lu Xiaokue. Lu Dubu won. In the fourth battle, as time went by, one battle after another was staged. It was brilliant, causing countless exclamations and uproars. In the process, Lin Sun had been watching the battles, analyzing and observing the fighting methods and styles of each strong practitioner. When peerless figures such as Wu Huang, Lu Dubu, Xie Yuhua, Wang Tu, and Su Muhan appeared, they attracted Lin Sun's attention. Until 2 hours later. A total of 48 people divided into 24 battles ended one by one. In the end, 24 people, including Lin Sun, won. Because Jing Tian Xianxia drew the lucky lot, he also successfully entered the next round of selection. The other 24 people were eliminated. Among the eliminated experts, there were Chu Qiu, Dao Ling Tian and other familiar faces of Lin Sun. There were also several dazzling figures on the top 10 list, such as Helian Qi. When watching these strong people leave the field one by one, there were many sighs on the cloud platform, feeling sorry for them. Even Lin Sun sighed in his heart when he saw Chu Qiu and Gao Ling Tian being eliminated. The talent and foundation of these two people were both amazing. Unfortunately, the opponents they encountered were too strong. Chu Qiu was defeated by Xie Yuhua. Gao Ling Tian was defeated by Wang Tuesday. If that wasn't the case, the two of them wouldn't have stopped here. Next, continue to draw lots. There will still be a lucky lot this time, and finally 12 people will be eliminated. Guanxu stood out and announced in a deep voice. Then, Lin Sun and others came forward to draw lots one by one. To everyone's surprise, this time the lucky lot was chosen by Jing Tian Xianxia again. His heaven-defying luck had also attracted countless gazes of admiration and envy. In this regard, Jing Tian Xianxia also felt helpless. She had long been ready to fight, but she never thought that in the third round of selection, she would not be given a chance to show her strength. Lin Sun was still the first to fight, and his opponent was Lan Yunke, one of the top 10 list, who controlled the mysterious Tao realm magical flower Aquarius. Brother Jean, I admire your outstanding battle prowess. However, I will not give up in this battle. On the battlefield, Lan Yunke said loudly. He was tall and handsome in a dark cyan battle suit, holding a silver spear in his hand, and his whole body was filled with wisps of divine light of law. Please. Lin Sun nodded. Lan Yunke moved without hesitation, and a silver spear was thrust out. It was simple, but it was full of an invincible sharpness. Buzz, when the spear swept out, it seemed to turn into the mouth of a bottle, which was enshrouded in divine splendor, surging with all kinds of wonderful power, and it was colorful. Like a colorful whirlpool, it seemed to choose people to devour. Some big shots were amazed. They could see that Lan Yunke's strike was condensed in the spear, the mystery of magical flower Aquarius, which was extremely magical. It seemed to be a simple strike, but in fact, it had already exerted the power of his Tao realm to the extreme. Boom, as the spear swept out, the void in its path was pulverized like a piece of paper and exploded with a loud bang, transforming into an unparalleled turbulence that spread out. Lin Sun was still barehanded. His whole body was emitting vast and vigorous khaki Taoist light. He punched with his fist, which was simple and natural. The force of the fist collided with the spear, and it gave rise to a thunderous rumble that caused divine radiance to overflow in all directions. Lan Yunke's expression suddenly became solemn. He took a deep breath and swung his spear, and the tip of his spear was sharp like lightning. In an instant, the numerous spear shadows seemed to have transformed into a myriad of multicolored vortexes that completely tore apart the nearby space, and it was a world-shaking sight. There were even numerous faint images of Buddhas residing within the vortex, and they were chanting with the tune of Buddha and emanating boundless might. This was the secret of the realm of magical flower Aquarius. It was filled with the power of Buddhism and Zen, and it possessed great wisdom, brightness, and dignity. Instead of being surprised, Lin Sun was overjoyed. His eyes lit up, and he took on the attack head-on. Presently, even though his comprehension of Tao realms had attained the advanced stage, it hadn't truly attained perfection. If he was able to observe and experience even more first-rate Tao realms, then it would be extremely beneficial to him to temper his own Tao realm a step further. For example, Lan Yunca's magical flower Aquarius was undoubtedly a first-rate Dao realm. Bang, on the battlefield, their figures flickered and collided with each other. In an instant, they'd exchanged a few hundred blows, and they fought to the point the heavens and the earth dimmed down. The space in the surroundings was in disorder while the tune of the Dao rumbled, and all sorts of miraculous phenomena appeared, causing all the great figures to be dazzled and exclaim endlessly with praise. On the other hand, experts like Lu Dubu and Xia Yuhua had concentrated expressions as they watched the battle seriously, and they analyzed Lin Sun and Lan Yunca's combat strengths to compare themselves with. Flower-picking smile. Lan Yunca's expression changed abruptly when he was unable to defeat Lin Sun after attacking for a long time. He revealed a solemn expression while his forehead glowed, and a wisp of a grin suffused the corners of his mouth. In his palm, a silver spear buzzed and transformed into a magnificent, resplendent, vast, and dreamlike world. In this world, heavenly flowers fell, true dragons coiled, Sanskrit sounds resounded, and the tide of chanting reflected the wonderful atmosphere of great light and great bliss. This was the true appearance of the magical flower Aquarius. It was also the strongest attack that belonged to Lan Yunca. At the same time, Lin Sun made a grabbing motion with his palm, and the all-living being seal condensed. It was pale yellow in color, and its momentum was like a divine mountain that contained the power of all living beings and the might of the world. At this moment, an earth-shattering shock suddenly occurred on the battlefield. Terrifying and boundless collision spread, and a destructive aura raged and roared. Many experts shuddered with fear, and even those great figures couldn't help but widen their eyes and reveal a look of surprise. When the smoke and dust dissipated, the figures of Lin Sun and Lan Yunca stood facing each other from a distance on the battlefield, and both of them were unscathed. "I've tried my best," and Brother Jean obviously held back. "There's no need to continue fighting." "I've lost," Lan Yunca revealed a bitter smile, sighed, and admitted defeat. His words shocked the whole audience. Lan Yunca actually took the initiative to admit defeat, which was completely beyond everyone's expectations. "Thank you for letting me win." Lin Sun cupped his hands and said calmly. As Lan Yunca said, if he wanted to win, this battle would not have lasted until now. However, Lin Sun was a little surprised that Lan Yunca was able to retreat and admit defeat. "Brother Jean, with your background, it's not difficult for you to participate in the Six Realms Grand Meeting. I'm looking forward to your performance in that Grand Meeting." Lan Yunca took a deep breath, said with a smile, and then turned to leave. He was convinced of his defeat. Because only when he fought with Jin Duyi did he realize how powerful his opponent was. He was simply like an unshakable mountain, watching Lan Yunca leave, and then looking at Lin Sun on the battlefield. Whether it was those great figures or Xia Yuhua and others, their expressions became more and more subtle. Too strong, this sort of strength didn't show off, nor did it reveal itself. It was like a divine mountain that stood silently throughout the ages, and it was difficult to shake. Perhaps only figures like Lu Dubu and Wu Huang can compete with Jin Duyi? The same thought emerged in the hearts of many people. The second battle, Wu Huang against Yuan He. Wu Huang won. The third battle, Lu Dubu against Niayu. Lu Dubu won. The fourth battle, this round of battles undoubtedly seemed to be even more intense and thrilling. Practically every expert that participated in the battle could be said to be peerless existences, and they fought with each other like the sun and moon competing for brilliance. Matchless battles were played out one after another, and it caused wave after wave of uproar in the surroundings. Lin Sun seemed to be much calmer towards this. He read the book of herbs as he watched the battles with a leisurely bearing, as if he was an outsider. 4 hours later, the 12 battles ended. In the end, 12 people including Lin Sun, Lu Dubu, Wang Tu, Xia Yuhua, Su Muhan, and Yu Tianqing won. The other 12 people were eliminated. At this point, including Jin Tian Xianyue who drew the lucky lot, only 13 people had persisted in the third round of selection until now. The final top 10 would also be born. It's late now. You should go back and have a good rest. The final competition will be held tomorrow morning. Guansu stood out and said in a deep voice. His words made many people secretly heave a sigh of relief. Today, the second round of selection was carried out, and then the third round of selection began again and again. At this point in the battle, even people as strong as Lu Dubu, Wu Huang, and the others already felt a burst of fatigue, and their physical strength was quite consumed. If they continued to fight, their state would definitely not be as strong as when they were at their peak. Next, Lin Sun and the other 13 experts were arranged to stay on the immortal martial peak, and each occupied a blessed place with dense spiritual energy to rest and recuperate. When night fell, the news about what happened on the immortal martial peak spread out at the first time, and it spread to the Great Void City, causing a great sensation. The first place in the second round of selection is not Lu Dubu. This Jingdui is really an unbelievably strong dark horse. The list of the top 13 in the third round of selection has been released. Who would have thought that such dazzling figures as Lan Yunke and Yuan He would be eliminated? It's certain that the top 3 in this Yunzhou Tao discussion will definitely belong to Lu Dubu, Wu Huang, and Jing Dui. I just don't know who will get the first place in the end. All kinds of discussions were fermenting in this night, and the discussion about Jing Dui undoubtedly became the hottest topic. An unknown young man had appeared out of nowhere in the High Wind City and obtained the first place in the first and second round of the Dao discussion. Until now, as one of the top 13, he had successfully persisted into the third round of selection. Who could not pay attention to such an amazing achievement? Tomorrow morning, the top 10 competition will be held. At that time, we can see what Jing Dui's ranking will be. Many people were looking forward to it. It was also on this night that the sect master of the Xuanji Dao sect, Xianxia, personally paid a visit to the abode where Lin Sun resided. Young friend, founding ancestor Boyazi has sent news that you can head to the imperial clan, the Jiang clan, after the Dao discussion of Yunzhou ends. As soon as he arrived, Xianxia spoke of the purpose of his visit via voice transmission. Lin Sun was shocked in his heart, and he said, "I'll trouble fellow Daoist to send the news that I'll immediately return to the Xuanji Dao sect after the Dao discussion ends." Xianxia said with a smile, "There's no need to be anxious about this matter. Are you confident in the top 10 competition tomorrow?" Lin Sun thought for a moment and said with a smile, "It shouldn't be a problem." Xianxia said seriously, "You have to be careful of Wu Huang. That old bastard, Daoist Lan, has been targeting you at all times. I suspect that if you encounter Wu Huang tomorrow, it's very likely that he'll be ruthless." Early in the morning. On the cloud platform at the summit of the immortal martial peak, Lin Sun, Lu Dubu, Wu Huang, and other 13 strong practitioners were already waiting on it. Around the cloud platform stood some important figures from the 7 great orthodoxies and other factions within the Cloud Prefecture. Today, the battle for the top 10 would begin. As the deep sound of the bell resounded through the clouds, the atmosphere instantly became solemn and silent. The first step in the battle for the top 10 is to determine the top 6. We will still use the method of drawing lots to choose our opponents. There will be one lucky lot. When the chief of the Great Void Dao sect, Guansu, made the announcement, everyone was stunned. This was the battle for the top 10, and there was actually a lucky lot. Many people looked at the fairy-like Jing Tian Xianyue in her snow-white robe. She was the prodigy of the immemorial imperial clan, the Jing Tian clan. She was lucky enough to draw 2 lucky lots in the previous day's selection. She became one of the 13 people competing for the top 10 positions. This was naturally enviable. However, if there was still a lucky draw in the battle for the top 10, that would make people feel very uncomfortable. A person who drew the lucky lot had become one of the top 10 in the Cloud Prefecture Dao discussion. Was this fair to the other experts? As if he'd seen through everyone's thoughts, Guansu said indifferently, "In the struggle for the Grand Dao, both strength and luck are indispensable. Just like these old fellows here, practically all of them are quasi-emperor realm existences, and every single one of them can be said to be formidable. Yet after so many years, not a single one of them has been able to attain the Dao and become an emperor. Why is that?" His voice was like thunder, resounding through the entire area. Without waiting for an answer, Guansu said, "It's simple. You lack luck. If you don't have great luck, you can only stay before the emperor realm for the rest of your life. On the other hand, if you can grab hold of great luck, which one of these old fellows here doesn't have the possibility of becoming an emperor? This is the meaning of the lucky lot. It is also to warn you that when the time comes, the heavens and the earth will be on your side, but when the time comes, the hero will not be free. Luck is far more important than you think." As soon as he finished speaking, the surroundings became deathly silent. All of them had solemn expressions while their hearts surged. Luck, in the opinion of cultivators, such a seemingly ethereal force was extremely important indeed, and it was even to the extent that it would affect one's entire path towards the Tao and destiny. Next, we will draw lots to choose our opponents. Those who draw the lucky lot will advance directly. The other 12 will be divided into 6 groups to decide the top 6. After that, the 6 people who have lost will fight to decide the 3 people who will be in the top 10. Similarly, the top 3 candidates will be divided into 3 groups by the 6 people who won, and they will fight each other until the first, second, and third place are determined. Guanxu announced the selection rules one by one, which made Lin and others understand. Lin Sun and the others finally understood. Lin Sun was still the first to stand out, followed by Lu Dubu, Wu Huang and others, who drew lots one after another. Duof Lin was the Lu. Lu Dubu's opponent was Yu Tianqing. Wang Wu star. 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 Hua Tianwu star. What caused everyone to be in an uproar and even shocked was that the lucky lot was drawn by Jing Tian Xianxia once again, Xianxianin, and Yi, Chen, the Dao, Yun, Xian, In, Clan, Hua, and Dao, Yu, of Jing. Xianin felt a little embarrassed. She didn't expect to draw the lucky lot 3 times in a row. It was like a dream. She didn't know when her luck had become so good. It's not fair. She must have mastered some secret method to detect the jade lot in the box. Yu Tianqing shouted loudly. He was dressed in a blue robe and a pair of dragon-patterned boots. He was thin and had an extraordinary bearing, but he seemed to be very indignant at the moment. No matter what secret method you use, I will detect it immediately. Young man, are you suspecting that I, Guanxu, cheated? Guanxu said in a low voice. Yu Tianqing's face changed slightly and he said, I dare not. It's just that it's too strange. Even if one's luck is extremely strong, it's impossible to draw the lucky lot 3 times in a row. Obviously, he still suspected that Xianin had cheated. Moreover, the reactions of the others present showed more or less suspicion. Since you doubt it, show me the evidence. Xianin looked cold. She was also very unhappy. What did this guy think she was? A person who cheated to get into the top 10? I don't have the evidence. But if you dare to fight with me, as long as you can hold on for 15 minutes, I will believe in your ability and luck, and admit that you are in the top 10. Yu Tianqing took a deep breath and said resolutely. Otherwise, even if we can't change the final result, I believe that many of our fellow Taoists here will definitely be unconvinced. Everyone couldn't help but look at him. Some people agreed with Yu Tianqing. Lin Sun sneered in his heart. Unconvinced? It was nothing more than jealousy and jealousy of Xuanin's luck. Unexpectedly, Jing Tianxian Yu agreed without hesitation, all right, I promise you. She looked indifferent, but there was a touch of coldness in her bright eyes. She was worried about not having a chance to show her strength. Yu Tianqing's provocation was exactly what she wanted. Guanxu glanced at Yu Tianqing and said, since that's the case, I agree to let the 2 of you fight first. Young man, let me remind you that this lady is a descendant of the primordial White Emperor. She was ranked 49th on the All Heavens King Saint ranking a few years ago. If you lose and still feel indignant, it won't be right. There was a trace of dissatisfaction in his voice. He was obviously very unhappy with Yu Tianqing's unexpected interference. His words caused many people's hearts to shiver. The 49th on the King Sage board, this was the first time some people had heard of this news. This ranking was very shocking. It was eye-catching in the entire primordial world. Senior, don't worry. I want to spar with Miss Xianin and see the strength of the 49th on the King Sage board. I won't have any complaints even if I lose. Yu Tianqing said indifferently. Guanxu did not say anything else and waved his sleeve. Boom, the ancient battlefield once again reflected time and floated in the void. Jing Tianxianin was dressed in a white robe. Her black hair cascaded down like a waterfall as she floated onto the battlefield. Her graceful figure carried an ancient sword on her back. She was as graceful as a fairy and as picturesque as a poem. After the second round of selection, this was the first time everyone had a chance to see Jing Tianxianin's combat strength. For a moment, she became the focus of everyone's attention. Miss Xianxia, I personally have no prejudice against you. This battle is just to verify your ability and see if you are qualified to be ranked in the top 10. I hope you won't blame me. Yu Tianqing appeared on the battlefield in a flash and said in a low voice. Cut the crap. Let's begin. Jing Tianxuaning's voice was cold. When facing Lin Sun, she was graceful and submissive like an obedient daughter from a humble family. But at this moment, she was like a female sword fairy, outstanding and elegant. Then I won't stand on ceremony. Yu Tianqing snorted coldly and suddenly attacked. Swoosh, his figure transformed, and wisps of misty starlight appeared around him. A long and shiny saber appeared in his hand, and the saber light shot into the sky. Chant of the stars. As he slashed out with his saber, it seemed as if the starry sky had descended. Thousands of stars swayed and circulated, emitting bursts of excited howls. Endless starlight transformed into peerless, sharp light, and it gathered in the saber and spread out. Some big shots nodded secretly. Yu Tianqing seemed indignant and provoked Jing Tianxuaning, but in fact, he wasn't careless during the battle. Just like at this moment, as soon as he attacked, he used the Tao domain, World of Stars, and the momentum was extremely shocking. Clang, at the same time, Jing Tianxuaning attacked as well. Her sword hummed like a tide, and it rumbled in the heavens and the earth. The surging sword light suddenly transformed into a white emperor city. It floated between the heavens and the earth, and it was towering like an immortal divine city. For a time, the saber light and sword shadow clashed with each other on the battlefield. The blazing Taoist light and divine light swept out like a volcanic eruption, and it revealed a shocking and terrifying scene. The attention of everyone in the surroundings was instantly drawn over as well. Lin Sun stared at it for a moment before he withdrew his gaze, and he made a judgment in his heart. Even though Yu Tianqing was peerlessly formidable, he was definitely no match for Jing Tianxuaning. As someone who had witnessed the White Emperor city of the Sword Domain, Lin Sun knew better than anyone how extraordinary Jing Tianxuaning's reserves and combat strength were. Moreover, unlike when he was on the rocking vessel, Jing Tianxuaning's cultivation had broken through to the perfection stage of the absolute Saint King realm a long time ago, and his combat strength couldn't be compared to the past. Sure enough, in merely a short moment, Yu Tianqing showed signs of being suppressed, and he seemed to be in a disadvantageous position. Not long after, he didn't have the strength to fight back anymore, and he could only resist passively, causing him to seem to be in a sorry state. These changes caused countless exclamations of surprise in the surroundings. Only now did everyone realize that Jing Tianxuaning, who had drawn the lucky lot 3 times in a row, didn't just possess heaven-defying luck, even his combat strength was shockingly formidable. For example, it was extremely likely that Yu Tianqing would be ranked in the top 10 if nothing unexpected happened. But at this time, in the battle with Jing Tianxuaning, he was completely suppressed. How could people not be surprised? Some big shots couldn't help sighing with emotion. As a descendant of the White Emperor of the ancient era, Jing Tianxuaning was very likely to become a female sword emperor who could shake the starry sky. Clang! Before long, a deafening collision sound rang out. Yu Tianqing's bright saber flew out of his hand, buzzing and wailing, while he fell heavily like a kite with a broken string. Bang! When his figure fell to the ground, he couldn't help coughing up blood. His handsome face was pale, full of surprise and horror. Was this the power of the 49th place on the All Heavens King Saint list? There was a dead silence in the surroundings. All the people present, including the big shots, Lu Dubu, Xie Yuhua, and others, were shocked by the amazing combat strength shown by Jing Tianxuaning. If they hadn't seen it with their own eyes, they wouldn't have believed that such a beautiful and fairy-like woman could have such a terrifying combat strength. Only Lin Sun smiled, looking very calm. This was normal, and this was the demeanor of Jing Tianxuaning. Clang! Jing Tianxuanyin put her ancient sword away, and her bearing was extraordinary and graceful. She swept the surroundings with her gaze and said, "Is there anyone else who's unconvinced? Feel free to seize this opportunity to fight me." Her cold voice carried a wisp of unique pride. Before the others could speak, Guanxu spoke first. "This matter ends here. If all of you want to spar one-on-one, then feel free to wait until the Dao discussion ends. Now, let the competition for the top 10 begin." The corners of Jing Tianxuanyu's mouth puckered slightly when she heard this, but she still turned around and left the battlefield. At this point, the others were speechless. Even Yu Tianqing had been defeated, and this was sufficient to prove that besides her heaven-defying luck, Jing Tian Xuanyue's own combat strength was sufficient to be ranked in the top 10. Only Yu Tianqing's expression was rather gloomy. Suffering such a crushing defeat before the competition for the top 10 had begun was quite a blow to his confidence. Swoosh, Su Muhan was the first to ascend the battlefield. He wore a bright yellow robe, and he had a handsome appearance and a dazzling elegance. Even though he was a figure ranked at the top of the 10 battle zones, Su Muhan's strength was so formidable that even some of the core disciples of the 7 great sects felt ashamed of their inferiority. In fact, among the 13 experts, only he, Lin Sun, and Yu Tianqing had walked out of the 10 battlefields. The other 10 were practically all from the 7 great sects, and even Jing Tian Xuanyue had borrowed the identity of a member of the Xuanji Dao sect to participate. This obviously showed how formidable Su Muhan was. "Brother Jin, please." On the battlefield, Su Muhan spoke from afar. Swoosh, Lin Sun's figure flashed into the battlefield, and he said, "Please." In an instant, the gazes of everyone present converged onto the two of them. Su Muhan was a peerless genius that refused to be roped in by the 7 great sects when he was young, and a peerless figure from the Su clan. On the other hand, Jing Duyi was a dark horse that repeatedly surprised everyone, and he'd never suffered a single defeat since the Dao discussion began. The battle between these two peak figures was bound to be extraordinary. "Brother Jin, no matter the outcome of this battle, I only seek to fight to my heart's content." Su Muhan suddenly smiled as he strode forward. Bang! With just one step, an incomparably dazzling light rushed out from Su Muhan's body and turned into a brilliant sun that hung in the sky, illuminating the mountains and rivers. His entire body glowed brilliantly while the glow of the Dao that flowed from him seemed material, and his entire body emanated a grand imposing aura that was like the sun in the midday sky. So powerful. Su Muhan was obviously holding back. Someone whispered. During the selection earlier, even though Su Muhan's display was extremely shocking, no matter if it was her might or the aura she emanated, it wasn't as formidable as it was now. Among the 13 people here, which one of them didn't hold back? "It's just that I didn't expect Su Muhan to use his true strength at the start of the battle. It's clear how much he values Jing Duyi." Someone's eyes flickered. Lu Dubu, Wu Huang, Xia Yuhua, and the others all revealed serious expressions. They held their breaths and concentrated on the battlefield. The competition for the top 10 was related to whether they would be able to participate in the Dao discussion held by the 6 great Dao courts, so no matter who it was, no one dared be careless in the slightest. Boom! As Su Muhan strode forward, the sun hanging high in the sky became increasingly dazzling, as though it was burning and emitting terrifying energy waves. The solitary sun, this was the power of the Tao realm condensed by Su Muhan. It was unyielding, domineering, and incomparably violent. Ordinary experts of the same generation would be shocked in an instant, let alone make a move. They would feel fear and despair. "It's a pity that I didn't take him in as my disciple back then." At this moment, countless old monsters in the 7 great orthodoxies sighed in their hearts. Su Muhan was a peerless genius who had shown extraordinary talent when he was young. Now, he was undoubtedly starting to shine. Boom! When he took the 9th step, the power around Su Muhan had climbed to the extreme. His whole body was dazzling, and his whole person was like a sun. During this process, Lin Sun stood still in the same place, but in fact, he was a little surprised. Without a doubt, Su Muhan was definitely one of the strongest opponents he had faced since he entered Cloud State. His aura, might, and the willpower that he revealed could be said to be outstanding and at the peak of his generation. Lin Sun said, "You want to fight to your heart's content?" "Sure, but I'm not sure if you can let me fight to my heart's content." Su Muhan laughed and said, "I'll do my best." As he spoke, he, who had been accumulating power for a long time, suddenly attacked. Boom! The world was dim, and Zhou Su was in chaos. Su Muhan pressed his palm, and a sun appeared in his palm, descending to the world, intending to burn everything. Lin Sun raised his fist and met it head-on with ease. When the two collided, an earth-shattering explosion sounded in the whole battlefield. The raging fist force and palm wind spread, causing many people to exclaim. It was because this first collision revealed such a magnificent scene that it could be said to be world-shocking and terrifying beyond imagination. Xia Yuhua, Wang Tu, And the others also looked solemn, wondering how they would deal with it if they were Jin Dui or Su Muhan. Again. Su Muhan's long hair fluttered in the wind as he waved his palm forward. The palm force was like a sun, domineering and masculine, burning the sky and earth, with unimaginable destructive power. With every palm strike, it felt as if a huge sun was falling down from the sky. This guy hides his strength well. Xiaoyu's dreamy eyes were filled with surprise. I want to fight him. Wang Tu, who was carrying a huge sword on his back like a child, was eager to give it a try. To be able to condense his Tao domain to such a perfect state, Su Muhan is indeed not an ordinary person. Lu Dubu was deep in thought. At this moment, the fighting power Su Muhan displayed attracted the attention of the audience. And under such unparalleled, domineering, and violent attacks, Lin Sun remained calm, neither sad nor happy. He punched out, displaying the innate power of the yellow earth Tao physique. Be it the power or the elegance he displayed, compared to Su Muhan, he was obviously too dull. But surprisingly, it just so happened that this carefree style of battle was able to deal with Su Muhan's attacks one after another. This Jin Dui isn't simple either. Many big shots revealed a strange look. Again. In the battlefield, Su Muhan let out a long roar, his bright yellow robe fluttering loudly. His power rose greatly in an instant. The audience was moved. Some of the big shots even stood up, unable to sit still. Su Muhan was at the peak great perfection Saint King realm, but the power he displayed was so powerful that it made the older generation quasi-emperors feel alarmed. This foundation is quite impressive. Wu Huang's grayish-brown eyes finally revealed a hint of surprise, no longer as calm as before. Originally, only Lu Dubu was worthy of his attention in his eyes. Later on, Jin Dui appeared. And now, Su Muhan's unexpected performance made Wu Huang restrain his pride and began to take him seriously. Boom! In the battlefield, Su Muhan was like a huge sun moving horizontally, radiating boundless light and extremely domineering. Every move he made had the power to burn mountains and boil seas. But under such attacks, Lin Sun still did not reveal any emotions. His figure was outstanding as he attacked with his fists, simple and natural, but every strike could shake his opponent's attack and disintegrate his opponent's attacks. In just a moment, the two had exchanged more than 1,000 blows. Su Muhan grew stronger as he fought, his aura becoming more and more intense and oppressive. The power he displayed made Xiaoyu, Wang Tu, and company reveal solemn expressions. Lin Sun was terrifyingly steady, be it in the first round of selection, the second round of selection, or even his current battle with Su Muhan. The feeling he gave others was that of a silent divine mountain. Although he did not have any astounding radiance, he was unshakable. This similarly made everyone present tremble and astonished. Even Guanxu, Heng Xiao, and the other sect masters could not remain calm. Good. To be able to meet an opponent like Brother Jin, the path of seeking the Tao will not be so lonely. Su Muhan's eyes lit up as his fighting spirit soared. He began to use his trump card, circulating the power of his Tao domain to its limits, as though he was a god that controlled the sun. In an instant, it seemed as if a myriad of suns had appeared within the battlefield, and every single one of them was dazzling and resplendent. But in an instant, the thousands of suns fused into Su Muhan's figure. Boom! The incarnation was like the sun, illuminating the world. At that moment, Lin Sun was finally moved. His deep, black eyes suffused a strange look. The power of this strike was so great that he finally felt an inundating pressure. It also ignited the fighting spirit in his heart. He no longer hesitated as he used his true strength. Weng, the seal of all living, condensed and fused into Lin Sun's Tao domain, displaying the charm of like an abyss, but not an abyss, like a furnace, but not a furnace. In the area with Lin Sun as the center, the void collapsed and sank. Dust, light, and shadow seemed to be devoured. Only the seal of all living shone on the world. At this instant, all the experts that noticed this scene felt a strand of horrified coldness arise in their hearts, and even their souls and hearts felt like they were trembling. It was as though the moment this seal appeared, it could devour everything, annihilating everything in the world. What kind of power was this? The expressions of those important figures changed. However, before they could react, Su Muhan and Lin Sun, who were going all out, had already clashed. Boom! At that moment, the ancient battlefield shook violently. The power of the restrictions that covered it revolved and appeared. In the battlefield, Tao light was boundless and Tao sounds rumbled. Endless dazzling light was like a vast ocean, completely drowning that place. Not to mention Lu Dubu and the others, even those important figures were unable to pry into the scene in the battlefield. But the more it was like this, the more shocked they were. They could not imagine that this was a power that a peerless Saint King could control. Only after a while did the smoke and dust in the battlefield gradually dissipate and calm was restored. Then, Su Muhan's hair was disheveled and his clothes were ragged. There was blood flowing from the corner of his mouth, and his face was so pale that it was almost translucent. He stood there, as though he had encountered something incomprehensible, and he remained silent. After a short silence, the cloud platform was in an uproar. Su Muhan was defeated, such a genius, who had shown extraordinary talent at a young age and was fought over by the 7 orthodoxies, had shown an earth-shattering style in the previous battle. He was like the sun, shining on the world, but in the end, he was still defeated. No one saw clearly how Su Muhan was defeated in the last confrontation, but it was also because of this that it was even more shocking. Just how strong was Jin Dui, perhaps only Su Muhan, who had really fought with him, could deeply understand. Awesome, really awesome. I have been cultivating for so long and thought that there were only a few people in Yunzhou who could fight with me. But now I find that the road of Tao is far more exciting than I imagined. On the battlefield, Su Muhan showed a look of emotion. Brother Jin, this battle is no less than a rare training for me. Even if I am defeated, I am still very happy. Thank you very much. He cupped his hands and bowed seriously, looking sincerely convinced. Some big shots were moved. Su Muhan was not discouraged in the face of a great defeat. Instead, he had such breadth of mind and spirit. His performance was also very praiseworthy. Lin Se nodded and said nothing more. Su Muhan was very happy, but at the end of the battle, he was not happy. It was a very subtle feeling. Perhaps for Su Muhan, this battle could be regarded as the extreme. Even if he was defeated, he could gain a lot of experience and insights. But for Lin Sun, there was nothing to write home about. The only thing worth appreciating was perhaps the Tao field of Grand Sun that Su Muhan had mastered. The first battle of the top 10, Jin Dui won. When Lin Sun walked down from the battlefield, he suddenly became the focus of attention. No matter who it was, they all had the same feeling. What was the real limit of Jin Dui? Who could really shake him? Anyway, after this battle, Jin Dui was already one of the top 6 candidates and had the qualification to participate in the Tao discussion conference. What awaited him next was the battle of the top 3, the second battle, Lu Dubu against Yu Tianxing. Lu Dubu won, Yu Tianxing lost. This defeat was a heavy blow to Yu Tianxing again. However, he still had one last chance to fight for a spot in the top 10. He had not been completely eliminated, which was a blessing in disguise. The third match was between Wu Huang and Wang Tuesday. This battle could be said to be filled with danger and was extremely intense, and it attracted the attention of everyone present. Wu Huang's combat strength was peerless, and his combat style was strange and unfathomable. He was like a god of death that walked at the edge of darkness, and he was formidable to the point it caused everyone present to tremble. On the other hand, Wang Tu, who looked like a child and carried an enormous sword on his back, was similarly powerful to the point of being astounding. His sword Dao was imposing and forceful, and it reversed yin and yang to the extreme. When the two of them clashed, the expressions of all the important figures on the scene changed. Even Xia Yuhua, Lu Dubu, and the others had grave expressions. At this point in the selection, people like them obviously didn't hold back any longer, and they utilized various unparalleled combat techniques. That scene could only be described as world-shaking. But in the end, Wang Tu lost. Although his sword Dao was peerlessly powerful, Wu Huang's strength was even more powerful. When he lost, Wang Tu's young and tender face was filled with gloom, and he left the arena without saying a word. It was obvious that he was unwilling to accept this outcome. As for Wu Huang, he shook his head with a sneer. After this battle, Wu Huang also successfully entered the top 6, obtaining the qualifications to compete for the top 3. The third match was between Xia Yuhua and Returning Mountain. Xia Yuhua was a legendary figure of the Cloud Star Divine sect. She had an ethereal bearing, peerless beauty, and rare talent. Her fame had spread throughout the Cloud Prefecture many years ago. As for Returning Mountain, he was a direct disciple of the solitary origin sword tower, an emperor's follower, and a peak-perfected sage monarch sword cultivator. He was ranked 6th in the second round of selection. In terms of fame, heritage, and combat strength, he was in no way inferior to anyone present. The battle between the two also attracted the attention of everyone present. However, what shocked everyone was that Returning Mountain was at a disadvantage from the beginning of the battle. It wasn't because he wasn't strong enough, but because the strength Xianxia displayed was too astonishing. The Dao domain she controlled, the ruins of true martial, produced a vast martial world. Thousands of martial mystic techniques were released within it, and no matter how Returning Mountain resisted or counterattacked, he was always suppressed and defeated. In the end, Returning Mountain had no choice but to admit defeat. It was also this battle that made Xianxia the center of attention. Some of the important figures gasped, awed by her elegance. As the third match came to an end, battle after battle unfolded on the ancient arena. Some were evenly matched and extremely intense. Or it might be dangerous, unpredictable, and exciting. Finally, the top 6 were chosen. They were Lin Sun, Lu Dubu, Wu Huang, Xianxia, Ting Yichen, and Leng Xiujia. Among them, Ting Yichen came from one of the 7 great orthodoxies, Xianxia Spirit Mountain. He was a descendant of the primordial Golden Vine race, and had exceptional talent and a strong heritage. Leng Xiujia came from the Canaan Zen sect. He was a powerful Zen cultivator with an invincible Vajra body. The 6 of you will draw lots again to select the top 3, Guanxu stood up and announced. The other 6 people who were defeated will also have to draw lots to choose the 8th, 9th, and 10th candidates. After a pause, he continued, Golden Sky Mystic Moon, who drew the lucky lot, does not need to participate in the selection. She can be ranked 7th. The moment he said this, everyone was shocked. Golden Sky Mystic Moon frowned and said, Senior, I would rather give up this lucky lot and fight for the top 10 with my own battle strength. Guanxu said, This is luck. The rules cannot be broken. You drew the lucky lot and can be ranked 7th. However, because of this, you do not have the chance to participate in the selection. Golden Sky Mystic Moon was about to say something but was stopped by Guanxu. Rules were rules and could not be changed. This made Golden Sky Mystic Moon speechless. Perhaps to be ranked 7th was already an incredible honor for other experts. But to her, this ranking was not enough to satisfy her. But since things had already come to this, she could only accept this arrangement. Next was the drawing of lots. First were the battles for the 8th, 9th, and 10th places. Su Muhan against Yu Tianxing. Wang Tu against Returning Mountain. Wen Junzhai against Yu Xiaofeng. In the end, after many battles, Wang Tu was ranked 8th, Su Muhan was ranked 9th, and Wen Junzhai was ranked 10th. Yu Tianxing, Returning Mountain, and Yu Xiaofeng were eliminated. Now, the top 10 were decided. It was worth mentioning that Wen Junzhai, who was ranked 10th, came from the Xuanji Dao sect. Now, the battle for the top 3 begins. When Guanxu's voice fell, Lin Sun and the other 5 drew lots one by one. Lin Sun drew Leng Xiujia. Lu Dubu drew Ting Yichen. Wu Huang drew Xianxia. When they saw such a lineup, the audience was full of expectations. Each of these 6 people was peerless and belonged to the top figures in the same realm. They also represented the highest level of the Sage King realm in Yunzhou. Now, the top 3 would be born among the 6 of them. Who could not pay attention to it? The first battle, Jing Dui against Leng Xiujia. On the battlefield, Lin Sun floated over and looked at Leng Xiujia from afar. This was a skinny young man with an extremely mellow and ethereal aura. His eyes were like the deep sea, and his body emitted wisps of power of law like dragons and snakes. Leng Xiujia came from the Canaan Zen sect. He cultivated the Bo Rua void-suppressing scripture and controlled the field of Tao, the Buddhist fire of Tao. In the previous selection battle, he showed extremely outstanding combat strength. Taoism Pure Gene, I know you have been holding back. If it's possible, I hope you can use your real strength in the battle. Leng Xiujia looked solemn and his eyebrows were clear. In this way, even if I lose, I can be like Taoism Pure Su Muhan and have no regrets. The audience was silent. No one expected that Ling Xiujia would make such a request before the battle began. Did this mean that deep in his heart, he did not have much hope to defeat Jin Dui? Lin Sun was also stunned. He thought for a while and said, "Okay." Ling Xiujia smiled slightly and said, "I will use my strongest power at the first moment. Please give me some pointers." As his voice fell, boom, Ling Xiujia's temperament suddenly changed, as if he had transformed from a solemn bodhisattva into a skandavajra who glared at all living beings. Around him, the shadow of the Buddhist fire of Tao emerged, in which the chanting of Sanskrit and the shadows of 3,000 Buddhas emerged, sitting in all directions and illuminating the world. For a time, the battlefield was suffused with vast golden Buddhist light, and it was magnificent beyond compare. The invisible and terrifying aura spread like a tide. Even if it was a top-notch figure of the same generation, that person would probably have to endure extreme pressure and be extremely fearful of such power. But Lin Sun seemed to be unaware of it. He stepped forward alone. Wherever he passed, the surging golden Buddhist light could not shake or stop Lin Sun in the slightest, as if hitting an immovable rock. On the contrary, as Lin Sun stepped forward, the rolling Buddhist light seemed to evaporate and be annihilated under his footsteps. Boom! At the same time, all kinds of Sanskrit and chanting resounded, shaking Lin Sun's soul and state of mind like thunderclaps. For a moment, it was as if thousands of Buddhas were chanting enlightenment scriptures, producing supreme Buddhist power. This kind of power was enough to subdue all living beings in an instant and make them convert to Buddhism. From then on, they would become a devout follower of Buddhism. Even a practitioner would find it extremely difficult to resist this kind of terrible power on the soul. However, all this was still in vain for Lin Sun. The Buddha's voice, which contained supreme mystery, could not shake Lin Sun's state of mind and soul from beginning to end. With a calm expression, he continued to move forward, walking in the sea of Buddhist light and the world of Sanskrit as if he was taking a stroll in a courtyard. Ling Xiujia's expression suddenly became extremely solemn. Boom, as he put his palms together, he chanted the name of Buddha. The golden Buddhist light and Sanskrit all over the sky suddenly turned into endless karma fire burning, illuminating the world. All the strong men who witnessed this scene felt a stinging pain in their eyes and a burning feeling in their soul. They couldn't help but change their expressions. The Buddhist fire was like a sea, emitting a terrifying and boundless purifying aura. It seemed to be able to cleanse the universe and kill all evils. Purifying Buddhist fire. Since ancient times, someone in the Canaan Zen sect has cultivated such a supreme Buddhist fire again. A big shot up from his seat, his expression filled with shock. Purifying Buddhist fire, it was regarded as one of the 4 great divine fires of Buddhism. In ancient times, an emperor of Buddhism in the Canaan Zen sect had once incinerated a demonic area with this fire, and it shocked all the heavens. But no one had imagined that such a divine flame with peerless might would actually appear once more after countless years, and it was created by Ling Xiujia on the battlefield. Boom, the transparent Buddhist fire emitted boundless light, and it roared like a dragon as it attacked and raged. Ling Xiujia, who stood in it, was like an angry Buddha. Lin Sun narrowed his eyes slightly, but he didn't stop his steps. Only his spirit, qi, and spirit suddenly ran in his body. His body was like a towering mountain, and his spirit was like a vast and thick earth. In the acupoints all over his body, countless bright and sharp Taishan sword qi buzzed out at this moment and appeared across the sky. Every wisp of sword qi was shining with a perfect luster, and it was branded with the profound meaning of the Great Way. When it appeared in the void, it was like a curtain of sword rain, covering the sky and the sun. 10-direction sword rain. This was another killing move that Lin Sun had comprehended and condensed from Taishan sword scripture not long ago. The sword rain was like a curtain, and it gathered 360,000 sword qi, covered the land, and displayed the Taishan way of killing. Now, this move was displayed by Lin Sun with the yellow earth Taoist body, and its power was simply terrifying. Buzz. Buzz, buzz. The sound of the sword was like a tide, and it surged through the 9 heavens and the earth. The sword rain was like a curtain, crisscrossing and sweeping out densely. It could destroy the 9 heavens and the 9 underworlds. Such a scene shocked everyone present. What kind of swordsmanship was this? Boom, on the battlefield, sword qi raged like rain and collided with the purifying Buddhist fire. For a time, sword qi flowed, flames flew, and rumbled, causing the entire battlefield to shake violently. It was too terrifying. The last blow of Su Muhan and Lin Sun's duel could already be called abnormal, but compared with the current battle, it suddenly seemed dull. Moreover, it was the first time for everyone present to see Lin Sun display the power of Sword Tao. It was also the first time for them to realize that this dark horse had such terrifying attainments in Sword Tao. This was also inconceivable. When the dust and dirt dispersed and the flames and sword chi withdrew, Lung Xiujia's figure was stiff like a clay statue on the battlefield, and he didn't dare make the slightest movement. His pupils dilated, his smooth forehead was covered in cold sweat, and his face was pale. Because numerous translucent, crystalline, and sharp strands of sword chi were standing firmly in his surroundings, and every single strand of sword chi was only an inch away from his skin, upon closer inspection, Lin Xiujia's skin was covered in goosebumps. In the distance, Lin Sun stood alone with his hands behind his back. When they saw this scene, everyone went silent, and all of them were shocked. Purifying Brahma fire couldn't stop Jin Dui's killing attack. Everyone knew that if Jin Dui hadn't stopped in time at the last moment, Lung Xiujia would have been pierced by the chaotic swords and died suddenly. It turns out that this is Brother Jin's real killing means. In the deathly silent atmosphere, Lung Xiujia opened his mouth softly with a look full of emotion, disappointment, fear, and admiration. I lost. As Lung Xiujia admitted defeat, the countless Taishan sword chi covering an inch of his body suddenly turned into a light rain, swept into Lin Sun's body and disappeared. Thank you. Lin Sun said and turned to leave. Seeing him walk out of the battlefield with a victorious posture again, those big shots present all showed a complex expression. Jin Dui hid his strength too deeply. Before, who could have expected that he had mastered such a terrifying and fierce sword Tao? The sword chi was like a curtain falling like rain. Just thinking about the scene from before was enough to make one shudder and feel their scalps go numb. In fact, the amount of sword chi was not only huge, but the power contained in it was also beyond imagination. So far, Jin Dui is already in the top 3. Who could have expected this result? Some big shots sighed with emotion. So did the others. As for Lung Xiujia, he could only end the battle gloomily at this moment. No matter how strong he was, no matter how amazing he was, he still stopped before the top 3. This guy is a big enemy. Lu Duba looked solemn. When he first heard of Lin Sun's name, he just paid attention to it and didn't pay much attention to it. It wasn't until he was surpassed by Lin Sun in the second round of selection that he began to pay attention to this dark horse from Lingfeng Theater of Operations. And from the beginning of the third round of selection until now, as Lin Sun defeated Helian Qi, Lan Yunke, Su Muhan, and Lung Xiujia. As he witnessed the details of Lin Sun's victories again and again, Lu Dubu began to feel a kind of substantial pressure in his heart. This opponent was not only terrifyingly stable, but also had many hidden killing means. Shi Ling and Shi Zi really lost for no reason. Wu Huang's grayish-brown eyes flickered incessantly. Lin Sun's repeated victories also moved him, and he realized that he had met a real strong opponent in this Cloud State Dao discussion. What's a top 3 in Cloud State Dao discussion? What my young master really cares about is the Dao discussion gathering that gathers all the peerless monstrous geniuses, Jin Tian Xianyue murmured in her heart, feeling proud. Only she knew Lin Sun's background the best. Not long after, the curtains of the second battle were drawn. Lu Duba vs Ting Yichen. Ting Yichen, a descendant of the ancient Golden Vine clan, the core successor of Fengxia Spirit Mountain, one of the 7 great orthodoxies, and a strange man who controlled rare talents. His previous achievements could be said to be extremely dazzling. But in the battle with Lu Dubu, Ting Yichen was obviously slightly inferior. Even though he used all his means, he was still unable to turn the tide and was defeated on the spot. However, the strength and methods he had displayed had shocked everyone present. The third battle. Wu Huang vs Xia Yuhua. This battle had suddenly become the battle that attracted the most attention so far. The reason was very simple. Both sides of the battle were too extraordinary. Wu Huang's formidableness had long since been proven through numerous battles, and he was invincible in the same cultivation realm as he crushed all his opponents all along the way. Xia Yuhua's display was similarly shocking and remarkable. Coupled with the fact that she was the only woman who had the chance to slaughter her way into the top 3, she naturally received extra attention. In fact, when this battle began, it really didn't disappoint everyone present here. Wu Huang and Xia Yuhua were like two needles against each other, and the ability and strength they revealed could be said to be top-notch in the world. Not to mention the experts of the younger generation, even the hearts of the great figures present here shook, and they were dazzled while exclaiming repeatedly with surprise. The atmosphere in the surroundings was completely drawn over by the battle between the two of them. Only Lin Sun seemed to be comparatively more composed. He watched with great interest, and it was even to the extent that he was occasionally shocked by it. Along with the passage of time, the battle between Wu Huang and Xia Yuhua grew more and more intense, and they were completely locked in a battle that was evenly matched. It caused everyone to be unable to discern and even be unable to determine exactly who would win in the end. If I want to determine the outcome, then I can only win by a surprise move, and there are only two situations in which I can do so. The first is to execute some sort of trump card, and the second is to utilize some sort of secret treasure that can be used as a trump card, Lin Sun pondered deeply and guessed. Right when these thoughts had just arisen in his heart, a droning sound resounded in the battlefield, and then a bronze wheel suddenly appeared in Wu Huang's palm. Its surface was covered in various blood-red Dao markings, and it emitted an ancient and strange aura of blood. The hearts of everyone present here went cold. The aura of this bronze wheel was too strange and bloody, and just looking at it from afar caused one's heart to palpitate and a chill to run down one's spine. Especially those great figures, their pupils even constricted as they came to a conclusion in unison. An emperor artifact. Undoubtedly, this treasure was similar to the demon suppression halberd that Heli and Qi had once utilized. Both of them were supreme treasures in the emperor realm, and they possessed unfathomable might. As the bronze wheel spun, the nearby space warped and collapsed, and then a bloody door appeared and swiftly enveloped down towards Xia Yuhua. Xia Yuhua seemed as if she was facing a formidable enemy, and she practically went all out to resist it. However, in merely the time of a few breaths, her beautiful face had turned ghastly pale while her movements had become sluggish, and she'd been completely suppressed. The reason was that as the bronze wheel revolved, it emanated the energy of blood, and it formed a strange energy of the realm that was capable of producing terrifying corrosive might. It caused her combat abilities to be restrained, causing her to feel as if she'd fallen into a swamp, and she was in a passive state. In the end, she'd still lost, and countless sighs of regret resounded in the surroundings because of this. Everyone was able to discern that Xia Yuhua and Wu Huang's combat strengths were probably on par, and she'd lost in the end because of the precious treasure in Wu Huang's possession. On the other hand, the sect master of Cloudstar Divine Sect felt his heart bleed when he witnessed this scene, and he muttered bitterly. If I knew this would happen, I would have given the precious treasure of the sect to Xia Yuhua to utilize. Yes, he discerned that Xia Yuhua's defeat was because she lacked an emperor artifact that could go against the bronze wheel. The outcome doesn't matter. It's fine so long as we're able to participate in the Dao discussion. At that time, I hope to fight you again if I have the chance. On the battlefield, Xia Yuhua's clear eyes were calm and indifferent like a dream, and she turned around and left after she spoke these words. A wisp of a cold smile arose on the corners of Wu Huang's mouth, yet he didn't say anything. At this point, the top three of the Cloud Prefecture Dao discussion had been chosen, and they were respectively Lin Sun, Lu Dubu, and Wu Huang. Lu Dubu and Wu Huang being able to seize such a position was within the expectations of everyone. Only Lin Sun, who disguised himself as Jin Dui, was actually able to fight his way out of the encirclement and ascend into the top three, and it exceeded the expectations of most people. Such a dark horse had experienced the first and second rounds of the selections, yet up until now, not only had he not lost a single battle, his results had always been at the top. This was too shocking. Especially Daoist Lan from Profound Void Isle, he seemed as if he'd eaten a dead fly. On the other hand, Heng Xiao grinned from ear to ear, and he didn't conceal his admiration and support for Lin Sun at all. However, the selection still had to be carried out to determine who would be ranked first, second, and third in the end. Her monthly votes had instantly fallen to the 9th position. All of them looked around to see if they had any free monthly votes to support the goldfish. On the cloud platform, everyone's eyes were focused on Lin Sun, Lu Dubu, and Wu Huang. These were the top three of the Cloud State Dao discussion. The competition for the top three rankings will begin tomorrow at dawn. Here are 3 high-clarity nature pills. Once the 3 of you return, refine them, and you'll naturally be able to recover your cultivations to their peaks overnight. Guanxu stepped forward and flicked his finger. The 3 pills turned into streams of light and fell into the hands of Lin Sun, Lu Dubu, and Wu Huang respectively. There was a commotion. Some of the big shots were shocked by Guanxu's generosity. The Shang Purity Pill was a secret medicine of the Great Void sect. It was rumored that the materials needed to refine this pill numbered more than 1,000, and every single one of them was a rare treasure of heaven and earth. Such a divine pill could be described as priceless, because it could not be bought in the outside world. Even in the Great Void sect, ordinary heirs could not obtain such a gift. But now, just to help Lin Sun and the others recover their strength, Guanxu casually gave out 3 Shang Purity pills. How could they not be shocked? Some of the strong cultivators even revealed envious looks. They had heard of the Shang Purity Pill a long time ago, and they knew that this pill could not only recover one's strength quickly, but it also had incredible effects on the cultivation of the absolute Saint King realm. At this point, the crowd dispersed. The news of today's battle spread from the Great Void sect in the shortest time possible, and it spread to the Great Void city, causing a great commotion. Especially the news that Lin Sun had fought his way into the top 3 as a dark horse, it caused countless voices of surprise. That night, in the cave dwelling, Lin Sun looked at the Shang Purity Pill in his hand. The pill was as big as a pigeon's egg, and it was green all over. Its surface was branded with marvelous Taoist patterns that looked like earthworms, and it glowed with divine brilliance. The rich and clear fragrance of the medicine permeated the air, reaching straight to the depths of one's soul, making one feel relaxed and happy. When he opened his mouth and swallowed it, the pill immediately turned into a warm and strong flow of heat that spread throughout his body. In an instant, Lin Sun felt that his spirit, qi, and spirit were like weeds that grew in spring, and he felt like he was floating. Boom! He immediately activated his cultivation base and refined it with all his might. In just a few hours, Lin Sun was keenly aware that his peak Saint King realm intermediate stage cultivation had advanced a lot and was now only a hair's breadth away from the late Saint King realm. The most miraculous thing was that the explosive rise in his cultivation didn't affect his foundation, and everything revealed a smooth and solid feeling. Good treasure. Lin Sun couldn't help praising in his heart. The Great Void Dao sect first gave out the Great Void Refining Dao Pagoda so that the participants could obtain the martial path origin power. Now, they're even giving out prime clarity pills to the top 3 experts. In this case, how could the experts who receive these favors not remember the Great Void Dao sect's kindness? It's no wonder the Great Void sect is the #1 orthodoxy in Yunzhou. Their courage and methods are indeed not something normal forces can compare to. Lin Sun sighed with emotion, shook his head, got rid of distracting thoughts, and began to meditate again. Jin Dui, Wu Huang, in another cave residence, Lu Dubu sat casually on the ground with a leisurely manner. At the tip of his finger, a cold and illusory Taoist light appeared and evolved into various visions. There were the sun, moon, stars, mountains, rivers, grass, trees, and the vicissitudes of life, and the changes of all things. Life is like a dream. If you think that the power I've shown today is my full strength, then you're wrong. After a long time, Lu Dubu murmured. His eyes were filled with absolute confidence. Although the blood prison divine wheel has been exposed in advance, it doesn't matter. If it can play a deterrent role and make them vigilant and fearful, then it'll be even better. In the same night, Wu Huang, dressed in a black robe, sat in the cave residence and was also planning for the battle of the top 3 tomorrow. His black hair was loose, and his whole body was surrounded by gray fog. He was like a demon sitting alone in the darkness. When his eyes opened and closed, there was a cold and frightening light. Jin Dui is a man of deep concealment. He must have a trump card. It's impossible for Lu Dubu to expose all his trump cards today. If I want to defeat them, it seems that I have to use some real trump cards. Wu Huang stroked his chin, and his eyes were as deep as water. Yuhua, you can't be discouraged. It's not shameful to be defeated by an emperor treasure. In the quiet of the night, Madame Yu comforted Lin Sun softly in the courtyard. Xie Yuhua smiled and said, Elder, I'm not as fragile as you think. I just didn't expect that Jin Dui could fight his way into the top 3. As you said at the beginning, it's not too much to overestimate him. Speaking of Lin Sun, Madame Yu's eyes were also full of surprise. She said, he is indeed an unexpected variable. I believe that after the selection of Tao discussion, his name is destined to resound over Yunzhou. Elder, do you think he can win the first place? Xianxia asked curiously. Madame Yu pondered and said, it's hard to say. Neither Lu Dubu nor Wu Huang can be compared with ordinary peerless figures. No one knows whether they have more powerful trump cards in their hands. After a pause, she continued, however, there is no doubt that Jin Dui is the one who hides the most. Yu Hua, have you noticed that no matter if it's the second round of selection or the third round of selection, no matter how strong the opponent Jin Dui encountered, no matter how great of a victory he obtained, he never seemed to be excited about it. His state of mind and emotions are too calm. Xianxia thought carefully for a moment and immediately nodded, it's true. I even feel that his mind has never been on the battle, and he is indifferent to everything. Lady Yu agreed with him. She sighed and said, perhaps, in his eyes, these battles are not dangerous at all. Or perhaps, his pride has long been hidden in his bones, and he doesn't want to show off in front of others. Xianxua's curiosity was aroused at once. I'm looking forward to seeing what kind of demeanor he will have when his fighting spirit is really ignited and he shows his sharpness. I've caught a glimpse of it before. Madame Yu suddenly remembered that in the second round of selection, Jin Dui had fought his way to the 9th level at an unbelievable speed and became the first expert to pass the test before Lu Dubu and Wu Huang. At that time, the sharpness that Jin Dui had displayed amazed all the influential figures present. Unfortunately, that scene had happened in the Great Void Refinement Dao Pagoda, so people could only see the surface and not the truth behind it. Thinking of this, Madame Yu said confidently, I'm sure that the appearance of Lu Dubu and Wu Huang will form a powerful force that will make Jin Dui not dare to hold back anymore. Then we'll wait and see. Xianxua's eyes were dreamy and full of anticipation. Similar discussions took place in different places under the night sky. The most discussed topic was the top 3 rankings of the Dao discussion competition. Jin Dui, Lu Dubu, Wu Huang, among these 3, who would win the title of first place, everyone was looking forward to it. The next morning. Before dawn, the cloud platform of the immortal Martial Peak was already full of figures. Guanxu, Hengxiao, Taoist Lan and other big shots, as well as Xianxua, Wang Tu, Su Muhan and other young experts had all arrived. When they saw the figures of Lin Sun, Lu Dubu and Wu Huang appear on the cloud platform, all eyes immediately gathered on them. Today, the battle for the top 3 rankings would begin. After one night, Lu Dubu seems to be more confident than before. He has an invincible demeanor. Someone keenly noticed the subtle change in Lu Dubu's aura. Wu Huang is the same. He looks frightening. It seems that he is full of confidence for today's battle. Discussions arose in the field. But Jin Dui seems to be the same as before, calm and without any sharpness. This guy can really keep his composure. Many people tried to find some difference in Lin Sun's expression and actions, but they were disappointed in the end because Lin Sun was the same as before. Today, the battle for the top 3 rankings of Yunzhou competition will begin, and the 3 of you will have the final battle. Guanxu stood up and his voice resounded in all directions. The first battle, Lin Sun against Lu Dubu. Immediately, the 2 stepped onto the battlefield together. Jin Dui, today's battle is about the first battle. I will exert all the strength I have mastered. You have to be careful. Lu Dubu's sleeves fluttered in the wind. He was elegant and romantic. When he spoke with a smile, there was a sense of looking down on the mountains and rivers. These words undoubtedly proved that he did not use his full strength in the previous selection battle. That's good. Lin Sun nodded. Lu Dubu immediately made his move. His skinny figure rose into the air, and a dreamlike sparkling rain of light flew out from his body. As his fingertips moved, buzz, the rain of light turned into a field of Tao. Mountains, rivers, the sun and the moon, the sky and the earth, the ups and downs of the world, the changes of all things, and all kinds of strange phenomena emerged in it. Life is like a dream. After many years of fighting and selection, Lu Dubu and the others had already revealed most of their fighting methods, even if they were holding back. Just like the current life is like a dream, Lu Dubu had used it before. The only difference was that the current life is like a dream was far more powerful and terrifying than before, whether it was power or atmosphere. Lin Sun was still the same as before, waving his fists to kill, simple, natural, and understated. Soon, the 2 fought fiercely. On the battlefield, scenes of unparalleled battle were played out, attracting the attention of the audience. Reality is not reality, dream is not a dream. What my heart leads, the big dream is real. After hundreds of rounds, Lu Dubu spoke slowly. As he spoke, the aura around his body was like a great river, producing an earth-shattering roar. In an instant, everyone only felt a blur in front of their eyes. They were shocked to find that Lu Dubu's aura was rising steadily, breaking through the barrier of the absolute Saint King realm and stepping into the quasi-emperor realm. Then, he jumped from the quasi-emperor realm to the emperor realm. The big shots in the field were all stiff and shocked. The aura of the emperor realm. At this moment, Lu Dubu's power seemed to be supreme. In the battlefield, Lin Sun's pupils also condensed, and his mind had a rare turbulence. This must be fake, Lin Sun was very sure of this. If Lu Dubu stepped into the emperor realm, how could he participate in the Yunzhou Tao discussion? What really surprised Lin Sun was that with his many years of battle experience, he couldn't see through the flaws. This could only prove that the aura of the emperor realm emerging from Lu Dubu was too real. Boom, Lu Dubu moved like a god who controlled the universe. With a wave of his hand, the sun and moon were overturned, and the latitude and longitude were reversed. The incomparably bright Taoist light turned into a magnificent and vast torrent and shrouded Lin Sun. Countless people broke out in a cold sweat as their hair stood on end. This kind of battle power was definitely not something that a peak Saint King could master. Jin Dui was in danger, but at this moment, Lin Sun suddenly smiled. Around him, there was red divine light sweeping up, and a burning aura was released. He, who was originally as heavy as a mountain, seemed to have turned into a god of fire bathed in divine flames. Violent, wanton, and flamboyant, instead of retreating, he rushed forward like a sea of fire that covered the sky, burning fiercely, and collided with the oncoming torrent. Boom! Lu Dubu's attack, full of the power of the emperor realm, turned into ashes inch by inch in the terrifying sound of collision, and was completely incinerated. The whole audience was shocked. Some people realized at this moment that the power of Lu Dubu, full of the power of the emperor realm, was obviously not real. Otherwise, how could it be defeated so easily? Kill. But when Lu Dubu attacked again, setting off a sky full of light rain, everyone was in a trance again. The power of the emperor realm and the attack rushed towards them, making them all feel frightened and depressed. How could this be fake? Many people were about to be confused. Was Lu Dubu, who was like an emperor realm existence, real or fake? But then, their minds and eyes were completely attracted by Lin Sun's movement. His figure was like fire, attacking like the wind. Everywhere he passed, all of Lu Dubu's attacks were incinerated and turned into ashes. The terrifying power that was filled with the aura of an emperor seemed extremely weak before him. This was undoubtedly incredible. Looks like although Lu Dubu's power seems terrifying like the emperor realm, it isn't real. At this point, many people came to an understanding, and their faces were covered in shock. Even if it was fake, but when it was a true battle, who could distinguish it? And if Lu Dubu, who controlled this kind of mysterious power, were to display this kind of power when caught off guard, even a quasi-emperor would be shocked and scared to the point of losing their minds. Have you all noticed? This Jin Dui has also changed. Previously, he was as steady as a mountain, giving off an unshakable feeling. But now, he is as violent as fire, wantonly and unrestrained. The power that he releases is filled with the terrifying power of incineration and destruction. It's as if he has become another person. Someone said emotionally. Actually, there was no need to remind them. Everyone present had noticed this scene as well, and all of their minds were shaken and unable to calm down. Boom! On the battlefield, the situation of the battle became more and more intense. Lin Sun's cultivation method became more and more rapid. He was like fire, burning the sky and destroying the earth, violent and overbearing, running and attacking wantonly on the battlefield. On the other hand, although Lu Dubu's power was frighteningly terrifying, but in the battle, he showed signs of being defeated step by step. Why does this guy suddenly seem to have changed into another person? Lu Dubu's expression was already filled with surprise. A few days ago, he had focused on studying Lin Sun's fighting methods and fighting style, and thought that he had already seen through most of Lin Sun's details. But who would have thought that in today's battle, whether it was Lin Sun's momentum or fighting methods, they had completely changed, as if he was a completely different person. In this way, even he felt unprepared. In fact, whether it was Lu Dubu or the other people present, they simply did not know that Lin Sun had been using the yellow Taoist body. And today, he was using the red fire Taoist body. The talent power of the two Taoist bodies, as well as the fighting style, were naturally completely different. Boom, a rain of fire came attacking. Lu Dubu had just resolved this attack, but Lin Sun had already moved through the void, raising his fist to attack. His whole body was surging with divine flames, and wisps of fire were floating on his hair, bright and dazzling, incomparably terrifying. After a dull collision sound, Lu Dubu's divine flame swayed, and he staggered back a few steps. The clothes on his chest were all burned, leaving a scorched mark. In the midst of the exclamation, Lin Sun's offensive was like a storm, and the flames that burst out from his fist covered the sky and the sun, drowning Lu Dubu entirely. All of a sudden, Lu Dubu completely fell into a passive disadvantage. Isn't this kid a little too strong? Guanxu's expression was solemn. The other bigwigs also revealed a surprised expression. Today's Jin Dui was completely different from before, which made them all feel that it was unimaginable. They could not imagine how a person's fighting power could have such a big change. Everything is an illusion, my Tao is the truth. Suddenly, Lu Dubu let out a long roar, and used his trump card. His figure suddenly turned into an illusory rain of light, and the rain of light turned into the sun, the moon, the mountains and rivers, the sky and the earth, and the things that happened in the world, all kinds of strange phenomena, imprinted with the wonderful power of the Tao, shrouded Lin Sun together, as if suppressing him in a side of the world. The body turned into the Tao domain. This was the power of floating like a dream to the extreme perfection. Being trapped in it was like a person fighting against a complete world. At this moment, Lin Sun suddenly stopped moving, slightly raised his head, and a pair of eyes opened and closed, and horrible scenes emerged. In the end, two beams of fiery light shot out from his eyes and swept out. Boom, in this floating like a dream world, wherever the fire passed, everything was destroyed, turned into ashes, and disappeared. The sky and earth, the sun, the moon, the stars, and the changes of all things, were all burned into ashes and smelted by the terrible fire. In the end, the whole world suddenly sank, bursting with endless fire. Burning the sky and destroying the earth, turning everything into ashes. This was the eyes of burning ashes. Ah, on the battlefield, there was a cry of pain. Lu Dubu's figure rushed out of the fire rain in a sorry state. His clothes were full of holes, and his exposed skin was burnt black. He looked extremely miserable. The whole audience was silent, and even the sound of a needle falling could be heard. Everyone's faces were filled with shock, and their minds were in turmoil. Lu Dubu, he was defeated, such a legendary figure, who had long been famous in Cloud Province and was as dazzling as the sun in the sky, had always been regarded as the pride of Cloud Province. But today, on the top of a mortal martial peak, he was defeated by Jin Dui. Looking at him screaming in a sorry state, looking at his burned body, everyone had a surreal feeling like they were in a dream. When the fire dissipated, the battlefield returned to calm. Lu Dubu gasped for a while, and then said bitterly, "Brother Jin is more skilled, I lost." All the heroes looked at him, and for a moment, they were shocked speechless. There's always someone better than you out there. Dubu, it's not wrong for you to lose. When the curtains of the gathering of the Tao discussion begin, there will definitely be more peerless figures like Jin Dui. You can't be depressed like this. Guanxu said in a low voice. Lu Dubu was the pride of Cloud Province, and also the pride of Great Void Sect. Guanxu couldn't help but worry whether such a great defeat would affect Lu Dubu's state of mind. Headmaster, don't worry about me. Lu Dubu cupped his hands, and then turned to walk down the battlefield. Seeing that his expression was still calm, Guanxu breathed a sigh of relief, and said, "You take a rest, and then fight with Wu Huang in a quarter of an hour." Lu Dubu nodded, sat cross-legged on the ground, and began to meditate. Lin Sun walked down the arena. But when they looked at him again, everyone's expression became subtle. Lu Dubu was unrivaled in the world. Jin Dui was unique. In the battle between the two, Jin Dui won in the end. This result made everyone realize that this young man, who came out as a dark horse in the first round of selection, was far more mysterious than they had imagined. At this moment, Xia Yuhua thought of Lady Yu's words again. It was not too much to overestimate Jin Dui. A quarter of an hour later, Lu Dubu stepped onto the battlefield again, but his opponent was Wu Huang. If he lost this battle, he was destined to be ranked third, behind Lin Sun and Wu Huang. Lu Dubu, I have seen all your trump cards. You will definitely lose this battle, Wu Huang said indifferently. He was dressed in a black robe, and his long hair was loose. There was a frightening and strange luster in his gray-brown eyes. Is that so? Let's wait and see. Lu Dubu's expression was calm. Boom, Wu Huang attacked without hesitation. His figure flickered, and like a shadow, he attacked Lu Dubu in a strange and unpredictable manner. In his palm, a bronze wheel spun, emitting a bloody and thick divine light. The aura it emitted was so terrifying that it changed the color of heaven and earth. This time, he directly used an emperor artifact. Obviously, he did not intend to be entangled with Lu Dubu, because in the next battle, he still had to fight with Lin Sun. If he could finish the battle quickly, he could save a lot of energy. Ridiculous. Do you think I don't have an emperor artifact? Lu Dubu revealed a trace of mockery. Before he finished speaking, a pagoda rose into the sky. It was ancient and emitted a primitive aura. The Great Void Path Pagoda. In an instant, everyone at the scene recognized this treasure. Because the second round of selection would be conducted in this pagoda. However, no one expected that this treasure would be used by Lu Dubu at this moment. It should be known that this was the ultimate treasure of the Great Void Path sect. It was rumored that it was a mysterious antique that came from an unknown place. Wu Huang's eyes narrowed. He was obviously a little surprised. Without waiting for him to react, the bronze wheel and the Great Void Path Pagoda had already clashed. The two terrifying treasures clashed, and it was as if two gods were fighting. The former flowed with billions of bloody divine light, and it transformed into a door that was like a bloody purgatory, oppressing the world. On the other hand, the Great Void Path Pagoda shot out rays of divine light that shot into the sky and spread in all directions. Its power was similarly terrifying. Swoosh, the bronze wheel rotated, the dense blood markings on its surface spraying out billions of blood-colored divine rainbows. It was as thick as a long bloody river dancing wildly. That terrifying aura surged with the power that belonged to an emperor treasure. This treasure was Wu Huang's trump card. It was called the Blood Prison Divine Wheel. If it was used in the hands of an emperor realm expert, it could even open up a blood prison world, suppress everything, and refine all spirits. But the Great Void Dao Refinement Pagoda was not inferior. This pagoda grew in the wind, becoming 33 feet tall. The body of the pagoda looked like it was made of liquid bronze, showing a primitive and ancient aura. Around it, rays of divine light shot out, shaking the 9 heavens and 10 earths. The two treasures clashed, causing the entire battlefield to shake. The destructive aura wreaked havoc. Just looking at it from afar, it made one's heart jump and their scalp go numb. Thorn of God blood. After a moment, suddenly, Wu Huang grabbed with his palm. Wang, a bright red 9-inch sharp light condensed, piercing through the air, disappearing in a flash. Then, Lu Dubu, who was hundreds of feet away, shook violently, a pained expression appearing on his face. The Great Void Dao Refinement Pagoda that was originally controlled by him showed signs of losing control. At this moment, Wu Huang had already broken through the air to attack. His figure was like a flash of gray lightning, suddenly appearing in front of Lu Dubu. He ruthlessly slapped out with his palm, with a bang. Even though Lu Dubu reacted in time and used his arms to block, the power of this palm was extremely terrifying. Under this strike, the flesh and bones of his arms were all shattered. His entire body felt like it was hit by a divine mountain, and he flew out violently. Before he landed on the ground, he was already coughing out blood. Not good. There was a wave of exclamations. The expressions of many important figures changed, and they stood up. Seeing that Wu Huang had already taken the opportunity to attack again, Lu Dubu suddenly let out a long roar, and a flying sword suddenly flew out from his body. Shua, the flying sword lightly flashed, and Wu Huang was actually unable to dodge it. A layer of flesh was sliced off from his shoulder. Fresh blood splattered, and white bones could be seen. You're courting death. Wu Huang's eyes were cold, and he charged forward in a domineering manner. In his palm, that 9-inch sharp red light condensed once again and shot out explosively. Lu Dubu's body shook, and his face turned pale. His eyes were filled with pain. Closely after, he was sent flying by Wu Huang's palm. Puff, Lu Dubu coughed up blood. He was seriously injured. Everyone shuddered with fear, and they felt an indescribable horror. All of them were able to discern that the wisp of captivating red light Wu Huang executed was the crux that caused Lu Dubu to suffer a heavy injury. That's enough. Guanxu suddenly spoke and waved his sleeve. The Great Void Refinement Tao Pagoda burst out with a terrifying divine light and blocked in front of Lu Dubu. It also blocked Wu Huang's attack. The corners of Wu Huang's lips curled up into a cold smile, and he immediately stopped attacking. He was also clear that on this battlefield, it was simply impossible for him to have the chance to kill Lu Dubu. That treasure doesn't belong to you at all. On the battlefield, Lu Dubu's face was deathly pale, his eyes filled with unwillingness. Humph, a loss is a loss. Do you still need to find excuses for yourself? Lu Dubu, don't make me look down on you. Wu Huang's expression was cold. Lu Dubu's expression flickered as he said, it's nothing to rely on external objects to win, but if you rely on external force to win, then it's despicable. With that, he turned around and walked off the arena. Everyone present was surprised and bewildered. External objects naturally referred to treasures similar to the Great Void Refinement Tao Pagoda. But what did external force refer to? Could it be that there was an unknown mystery in that bright red light? But no matter what, Lu Dubu still lost in the end. At this point, he could only settle for third place. This result caused all the great figures present to sigh endlessly. Because no one would have thought that a peerless figure like Lu Dubu would only be able to stop at third place. Xie Yuhua, Wang Tu, Su Muhan, and the others all had solemn expressions. Lu Dubu's crushing defeat was full of mysteries. If they were to really compete in battle strength, it was impossible for him to be defeated so quickly. There was only one reason. The trump card that Wu Huang had grasped was too strange and unpredictable. Daoist Lan, your profound void divine island has produced an extraordinary successor. TSK, this method is really powerful. Xianxia suddenly spoke. Daoist Lan's expression changed slightly. Xianxia, don't try to drive a wedge between us. This is only a sparring selection. Wu Huang did not go all out. Alright, the two of you don't have to say anything more. The successor of my great void divine sect can afford to lose. I, Guanxu, will not be dissatisfied with my own successor's defeat. Guanxu said in a low voice. Daoist Lan's expression relaxed slightly. He knew Wu Huang's background the best. Wu Huang dared to offend the great void divine sect without restraint. But the profound void divine island did not dare. Guanxu would not hate the profound void divine island because of Lu Dubu's defeat. That was naturally the best. Xianxia smiled, but he secretly swore in his heart. If Jin Dui were to be defeated like this in the next duel with Wu Huang, he would definitely not let the matter rest. He might even announce Wu Huang's background on the spot. Even if he would be targeted by the Divine Sunlight Ancient Sect, he would not hesitate. In 15 minutes, Jin Dui will fight against Wu Huang. Guanxu announced. This also meant that the first and second place of this Yunzhou martial competition would also be decided in this duel. Brother Jin, you have to be careful of the treasure in Wu Huang's hand. It is full of unpredictable and strange power that can cause great harm to the spirit. It is impossible to guard against. Lu Dubu suddenly transmitted his voice to remind Lin Sun. Lin Sun was startled and said, "Thank you." He had also seen the previous battle. He knew very well that although the bronze wheel was terrifying, what was more alarming was the bright red 9-inch blade. However, Lin Sun did not expect that Lu Dubu would take the initiative to remind him. Although it seems like I'm trying to please you for no reason, I'm really a little unwilling to accept the previous battle with Wu Huang. Brother Jin, don't think too much about it. Lu Dubu's voice was bitter. Lin Sun nodded. Unwilling, this was normal. A quarter of an hour later, Lin Sun got up and walked into the battlefield. He looked calm and composed. Wu Huang's figure flashed and appeared on the other side of the battlefield. As the two entered the battlefield, the eyes of all the people present were attracted to them. Jin Dui, a young man who constantly created all kinds of miracles like a dark horse, was a peerless figure that people couldn't see through until now. Between him and Wu Huang, who would win the first place in the Yunzhou martial competition, at this moment, Xianxia and Jin Tian Xianyue were also holding their breath. It was not that they lacked confidence in Lin Sun, but that Wu Huang was so powerful that they had to pay attention to this battle. Jin Dui, I guarantee that you will lose miserably in this battle. I won't stop unless you take the initiative to admit defeat. Wu Huang's expression was cold and his tone was cold, with a frightening murderous intent. Many people's hearts tightened. This was the first time since the selection of the Tao discussion that Wu Huang had targeted a person like this, and he didn't hide his killing intent at all. Lin Sun said with a smile. It was just a word, but it gave people a wonderful feeling of contempt. It seemed that he didn't even bother to use words to attack the opponent. Wu Huang pointed at Lin Sun from a distance and made a gesture in front of his neck, which was a silent provocation. Bang! In the next moment, his figure suddenly disappeared on the spot. At the same time, the blood prison wheel soared into the sky, and it spun madly amidst the buzzing sound and splashed a myriad of bloody light rain. Lin Sun's figure was instantly drowned by the bloody light like a straw in a storm, and it seemed as if he would be overturned at any time. Kill. The terrifying thing was that Wu Huang's figure suddenly appeared and swung his fist to kill. The bloody fist energy was like a thunderbolt that fell from the sky, and it was extremely strong and overbearing. Get lost. Amidst the bloody light shadows, Lin Sun, who was obviously on the verge of being overturned, revealed a wisp of ridicule and coldness. As he pressed out his palm. Bang! The bloody light rain nearby exploded with a bang and turned into ashes that drifted in the air, and Wu Huang's punch also exploded inch by inch. Then, Wu Huang was fiercely slapped away like a fly. All the people present looked sideways, and many people revealed astonished expressions. Under the suppression of the Emperor Treasure, Jin Dui, who was barehanded, actually defeated Wu Huang's attack in one fell swoop. It's really unexpected, Heng Xiao couldn't help but click his tongue. This martial uncle of the patriarch was too abnormal. Humph. Wu Huang's eyes flickered, and there was a strange divine light flowing out when he opened and closed his eyes, which was extremely frightening. Buzz, with a move of his mind, the blood prison wheel shone brightly, rotated wildly, and rushed towards Lin Sun from the void. Wu Huang's figure disappeared again, as if he had evaporated into thin air. No one outside the field could catch his trace. Only the blazing and bloody divine wheel rumbled as it crushed down. There was no way to avoid it. Although the battlefield was large, it was completely covered by the power of the blood prison wheel at this time. The void in all directions could not bear its power and collapsed with a bang. At this time, Lin Sun was still barehanded. This made everyone nervous. Some attentive people suddenly realized that no matter what kind of opponent Jin Dui encountered in the selection of Tao these days, Jin Dui had never used any external objects from beginning to end. Was it because he didn't have a suitable treasure? Impossible. How could such an amazing and peerless figure have no treasure at all? Before everyone could react, clang, an ear-piercing collision sound suddenly rang out and surged through the 9 heavens and 10 earths. Everyone trembled all over, their eardrums stung, and their blood and qi all over their body were rolling. Those big shots only felt their hearts palpitate and their pupils constricted. Lin Sun, who was in the battlefield, actually charged up to meet the attack head-on, and his fist collided with the blood-hell divine wheel that smashed down towards him, causing boundless divine radiance to erupt. The peerless and arrogant posture shocked everyone present. That was an emperor treasure, but at this time, it was blocked by Lin Sun's fist in the void. Such a scene was also completely beyond everyone's imagination. But at this time, Wu Huang, who had disappeared, suddenly appeared behind Lin Sun and raised his fist to attack. His appearance was silent and undetectable. This punch was also soundless and traceless. There was no fluctuation of aura at all, as if all the power was condensed into this punch, which looked extremely strange. All the strongmen who witnessed this scene suddenly changed their faces. The timing that Wu Huang chose for this attack was simply marvelous to the extreme. Lin Sun didn't look back, as if he didn't notice it. But behind him, a crystal-clear rain of swords appeared, and the dense Taishan sword qi suddenly burst out. Boom! Amidst the world-shaking sounds of collision, Wu Huang's soundless punch was completely dissolved. Moreover, the dense flow of sword qi forced Wu Huang to have no choice but to dodge and retreat. Everyone who was originally tense secretly heaved a sigh of relief. The scene from before was simply too thrilling. Wu Huang stretched out his hand and took back the bloody hell wheel. At the same time, he moved again, faster than lightning, his right arm burst into gray light mist, and he swung the bloody hell wheel at Lin Sun. The void roared as if it was about to collapse. The emperor's messenger from the Divine Sunshine sect became extremely overbearing, especially the bloody hell wheel in his hand, which was full of destruction. Lin Sun's eyes flashed, and behind him, endless red light appeared. It was bright red and full of the power of incineration. The talent of Scarlet Flame Taoist body was the eyes of burning ashes, but in addition, it could also deduce all kinds of Taoism that Lin Sun had mastered. In short, the only difference between Scarlet Flame Taoist body and himself was that he didn't have spiritual veins, but he had the talent of the eyes of burning ashes. His hands moved about, and he casually executed boundlessly marvelous Tao techniques that were terrifying to the heavens. In a flash, the two had fought hundreds of times. People were surprised to find that even if Jin Dui was barehanded, his power had never been suppressed in a head-on collision. How terrible the bloody hell wheel was, and how powerful Wu Huang was, but in the fierce attack, he couldn't do anything to Jin Dui. Just where did this monster come from? Isn't he a little too heaven-defying? Someone gasped. Lu Dubu, Xia Yuhua, and others were also excited. This Jin Dui really gave them too many surprises. The power that he displayed in every battle was beyond their expectations. "In shattering finger." On the battlefield, Wu Huang shouted and suddenly pointed his finger forward. The finger power was as black as ink, with a strange gloss, as if it could destroy everything. Lin Sun stretched his body and pressed out his finger. Instant of spring and autumn. However, the finger attack unleashed by the Scarlet Flame Taoist physique seemed to have been reduced to ashes in the flames, displaying a terrifying destructive power. Boom, the two of them collided, and the force of the two fingers rumbled while divine radiance shot out in all directions. Before finishing his moves, Lin Sun's whole body seemed to be on fire. He pushed forward fiercely and performed a shaking sky punch with the momentum of killing. From afar, his entire body was glowing like a living furnace in a chaotic world. Wu Huang staggered back with a bang. He was struck by the force of the punch to the point his vital energy and blood roiled, and the clothes on his body were almost incinerated. The crowd was in an uproar. Wu Huang was actually showing signs of being suppressed. Very good. Wu Huang was enraged. His eyes were intimidating as he unleashed his true flames. His black hair was disheveled as he raised his head and roared. The sound waves were like thunder, causing one's blood to churn. In the blink of an eye, a pair of gray wings sprouted from his body, and his head transformed into that of a bird's. Bright bird! Someone cried out in alarm. This was an archaic great vicious being, a rarely seen bird. It had 4 pairs of strange pupils, and its vicious might was outstanding. Obviously, this was Wu Huang's real body. Lin Sun seemed to be indifferent to this. He performed his own Tao and Dharma, and the red divine flame covered the sky and the earth, causing this place to boil. Black, white, cyan, and purple beams of light shot out from Wu Huang's 4 pairs of eyes respectively, and they performed a strange and unpredictable killing diagram of 4 symbols and soared into the sky. Boom, the Tao of the two collided with each other, and the divine radiance was flying everywhere. It was earth-shattering, and it made people's hearts surge with excitement. Both sides were very strong and refused to take a step back. They charged forward with indomitable momentum and performed a thrilling and unparalleled battle. As the messenger of the emperor, Wu Huang was conceited and proud. He didn't believe that anyone could surpass him in the Saint King realm. Kill. His eyes were cold, and his breath changed again. One hand was covered with rolling black mist, controlling the bloody hell wheel, and his 4 pairs of eyes were shining with divine light, piercing through the sky and the earth. Seeing this, Lin Sun finally stopped holding back. Boom, in countless acupoints in his body, blazing Taishan sword chi appeared one after another, flowing in his blood and making his ears ring. Then, his entire being became sharp, as if a peerless immortal sword had appeared in the world, revealing its sharpness and surging killing intent. What a terrible breath. Is this the real strength of this boy? All the big shots couldn't sit still and showed a look of shock. Lu Dubu, Xia Yuhua, and the others were also stunned. Their minds were fiercely shaken. In their eyes, the current Jin Dui was completely different. Previously, he was violent like fire, unbridled and arrogant. But now, he was dazzling, peerless, and peerless. Kill. Wu Huang also noticed that something was wrong and suddenly shouted. His hair fluttered, and the bloody hell will in his palm was buzzing, surging between the heaven and the earth. At this moment, Lin Sun waved his sleeve, and the Taishan sword qi all over the sky whistled out. 10-direction sword rain, every single strand of sword qi was crimson red like flames, and they were peerlessly gorgeous. Moreover, they emanated a world-shocking sharp aura of incineration. Boom, the two collided, and in an instant, the sound of explosions was endless. Under the killing of countless sword qi, Wu Huang's figure was suppressed and kept retreating. In the end, his whole body was chopped off and almost fell from the battlefield. Everyone's heart beat wildly and they were shocked again and again. Up to now, these two people had constantly changed their means and displayed what could be called the peak fighting methods. The fierceness of the battle was rarely seen in the world, some people even sighed inwardly. In the peerless Holy King realm, the two had deduced the road to the top to a terrible level. Not to mention ordinary people, even the top people in the world were destined to be overshadowed. And at this time, the scene of Wu Huang being suppressed was even more shocking. How terrible was it to be suppressed with an emperor weapon in hand? Is this your real strength? It's not bad, but unfortunately, you are doomed to lose this time. Wu Huang's expression became extremely cold, and his eyes were full of coldness and killing intent. On his body, an inexplicable breath circulated, and finally broke out like a mountain torrent, making his momentum even stronger. Boom, in just a moment, Wu Huang's breath was completely different. His spiritual power surged, his hair poured down like a waterfall, and his 4 pairs of eyes were steaming with strange colorful divine light. An invisible field formed around his whole body, rotating around him. This was an amazing breath, like a resurrected god looking down on the world. Boom, when Wu Huang raised his hand, the law intertwined, and lightning flashed and thunder roared in an instant. Such momentum, not to mention his peers, even those big shots gasped. They were keenly aware that Wu Huang was likely to break the realm at any time. He had already reached the peak of the peerless Holy King realm, but he was suppressing it. Obviously, he suppressed his cultivation for the Tao discussion grand meeting. Lin Sun's black eyes were cold. Even he had to admit that the power shown by Wu Huang had successfully aroused his inner fighting spirit. With a bang, divine rays flew up and electric arcs intertwined. Wu Huang made a move, using a secret method. He pinched his hand and a bloody portal appeared in front of him. This portal was extremely vague, but the bloody breath it exuded was terrifying and amazing. This was his Tao field, called Bloodthirsty Gate. A gate seemed to communicate with the power of a mysterious world, where blood flowed like a river and was covered with endless blood. Seeing this scene, everyone was shocked and extremely surprised. This was also the first time that Wu Huang had fully exposed his Tao field. What do you have to compete with me? I'm strong enough to kill you. Wu Huang said with cold and ruthless eyes and harsh words. You talk a lot of nonsense. Lin Sun's body was shining, and his spirit was boiling. Boom, the bloodthirsty gate arrived and covered the sky with monstrous terror. At this moment, Lin Sun simply punched out. This punch was like a furnace, like an abyss, but not an abyss. It was surging with unpredictable flames and the breath it exuded was extremely frightening. The power of the Tao field at the peak, one could see with the naked eye that the bloodthirsty gate suddenly trembled violently under this punch. After which, it exploded with a bang. The rain of light that filled the sky was shattered by the unparalleled force of the punch, and was annihilated in the void. Boom, caught off guard, Wu Huang was blown away again, bleeding from his 7 orifices. If he hadn't tried his best to resolve it, he would have been seriously injured by this blow. His expression changed greatly and he was inexplicably shocked. He had already used his strongest means, and the power of the bloodthirsty gate had been praised by the emperors. But now, it was actually blocked. How amazing was this? Outside the arena, everyone was stunned, their faces filled with disbelief. Every time Wu Huang attacked, it could be said to be world-shaking. But every time, he was defeated by Jing Dui, which was incredible. Moreover, Wu Huang was injured at this time. What do you have to compete with me? Lin Sun said indifferently. His words made Wu Huang's face gloomy, because he had despised Lin Sun before. Now, I'll make you lose. In Wu Huang's palm, a bright red 9-inch blade suddenly condensed and flashed away in the void. Everyone present changed their expressions. This move again, in the previous battle with Lu Dubu, Wu Huang had relied on this move to finally defeat Lu Dubu. The most terrible thing was that this move was completely impossible to guard against. It was so strange that no one could see the mystery in it. Sure enough, Lin Sun, who was about to dodge, suddenly stopped and frowned. The situation he encountered was almost the same as that of Lu Dubu at that time. Not good, Lu Dubu's heart thumped. He knew best that the bright red blade would directly penetrate into his sea of consciousness and soul. It was filled with a terrible and strange power, which didn't belong to Wu Huang at all, but it was extremely powerful. As powerful as he had suffered a big loss. And now, Jin Dui was obviously also hit. Lose. Wu Huang rushed forward and seized the opportunity to appear in front of Lin Sun at the first time. The blood prison wheel in his palm rotated rapidly and chopped at Lin Sun's head. If Lin Sun was hit, the consequences would be unimaginable. Guanxu and Xianxia, who were outside the field, looked dignified. After sensing that something was wrong, they were ready to help before it happened. After all, this was the selection of Tao discussion, not a battle of life and death. Who would watch a peerless figure like Jin Dui be killed? At least, Xianxia would not agree first. When the 9-inch blade appeared in Lin Sun's sea of consciousness, a strange force spread out. The power was domineering, fierce, and horrifying, however, Lin Sun had been prepared for it. Without hesitation, he ran the great meditating magic, and the Dharma form of his spiritual soul bloomed with boundless light. The top 3 paths included the 3 paths of soul refining, chi refining, and body refining. Lin Sun had taken into account the top 3 paths long before he stepped into the king's realm. The power of his soul was no less than that of the top soul practitioners in the same realm, but in a moment, Lin Sun's face changed slightly. Because even though that wisp of scarlet red light was blocked, it suddenly flashed, and it faintly transformed into a blurry figure that was almost ethereal. Lin Sun's soul was depressed and he felt extremely frightened by the aura it emitted. At this time, Lin Sun finally understood why Lu Dubu was so unwilling to admit that Wu Huang won with the help of external forces, not external objects, because the power of this red blade didn't belong to Wu Huang at all. Boom. As soon as the vague shadow appeared, it turned into a bloody light and stabbed at Lin Sun's soul like a bright red sword. Suppress. At this critical moment, Lin Sun thought of something. The gate to heaven, which had been standing silently in the depths of his sea of consciousness, suddenly made a roar, as if it had awakened from a deep sleep for thousands of years. Immediately afterward, an obscure power swept out from the gate to heaven. Bang! The bloody light suddenly burst into pieces like a piece of paper. Damn it! What kind of treasure is this? A furious and hoarse voice resounded, and the blurry figure seemed to be too frightened and fled without the slightest hesitation. But he still underestimated the horror of the gate to heaven. With the spread of the obscure force, the vague shadow instantly turned into ashes and was erased in Lin's sea of consciousness. Everything happened incredibly fast, even though it seemed slow. It was only a moment from the scarlet sharpness breaking into his sea of consciousness to being erased, but only Lin Sun himself could understand the danger of it. At this time, Wu Huang had already controlled the bloody hell wheel to break through the air and kill. Everyone in the audience tensed up. Xianxia, Guanxu, and the other big shots were ready to lend a hand. At this time, a large abyss of fire emerged around Lin Sun's figure, with the momentum to devour all directions. Boom! The blood prison divine wheel, which was circulating with billions of bloody lights, was blocked by the inferno abyss. The collision between the two produced a rumbling sound that sounded like muffled thunder. At this time, Lin Sun had turned around, his dark eyes deep. He flicked his finger. The Taishan sword chi whizzed out like a storm. How could Wu Huang have imagined that his sure-kill blow would be blocked? This had already surprised him. Now, with Lin Sun's attack, he was caught off guard. Wu Huang's attack was fast, but it was even faster. His body felt as if it had been slashed by tens of thousands of swords. With a boom, he was sent flying backward, causing the void to collapse. His hair was disheveled, and blood sprayed from his mouth and nose. He was in an extremely sorry state, and the bloody hell divine will almost flew out of his hand. How did you block it? Disbelief was written all over his face. The Thorn of God blood, that was his trump card. It was strange, horrible, and always successful. But now, Jing Dui was not hurt at all, which made him unable to believe it. The audience was silent. The originally tense mind of the people present was turbulent at this moment, unable to calm down. The bright red sharpness that had caused Lu Dubu's crushing defeat did not do anything to Lin Sun, which made them all feel shocked. On the other hand, Hing Xiao, Guan Su, and the other great figures who originally intended to lend a hand heaved a sigh of relief, but they were also shocked. Without this kind of external help, how long can you struggle for? As he spoke, Lin Sun pushed forward without hesitation. Around him, the Taishan sword qi was dense like a torrent of rainstorm, flowing ceaselessly, clanging, and blooming with earth-shaking peerless sharpness. This also made his momentum more blazing and frightening. Boom, Lin Sun rushed forward. At this moment, he no longer held back, and the demeanor he showed was different from before. For a time, the sword qi crisscrossed on the battlefield, and even the void was torn into shocking cracks. In a flash, Wu Huang was suppressed and dwarfed. It didn't take long for him to be unable to raise his head and suffer repeated setbacks. So strong. Jing Dui is fighting back. There was a burst of exclamation in the field. Everyone's face was full of shock, awed by Lin Sun's invincible fighting posture. Lu Dubu, Xia Yuhua, Su Muhan, and others were all in a complicated mood. Until now, how could they not understand that compared with Jing Dui, they were undoubtedly a little dimmer? The outstanding people in the world were often divided by whether they set foot on the peerless path or not. But among the peerless figures, there was also a difference between the high and the low. Characters like Helian Qi, Yuan He, and Lan Yunke could roughly be regarded as first-class figures in the same realm. Like Su Muhan, Wan Tu, and Xia Yuhua, they could be regarded as the top existences in the same realm, just like the dazzling geniuses in the eyes of the world. As for Lu Dubu and Wu Huang, they were like peerless geniuses born with great luck. Each of them was as bright as the sun. But these geniuses, and outstanding figures were destined to be dimmed in front of Jing Dui. He was like a monster that couldn't be measured by common sense. He had a nature-defying talent, an unfathomable foundation, and an outstanding demeanor. Even now, no one was able to tell exactly where his limit was. Because no matter in the battle with Lu Dubu or in the duel with Wu Huang at this time, he had never been injured, shaken, or suppressed. This was undoubtedly very terrifying. Boom, on the battlefield, Wu Huang was defeated again. He was suppressed by Lin Sun's palm force, and his body was smashed to the ground. The dull sound made many people feel pain. Wu Huang's mouth and nose were bleeding, his face was livid, and his eyes were about to crack. He roared, and his figure burst out. His whole body was steaming with gray mist. His whole body seemed to be burning, and his power became more and more terrifying. From the beginning of cultivation to the present, as the Emperor's messenger of the Divine Sunshine Ancient Sect, he had always been confident and arrogant. He thought that there were only a few people in the same realm who could fight with him in the world, and he had never suffered such a setback. But now, in the Tao discussion of Yunzhou, he was repeatedly frustrated in the battle against Jing Dui, who he had never heard of before. This made him unable to calm down, and he was furious. Kill. He activated his secret method, and his 4 pairs of eyes shot out divine light, deducing the power of his own Tao field. The power was terrible and monstrous. But just for a moment. With a dull roar, Lin Sun punched down from the sky, and Wu Huang was smashed to the ground. Countless bones in his back had been broken, and they emitted crackling sounds of explosions. Moreover, numerous bloody scars that had cracked open appeared on his body, and it was a horrifying sight. Too fierce, some big shots couldn't help but change their faces, and their bodies became stiff. At this time, Jing Dui was like an invincible existence in the Saint King realm, sweeping across the field and sweeping away all obstacles. It turns out that he didn't use his full strength from beginning to end when he fought with me. Lu Duba felt bitter in his heart. He was unwilling to be defeated by Wu Huang because Wu Huang used external force. But after being defeated by Lin Sun and witnessing Lin Sun's power at this time, Lu Duba couldn't be unconvinced. I had some regrets that I didn't fight with Jing Dui, but now it seems that even if I fight with him, I don't have much chance of winning. Xia Yuhua also sighed in her heart. Peerless figures like her were all proud and unyielding. It was undoubtedly too difficult for them to admit that someone was stronger than them. But obviously, Lin Sun was an exception at this time. Bang! On the battlefield, Wu Huang was kicked away. His jaw was broken, and his flesh was badly mutilated. He groaned in pain. On the other hand, Lin Sun's figure was bright, and his momentum was like a rainbow. He was unharmed from beginning to end. Everyone could see that Wu Huang was powerless in this battle. Sure enough, it didn't take long for Wu Huang's chest to be pierced by a wisp of sword qi. If he hadn't dodged in time, this sword would have pierced through his heart. Wu Huang was furious to the point of madness. He was determined to win first place, but now he was beaten up like a dog. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, he was so ashamed and angry that he was about to explode. But no matter how he struggled and resisted, it was all useless. The blood prison divine will couldn't. The bloodthirsty gate couldn't. Even if he risked his life, it still wouldn't work. He was completely suppressed by Lin Sun and beaten violently. In fact, Lin Sun didn't attack ruthlessly at all. Otherwise, with Wu Huang's ability, it would be impossible for him to hold on until now. The reason was that Lin Sun knew very well that this was the selection of Tao. Even if he knew that his opponent was the successor of the Divine Sunshine Ancient Sect, he had no chance to kill him under such circumstances. After all, whether it was Guanxu or the other big shots present, it was impossible for them to tolerate death in the selection of Tao. Since he couldn't kill him, he could only beat him up to vent his anger. Bang! As the battle continued, Wu Huang grew more and more miserable. His clothes were ragged, his hair was disheveled, and his entire body was covered in cracks and bleeding wounds. Many people couldn't help but reveal expressions of pity and pity. Just a moment ago, he was so arrogant, haughty, and insufferably arrogant. Yet now, he was completely miserable after being abused. Especially Taoist Lan, he was completely stunned. Every time Wu Huang was suppressed, his expression changed indeterminately. Stop. At this moment, he finally couldn't help but speak out with the intention of stopping this battle because he truly couldn't bear to see Wu Huang being abused. Lin Sun turned a deaf ear to him. At the beginning, Wu Huang had said that he wouldn't stop unless Lin Sun admitted defeat. What Lin Sun wanted to do now was to give Wu Huang a taste of his own medicine. Bang! Dense Taishan sword qi whistled down like the Milky Way descending from the 9 heavens, and it was dazzling and illuminated the world. Under the stimulation of the boundlessly terrifying and fierce aura, Wu Huang, who'd been heavily injured a long time ago, finally felt terrified, and he realized that if he didn't admit defeat, then he was bound to lose his life. I admit defeat. He howled, and his voice seemed as if it was squeezed out from the cracks between his teeth. Whoosh! The sword qi that covered the sky suddenly stopped 3 feet away from Wu Huang's head. God is 3 feet above his head. I give up. Wu Huang's angry and frightened voice reverberated between heaven and earth. There was a dead silence in the field. Everyone's gazes were filled with shock as they gathered on the arena. There, Wu Huang sat paralyzed on the ground. His clothes were ragged, and he was wounded and bathed in blood. He looked extremely miserable. And above his head, a piece of crystal clear, burning sword qi was arranged densely, shining with a frightening and sharp luster. Not far away, Lin Sun's figure was ethereal like an immortal. Wu Huang was beaten until he was unable to resist and was seriously injured and dying. Lin Sun even tortured him to admit defeat. All the people who witnessed this scene were shocked and speechless. Wu Huang, lost. He had lost so badly that he had lost all face in front of Jing Dui. Clatter! Lin Sun waved his sleeve, and the sword rain disappeared into his body like birds returning to their nest. Next time you fight with others, don't talk nonsense. Otherwise, it will be too shameful if you have to beg for mercy when you are abused. Lin Sun said this with a smile and left the battlefield. Wu Huang's face was gloomy and his teeth were almost broken. He was defeated so badly in this battle that he was completely abused. Not only did he lose the first place that he was determined to win, but he also lost all his face because of this. Even if he could finally get the second place in the Tao discussion of Yunzhou, when people mentioned him, how could they not know that he had been beaten and ravaged by Jing Dui? Jing Dui, you will die sooner or later. Wu Huang roared in his heart. As Lin Sun walked out of the battlefield, all the eyes of the audience were focused on him. Looking at this clean and tidy young man, who was completely unscathed, everyone's faces were filled with shock and respect. So far, the 3 battles today were over. Lin Sun won 2, Wu Huang won 1, Lu Duba lost. There was no doubt that at this time, Lin Sun was already the first in the Tao discussion of Yunzhou. He won. Ha ha ha, he won, he won. There was a thunderous uproar in the field. A dazzling smile appeared on Jin Tian Xuanyue's beautiful face. Her cheeks were flushed red, and she was extremely excited in her heart. The Cloud Prefecture was one of the 49 prefectures of the prehistoric world, and its territory was even vaster than a large world. It was extremely difficult for him to emerge from the numerous selections and seize the title of first in the Tao discussion. And now, Lin Sun did it. 90,000 Li Wind Rock stands upright, 8,000 years long sword cry. This battle was won beautifully. Heng Xiao clapped his hands and laughed heartily. He sighed in his heart. He was indeed worthy of being the junior uncle of his ancestral master. He was really impressive. This child is indeed a rare genius in this world, a dark horse that can shock the world. Today's battle has truly broadened my horizons. Guanxu sighed. The other important figures present were also overwhelmed with emotions. Before this, no one had thought that the final first place would be taken by a dark horse like Jin Dui. Especially the battle between him and Wu Huang, it caused all these old fellows to be even more shocked, and their minds suffered an unprecedented blow. Amazing, I have to admit. Lu Duba muttered. Why do I feel that even the battle with Wu Huang didn't force out all of Jin Dui's strength? Xia Yuhua's starry eyes were illusory, and her expression was blank. At this moment, Jin Dui was undoubtedly an existence that was the center of attention, but in Xia Yuhua's eyes, he was more and more unfathomable. He was unfathomable like an abyss. The other experts like Wang Tu, Su Muhan, Lin Shoujia, Gue Shanxing, and so on all had complicated expressions. Jin Dui, he was absolutely an anomaly that had appeared in the Tao discussion of Cloud Prefecture, and he was the final winner that no one had expected. The surroundings were in an uproar. On the other hand, no one paid attention to Wu Huang, who was covered in injuries. On the other hand, Daoist Lan's face was livid, and his chest felt stuffy. However, no one paid attention to him as well. On the same day, the Tao discussion of Cloud Prefecture came to an end, and the news about the Tao discussion started to spread like a hurricane. It charged towards all directions and caused a great uproar. What? Jin Dui is first? Lu Dubu and Wu Huang were actually not a match for him. This Jin Dui is too surprising. All the experts that found out about the final rankings of the Tao discussion of Cloud Prefecture were surprised, astounded, and filled with disbelief. After all, who could have imagined that a young man that was unknown before the Tao discussion of Cloud Prefecture would crush all the experts and seize the first after the Tao discussion of Cloud Prefecture had begun? Have all of you noticed? Since Jin Dui participated in the Tao discussion until now, not only has he not suffered a single defeat, his ranking has risen to the first repeatedly. During the first round of the selections, he established a record of 99 successive victories, and he became the most dazzling dark horse amongst the 10 rankings. During the second round of the selections, he was the first existence to pass through the 9th level of the Great Void Tao Pagoda, and Lu Dubu and the others were left behind by him. Moreover, during the final round of the selections, he even fought his way out of the encirclement and successively defeated Lu Dubu, Wu Huang, and the others in an invincible manner to seize the first. When the information related to Lin Sun was summarized and sorted out, everyone noticed a fact to their shock. In this vast Tao discussion of Cloud Prefecture, Lin Sun, who was disguised as Jin Dui, had actually created numerous miracles that could shake the world. Where exactly is he from? Which old freak's disciple is he? Jin Dui. Jin Dui. Exactly how strong is he? Quickly, gather information about this person with all your might. In the following period of time, everyone in Cloud Prefecture was discussing Lin Sun. Unfortunately, no one knew his true identity until the end. Firstly, Lin Sun did not appear with his true appearance. Secondly, he had the Rui Daoist robe to conceal his strength. No one could have imagined that such a young man had already shaken the world of the ancient Tao in the starry sky many years ago when the trip to the Kunlun ruins ended. While the outside world was in an uproar, Lin Sun, Lu Dubu, Wu Huang, Xia Yuhua, Wang Tu, and the others were summoned by Guanxu and the other great figures. within an ancient hall in the Great Void sect. The atmosphere was solemn. Guanxu spoke in a low voice. The Tao Discussion Grand Meeting jointly organized by the 6 Great Tao Courts will be held in half a year. At that time, the 10 of you will represent the Cultivation World of Cloud Prefecture and head to the Middle Earth Prefecture's Dark Yellow Tao Court to participate in this grand meeting. Here are 10 nameplates. Keep them well. As he spoke, Guanxu waved his sleeve, and 10 streams of light flashed out and landed in the hands of Lin Sun and the others. Lin Sun held it in his hand and took a look. The nameplate was polished from mysterious dark yellow divine jade, and it was branded with a stone tablet totem. I hope all of you won't be conceited because of this. You must know that the Tao discussion this time is only limited to our Cloud Prefecture, and those who can participate in the Tao Discussion Grand Meeting are all top-notch peerless figures. Guanxu's voice was like a bell as he admonished. Lin Sun and the others nodded. They knew very well that a selection like the Cloud Prefecture's Tao Discussion Grand Meeting would also take place in the other prefectures of the primordial world. Just like them, the top 10 of each prefecture were qualified to participate in the Tao Discussion Grand Meeting. Besides that, the disciples and inheritors of the 6 Great Tao Courts of the Middle Earth Prefecture, the 10 Great Combat Clans, and the monstrous figures from the other worlds in the starry sky would participate in the Tao Discussion Grand Meeting as well. It could be foreseen that when the curtains to the Tao Discussion Grand Meeting were drawn, the experts that were able to participate were bound to be monstrous and abnormal. On the same day, the experts that participated in the selection of the Cloud Prefecture's Tao Discussion Grand Meeting left successively under the lead of the seniors of their respective sects and clans. Lin Sun left on the same day and set out alone. He'd already made an appointment with Xianxia to start preparing to head to the Imperial Clan, the Jiang Clan, after he returned to the Xuanji Dao sect. Swoosh, in the sky, a treasured vessel tore through the sky, and it carried Lin Sun as it flew towards the direction of the Xuanji Dao sect. On the treasured vessel, Lin Sun sat cross-legged in meditation, and he was comprehending and digesting the experience he'd obtained from participating in the Cloud Prefecture's Tao Discussion Grand Meeting. Presently, I'm only a step away from the late stage of the ultimate Saint King realm, and my control of the Tao domain has attained the level of mastery. Lin Sun pondered. In this Tao Discussion Grand Meeting, there were only a handful of opponents that he could fight, but it allowed Lin Sun to obtain a great deal of benefits. Refining the martial Tao source energy allowed him to condense the Crimson Flame Taoist body and control the Eye of Incineration. Swallowing the Prime Purity pill allowed his cultivation to improve greatly, and he was on the verge of breaking through to the late stage of the ultimate Saint King realm. Most importantly, participating in the selection battles allowed him to witness a variety of Tao domains, and he obtained a great deal of comprehension. It also allowed him to accumulate valuable experience towards perfecting his own Tao domain. After pondering for a long time, Lin Sun made a decision. He would strive to break through his cultivation in one go and attain perfection in his Tao domain at the same time before participating in the Tao Discussion Grand Meeting. Bang! Suddenly, the vast universe arc shook violently as if it had hit a rock. On the other hand, Lin Sun, who'd noticed that something was amiss in advance, had already charged out of the treasured vessel at the first possible moment. He stood in the air, and with a single glance, he saw a group of figures standing on the road ahead. The person in the lead was a dignified middle-aged man in a purple robe. His pupils were like bolts of lightning, and he emanated a formidable aura that belonged to the quasi-emperor realm. A group of people clustered around him, and many of them were actually quasi-emperors. There was a figure that Lin Sun was extremely familiar with amongst them. Surprisingly, it was Xianxia. "Young man, do you know why we're looking for you?" The middle-aged man in a purple robe spoke coldly. Lin Sun's expression was indifferent as he casually put away the vast universe arc, and then he said, "I can roughly guess." Even Xianxia had made an appearance, so how could he not understand what was about to happen? Moreover, when he left the Great Void Tao sect, he'd already expected that someone would definitely take action against him after the Tao discussion of Cloud State came to an end. But he'd never imagined that they would actually come so quickly. "Since it's like this, I advise you not to resist and come with us obediently." The middle-aged man in a purple robe had an indifferent expression. As he spoke, the people around him spread out and formed a fan shape, and they pressed towards Lin Sun in an encirclement manner. Lin Sun's dark eyes were deep, indifferent, clear, and tranquil. Perhaps he still had to conceal some of his strength and resources during the Tao discussion so as to avoid being too conspicuous and causing unnecessary disturbances. But at this moment, in this wilderness, he was like a dragon returning to the ocean, and there was no need for him to restrain himself any longer. The middle-aged man in a purple robe and the others flew in the air and surrounded Lin Sun in a fan-shaped formation. Everyone's aura could be said to be terrifying, and it was like a vast ocean that completely covered the surrounding mountains and rivers. Xianxia followed closely behind. A sliver of unconcealable excitement appeared on his face. So what if he won the first place in the Yunzhou Tao discussion? From today on, there would be no Jing Dui in the world. 6 quasi-emperors together, don't you think we overestimate this boy? A silver-robed woman said with a proud expression. After all, he is a rare young man, and he has just won the first place in the Tao discussion. He deserves our attention. A short and fat old man said with a smile. Everyone, be careful. Since such a young man dares to walk alone, he must have many life-saving means in his hands. Don't fail miserably. The middle-aged man in a purple robe reminded in a deep voice. After the end of the Tao discussion, they had already taken action and kept a close eye on Lin Sun all the way. The reason why they chose to take action at this time was that they were sure that Lin Sun was indeed walking alone. Secondly, this area was located in the depths of the boundless mountain range. It was sparsely populated, and the nearest city was tens of thousands of miles away. If they killed Lin Sun here, they wouldn't worry about being discovered. After all, Lin Sun was now the first place in the Tao discussion in Yunzhou, and he would represent the cultivation world of Yunzhou to participate in the Tao discussion 3 months later. Under such circumstances, if people knew that they killed Lin Sun, it was bound to bring extremely serious impact to them. Young man, have you thought it through and come with us obediently? Someone asked slowly. At this time, they had completely blocked this area and regarded Lin Sun as a turtle in a jar, a lamb waiting to be slaughtered. Lin Sun looked indifferent and said with a smile, I thought that the people of Mysterious Void Island would be the first to jump out to deal with me, but I didn't expect that it would be you old fools. To be honest, I'm a little disappointed. As he spoke, a force like molten lava boiled and ran in Lin Sun's body. Humph, you're sharp-tongued and reckless. The silver-robed woman snorted coldly. She was surprised to be scolded by Lin Sun, a junior. Didn't this kid know his situation? Swish, she stretched out her hand and waved, and a piece of purple light swept out. The light was intertwined and shrouded Lin Sun in the distance. This was the power of a quasi-emperor. Although it seemed to be an understatement, its power could be said to be terrifying enough to strike fear into the hearts of all saints. Lin Sun stopped smiling. Boom, a large abyss quietly appeared around his body. It was like a furnace, but it wasn't a furnace, it was like an abyss, but it wasn't. Crash before the purple light could even reach him, it was completely devoured and annihilated, leaving not a single drop behind. The silver-robed woman's expression changed slightly. Lin Sun's figure had already flashed, and he came to kill. A wisp of dazzling sword energy appeared on the tip of his finger. Its sharpness was unparalleled, and its momentum was unparalleled. There was no return, even in the Tao discussion of Cloud State. Lin Sun had never exerted his full strength, but at this moment, he integrated all of it into this sword. Not good, the silver-robed woman's heart trembled and her body stiffened. Her eyes were filled with disbelief. At this moment, she felt like she was facing death. Under the stimulation of her instincts, which had been cultivated through many years of battles, she did not hesitate to attack with all her strength and resist. Buzz, layers of divine rainbow halos appeared on her body, and they were all condensed from the power of the great Tao laws of a quasi-emperor. This move was called the 800 Divine Light Force, and its defense was astonishing. Slash! A cold light flashed as the sword slashed down. Boom, the void exploded, and the peerless sword energy was like a blade that could split open the sky, and it easily slashed through the layers of divine rainbow halos around the silver-robed woman. That scene was like a knife cutting through tofu, and the 800 Divine Light Force that the silver-robed woman was so proud of was instantly destroyed. No. The silver-robed woman let out a scream that was filled with terror. But her voice stopped abruptly. Because this sword had already slashed her into two, and then the two bloody halves of her body exploded in the void, causing a mist of blood to fill the air. In an instant, a quasi-emperor was killed with a single sword strike. This sudden and unforeseen event caused the purple-robed middle-aged man and the others to be unable to rescue her in time. When they reacted, they saw the scene of the silver-robed woman being slashed, and all of them were horrified and shocked. How was this possible? A peerless Saint King had killed a quasi-emperor with a single sword strike in a disdainful and heaven-defying manner. Who in the world had ever seen such a shocking thing? It was too terrifying. Lin Sun's figure disappeared, and the next moment, he appeared in front of the short and fat elder. Boom, he pinched his palms and fingers together and fiercely pushed out. It was just a big seal, but it seemed to be able to swallow the heavens and the earth, and it showed a terrifying and boundless imposing manner. The short and fat elder had not recovered from the shock, and in the face of such a murderous attack, his whole body quivered, and he did not hesitate to go all out. His 10 fingers were like hooks, and he hugged the air in front of him. Buzz, a golden formation totem was condensed, and the multicolored light was blazing, and it flowed with the shocking power of the Great Law. A dull thunder-like collision sound rang out. The golden rune totem suddenly exploded, but Lin Sun's seal was finally blocked. But before the short and fat elder could breathe a sigh of relief, there was a sharp pain in front of his eyes. He saw a terrifying flame that seemed to be able to smelt everything in the world suddenly burst out from Lin Sun's pupils. The eyes of burning ashes. With a bang, the short and fat elder let out a blood-curdling scream, and his whole body was covered by a transparent torrent of flames. In just an instant, he turned into ashes and disappeared into the void. This was the domineering power of the eyes of burning ashes. Lin Sun had also used it at the Tao discussion competition in Cloud State, but he did not use its full power. At this moment, the eye of blazing ashes, which had been unleashed to its fullest, had suddenly incinerated a quasi-emperor. After the silver-robed woman, the short and fat elder was also killed. All of this happened in just a few seconds. Evil creature. Attack. Kill him quickly. The purple-robed middle-aged man and the others all moved, their faces livid and full of shock and anger. No one had expected that as soon as the battle began, in just a moment, 2 of their companions would be killed on the spot. This caught them off guard, and completely exceeded their expectations. In particular, the terrifying power that Lin Sun had shown made them begin to feel cold and fearful. They could not believe that this was the power that a great Saint King could master. But no matter what, at this moment, they did not dare to have any hesitation. At this time, Lin Sun's figure flashed in the air, and when he reappeared, his whole temperament suddenly changed. He was dressed in a moon-white robe, his black eyes were deep, and his whole body was flowing with thousands of divine brilliance. He was no longer as violent and wanton as before. Instead, he gave people a temperament that was as deep as an abyss and as calm as water. Because at this moment, he had used his real body. This was also the first time that he had fought in his real body since he set foot on the boat and crossed the starry sky to the primordial world. It's a little late to get home. This chapter is a little short, only about 2,000 words. The next chapter will be longer, and the number of words will be twice that of this chapter. The familiar power, the familiar aura, and everything familiar. When Lin Sun's essence, qi, and spirit returned to his original body, he was like a dragon returning to the sea, a tiger in the forest, and his whole person became different. His blood and qi roared, his eyes flashed like lightning, and the power of origin roared in his body. Every move he made showed a demonic demeanor. Long time no see, Lin Sun sighed with emotion. Swish, a ray of flying light shot over. It was a flying knife, 7 inches long, slender and crystal clear, flowing with dazzling light. I also have a treasure. A bright light shot from Lin Sun straight into the sky, like a comet across the sun and moon, with unparalleled sharpness, and collided with the flying knife. Looking carefully, it was a broken blade. Clang, as the light splashed in all directions, the nearby void exploded, and the airflow tumbled endlessly. The flying knife buzzed and trembled, and suddenly a crack appeared on it. There was a cry of alarm, and a thin man who controlled the flying knife showed a look of shock. That was his life-saint weapon, which was about to condense a spirit embryo, but it was damaged in the confrontation. Almost at the same time, the purple-robed middle-aged man and others also rushed over from different directions. Whoosh, an ancient green thunder seal spun in the air, setting off a sky full of astral lightning that poured down with a loud rumble. Moo, a fiery red Kuei-Ox shadow rushed out, making an earth-shattering roar, and a substantial silver sound wave spread out. Qi, a golden spear pierced the air, like a golden lightning, so sharp that it seemed to be able to pierce through the sun, moon, mountains, and rivers. 3 kinds of attacks, from 3 quasi-emperors, attacked Lin Sun in a triangular formation. For a moment, the area was turbulent, and the nearby mountains collapsed and turned into powder. Break! Lin Sun ignored it and directly activated the broken blade, turning it into a long rainbow, and fiercely fought with the Cyan Thunder Seal. As for himself, he deduced the profound meaning of devouring abyss, and his whole body was steaming with the Tao field of great accomplishment, pushing forward. Boom! The surging silver sound wave exploded and was devoured by the abyss-like Tao domain. Even the fiery red Kuei-Ox phantom was struck heavily, nearly dissipating in midair. At the same time, an endless amount of Taishan sword qi whistled out. Every single strand of Taishan sword qi accurately slashed at the golden spear. Clang clang clang, a series of ear-piercing collisions rang out. In the end, both the golden spear and its owner were fiercely blasted flying by the surging sword qi, and their figures staggered back while they almost coughed up blood. Again. Lin Sun's eyes were as cold as lightning and he waved his sleeves. The power of the broken blade was pushed to the extreme, and a bright light exploded in the void. The brilliance of its sharpness caused the mountains and rivers to lose their color. The eyes of the purple-robed middle-aged man, who was controlling the green thunder seal, narrowed, and he suddenly made a hand sign. His hands blossomed like a lotus. His 10 fingers formed a series of mysterious seals. The azure lightning seal unleashed a torrential rain of azure lightning, emitting an aura of great destruction and terror. Although the azure lightning was terrifying, it was only able to block the broken blade for a moment before it was forcibly smashed into nothingness. When the broken blade slashed at the azure thunder seal, the purple-robed middle-aged man's cheeks turned pale and he suddenly retreated a few steps. He was shocked. My celestial dipper green sky seal is activated with a secret technique, but it can't withstand the attack of a peerless Saint King. How can his power be so terrifying? The purple-robed middle-aged man was an old monster in the quasi-emperor realm. His power was like the sea, and he was above all saints. With the previous attack, even a quasi-emperor could not easily destroy it. But at this time, it was broken by Lin Sun. How could he not be shocked, but this attack also bought time for the others. Go! The thin man pulled out a snow-white saber, stepped into the air, and suddenly slashed. Crack! The saber light was like lightning, drawing a dazzling trace in the void. The domineering power of this saber was almost indescribable. The dazzling and blazing saber qi traversed the void for 800 zhang. It was incomparably condensed, like a dazzling galaxy rolling in reverse. This part of the world seemed to be split in half by this saber. Before the saber light arrived, a terrifying murderous aura had already swept over. The domineering saber Dao was vividly displayed, Starlight Saber Guide. This was the peak attack of the thin man's saber Dao cultivation. He had tempered his saber for thousands of years in the vicissitudes of time, and it had long been integrated into his Dao. The saber was his Dao, and the Dao was his saber. If it was any other Saint Realm expert, just this level of saber intent was enough to tear their mind to pieces and make them feel incomparable despair. Humph! Lin Sun raised his fist, and with endless dazzling Dao light, he punched the air. Boom! Heaven and earth shook, and the sun and moon dimmed. The blazing fist energy seemed to swallow everything, and there was nothing it could not refine. It suddenly collided with the saber. This was a punch that was fused with the boundless devouring scripture's Dao domain. The 800-foot-long saber qi exploded inch by inch in the void, and Lin Sun's fist energy showed a crushing momentum. The thin man's perlicue shook violently. He felt as if his saber had struck an oncoming mountain, and even his saber was almost sent flying. How can he be so strong? The thin man was shocked. There was a difference of a great realm, but he possessed such a heaven-defying combat strength. This made the thin man, a quasi-emperor, feel that it was inconceivable. Boom! There was a loud sound. The dazzling saber qi was completely crushed by the fist energy, but Lin Sun's fist energy also dissipated. The aftermath of countless saber qi and fist energy was like a tsunami, sweeping in all directions. The mountains and rivers were like a hurricane passing through. Rocks exploded, trees collapsed, and smoke and dust filled the sky. Lin Sun's figure also shook in this attack, But he was unharmed. Witnessing this scene, all the quasi-emperors present were unable to calm down. A young man first killed 2 quasi-emperors on their side, and then fought 1 against 4 without falling into a disadvantageous position. This kind of combat strength was simply unimaginable. Xianxia, who had been watching in the distance, felt his scalp tingle, and his face changed completely. Compared with his performance in the Yunzhou Dao discussion, the current Jin Duyi was completely different. He was so terrifying that it was almost suffocating. Use your full strength. The purple-robed middle-aged man shouted, activating the Cyan Thunder Seal, and its power became more and more powerful. Buzz, the owner of the golden spear, like a golden sun moving horizontally, came from afar, as if his whole body was burning. On the other side, someone produced a magnificent and multicolored spiritual bead. It descended from the sky, carrying tremendous force and astonishing Dao light. There was also someone who pointed towards space, causing a Dao domain to surge into appearance, and it transformed into a world of flames. There were a myriad of flaming lotuses swaying within it, and every single one of these flaming lotuses had numerous flaming silhouettes surging into appearance. There were flying beasts, monsters, and ghosts amongst them. World of Fire Lotus. Good timing. Lin Sun took a deep breath, and the fighting spirit in his heart was completely ignited. The surging power in his body was all deduced to the extreme at this moment, and his whole body seemed to have turned into a big abyss, spanning between heaven and earth. Break! He charged forward. The Taoist domain that was like a furnace, like an abyss, but not an abyss, spread out, covering the sky and the sun, and the power of the various great Tao gathered within, surging like chaos. The power of the Cyan Thunder, the Golden Spear, the bright spiritual pearl, and the World of Fire Lotus were all drowned by the abyss-like domain. The void seemed to have been gnawed away by a heaven-swallowing beast. Boom, the bright spiritual pearl wailed, dimmed, and fell. A quasi-emperor let out a muffled groan, and his figure retreated, and every step he took caused the void to tremble. Following that, the golden spear was sent flying, and the quasi-emperor who controlled the spear revealed a shocked expression. The surging Cyan Thunder was directly annihilated and refined, vanishing without a trace. The purple-robed middle-aged man let out a furious roar, and the chi and blood in his body surged. Only the World of Fire Lotus was resisting, but the thousands of fire lotuses and the many phantoms born from the fire lotuses were all withering and vanishing at an astonishing speed. The quasi-emperor who developed the World of Fire Lotus coughed up blood repeatedly. The power of a single attack was actually this strong. Everyone's expression changed. But not only that, over there, the broken blade took advantage of this opportunity to slash a quasi-emperor, almost causing him to fall from the void. In the distance, Xianxia gasped, and his soul almost came out of his body. Jin Duyi was 1 against 4, but he still had the upper hand. It should be known that there were 4 quasi-emperors, and he was just a saint king of extinction. Everyone, if this man doesn't die, he will be a big problem for us. The purple-robed middle-aged man's face was livid, and he said word by word, in any case, he must be killed today. The others nodded solemnly. In an instant, 4 monstrous killing intents rose to the sky, stirred the 9 heavens and 10 earths, and made this side of the world produce a violent wail. In Lin Sun's deep black eyes, the fighting intent was like fire. This was also the first time he had fought with a group of quasi-emperors since he started cultivating. Although he felt great pressure, it made his blood boil. Because he hadn't released his full strength for a long time, boom, the 4 quasi-emperors attacked at the same time. They either took out their most powerful treasures, performed peerless Dao techniques, or displayed the power of the Dao domain. The power that was released together was like an earth-shattering calamity. As though the sky had been shattered, the universe was overturned, and the sun and moon lost their light. 4 kinds of power belonging to quasi-emperors, with unparalleled aura, smashed down. At this moment, even Lin Sun couldn't help looking solemn. Whoosh! The power surged and roared in his body like the Yangtze River. His internal organs made a thunderous sound, and the essence, chi, and spirit in and out of his body seemed to be burning. Open! Lin Sun's eyes burst with divine light, and he suddenly deduced the Tao field to the extreme and integrated it into a punch. This punch almost used all the strength in his body, and when he punched out, there was a grand scene of heaven and earth collapsing and all things collapsing. Boom! 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 Boom, the next moment, the terrifying sound of collision resounded through the world, and the white light turned into an endless torrent, surging in all directions. From a distance, the world seemed to be shaking, and there were signs of collapse. Then, an incomparably strange scene appeared. In the endless torrent of light, there was a fist force rushing out, and wherever it passed, Taoist skills collapsed, treasures wailed, and the law collapsed. When the haze dissipated, the four quasi-emperors all looked solemn and incredulous. Because the full force attacks they'd launched in unison had actually been forcefully dispersed by this single punch. God, Helian Chi, who was far away, was dazed. He couldn't see what had happened before, but when he saw Lin Sun's outstanding and intact figure, he couldn't suppress the shock in his heart at all. Too strong. Jin Duyi, you are indeed a first-class heaven-defying figure in the world, and I'm afraid that the core descendants of the 6 major Taoist courts are no better than you, but how many times can you block such an all-out attack? The purple-robed middle-aged man said in a deep voice. Earlier, you were only able to kill 2 of our companions because you seized the opportunity to catch us off guard. Now, it's impossible for you to accomplish that. Stop and come with us. Perhaps you'll have a chance to live. Someone threatened coldly. Haha. Lin Sun revealed a disdainful look and gently stretched his body. His whole body emerged from the inside out with an invincible and disdainful power. If I attack with all my strength, who among you can block it? His words resounded through the sky. Stubborn. The thin man snorted coldly. Is that so? Lin Sun's figure flickered and he teleported away, so fast that it was almost impossible to catch him with the naked eye. At this moment, he finally launched a killing spree without holding back. It was one thing to attack with all his strength, but it was another thing to really make up his mind to kill. This was a change in his state of mind and willpower. They soon realized how horrible Lin Sun was when he really wanted to kill people. Swoosh, his figure suddenly appeared in front of the thin man. The thin man brandished his saber and slashed. The snow-white saber set off a shocking divine brilliance, and the unparalleled power of the law swept out from the blade. Lin Sun didn't dodge, and a realm of Tao rose around his body, instantly enveloping the thin man and his slash. Within the realm of Tao, the thin man's slash seemed to have struck an abyss. It silently vanished without a trace, not even causing a ripple. And his entire body seemed to be suppressed by an unparalleled power as he fell into a boundless abyss. He felt powerless to break free. Oh no, he struggled frantically but to no avail. All the power he released was silently devoured and annihilated. Before he could react, the abyss-like realm of Tao transformed into a chaotic cauldron that suppressed and refined him. No. He finally felt horrified and let out a scream. His flesh and blood began to melt and vanish inch by inch. Even his essence, vitality, and spirit were rapidly evaporating. In just an instant, the thin man was reduced to ashes. Boom. By the time Lin Sun retracted his realm of Tao, the quasi-emperor had already vanished. Not a single trace or aura was left behind. How is this possible? The purple-robed man and the other 2 remaining quasi-emperors felt a chill run down their spines as their eyes nearly popped out of their sockets. Boom, they didn't dare to hesitate any longer and attacked with all their might, almost risking their lives. This time, Lin Sun didn't clash head-on. In the previous battle, he had already realized that it was difficult for him to kill multiple quasi-emperors in a head-on clash with his current strength. However, as long as he didn't clash head-on, it wasn't difficult to defeat them one by one. Swoosh, his figure flickered as he moved through the void, constantly dodging and moving around. He didn't clash head-on with his opponent at all. A moment later, Lin Sun finally seized the opportunity and leaped forward, appearing in front of the quasi-emperor expert with the golden battle spear. On the other hand, a translucent and crystalline jade bottle that was a few inches tall appeared in his palm, and the mouth of the bottle flowed with an obscure and unfathomable halo. It was aimed at this person, great way immeasurable bottle. As Lin Sun exerted his strength, a sword chi suddenly shot out from the mouth of the crystal-clear bottle. One way out, Lin Sun had used the same move to kill the silver-robed woman before. However, the aura of this move displayed by the great way immeasurable bottle was completely different, and its power was double that of Lin Sun's. Clang, in the deafening collision sound, a golden spear was violently sent flying, and the wrist of the quasi-emperor holding the spear was directly broken. He looked aghast, and just as he was about to dodge, the wisp of sword chi had already slashed down. Boom, a terrifying scene appeared. The body of this quasi-emperor realm expert exploded with a loud bang under the sword chi, and his soul was scattered into nothingness. At this point, the fourth quasi-emperor was killed. The remaining purple-robed man and the quasi-emperor controlling the spiritual pearl were both aghast, and the anger in their hearts had been replaced by a chill of fear. At first, they were aggressive, and thought that Lin Sun was like a turtle in a jar. They thought that it was a waste of 6 quasi-emperors to deal with a young man of Saint King realm. But now, the battle had only been going on for a moment, and 4 quasi-emperors had been killed. The silver-robed woman died under the one way out. The short and fat elder died under the eye of burning ashes. The thin man died in the realm of Tao. And the man holding the golden spear died under the great way immeasurable bottle. The numerous bloody scenes of death were like extremely heavy blows to them, and it caused the violet-robed man and the young man to have a surreal feeling as if they were dreaming. It was too terrifying. It was too incredible. Second brother, the situation is not good. If we don't leave now, I'm afraid. The quasi-emperor controlling the spiritual pearl wore a solemn expression. He was dressed in a brocade robe, and his aura was fierce, but at this moment his heart was also full of fear. The purple-robed middle-aged man's expression was uncertain. His heart was bleeding, full of anger, unwillingness, and fear. He was about to lose his halberd in front of a young junior, and so many of his companions were injured. But the words of the brocade-robed man made him calm down a little, and the intention to retreat sprouted in his heart. Go. He gritted his teeth, intending to retreat. Don't you think it's too late to leave now? Lin Sun's figure suddenly charged over, activating the power of the realm of Tao to cover 10 directions, restraining the two. Kill. The expressions of the purple-robed middle-aged man and the middle-aged man changed, and they fought with their lives on the line. However, at this moment, they weren't fighting to kill their enemies, and they were fighting to carve out a path of survival. So long as they were able to seize the slightest opportunity, then with their strengths, it would be sufficient for them to flee with ease. Boom, the violet-robed middle-aged man pressed his hands down in front of him, causing a myriad of layers of water to appear before him. It was like an ocean that raged, and it emanated a powerful imposing aura that seemed capable of drowning the universe and destroying the world. On the other side, the man in embroidered robes executed his trump card as well. Along with a wave of his hand, 18 multicolored spirit pearls flashed out, and they formed a ring of spirit pearls that droned and emanated surging divine radiance. The situation of 2 quasi-emperors fighting with their lives on the line was unimaginably terrifying, causing Lin Sun to feel great pressure. He no longer held back. Whoosh, a dazzling and resplendent white light suddenly flashed out from his chest, causing the heavens, the earth, the mountains, the rivers, and everything in the world to seem to have instantly frozen. It was as if the flow of time had stopped for an instant. Innate divine ability, death seal, everything in the world was motionless like a canvas. The violet-robed middle-aged man and the man in embroidered robes seemed to have been frozen in the painting, and even the desperate attacks they executed had stopped there. This extremely strange scene was undoubtedly too terrifying. After all, it involved the supreme energy of the order of time, and it was a terrifying profundity that even martial emperors were rarely able to come into contact with. Slash. At the instant that the death seal was executed, the broken blade was like a brilliant river of stars that slashed down towards the man in embroidered robes. At the same time, Lin Sun's figure appeared out of thin air before the violet-robed middle-aged man, and he executed a punch that shook the heavens with the boundless devouring scripture. Pooh, the body of the man in embroidered robes was sliced open, and blood sprayed into the sky. Peerlessly dazzling sharp divine radiance drowned his exploded body, and in the end, both his body and soul were annihilated. On the other side, along with a muffled sound of impact, the chest of the violet-robed middle-aged man collapsed from the punch, and blood sprayed from his mouth and nose as he let out a shrill cry. Originally, Lin Sun's punch was aimed at the head of the violet-robed middle-aged man, but in the end, the violet-robed middle-aged man had reacted from the death seal and dodged it in time. If it wasn't for this punch would have taken his life. Bang! Space collapsed as the violet-robed middle-aged man was blasted flying. His face was ghastly pale while his chest had collapsed, and he'd suffered an extremely heavy injury. Moreover, when he saw the scene of the man in embroidered robes being killed in the distance, it caused him to be horrified. Damn it! His hair was disheveled while his eyes were bleeding, and he was furious to the point of going mad. Little bastard! He Xianxia, will definitely kill you in the future. You won't have the chance. Lin Sun's voice hadn't finished resounding through the air when he'd already appeared before the violet-robed middle-aged man. In the next instant, the violet-robed middle-aged man's vision went black as if a devouring abyss had enveloped him. He originally intended to execute a secret technique to dodge, yet his figure seemed as if it was restrained by a terrifying devouring force. After that, his entire body was devoured by it. Bang! Along with the full circulation of Lin Sun's Dao domain, the body of the heavily injured and dying middle-aged man instantly exploded inch by inch into powder. His essence, energy, spirit, and all his strength seemed as if they'd suffered a terrifying devouring force, and they were obliterated in a short period of time. Lin Sun stood beneath the sky while his body reflected the image of a deep abyss, and his black hair fluttered as if he was a fiend god of ancient legend. He looked down upon the world. In the distance, Xianxia, who had witnessed all this, had long been dumbfounded and lost his mind. When he saw that the violet-robed middle-aged man was also in trouble, he seemed to collapse and cried out involuntarily, "No, this is impossible, this is not true." His horrified roar resounded through the shattered mountains and rivers. Xianxia, a peerless Saint King, had once become one of the top 10 in the selection of Cloud State, and he had also stood out in the second round of selection. Geniuses like him were existences that most cultivators in the cloud plane looked up to. But at this time, he was like a frightened quail, his eyes almost popping out of their sockets, as if he was grieving the death of his parents. Regret? Lin Sun suddenly appeared in front of Xianxia. Looking at his horrified and confused look, a touch of pity couldn't help appearing in Lin Sun's black eyes. Did this idiot finally feel afraid? Who are you? Xianxia raised his eyes and looked at Lin Sun in front of him, as if he had met Lin Sun for the first time and felt extremely strange. You're still concerned about this question when you're about to die? Lin Sun was surprised. I'm just sure that there has never been a person named Jin Dui in this world who can kill so many emperor-to-be in the peerless Saint King realm. Xianxia's eyes were scarlet, full of hatred. If you were as smart as you were before, how could today's things happen? Lin Sun sighed softly. Who the hell are you? Xianxia roared. He seemed to be crazy and had completely lost his mind. You're going to die. What's the use of knowing who I am? Lin Sun said and waved his sleeve. Boom, the terrifying power turned into a great furnace and smashed down. This was also a kind of manipulation of the Tao field. When it was like a furnace, it derived the profound meaning of the furnace of Tao. When it was like an abyss, it derived the image of swallowing the abyss. In a flash, Xianxia was killed on the spot and his soul scattered. He was roaring and questioning who Lin Sun was before he died. In fact, Lin Sun had long seen that Xianxia's state of mind had collapsed and his mind had been impacted. Even if Lin Sun didn't kill him, he would become a demented madman. Without any emotion, Lin Sun began to clean up the spoils on the field. After a while, whoosh, the vast universe arc rose into the air and teleported away with Lin Sun. All that was left was a scene of devastation and broken mountains and rivers. Not long after Lin Sun left, a group of people appeared. The leader was the headmaster of mysterious Sky Island, Taoist Lan. There are residual auras of different quasi-emperors here. Looking at this scene of destruction, there must have been an extremely fierce battle. Taoist Lan made a judgment with a glance. Headmaster, could it be that Jin Dui has already been killed by someone else? Someone couldn't help asking. Taoist Lan shook his head, his expression uncertain. The residual auras of quasi-emperors here belong to 6 people. If I'm not wrong, these 6 people must have met with misfortune. What? That Jin Dui is clearly traveling alone. Could it be that someone is helping him in the dark? Everyone was shocked and uncertain. Let's go back to the sect immediately. Taoist Lan took a deep breath and made a decision. Go, everyone was stunned. Give up just like that? Jin Dui dared to travel alone. How could he not have someone to rely on? Didn't he see that 6 quasi-emperors have fallen in this area? I suspect that there might be an emperor-level figure behind him. Taoist Lan said in a low voice. Emperor Realm, his words caused everyone to be shocked. After thinking about it, it made sense. How could an existence that could kill 6 quasi-emperors be an ordinary person? Taoist Lan led the group and left in a hurry. Humph, these guys from Mysterious Sky Island are smart. Not long after Taoist Lan left, Xianxia and other important figures of Xuanji Dao sect appeared near the shattered mountains and rivers. Headmaster, isn't Jin Duyi's battle prowess a little too terrifying? Do you know where he came from? Someone couldn't help asking. Previously, they had secretly followed Lin Sun under Heng Zhao's lead. When the battle broke out, they had all witnessed it. Originally, they had planned to lend a hand. Who would have thought that Lin Sun would kill 2 quasi-emperors at the beginning of the battle? Soon after, the other quasi-emperors were also killed one by one. Those bloody scenes caused all these old fellows to be deeply shocked, and they almost didn't dare believe their eyes. After all, who in the entire primordial world had seen a peak Saint King killing quasi-emperors as if they were chickens? Naturally, they didn't have the chance to help. No matter who Jin Duyi is, no one can leak what happened today. Do you understand? Heng Zhao said in a low voice. Everyone's hearts trembled and they nodded in agreement. On the vast universe Arkansas Lin Sun felt tired all over. He took out a pile of divine medicines and began to swallow and refine them. In the previous battle, he had released all of his strength. Although he had killed 6 quasi-emperor existences, his own consumption was also great. In particular, the forbidden passing magical ability had almost drained half of his strength. However, after this battle, Lin Sun also realized that with his current combat strength, he did not need to fear the existence of the quasi-emperor realm in the world. Lin Sun also knew that the quasi-emperor realm could stand above all saints, and the power they controlled was bound to be unparalleled. Among the quasi-emperors he had encountered so far, there had not been any powerful characters, but it was certain that there must be extremely powerful characters in the quasi-emperor realm. For example, Quasi-Emperor Ju Hu. When my cultivation reaches the peak of the late stage of Saint King realm and I control the field of Tao, perhaps even if I encounter a peak quasi-emperor, I should not be afraid. Lin Sun pondered as he cultivated. The road of the great Tao was dangerous and unpredictable. This primordial world was the first world of the starry sky ancient path, and it was destined to have many powerful and amazing characters. He did not think that he was really invincible in this realm. In short, in cultivation, one could neither be arrogant nor belittle oneself. The persistence of this state of mind was the most important. Half a day later, High Wind City. Lin Sun quietly entered, holding a jade token in his hand. It was crystal clear and shrouded in purple mist, with the words Hidden Mist engraved on it. Not long after, relying on the response of the jade token, Lin Sun found the entrance to the underground black market in High Wind City. It was a refining shop, and the entrance was in a refining room. Entering it was like entering another world, gray and hazy, without the prosperity and liveliness of the outside world. Everyone was in a hurry. Lin Sun had long been accustomed to this. When a waiter of the Hidden Mist house came up, Lin Sun directly handed over the purple jade token in his hand. This was a gift from Qing Ying. Until now, Lin Sun still felt amazed when he thought of the mysterious woman holding a blood umbrella, wearing a green dress and with ink-black hair. Young master, this way please. When the waiter saw this purple jade token, his expression suddenly changed, and there was a kind of heartfelt respect and obedience. In a hall prepared only for special distinguished guests, Lin Sun stated his purpose of coming: I want to sell some treasures. As he spoke, he flicked his sleeve, causing a pile of treasures to float up into appearance. They were like a small mountain that flowed with multicolored light and filled the entire room. These treasures were the trophies Lin Sun obtained when he killed enemies after leaving Green Province. The treasures of the 6 quasi-emperors he killed earlier were also in there. Of course, some of the treasures that were useful to his cultivation were kept by him. The items that he was selling now were all items that he had no use for. There were 2 saints in charge of appraising the treasures. One of them was a white-robed old man while the other was a gray-robed man. When they saw this scene, their breathing became rapid and heavy. It took them a long time to regain their senses. But when they looked at Lin Sun, their eyes became more and more respectful. This distinguished guest definitely had a great background. After that, they started to get busy, and it took them the time to finish a cup of tea before they finished checking and appraising all the treasures. 31 million Dao crystals, this was the price of these treasures, and because Lin Sun held the purple jade token, the price was only 10% lower than the market price in the outside world. Young master, now the underground black market in Lingfeng City can't gather so many Dao crystals in a short time. Why don't you give us some time to finish the business after we gather all the Dao crystals? The white-robed old man said cautiously. I'm pressed for time. I'm afraid I can't wait. Lin Sun frowned. He was not worried that the other party would dare to covet these treasures. First, he had the purple jade token, and second, he was not afraid at all because of his own foundation. The two saints were suddenly in a dilemma. After a while, the gray-robed man suddenly said, Young master, yesterday, we received a batch of mysterious treasures. If you are interested, we can sell them to you in Dao crystals. Lin Sun was not interested, but he could see that it was obviously a bit difficult for them to take out so many Dao crystals now. After thinking about it, he said, Let me have a look. Immediately, the gray-robed man hurried away, and soon returned with a huge bronze box. The bronze box was half a person high and 2 feet wide, mottled with rust, ancient, and covered with layers of black talisman formations. Lin Sun could see at a glance that these were layers of seals, and they were old. Putting down the bronze box, the gray-robed man took out a talisman key and inserted it into the center of the talisman formation on the front of the box. With the rumbling sound of friction, the huge bronze box was slowly opened. The scene inside the box was immediately reflected in Lin Sun's eyes. A bronze seal the size of a fist, a small apricot flag half a foot high, a piece of gray soil the size of a palm, and a piece of decayed spiritual wood. Each of the 4 treasures was dull in color and had no spirituality. They were piled up like a pile of copper and iron. But if you carefully sensed it, you could find that each treasure exuded a kind of vicissitudes of life. Young master, these 4 treasures, as well as the chest, were all sold by a guest yesterday. According to him, these treasures were inherited from the primordial era, and each of them possesses world-shaking might. The gray-robed man said in a low voice, After our identification, we found that these treasures should be handed down from the primitive times, but it's hard to say whether their power is earth-shattering or not. The white-robed old man added, These treasures seem to lack spirituality and are like a pile of waste, but they are actually not simple. He pointed at the bronze seal that was the size of a fist and said, Just like this treasure. It doesn't have any fluctuations of energy or intelligence, and it doesn't even have any Dao markings. However, it weighs 180,000 kilograms, and even a saint artifact would be unable to damage it in the slightest. Besides that, this apricot yellow flag is even more peculiar. No matter if it's the divine material used to refine the flagpole or the divine material used to refine the flag, both of them can be said to be unheard of. We've also invited some extremely experienced appraisers, but none of them were able to identify what kind of divine material this treasure is made of. Unlike the bronze seal, this apricot flag is as light as a feather in my hand. I can hardly feel its weight, but it is impervious to water and fire. We have tried our best to tear it with the power of the Saint Realm, but we couldn't damage it at all. As for that piece of soil and the decaying divine wood, their origins are also unfathomable. Speaking of this, the two looked at Lin Sun together. Seeing Lin Sun looking at these treasures with interest, they were both excited. There's hope. After looking at it for a while, Lin Sun asked, Who sold these treasures? It was a man who said that his family was in decline and he was poor. In order to let his child join the sect, he had to sell these ancestral treasures in exchange for enough Taoist gems for his child's cultivation. The gray-robed man said. What's funny is that this guy actually said that his ancestor had entered the Kunlun ruins in the primeval times and these treasures were also brought out from the Kunlun ruins. The white-robed old man sneered, At that time, we were also skeptical and invited many appraisers to appraise them. In the end, we came to a conclusion that even if these treasures came from the Kunlun ruins, they can't be considered earth-shattering treasures. Lin Sun's black eyes flickered and he also smiled, So, you're planning to sell these treasures that can't be considered earth-shattering treasures to me? The two sages were stunned and immediately became anxious. Child, although it's not earth-shattering, these treasures were left behind from the primeval times after all. Their value is hard to estimate. Yes, we originally planned to take these treasures away and let the big shots of the hidden mist house reappraise them. But since we met you, if you're interested, we'd be happy to sell them to you. In this way, it was nothing more than to raise the price of these treasures. Of course, Lin Sun understood this. He pondered for a moment and said, "How many Taoist gems do you want to sell these treasures?" 9 million Taoist gems. The two sages looked at each other and reported a number together. It's too expensive. Lin Sun shook his head. The two sages hurriedly explained. Child, as you can see, although these treasures look inconspicuous, they definitely have a great background. You might be able to pick them up. This price is really not high. That's right. To be honest, we also offered a lot of prices yesterday. It wasn't easy for us to buy them from that customer at the price of 6 million Taoist gems. The other party wouldn't even agree to one less Taoist gems. Buying them for 6 million Taoist gems and selling them to Lin Sun for 9 million Taoist gems was already a very fair price in the underground black market. Seeing this, Lin Sun nodded in agreement. The two sages immediately heaved a sigh of relief and said with a smile, "In this way, we'll be able to gather enough to pay you." Immediately, the two of them took out 22 million Taoist gems and put them into a storage bag. They handed them to Lin Sun along with the huge bronze chest. Lin Sun waved his sleeve and took all the gains. Without any delay, he decided to leave. But as soon as he walked out of the hall, he saw a thin middle-aged man coming in a hurry. When he saw the two sages who sent Lin Sun away, the thin middle-aged man immediately cried out, "You too, can I redeem the ancestral treasures I sold yesterday?" Lin Sun immediately stopped and looked at the man. He had a stubble beard, pale cheeks, and a slovenly appearance. His cultivation could be considered to have stepped into the saint realm, but he was just a pseudo-saint. "I'm sorry, the treasures have been sold. It's impossible to redeem them." The old man in white robe's expression became cold. "I'm willing to pay a high price as long as I can redeem them," the thin middle-aged man said anxiously. "It's ridiculous. What do you think of our Misty House? Once the transaction is completed, those treasures will no longer belong to you. What's more, we've already sold those treasures. How can we let you redeem them?" the old man in white robe said unhappily. Lin Sun had completely understood that the treasures in the bronze chest should be sold by the thin middle-aged man in front of him. "My two friends, how about helping me?" Silver mask, white clothes, tall and slender figure. When such a figure came, Lin Sun's pupils narrowed imperceptibly. He felt an unusual and powerful breath. Obviously, the other side had disguised himself and even concealed his breath. But Lin Sun's intuition from years of battle told him that this man was not simple. The gray-robed man and the white-robed old man frowned at the same time. They realized that the man with the silver mask was obviously with the emaciated middle-aged man. When they were about to refuse, they were stiff all over. As the silver-masked man looked at them, their hearts trembled as if they were being looked down by a supreme ruler. The gray-robed man took a deep breath and said, "My friend, this is the request of Misty House." Before he finished, the silver-masked man said, "Yesterday, you paid 6 million crystals to buy those treasures. I can give you twice the price to redeem them." His voice was sharp with a unique magnetism, like the sound of a blade scratching the sand. Although his tone was flat, it could not be refused. Twice the price, the gray-robed man and the white-robed old man were shocked. They realized that the treasures they had just sold to Lin Sun were far from as simple as they thought. But the transaction had been completed. They couldn't regret it. Moreover, Lin Sun was a distinguished guest with a purple jade token. They didn't dare to take back their words at this time. "I'm sorry, these treasures have been sold." As soon as the gray-robed man said this, he felt suffocated. A terrible breath like a landslide and tsunami came to him, which made his body tense and almost collapse on the spot. The silver-masked man said indifferently, "Who did you sell them to? I want a clear answer. If you don't say it, I don't care about Misty House." Every word and sentence revealed an extremely strong will and oppression. The gray-robed man and the white-robed old man were both sweating and palpitating. The breath of the silver-masked man was so horrible that they could hardly bear it. "My friend, it's not good to force others. At this moment, Lin Sun took a step sideways and stood in front of the gray-robed man and the white-robed man, looking at the silver-masked man. Suddenly, the gray-robed man and the white-robed man were like drowning people who were rescued. The pressure suddenly disappeared and they felt relaxed. The silver-masked man stared at Lin Sun. His pupils were a deep blue, like a vast ocean, with frightening lightning flowing in them. Lin Sun was unruffled and calm. Even though his opponent's aura was powerful, it wasn't enough to affect his state of mind. Interesting. To think that I would meet someone like you in this small Lingfeng city. The silver-masked man's voice carried a trace of coldness. I'll give you a warning. Don't interfere in this matter. Otherwise, I'm afraid no one in the primordial world will be able to save you. His tone was still very calm, but his tone was extremely arrogant. Lin Sun raised his eyebrows and said, "A threat?" The silver-masked man said, "You can treat it as such." Lin Sun suddenly took a step forward. The others didn't feel anything, but the silver-masked man's body stiffened. He felt a monstrous and terrifying killing intent lock onto him, and it caused his hairs to stand on end. An expert, his pupils constricted, and he suddenly circulated all the strength in his body to dissolve it. But no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't shake off the terrifying killing intent that locked onto him. This caused his expression to change again. "I bought the treasure. Are you sure you won't change your mind?" Lin Sun said calmly. "What?" The emaciated middle-aged man cried, "My friend, can you let me redeem it? I'll pay a high price." "Now, it's none of your business. Get out of here." The silver-masked man waved his sleeve. With a bang, the emaciated middle-aged man flew out and fell heavily dozens of meters away, coughing up blood. "How can you go back on your word? You said that as long as I redeem the treasure, you'll give me twice the reward." The emaciated middle-aged man cried on the ground, his face full of unwillingness. Lin Sun and others now knew that the reason why the emaciated middle-aged man wanted to redeem those treasures was that he was driven by tempting interests instead of really caring about his ancestral treasures. And it was the silver-masked man in front of him who promised him the benefits. "My friend, I can see that you are a very conceited person. But if you know my identity, I'm afraid you won't dare to do this again." Ignoring the shouting emaciated middle-aged man in the distance, the silver-masked man kept staring at Lin Sun and said in a shrill voice, "How about we make a deal? As long as you hand over those treasures, I'll give you 3 times the price." 3 times, the faces of the gray-robed man and the white-robed old man changed again. They realized that those treasures were destined to be extremely extraordinary. Lin Sun smiled. From the beginning to the end, this guy had a lofty and arrogant attitude. His seemingly flat tone revealed his extremely arrogant attitude. He stretched out his right hand and grabbed the neck of the silver-masked man with 5 fingers. It was an understatement and not very fast. A cold light flashed in the eyes of the silver-masked man. He seemed to be irritated. He held his palm like a knife and cut it horizontally. Buzz, the dazzling silver light of the way shot out from the center of his palm. It was so dazzling that even the void was torn apart like a piece of paper. The others nearby couldn't open their eyes and were greatly shocked. But it was precisely this terrifying palm strike that was still on the way when it was silently devoured and obliterated. Bang! His palm and fingers were shaken to the point of almost breaking apart, and they were fiercely blasted away. Lin Sun's 5 fingers had seized the opportunity to grasp the throat of the silver-masked man. With a burst of strength, he lifted the man in the air. The silver-masked man was shocked. When he was about to cry out, he felt it difficult to breathe and his neck was about to be broken. The most terrible thing was that his strength was completely suppressed. No matter how hard he tried, he couldn't struggle or resist. Who was this guy? When did such a powerful figure appear in Yunzhou? As you can see, it's easy for me to kill you. Lin Sun's black eyes were deep. Bang! He shook his wrist and threw the silver-masked man out like throwing garbage. Now, I also give you a piece of advice. Get out. The silver-masked man gasped for breath as he stood up. There were 5 bloody fingerprints on his neck. He stared at Lin Sun for a while and turned away without saying a word. Lin Sun didn't stop him. He didn't worry about the revenge at all because neither the Misty House nor the silver-masked man could see through his disguise at this time. Child, I'm afraid that this person's background is extremely terrible. You have to be careful. The gray-robed man reminded. Lin Sun smiled and didn't say much. He planned to leave now. But before he left, he also took the skinny middle-aged man with him. The skinny middle-aged man was frightened and unwilling, but how could he resist Lin Sun? He was directly knocked unconscious and taken away. After leaving the underground black market, Lin Sun didn't stay in Lingfeng City. He changed into the Scarlet Flame Taoist body and rushed in the direction of Xuanji sect. Lingfeng City. In an inn. The silver-masked man hurriedly walked in and finally stopped in front of a room. He took a deep breath and took off the mask covering his face. Instantly, his entire aura changed. His originally tall and slender silhouette now had a graceful charm to it. And his appearance became delicate and beautiful. A pair of blue eyes were as clear as gemstones. His red lips were slightly pursed, and he was naturally beautiful. The only thing that remained were 5 scarlet finger marks on her snow-white and delicate neck. It turned out that he was disguised by a woman. Young master. She bowed slightly and spoke in a low voice. Her originally sharp voice became as soft as water. The door of the room opened silently. A hearty laughter came from inside. ZK, why are you back so soon? Did the operation go smoothly? In the room, an auspicious beast incense burner curled up. A lazy purple-robed young man reclined on a soft couch. Beside him, there was a group of young women carefully serving him. Each of them was as beautiful as a fairy. Some were graceful and pleasant, some were bright and beautiful, and some were charming and lively. Some massaged his shoulders and legs, some poured wine and sent food to him. They served him meticulously. The purple-robed young man had bronze skin that was as hard as a rock. His facial features were handsome and clear, as if they were carved by a knife and axe. Especially his pair of eyes, which were as bright as the stars. As he looked around, he was in high spirits and had a kind of reckless and arrogant aura. The pretty face of the woman called ZK was pale. After entering the room, she knelt on the ground and said with a trembling voice, "Young master, the operation has failed." Suddenly, the atmosphere in the room became quiet. The women stopped what they were doing and looked at ZK in unison. Some were filled with schadenfreude while some were filled with pity and sympathy. The task that was assigned by the young master was actually messed up. The purple-robed young man spat out a grape seed from his lips. He then sat up lazily from the soft couch and said softly, "ZK, don't be afraid. Tell me what happened." His voice was gentle but ZK shivered. She knew very well how temperamental, perverse and bloodthirsty this young master was. She took a deep breath and told him everything that happened in the underground black market. After listening to her, the purple-robed young man was surprised. "Someone intercepted you? Do you know who that person is?" ZK shook her head. The purple-robed young man stood up and walked to ZK, who was kneeling on the ground. He helped her up and looked at the scarlet finger marks on her snow-white neck. He said with a heartache, "That guy is simply too cruel. He doesn't know how to be tender to the fairer sex. Look at how he tortured our little Z Quebec. I can't stand it anymore." ZK looked ashamed and said softly, "Young master, it's my fault." "It's not your fault. Who would have thought that a powerhouse who could easily subdue you would appear in a small high-wind city? Our little ZK is a powerhouse who is at the peak of the late-stage Saint King realm." The purple-robed young man patted her shoulder and said, "However, this matter is not over yet. The origin of those treasures is extremely great. I, the young master, have spent a lot of effort to find some clues. No matter what, we can't just give up like this." As he said that, he knocked on his head and said, "I remember now. The nearest sect in the vicinity seems to be called Xuanji Dao sect. If we're looking for someone, we should be able to find them very quickly by using their power." The purple-robed young man walked straight out of the room after he finished speaking. "Let's go. There's no time to lose. Those treasures are of great significance. Even those in the Emperor realm would drool if they saw them." The bewitching young girls in the room hurriedly followed. "ZK, you're lucky to have met the young master in a good mood. Otherwise, you'd be in trouble this time." Someone passed by ZK and transmitted her voice with a charming smile. ZK snorted coldly and ignored her. In fact, she was also in a cold sweat just now. Her heart was in her throat. She was afraid that the young master would suddenly kill her. This kind of thing had happened more than once in the past, on the vast universe arc that was flying towards the Xuanji sect. What's your name? Xing Yuandu. Xing is your surname? Yes, my ancestor was a wandering ascetic monk. He had profound dharma and unparalleled cultivation. Later, he married a wife and had children, so he took Xing as his surname. On the treasure ship, Lin Sun was talking to the thin middle-aged man who claimed to be called Xing Yuandu. Xing Yuandu seemed very honest and docile. He answered whatever Lin Sun asked. Obviously, he knew that he couldn't afford to offend someone as strong as Lin Sun. So, the treasures in the bronze box were obtained by your ancestor from the Kunlun ruins? Lin Sun's black eyes flickered. Xing Yuandu said without hesitation, of course. Otherwise, how could the guy with the silver mask pay twice the price to redeem it? But since it's your family's heirloom, why are you willing to sell it? Lin Sun's words made Xing Yuandu look embarrassed. He sighed helplessly, my family has declined and I'm just a false saint. I didn't intend to do this at first, but for the sake of my son's cultivation, I can only do this. He took a deep breath and said with a complicated expression, although I'm not very capable as a father, I don't want my son to be like me. In order for him to walk further and higher on the great path, what's the big deal about selling some ancestral treasures? Lin Sun didn't say anything. This was the good intentions of a father. Although Xing Yuandu appeared to be very down and out and incompetent, the care and concern he had for his son was very touching. Can you tell me the origin of these treasures? Lin Sun asked. Xing Yuandu asked in surprise, don't you already know? I want to hear it from you. Xing Yuandu let out a long sigh and said, looks like you don't believe that these treasures were brought out from the Kunlun ruins. That's right. Those lousy things look very mysterious, but they're completely useless. Even I find it hard to believe that these things have any earth-shattering secrets, let alone outsiders like you. That chest of treasures had been passed down from his ancestors' generation and had been guarded and safeguarded by generations after generations of the monk family's descendants. However, countless years had passed, yet no one had been able to discover the secrets of these treasures. By the time it reached Xing Yuandu's hands, he had already lost all hope for these treasures. Otherwise, he wouldn't have taken them out to sell. Tell me about it. Whether it's true or not, I want to hear it, Lin Sun said. Xing Yuandu sorted out his thoughts and said, my ancestor's dharma name is Ji. His identity is extremely mysterious. Our family's books only record that he was an extremely great figure, but we don't know exactly how great he was. We, the descendants of the monk family, only know that ancestor Ji once entered the Kunlun ruins and saw an extremely miraculous treasure furnace. That treasure furnace could fly out mysterious and unfathomable emperor weapons. When he heard this, Lin Sun's heart shook, and a name appeared in his mind, the refinement source furnace. Kunlun ruins had the 9 secrets and 3 treasures. The 9 secrets of Kunlun were 9 secret realms. Each secret realm had given birth to an emperor weapon, so there were 9 emperor weapons in total. These 9 emperor weapons were all refined by the refinement source furnace, and they were also known as the 9 emperor weapons of Kunlun. For example, the Great Tao Immeasurable Bottle and the Great Tao No Blame Lamp that Lin Sun currently possessed were 2 of the 9 emperor weapons of Kunlun. Xing Yuandu continued, later on, when ancestor Ji left, he brought back these treasures. After waiting for a while, Lin Sun was stunned, that's all? Xing Yuandu said awkwardly, how can we, the juniors of the monk family, know so much about the matters of the primordial era? Lin Sun was speechless. After thinking for a while, he asked, where's your son now? Xing Yuandu said vigilantly, fellow Taoist, don't bring disaster to your wife and children. You've already bought the ancestral treasures of my family. Are you still planning to kill me? Lin Sun couldn't help but laugh, don't you want your son to cultivate in a Taoist orthodoxy? With my help, I guarantee you won't have to spend a single Taoist crystal. Only then did Xing Yuandu realize that he had misunderstood Lin Sun. He said excitedly, fellow Taoist, is that true? What do you think of Xuanji Taoist sect? Who doesn't know about the 3rd major orthodoxy in Cloud Province? I've been looking forward to my son cultivating in Xuanji Taoist sect. Lin Sun said, I'll take you there right away and solve this matter. It'll be some compensation to you. Xing Yuandu nodded repeatedly. He was so excited that he was at a loss. Then, thank you so much, fellow Taoist. I'll definitely repay your kindness. Half an hour later. In front of the towering Divine Wind Taoist mountain, Lin Sun floated down with Xing Yuandu. Young friend, this way please. In the mountain gate, the elder of Xuanji Taoist sect, Hong Yu, appeared immediately. Obviously, he had been waiting there for a long time. Thanks a lot. Lin Sun nodded and followed Hong Yu into Xuanji Taoist sect. Seeing Lin Sun being treated with such respect, Xing Yuandu immediately believed that what Lin Sun had promised him before was not an exaggeration. This is great. That child of mine can finally be like those geniuses and enter a grand Tao orthodoxy to cultivate. Xing Yuandu was so excited that he felt like crying. No one could understand the feeling of being a father without being a father. For the sake of their children's future, they could give everything they had. Yushu Peak. This was originally the place where Xianxia, the headmaster, cultivated. Later, it was lent to Lin Sun for temporary residence. When Hong Yu and Lin Sun arrived at Yushu Peak, Xianxia greeted them with a smile. Young friend, congratulations for winning the first place in the Tao discussion of Yunzhou. Lin Sun also greeted him with a smile. This is. Xianxia looked at Xing Yuandu beside Lin Sun. Xing Yuandu trembled all over, his heart beating violently. He was so nervous that cold sweat broke out on his forehead. Xianxia. How could he not have heard of the headmaster of Xuanji Taoist sect? But he never thought that as soon as he arrived at Xuanji Taoist sect, he would meet such a legendary figure. For a moment, he was also extremely nervous. Lin Sun did not explain much. He only said that he hoped to recommend Xing Yuandu's son to cultivate in Xuanji Taoist sect. Xianxia agreed without hesitation. It's just a place for apprenticeship. You don't have to worry about it at all. Just leave it to me. Xing Yuandu opened his mouth wide. What he regarded as an extremely difficult matter was actually solved by Lin Sun in a few words. This made him feel as if he was in a dream. After a long while, he came to his senses and bowed to Xianxia with gratitude. Thank you, headmaster. Thank you, headmaster. Xianxia said with a smile, you can take a rest here first. Tomorrow, I will personally go with you to meet your son. Xing Yuandu nodded repeatedly, full of joy. Soon, an attendant took him away. After settling Xing Yuandu down, Xianxia said to Lin Sun, young friend, Boyazi will return to Xuanji Taoist sect tomorrow. At that time I will arrange for you to meet him. Lin Sun said, sorry to trouble you. Xianxia smiled casually, young friend, don't regard me as an outsider. Don't do this in the future. Others may not know your identity, but how can I not know? Lin Sun was speechless. Headmaster, there is a distinguished guest outside the mountain gate. Suddenly, a figure emerged in the distant clouds and spoke respectfully. Where is the distinguished guest from? Xianxia frowned. It is said to be from the Central Earth Taoist province. Upon hearing this reply, Xianxia was startled and frowned. The Central Earth Taoist province was the first province in the primordial world. It was regarded as the land of the ancestral court, where the 6 major Taoist courts and the 10 major war clans resided. Young friend, take a rest. I will go and have a look, said Xianxia. Lin Sun nodded and watched Xianxia leave in a hurry. Then, he walked into the blessed enclave specially prepared for him. Boom, as the formation of the blessed enclave was activated, it was immediately isolated from the outside world. Lin Sun raised his hand and waved. The huge bronze chest appeared and landed steadily on the ground. He took out the talisman key and inserted it into the center of the heavy restrictions covering the bronze chest. As the lid slowly opened, the scene inside the chest came into Lin Sun's view again. A bronze Taoist seal, an apricot yellow flag, a piece of gray soil, and a piece of decaying divine wood. 4 kinds of treasures were inconspicuous. However, Lin Sun's eyes suddenly became extremely bright, no longer concealing the joy and excitement in his heart. As a person who had entered the Kunlun ruins and seen all kinds of magical things in the Kunlun ruins, he realized that these treasures were extraordinary as soon as he saw them in the underground black market. Not to mention spending 9 million Tao gems, it's worth it even if I spend 100 or 1,000 times more Tao gems. While sighing with emotion in his heart, Lin Sun flipped his palm and a black copper block appeared. He held it in his hand as if he was holding an ancient divine mountain. This copper block was the one Lin Sun obtained from the siege of a group of strong people on the upside-down mountain in the Kunlun ruins. Its origins could absolutely be said to be shocking because it was a fragment left behind by the source furnace. Buzz as Lin Sun took out the copper block, an obscure power fluctuation appeared on the surface of the bronze Taoist seal and the apricot yellow flag in the bronze chest. It was as if they had awakened from the silence of countless years. In Lin Sun's palm, the copper block of the source furnace also became hot, producing a wonderful reaction with the bronze Taoist seal and the apricot yellow flag. For a moment, obscure waves emerged like tides, communicating between the three treasures, and the buzzing sound reverberated incessantly. When he was in the Kunlun ruins all those years ago, Lin Sun had once seen the Great Tao Bell. It was also through the strand of willpower left behind by this treasure that Lin Sun understood many secrets. For example, the 9 emperor weapons that were born in the source furnace were a divine sword, a spear, a bronze lamp, a flag, a seal, a jade bottle, a set of armor, a jade plate, and a divine saber. The Great Tao Bell once said, the source furnace forged the 9 emperor weapons to defend Kunlun, but it also violated a taboo and encountered an unprecedented calamity, causing the source furnace to completely disintegrate and dissipate. These 9 emperor weapons were hidden in the 9 secret places of Kunlun, and in the following years, they were taken away by fated people who entered the Kunlun ruins one after another. Amongst them, the jade bottle of one of the 9 emperor weapons was called the Great Tao Boundless Bottle, and it was first taken away by Li Xianxia on Mount Fengsuan. Later on, Lin Sun obtained it by chance on Kanggu Divine Mountain in the ancient Desolation region. That copper lamp was called the Great Tao No Blame Lamp. Lin Sun obtained it from a skeleton boatman when he entered the bloody underworld, the apex domain. Lin Sun had already obtained 2 of the 9 emperor weapons of Kunlun. At this moment, when he saw the miraculous changes that occurred between the source furnace, the bronze seal, and the apricot yellow flag, Lin Sun immediately thought of the 9 emperor weapons of Kunlun. He also thought of 2 treasures. The Great Tao Lifeless Seal, the Great Tao Boundless Flag. Could it be these 2 emperor weapons? Lin Sun couldn't help but feel excited. He took a deep breath and flipped his palm, and the Great Tao Boundless Bottle and the Great Tao Innocence Lamp appeared. Instantly, an extremely miraculous scene appeared. The Great Tao Boundless Bottle and the Great Tao Innocence Lamp glowed together, and they produced an obscure fluctuation that fused with the aura of the bronze seal, and apricot yellow flag. They resonated with each other, and the obscure energy was like a ripple that enshrouded and seethed between the treasures. As expected, Lin Sun's breathing stopped, and his black eyes lit up. He acutely noticed that a blurry pattern had condensed on the fist-sized bronze seal. In the pattern, the stars were resplendent, the surroundings were vast, the mountains, rivers, and all living beings resided. However, as a deep bronze light descended from the sky, the boundless starry sky suddenly collapsed and shattered. Countless stars turned into powder, and the mountains, rivers, and all phenomena collapsed and were destroyed. The souls of all the living beings in the world were all destroyed. The shocking killing scene shocked Lin Sun's mind and made him gasp in astonishment. In the end, only a Taoist seal floated amidst the boundless destruction, and it emanated an obscure and mysterious bronze glow. Boom! At this moment, the pattern dissipated, and strands of Tao markings appeared on the surface of the bronze seal that lay quietly in the box. They formed 2 heavy and ancient Tao markings, Wu Xing, under the Great Tao, there was only death and no life. Without a doubt, this seemingly inconspicuous bronze seal was one of the 9 Kunlun Emperor weapons, the Great Tao Lifeless Seal, Whoosh. Before Lin Sun could react, a flash of brilliant light suddenly emerged from the apricot flag. The banners fluttered, and they emanated multicolored lights of the Tao that were hazy like mist. For a moment, Lin Sun's hair stood on end. These brilliant lights of the Tao looked dreamy and beautiful, but they gave people the feeling that the peerless sword god was coming to the world. Every ray of Tao light was like a ray of supreme sword chi that was enough to split the sky and earth. It seemed that as long as the apricot flag was willing, the endless Tao light would change into a terrible lethality. No matter where you hid, you couldn't escape from this kind of killing. Just like at this moment, Lin Sun's current combat power was so terrible, but when he saw these brilliant Tao light, he felt frightened and his body tightened as if a great disaster was coming. In the end, the dazzling and resplendent glow of the Tao that was hazy like rain silently restrained and vanished within the apricot yellow flag. On the surface of the flag, 2 Tao markings also emerged, which were as elegant as swords and as light as feathers. Wufang. There was no fixed form, no fixed method, it was ever-changing, and there was nothing it couldn't do. Obviously, as Lin Sun had guessed before, this apricot flag was also one of the 9 Kunlun Emperor weapons, and it was called the Great Tao Boundless Flag. Lin Sun's heart was filled with surprise at this moment. He really didn't expect that just by walking in the underground black market, he would accidentally pick up such a great opportunity. He put away the copper piece, the infinite bottle, and the lamp of no blame. Then, he raised his hand and waved, taking out the lifeless seal and Wufang flag that had completely changed in appearance. Looking carefully, these 2 treasures had no spirituality, no aura fluctuations, and were even more inconspicuous. At this moment, the lifeless seal showed a kind of solemn, cold, and terrifying aura. When it was held in his hand, it was like holding an ancient divine mountain. The Wufang flag, on the other hand, was as light as nothing. When held in his hand, the flag swayed, and its color was crystal clear, giving people a feeling of being ethereal. In the end, Lin Sun resisted the impulse in his heart and didn't immediately test the power of these 2 emperor weapons. Xing Yuandu said that his ancestor, Ji Yi, once entered the Kunlun ruins and brought out these treasures when he left. There are even 2 imperial weapons among them. From the looks of it, Ji Yi is definitely an extraordinary and terrifying figure. Lin Sun's eyes were deep as he thought. Kunlun ruins and Mount Fangsuan were inextricably linked. For example, in the Immortality Peach secret realm, there were traces left behind by that arrogant senior brother. Until now, there was still a woman whose figure was like a purple cloud, silently waiting for this senior brother's return. In the secret realm at the peak of Mount Yulong, senior brother Li Xianwei had once entered and taken away the Great Tao immeasurable bottle. In the forbidden area of the Ascension platform, one of the 3 forbidden areas of Kunlun, 9th senior brother Gu Yupu had suppressed Demon Emperor Du Tian under the God Sealing Sky Peak. The inheritance left behind by the founding master of Mount Fangsuan was on the Ascension platform. This series of events proved that the orthodoxy of Mount Fangsuan and Kunlun ruins were destined to have an inseparable relationship. At this moment, Lin Sun could not help but suspect if Ji Yi, who had taken away the 2 emperor weapons, the lifeless seal and the Wufang flag, was also related to Mount Fangsuan. After thinking for a long time, Lin Sun could not figure it out, so he stopped thinking about it. When he met the other senior brothers and sisters of Mount Fangsuan in the future, he would ask them if they had heard of Ji Yi. Lin Sun put away the lifeless seal and the Wufang flag, and his gaze fell on the remaining gray soil and a piece of decaying divine wood in the bronze box. What kind of treasures were these 2? Just when Lin Sun was about to find out, Heng Zhao's voice suddenly sounded from outside the cave abode. My young friend, sorry to disturb you. There's really something important that I have to tell you. Lin Sun immediately waved his sleeve, put away the bronze box, and walked out of the cave abode. Fellow Taoist, what happened? Outside the cave abode, Heng Zhao stood there alone with a gloomy expression and a frown on his face. This caused Lin Sun to be slightly surprised. Earlier, I went to see the distinguished guest from the Central Plains Taoist state who came to visit, and I found out the identity of that distinguished guest. Heng Zhao took a deep breath and told Lin Sun everything that had happened earlier. It turned out that when he went to the guest hall, he saw a group of people, and the person in the lead was a young man in a purple robe. He had a lazy and unrestrained bearing, but his every movement seemed like a sovereign descending upon the world. A group of peerless beauties surrounded the young man in a purple robe, which made him look even more extraordinary. After talking with Lin Sun, Heng Zhao learned that the young man in a purple robe was called Xuanyu Heng from the Xuanyu clan, an imperial family. When he was young, he entered the Universe Taoist court to cultivate. Now, he was one of the core successors of the Universe Taoist court, and he was like a peerless genius. When Lin Sun heard the name Xuanyu Heng, a trace of surprise flashed across his eyes. He remembered that on the Ascension altar, one of the 3 forbidden areas of Kunlun ruins, Xuanyu Heng was one of the experts who finally reached the top of the Ascension altar. He came to capture and search for a strong man who once appeared in the underground black market of Lingfeng City with the help of our Xuanji Taoist sect. When I saw the portrait of the wanted strong man, speaking of this, Heng Zhao's eyes became strange. Lin Sun pointed at his nose, looking for me? Heng Xiao nodded and said with a wry smile, Xuanyu used his identity and background to pressure me, and promised that as long as he could catch you, he would do his best to help Xuanji Taoist sect in the future. I don't believe such nonsense, but I have to agree to his request on the surface. So as soon as I sent them away, I immediately came to meet you, my young friend. Lin Sun completely understood. The silver-masked man he saw in the underground black market should not be Zhuan Yuheng, but he must be related to him. The reason why Zhuan Yuheng wanted to capture him through the hands of Xuanji Taoist sect was none other than for the treasure in the bronze box. What a coincidence. Lin Sun thought for a moment. His figure flashed, and his aura suddenly changed. He had already used the yellow Taoist body to replace his original body, as if he had become another person. Heng Xiao was stunned. He opened his eyes wide and carefully looked at Lin Sun for a moment before saying, "What a wonderful disguise." He was a quasi-emperor, but he couldn't see the slightest flaw. Moreover, he remembered that Lin Sun also appeared in front of the world in the Dao discussion of Yunzhou. Lin Sun smiled and said, "In this way, I'm afraid there's no hope for Zhuan Yuheng to find me." Heng Xiao also smiled, "That's for the best." However, at this moment, Lin Sun's expression changed slightly because in his body, the four emperor weapons, the infinite bottle, the innocent lamp, the lifeless seal, and the directionless flag, all produced a strange fluctuation. At the same time, the fragments of the source furnace also began to buzz and tremble. This made Lin Sun suddenly recall that when he was in Kunlun ruins, the Great Wei Lawless Bell had once said, "Young friend, in the future, if you encounter other powerhouses who hold the 9 emperor weapons of Kunlun, you will have a strange reaction. Similarly, you will be sensed by the place immediately. It's hard to say whether it's a blessing or a curse." Right now, the unusual movements of the infinite bottle and the other emperor weapons seemed to confirm the words of the Great Wei Lawless Bell. Ha ha ha, interesting. Sect Master Heng Xiao, who would have thought that the person I'm looking for would be hiding in your Xuanji Taoist sect? Suddenly, a loud laughter resounded from afar, shattering the clouds in all directions. Accompanied by the laughter, a purple and imposing figure whistled over under the escort of a group of young women. Heng Zhao's expression changed instantly. Zhuan Yuheng actually didn't leave, in front of Yushu Peak. When Lin Sun saw the purple-robed young man, Zhuan Yuheng and his companions, his eyes became subtle. It was really this guy. Zhuan Yuheng was the first peerless powerhouse to be conferred as a sage with the help of the will of all living beings on the pilgrimage platform, one of the 3 forbidden areas of Kunlun ruins. The pilgrimage tablet imprinted by him was suspended at a height of 70,000 meters, which shocked everyone present. Of course, compared with Lin Sun's achievements in the pilgrimage, it was much dimmer. However, Lin Sun didn't expect to see him again here after so many years. Judging from his momentum, he had reached the perfection of the Saint King realm. In less than 10 years, he has broken through from the perfection of the Great Saint realm. He deserves to be the successor of the Heaven and Earth Taoism court. Lin Sun couldn't help thinking of Gu Zongxin, Yan Chenjun, and other strong people he killed in Kunlun ruins. They were all from the Heaven and Earth Taoism court like Zhuan Yuheng. However, when Zhuan Yuheng was on the pilgrimage platform, he didn't show any hostility to Lin Sun. One reason was that he was afraid of Lin Sun's fighting power, and the other was that he didn't want to cause trouble, lest it delayed his opportunity to compete for the pilgrimage platform. Therefore, Lin Sun didn't have much hostility to Zhuan Yuheng. But at the same time, he also knew that this meeting wouldn't be pleasant. Sure enough, as soon as Zhuan Yuheng arrived in a purple robe, his star-like eyes locked on Lin Sun. With a playful smile on his lips, he said in a cold voice, "Headmaster Heng Xiao, it's not right of you to do this." Heng Xiao took a deep breath and said, "Child Xuanyu, what are you talking about?" "Oh, don't pretend." Zhuan Yuheng was disdainful. He didn't care about Heng Xiao's ugly face at all. He pointed at Lin Sun and said to ZK beside him, "Is this the person you saw in the underground black market?" ZK looked at Lin Sun carefully for a moment and said doubtfully, "Child, it shouldn't be this person. His aura and charm are completely different from the person I've seen." Zhuan Yuheng was stunned, and a wisp of frightening golden light emerged in his eyes. He looked Lin Sun up and down unscrupulously for a moment and frowned. He didn't disguise himself. "Are you sure you didn't see wrongly?" ZK nodded. "I dare not lie about such an important matter." Heng Xiao said when he heard this, "Looks like this is probably merely a misunderstanding." This young friend is called Jin Dui, and he just seized the title of first in the Cloud Prefecture's Dao discussion not too long ago. There's no one in the entire Cloud Prefecture that doesn't know his name. The first in the Cloud Prefecture's Dao discussion? Xuan Yuheng was stunned for a moment before he sneered, Headmaster Xianxia, are you reminding me that Jin Dui is not to be trifled with? Behind him, the enchanting women covered their mouths and giggled. With his status as the young master, how could he possibly fear a mere champion of the Cloud Prefecture Dao discussion? Xianxia said, Young master, you've misunderstood. This old man just wanted to say that could it be that you've recognized the wrong person? Impossible. Xuan Yuheng spoke resolutely. His gaze had always been locked firmly onto Lin Sun as if he was staring at his prey, and it carried a playful and cold expression. Headmaster Xianxia, I want to have a chat with this fellow Daoist Jin Dui. If you don't want to bring calamity to the Xuanji Dao sect, then please step aside and don't interfere in this matter. His tone was indifferent, yet it revealed an arrogant bearing of judging the world. After all, this was the Xuanji Dao sect, and Xianxia was the headmaster of the Xuanji Dao sect. Yet now, Xuan Yuheng had actually bluntly threatened Xianxia with the intention of making him step back. This couldn't be described as arrogant any longer, and it was because he didn't take Xianxia and the Xuanji Dao sect that stood behind Xianxia seriously at all. Xiao's expression changed indeterminately, and he was furious to the extreme in his heart. Right at this moment, Lin Sun, who'd been watching coldly from the side, suddenly started laughing, and he said, Headmaster Xianxia, I want to seize this opportunity to have a chat with this young master Xuan Yu as well. No matter what happens, you don't have to pay any attention to it. Xianxia was stunned. Xuan Yuheng raised his thumb and laughed wantonly. He said, You're very tactful, and I admire you very much. As long as you're still so tactful later, I won't make things difficult for you. Xianxia looked at Lin Sun, and when he saw the latter's firm attitude, he sighed in his heart and said, Forget it. I promise that when the two of you talk, neither I nor anyone from the Xuanji Dao sect will get involved in your affairs. After that, he turned around and left. Xuan Yuheng waved his hand. ZK, you guys leave as well. This matter. I'll settle it myself. ZK and the others nodded and left. Soon, only Lin Sun and Xuan Yuheng were left on Yushu Peak. Jin Dui, right? You should know why I'm targeting you. Xuan Yuheng stared at Lin Sun with a frightening gaze. Let's put it this way. I only want 2 of the treasures passed down by Xing Yuandu's ancestors. One is the bronze seal, and the other is the apricot yellow flag. As long as you hand them over, I, Xuan Yuheng, will give you sufficient compensation. Otherwise, he was very direct and domineering, and he didn't bother to hide his thoughts. Otherwise what? Lin Sun said indifferently. Otherwise, I can only fight with you. At that time, there will be no compensation. Xuan Yuheng smiled slightly, revealing his white and neat teeth. Of course, you are the first in the Tao discussion in Yunzhou. You will have the opportunity to participate in the Tao discussion Grand Conference in the future. If I snatch those treasures, you will definitely be unconvinced. Lin Sun smiled and said, So what are you going to do? Xuan Yuheng didn't expect that Lin Sun could still laugh at this time. This could only prove that Lin Sun either had the confidence or was not afraid of his identity and threat at all. After a slight hesitation, he said in a low voice, It's very simple. You take 3 moves from me. As long as you can block them, I will leave immediately and won't bother you anymore. If you can't block them, hand over the 2 treasures. What do you think? Lin Sun shook his head. How about this? You and I each make 3 moves. If I can't block them, I will give you the treasures. If you can't block them, you will hand over the treasures in your hand. What do you think? Xuan Yuheng narrowed his eyes and his expression became cold. He said, It sounds fair, but are you sure you want to do this? Lin Sun said, You don't dare? Xuan Yuheng couldn't help laughing. Interesting, very interesting. Let me see what makes the champion of Yunzhou Tao discussion dare to talk to me like this. His voice was cold and shocked the soul. Lin Sun was even more direct. He directly rose into the sky and stood in the clouds. He said to Xuan Yuheng, Cut the crap. Come up and fight. His clothes and black hair fluttered in the wind. He was as steady as a towering mountain. Okay. Xuan Yuhang's figure broke through the sky like a divine rainbow. His eyes were flowing with golden divine light as he stared at Lin Sun in the distance. You or me? Lin Sun said indifferently, if I start, I'm afraid you won't have the chance to make those 3 moves. The corner of Xuan Yuhang's mouth twitched imperceptibly. This guy seems to be more arrogant than me. At the same time, Heng Zhao's face changed slightly. Obviously, they couldn't come to an agreement and were going to fight. Xuan Yuheng was a descendant of the Xuanyu clan of the far ancient imperial clan and the core successor of the universe Taoist court, one of the 6 major Taoist courts. No matter who won or lost, offending him was bound to cause unbearable consequences. Heng Zhao couldn't help but be worried because of this. On the other hand, ZK and the other beautiful and charming women couldn't help but reveal ridiculing smiles when they saw this scene. Jin Dui actually wants to fight the young master. He's obviously a mantis trying to stop a chariot. They knew too well how terrifying Xuan Yuheng was. Don't worry. I'll surely not give you the chance to fight. Xuan Yuheng suddenly took a step forward as he spoke. His sleeves fluttered while his violet robe fluttered. A wisp of dazzling light shot into the sky from his body and shook the wind and clouds in all directions. In an instant, his imposing aura changed. He was overbearing and arrogant like a sovereign that had descended to the world, and his entire body was drowned by dazzling violet divine light. It just happened to be like a violet sun in the sky. First move. He let out a long howl that shook the 9 heavens like a dragon's roar, and then he suddenly pressed his palm forward. Bang! The violet light of the Tao roiled in the sky and condensed into a palm print that was enormous like a mountain. Its fingers were like peaks, and the striations on the palm were branded with the magnificent and profound energy of the laws. The space near the palm print rumbled and exploded, and it transformed into violent turbulence that collapsed. The surging sound of the Tao surged, and it revealed the vast scene of mountains and rivers exploding and a single hand covering the sky. The grand palm of heaven and earth. It was a supreme inheritance from the Heaven and Earth Tao court. At this moment, Xuan Yuheng had fused it into his Tao domain and deduced it. How formidable! Heng Zhao's heart shook. He'd once seen numerous peerless figures in the Cloud Prefecture Tao discussion, and he'd seen ferocious figures like Lu Dubu, Wu Huang, Xia Yuhua, and Su Muhan. Compared to these people, Xuan Yuheng wasn't inferior at all, and he even surpassed them. Crush! The violet palm print that blotted out the sky smashed down from the sky. When looked at from afar, it just seemed like the hand of a god had descended from the heavens. Young master's control of his own strength has become even more exquisite, and he seems to have attained the peak of perfection. ZK and the other women revealed expressions of fervent admiration. Lin Sun stood towering on the spot without moving in the slightest, and he just stretched out his right arm and pinched the air. Similarly, a palm print condensed into form. It was lofty like a mountain, and it was suffused with a boundless and thick aura as it seethed in the sky. The two of them collided, causing the clouds and the surroundings to instantly explode into pieces and disperse into the surroundings. A terrifying chaotic flow of light of the Tao mixed with thunderous rumbling resounded from the point of collision, and it shook the heavens and the earth. When it vanished into thin air, Lin Sun stood towering on the spot while his entire body was coiled with brilliant light of the Tao, and he had a solitary bearing and was completely unharmed. This? He actually blocked it? No wonder he has the courage to fight young master. So it turns out that he's confident. But if he thinks that young master is only capable of this, then he's gravely mistaken. ZK and the other women revealed surprised expressions, yet they didn't panic and seemed to be very composed, and they were filled with confidence towards Xuan Yuheng. If all 3 moves of yours only possess such might, then I'm afraid you'll lose completely this time. In the sky, Lin Sun spoke casually and indifferently. Is that so? Xuan Yuheng's gaze was gloomy and cold. He took a deep breath, and the imposing aura emanating from his body changed once more. It was ostentatious like the sun in the sky, and it emanated boundless radiance. The second move. Xuan Yuheng's body was suffused with purple Taoist light. In front of him, a giant handprint that could cover the sky and the sun was condensed again. However, unlike the first move, this palm seal seemed to contain a world within it, and it surged with the energy of all living beings in the world. Vaguely, there were all kinds of incomparably pure flames burning in it, the fire of faith, that was the embodiment of the power of all living beings operating to the extreme. On the pilgrimage platform of Kunlun ruins, Xuan Yuheng used the power of all living beings to make him a sage. Now that he had reached the perfection of the Saint King realm, he had obviously integrated the power of all living beings into his own Tao field. This was undoubtedly terrible. Seeing this scene from a distance, Hengxiao couldn't help being moved and excited. It was no exaggeration to say that in terms of the power of all living beings, no one in the whole cloud state could compare with Xuan Yuheng. The core descendant of the universe Taoist court is really a legendary genius. Hengxiao's heart trembled. Boom, above the void, lightning flashed and thunder roared. Divine clouds flowed and turned into a scene of great destruction. All of this was caused by the power of Xuan Yuheng's palm. At this moment, all the people in Xuanji sect were alarmed. Countless eyes were looking at this side. Seeing the sky-covering handprint, Lin Sun was calm. He waved his sleeves and flicked his fingers. Clang! 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 Beams of Taishan sword qi swept out, sharp and dazzling, and pierced through the air. With a bang, the first Taishan sword qi exploded, but its power only made the handprint tremble slightly. Then, beams of Taishan sword qi exploded one after another, turning into dazzling light rain all over the sky. This handprint of Xuan Yuheng was extremely overbearing. With the fire of faith and the Tao field integrated into it, it had the unparalleled momentum of killing gods and Buddhas who stood in its way. Bang! When the last beam of Taishan sword qi exploded, the handprint had already covered the place above Lin Sun's head. The situation was dangerous. But at this time, Lin Sun didn't even look at it and punched towards the sky. Sky-shaking punch. As soon as this punch, which was integrated with Lin Sun's Tao field, appeared, it was like a big abyss swallowing the sky, releasing a frightening devouring power. Rumble, the palm print and the fist energy collided, and it was like two small worlds colliding together, giving rise to an unparalleled torrent of energy. The nearby mountains and rivers trembled, and the many ancient formations scattered throughout the Tao sect of the four stars were activated, producing an obscure defensive power. Otherwise, the strength of such a battle would absolutely be able to destroy this incomparably divine mountain and river. This, impossible. Suddenly, a sharp cry sounded. It was ZK and the other girls. They were originally fearless and calm, but at this moment, every one of them revealed a shocked expression and trembled. Because on the battlefield, as Lin Sun's fist force burst out and swept out, Xuan Yuheng's shocking Mahamudra was not only blocked, but also being worn down and collapsed inch by inch. Within the palm print that seemed to contain Zhou Su, chaos broke out. The wish power of all living beings dimmed, and the flames of faith that were burning seemed to have been swept by a storm, continuously extinguishing. In the end, along with a rumbling sound, the large palm collapsed, and the energy contained within it was completely crushed by the fist energy, causing it to be obliterated and vanish without a trace. The faces of ZK and the other girls were filled with shock, and their expressions froze. This second move was the true embodiment of their young master's strength, but it had still been broken. Not bad at all. A person like you is bound to receive a lot of attention in the Central Earth Tao province, but I'm very curious, why have I never heard of your name before? At this moment, Xuan Yuheng also restrained his arrogance, and his expression became solemn. He had completely realized that he had encountered an extremely terrifying enemy this time. This surprised him, and also made him very astonished, because in the past, he did not know when such a character with heaven-defying battle strength had appeared in the Cloud Province. Not to mention that in recent years, the name Jing Dui was not on the All-Heaven King Sage list at all. The world is vast, and there are all sorts of strange things. There are still many things that you don't know, Lin Sun said casually. There's still one last move. If you still can't do anything to me, then it's my turn to make a move. His words caused ZK and the other girls to begin to feel nervous, and they could no longer be as calm as before. Even though they were maidservants by Xuan Yuheng's side, every single one of them possessed unique and formidable natural talent and resources. Moreover, they'd followed by Xuan Yuheng's side throughout the years, so they'd experienced a great deal and encountered numerous peerless geniuses of all shapes and sizes. Thus, their gazes were extremely experienced. Although they had only fought twice, they still realized that this Jing Dui was absolutely a ruthless character not inferior to their young master. Taking a deep breath, a touch of determination flashed in Xuan Yuheng's eyes. then I'll let you see my real ability. He suddenly hugged the air with his hands, and repeatedly made a gesture in the air. Boom, the originally clear sky was covered with a layer of shimmering deep purple, and the mountains and rivers in all directions fell into a strange silence at this moment. And in front of Xuan Yuheng, a 3-inch sword chi appeared. It was clean and translucent, as if it had been washed, but it emitted an incomparably grand and peerless sharpness. The most terrifying thing was that with the emergence of this wisp of sword chi, the void of heaven and earth, the momentum of all things in the mountains and rivers were all absorbed and integrated into the sword chi. Clang, the 3-inch sword chi suddenly rose explosively by an inch, and its might rose explosively along with this. On the other hand, the violet color that covered the sky grew even deeper and more terrifying. Shit. Heng Zhao's expression turned grim as he suddenly let out a long howl, and he ordered everyone in the Four Pearl Dao sect to not approach this area arbitrarily. At the same time, he suddenly flicked his sleeve, and the ancient restrictions that covered the nearby area were completely activated and circulated at full force. Heng Zhao finally felt slightly at ease after he did all of this. Because Xuan Yuheng's third move hadn't been truly executed, yet it caused him to feel a chill run down his spine. Without a doubt, this move was definitely Xuan Yuheng's trump card, and it was boundlessly terrifying. Heng Zhao's scalp went numb because all of this wasn't the end. Clang, the wisp of sword chi before Xuan Yuheng seemed as if it had been sealed. At this moment, it was being pulled out inch by inch, and it was reflected in the heavens and the earth. Every single inch it was pulled out caused its might to rise explosively by a great deal. In the end, even the heavens and the earth dimmed down while Xuan Yuheng's figure was drowned by the glow of that wisp of sword chi, causing him to become illusory. Everyone who witnessed this scene felt a stabbing pain in their hearts, and their spirits felt like they were being torn apart. This was because the aura released by this wisp of sword chi was simply too terrifying, and it seemed as if it could destroy the heavens and the earth, and destroy everything. This continued until the sword chi condensed to 9 inches. Xuan Yuheng's face turned pale, but his eyes were as bright as the sun, and he said in a low voice, "This move is called the 9-inch edge of Tao, and it's the embodiment of my lifetime's cultivation. Up until now, I've only used it twice. The first time, I killed 16 enemies of the same realm while I was at the peak of the early stage Saint King realm. The second time, I killed a quasi-emperor not long ago." His voice resounded through the heavens, and it revealed boundless disdain and murderous intent. "And you're the third opponent that made me use this move." When Xuan Yuheng said this, Heng Zhao's expression had already become extremely solemn, and his heart was filled with shock. Killing a quasi-emperor across a great realm, this was simply unimaginable. ZK and the other girls revealed infatuated expressions. This was the power and influence of their young master, so powerful that they were willing to listen to his orders. Only Lin Sun shook his head at this moment, and said with a sneer, "I only know that things don't happen more than 3 times, and this move of yours is destined to be the same." In fact, he was also amazed, and he smelled a dangerous aura. The power and influence of this move even stimulated the chi in his body to run completely, and his fighting spirit was ignited. Xuan Yuheng said no more, and suddenly waved his sleeve. Swish, the 9-inch edge of the sword that condensed in front of him suddenly swept out. It was a simple slash, but wherever it passed, heaven and earth were silently torn apart like a canvas, and a ghastly crack appeared. Even a headmaster like Heng Zhao felt a stabbing pain in his eyes. As for ZK and the other girls, they couldn't even open their eyes, and the divine sense that they emitted felt as if it was being torn apart. This sword gathered the great momentum of the universe, and integrated it into the 9-inch edge of the sword. It seemed simple, but in fact, it contained great terror. Almost at the same time, Lin Sun also made his move. From the acupoints of his body, sword chi shot out like a torrent. Dense like a storm, it covered the universe, and intertwined with each other. Indistinctly, it turned into a sword furnace that seemed like it was going to swallow the universe. The 10-direction sword rain turned into a furnace, and it had the power of the Taishan sword scripture, as well as the wonders of the realm of Tao. In an instant, the 9-inch sword chi was covered by the sword furnace, and it was swallowed by it. Clang, 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 a series of collisions that were as dense as thunder could be heard. ZK and the others were so upset that they almost coughed up blood. Even Heng Zhao took a deep breath, and only then did he manage to resolve the terrifying aftermath of the collision of the forces. In the void, the sword furnace was surging, and the dense sword chi swirled in it, fighting against the 9-inch sword chi. They clashed with each other, and the rolling sword chi spread out. The scene was too terrifying. Without a doubt, if there were outsiders involved in the battle, they would definitely suffer unimaginably serious consequences. At best, they would be severely injured, and at worst, their souls would be destroyed. In the intense battle, the 9-inch sword chi gradually dimmed, and became blurry. But at the same time, the Taishan sword chi that had turned into the sword furnace was also crushed, and it shook violently, on the verge of collapse. In the end, the sword furnace exploded, and it turned into a rain of light that spread out. But before Xuan Yuheng could rejoice, his 9-inch sword chi also collapsed, dissipating in the torrent of power. In an instant, Xuan Yuheng's pupils shrank, and his hands and feet turned cold. He was stunned. The 9-inch sword chi, the extreme manifestation of his cultivation, had once allowed him to create the magnificent feat of killing a quasi-emperor across a great realm, and the elders of his sect were full of praise. But at this moment, the ultimate move that he was most proud of, most confident, and most proud of had been blocked by someone else, and his opponent was a person of the same realm that he had never even heard of before. All of this was like a heavy blow, and it made Xuan Yuheng feel incredulous, and his head was buzzing. Soon, the smoke and dust dispersed, and the sword chi disappeared. When the vision and divine senses of ZK and the other girls recovered, and they saw Lin Sun standing in the clouds, alive and well, without any injuries on his body, all of them widened their eyes. This? The void was in disorder, and the remaining breath of destruction was reverberating. But there was silence in the field. The power of the first of Xuan Yuheng's 3 moves made Heng Xiao believe that Xuan Yuheng's foundation was no weaker than that of Lu Dubu and Wu Huang. The power of the second move amazed Heng Xiao. He believed that no one in Cloud State could match Xuan Yuheng in the control of the power of all living beings. As for the power of the third move, Heng Xiao was shocked, because this move had the power to threaten the realm of quasi-emperors. The 9-inch Taoist edge, with its sharpness and extreme power, was enough to make all living beings in the world tremble. But in the end, it was resolved. At this moment, Heng Xiao felt dizzy and dizzy. The young people nowadays were simply more incredible than the other. Before, Heng Xiao had seen the shocking scene of Lin Sun killing 6 quasi-emperors of the Hellion clan by himself. At that time, he was so shocked that he almost lost his mind. And now, there was one more Xuan Yuheng, but relatively speaking, the impact of Xuan Yuheng's attack was far less than when Lin Sun killed the 6 quasi-emperors. ZK and other girls didn't know about Lin Sun's previous achievements. At this moment, they were so shocked that their faces turned pale and they were tongue-tied. They probably couldn't imagine how there was anyone in the world who could block Xuan Yuheng's strongest attack. Unexpected. After a while, Xuan Yuheng woke up from his stupor. His expression was uncertain as he stared at Lin Sun in the distance with surprise in his eyes. Lin Sun was as calm as before. He brushed his clothes that were blown up by the wind and said, "You're already very good. At least the third move made me feel a little threatened." Lin Sun's understatement made Xuan Yuheng's mind tumble again. Just some threats? Now, it's my turn." Hearing Lin Sun's words, Xuan Yuheng finally couldn't hold back his inner unwillingness and said, "You can block 3 of my moves. Do you think I can't block 3 of yours? Then give it a try." Lin Sun stepped forward in the air, his robe fluttering. He pinched his fingers and a big pale yellow seal emerged. The seal of all living beings. It was also a kind of talent that gathered the will of all living beings. When it was cast by Lin Sun, this seal seemed to carry a world to kill. Xuan Yu let out a cold snort and leaped forward like a sovereign descending upon the world, swinging his fist to meet Xuan Yu head-on. Boom, the sky collapsed and the earth caved in. The mountains and rivers dimmed. Amidst the rumbling sounds of collision, the seal of all living beings cracked and dissipated. Xuan Yuheng's body swayed, and he laughed loudly. "You are only SOSO." Lin Sun nodded and stepped forward again, still displaying the seal of all living beings. However, the might of this strike was completely different. It was as if there were all living beings devoutly chanting sutras in the world of a great abyss, intending to devour Zhou Su and refine him. Xuan Yuheng's figure stiffened, and then he suddenly let out a long howl. His figure was like a violet sun in the sky as he executed his Dao domain. A nation of faith gathered. Countless figures knelt between heaven and earth, piously praying. The flames of faith gathered together, burning fiercely. When Lin Sun's all-living being seal attacked, the kingdom of faith suddenly shook violently, and a scene of destruction appeared within it. The world was overturned, all things were sinking, and all living beings were screaming miserably. It didn't take long for it to disappear. Xuan Yuheng coughed up blood violently, his face pale. This made ZK and the other girls' hearts clench, and they all looked anxious and worried. Young master, he was obviously injured. This is already the second move, but I still blocked it. But Xuan Yuheng laughed arrogantly. Although he was injured, he still looked disdainful and confident. Childish. Lin Sun smiled indifferently, neither sad nor happy, and stepped forward. Boom, the seal of all living beings condensed again. Unlike before, when this big seal soared into the sky rolled violently, as if it was about to collapse, and the nearby void collapsed and cracked like glass. The big seal seemed to gather the will of God, resounding with the sound of Tao, and had the momentum to shock the ages. ZK and the other girls watched from afar, and their souls felt as if they were about to leave their bodies. They were so frightened that they trembled all over. Even Heng Zhao's body was cold, as if he had fallen into an ice cave. He couldn't help but think of the scene when Lin Sun killed the 6 quasi-emperors. Lin Sun was also so powerful, so nature-defying. Xuan Yuheng's face changed completely. This blow not only made him feel danger, but also the smell of death. Under the instinctive stimulation of his body, his pores stood on end, and his state of mind was shocked. Without hesitation, he used almost all the strength of his body to display the 9-inch Tao edge again. A ray of sword light, as bright as the sun, pierced the sky. Crack, but in just a moment, the sword light seemed to hit the unshakable Tianshan mountain. Its edge was thwarted, and it broke directly from the middle, making an explosive sound. Xuan Yuheng's body trembled, and he coughed up blood again. He looked horrified. The shadow cast by the seal of all living beings had already submerged his whole body. At this moment, he felt that there was no way to escape, and there was no way to avoid it. Boom, the void shattered, and the seal of all living beings crushed the void. The sun, the moon, the mountains, and the rivers, and the latitude and longitude of heaven and earth all became chaotic. Xuan Yuheng tried his best to avoid it, but it was like being in the eye of a storm, and the terrifying devouring and suppression force firmly restrained his whole body. Seeing the seal of all living beings approaching, Xuan Yuheng's eyes were bloodshot, and the strong unwillingness in his heart made him want to fight desperately. Boom, the seal of all living beings finally descended, and in the next moment, Xuan Yuheng's whole body was suppressed from the void, and he smashed heavily into the Jadeshu Peak. As the ground shook, he let out a roar and tried to stand up. But how terrifying was the power of the seal of all living beings! It could be said to be Lin Sun's full-force attack. Not to mention Xuan Yuheng, even a quasi-emperor would not be able to resist it. Crack, crack, Xuan Yuheng's body bent under the pressure, and at this moment, it was unknown how many bones in his body were broken, and his skin cracked and bled. The most terrifying thing was that the devouring power released by the seal of all living beings, while suppressing him, was also plundering and refining his essence, qi, and spirit. Young master. ZK and the others were so shocked that their souls almost left their bodies. Just as they were about to go forward to rescue him, they were reprimanded by Heng Xiao. If you go forward, you will only harm him. Don't worry, as long as he admits defeat, little friend Jin Dui will definitely not kill him. Boom, at this moment, the seal of all living beings slowly pressed down, and the entire Jadeshu Peak shook violently. And Xuan Yuheng was in an even worse state. He was seeing stars, and blood flowed out of his 7 apertures. Blue veins popped on his forehead, and his body showed signs of cracking. He was about to be forced to kneel on the ground. If you don't admit defeat, there are only 2 outcomes. Either kneel on the ground or die. No matter which outcome, I'm afraid you will not be able to accept it. In the distance, Lin Sun's indifferent voice sounded. Don't even think about it. Xuan Yuheng roared. These 3 words revealed endless anger and unwillingness. His body was steaming with divine brilliance, and he was desperately resisting, as if he was burning himself. ZK and the others were in a panic, and their minds were filled with terror. Whether their young master kneeled on the ground or died, they could not accept it either. Crack, crack, Xuan Yuheng's body was pressed lower and lower, and his bones were constantly cracking. Blood was gurgling out of his pores, as if he had turned into a bloody man. But even so, he was still holding on, and gritting his teeth, as if he would rather die than admit defeat. At this moment, Heng Xiao looked anxious. He was also worried that if Lin Sun was careless, he would kill Xuan Yu. In that case, the consequences would be too serious. At this moment, the seal of all living beings suddenly stopped, and then silently dissipated in the air. Bang, the pressure suddenly disappeared, and Xuan Yuheng's body, which was under extreme pressure, suddenly staggered and fell on a rock. His hands and feet were twitching, and his body was bathed in blood. He looked miserable, and he was gasping for breath. Heng Xiao heaved a long sigh of relief. ZK and the other girls also relaxed at the same time. Their bodies had long been soaked in cold sweat. The scene just now had caused incomparable suffering and torture to them. Although your strength is a little weak, your bones are very hard. This time, you have blocked it, Lin Sun said. His clothes were neat and tidy, and he was not injured at all. Compared to Xuan Yuheng's miserable state, it was like the difference between clouds and mud. Heng Xiao also walked over and said with a smile, although they only used 3 moves in this battle, it was incomparably marvelous. Without a doubt, the two of them are the most dazzling figures in the world. Now that they're evenly matched, it's truly an eye-opener for me. ZK and the others hurriedly ran over, and they fed Xuan Yuheng the divine medicine and wiped off the blood. All of them were distressed. Get out of the way. Xuan Yuheng shouted coldly and pushed ZK and the other girls away. He took a deep breath and stood up with difficulty. He looked at Lin Sun and said, "This battle, I lost. I, Xuan Yuheng, don't need your sympathy, and I won't go back on my words." As he said, he waved his sleeve, and a bronze box swept out and was thrown to Lin Sun. "This is the treasure I lost to you. Take it." His voice was resolute, and his attitude was resolute. This surprised Lin Sun. He couldn't help but look at Xuan Yuheng and said, "I didn't expect that there is such a person like you in heaven and earth Taoism court." Xuan Yuheng snorted coldly, and then said in a hoarse voice, "ZK, let's go." ZK and the other girls hurriedly stepped forward, activated their spiritual power, and left with Xuan Yuheng. However, halfway there, Xuan Yuheng suddenly stopped and said, "Looking at you reminds me of a person. Back then, when I was consecrated as a sage, that person surpassed me with absolute superiority. Even now, I still feel unconvinced. You are very similar to him. When the Tao Discussion Festival begins, I will fight with you again." With that, the group of them gradually moved further away. Heng Xiao was stunned. Watching them leave, he couldn't help sighing with emotion. Xuan Yuheng deserves to be the core descendant of heaven and earth Taoism court. He has a great spirit that ordinary people can't reach. Lin Sun said, "Not all the descendants of heaven and earth Taoism court are like this." After thinking about it, he added, "Of course, Xuan Yuheng is really extraordinary. At least, even when he was in a desperate situation, he didn't use his treasure." Lin Sun was very clear that Xuan Yuheng must have a trump card, such as the bronze box he gave him, which contained a terrifying treasure at the level of imperial weapon. In the battle just now, if Xuan Yuheng used such a treasure, he would definitely not be suppressed by Lin Sun like this. Obviously, seeing that Lin Sun didn't use his treasure, he disdained to do so. The rarest thing was that he was a person who was willing to admit defeat. He would rather lose the imperial weapon than lose his pride. From this chapter on, Xuan Yuheng was changed to Xuan Suheng. Xuan Suheng left. He was willing to accept his loss and left without any hesitation. Heng Xiao felt relaxed. From the boldness and strength of character that Xuan Suheng had displayed, he would not bear a grudge against the 4 Stars Dao sect after experiencing such a great defeat. After chatting with Lin Sun for a while, Heng Xiao also left. From beginning to end, he did not inquire what kind of sovereign weapon was sealed in the bronze box left by Xuan Suheng. Lin Sun returned to the cave residence and opened the bronze box as soon as possible. What entered his eyes was an expanse of silver divine radiance that was gentle like water, and it was brilliant, bright, and carried a shocking divine aura. A jade disc lay silently within the bronze box. It was translucent and crystalline like snow, and it revealed a flawless feeling of perfection. Looking carefully, there were two strange Taoist symbols in the jade plate. They were like a pair of swimming fish, dividing into yin and yang, and rotating with each other. In a trance, Lin Sun felt his mind tremble as if he was in a strange world. This world was indescribably chaotic. Countless chaotic and vast traces of the Grand Tao surged into appearance, and they were like countless wriggling earthworms that formed a dense and boundless expanse. Every trace of the Great Way contained a wonderful Taoist sense, describing the essence of the Great Way. However, it was too fragmented and chaotic, making people dizzy and almost coughing up blood. With Lin Sun's current cultivation and level of understanding of the Great Way, he was also upset and confused when he saw this scene. Even if he looked at it for a long time, his state of mind was restless and there were signs of collapse. The countless traces of the Great Way were too chaotic and messy. At this time, a jade plate appeared, bright and clear, showing a sign of perfection. As it rotated, two strange symbols like swimming fish flickered, gathering the countless fragmented traces of the Great Way and integrating them into the jade plate. Then, an amazing scene appeared. The chaotic traces of the Great Way were sorted out and classified. Then, with the rotation of the jade plate, they were constantly deduced and showed the most essential essence. Boom! At this point, Lin Sun's mind was shocked. These scenes disappeared in his mind, but Lin Sun had already understood the origin of the sovereign weapon in front of him. The formless Great Way. The Great Way was formless, and the form was born from the heart. Anatta, formless, anatta, emptiness. Simply speaking, the Grand Tao was shapeless and nameless, and the Grand Tao cultivators comprehended were the traces of the Grand Tao they saw in their mental state. On the other hand, the traces of the Grand Tao that every single cultivator saw were bound to be completely different. If one's mental state was able to reveal the ethereal state of selflessness and formlessness, then one would be able to comprehend the most essential profundity of the Grand Tao. The Void Great Tao plate was an emperor artifact that could help cultivators comprehend and deduce the Great Tao. Understanding this, Lin Sun couldn't help but gasp. He realized that although the Void Tao plate wasn't a weapon for battle, it was marvelous and unparalleled. Deducing the traces of the Grand Tao and comprehending the essence of the Grand Tao was tantamount to helping cultivators comprehend and understand the secrets of the Grand Tao in the universe. With this treasure, why should I worry about not being able to bring my Tao domain to a perfected state? For the first time, Lin Sun realized the value of the Void Great Way plate and was amazed in his heart. If he hadn't seen it with his own two eyes, he would have never imagined that such a strange and miraculous emperor artifact actually existed in this world. Lin Sun didn't dare to underestimate Xuanxu Heng, who was willing to hand over this emperor artifact in order to preserve his strength of character. It was one thing to be willing to concede defeat, but it was difficult for an emperor to hand over such a miraculous emperor artifact so resolutely. So far, Lin Sun had 5 emperor artifacts, namely the Infinite Bottle, the Lamp of No Blame, the Seal of No Life, the Flag of No Direction, and the Void Plate. In other words, Lin Sun already had 5 of the 9 emperor artifacts of Kunlun. After carefully playing and looking at the Void Great Way plate for a long time, Lin Sun put it away and opened the huge bronze box again. In this box, in addition to the 2 treasures, the Seal of No Life and the Flag of No Direction, there was a piece of gray soil and a piece of decayed divine wood. Lin Sun stared at them for a long time, but he couldn't find anything. Moreover, he couldn't sense the aura fluctuations of these 2 treasures even with his divine awareness. Suddenly, he thought of an old man. Clatter with a wave of Lin Sun's sleeve, the divine cultivation ancestral tree appeared out of thin air. This divine cultivation ancestral tree had once traveled the starry sky with the sky-splitting emperor, so it was experienced and knowledgeable. Moreover, its body was a type of divine wood. As soon as it appeared, it cried out excitedly, "My God! Is this the chaotic life soil?" Its voice was filled with disbelief. Chaotic life soil, Lin Sun was shocked in his heart. All those years ago, the spirit of the insignificant Bao, Wu Kei, had once said something. The 4 ancient divine woods, Fusang, Kangwu, Jianmu, and Kunwu, were all born from the source of chaos, and they naturally contain Tao markings that belong to the source of chaos. According to rumor, so long as one gathered all the soul origin roots of these 4 types of divine trees and nurtured them with the chaotic life soil, 5-colored wondrous earth, clear muddy star soul sand, and primeval chi water, then one would be able to develop a sapling of the chaotic quintessence tree. At that time, so long as the seedling was nurtured within the body, it would be of incredible help to the cultivation of the Emperor Dao. According to what Wu Kei said, in the battle for the Emperor realm, whoever was able to control a chaotic source tree was equivalent to possessing the ability to comprehend the laws of chaos and control chaotic Dao energy, and it was far from something other Emperor realm figures could compare to. During these past few years, Lin Sun had gathered the soul origin root of the Fusang divine wood in the Sunset Valley that the Golden Crow clan resided. In the Immortality Peach secret realm of the Kunlun ruins, he'd gathered a piece of 5-color wondrous soil. At this moment, the divine cultivation ancestral tree actually said that the gray and hazy soil within the bronze chest was actually the chaotic life soil. How could Lin Sun not be shocked? Is it really this treasure? He couldn't help but ask. The divine cultivation ancestral tree was already excited to the point its branches trembled, and it danced with joy. It's this treasure. Doesn't it look very inconspicuous and without any intelligence? That's because the chaotic life soil has always been like this. Only by watering it with primordial chi water would it reveal its true appearance. As it spoke, it exclaimed with admiration once more, and it seemed to have never imagined where Lin Sun had found this treasure. Because a very long time ago, for the sake of searching for this treasure, it and Skysplit had traveled the starry sky, and they'd searched for countless years, yet they were unable to find it in the end. Whoosh, Lin Sun waved his sleeve and directly put away the palm-sized chaotic life soil. He was worried that the divine cultivation ancestral tree would become excited and swallow this treasure. Sure enough, the divine cultivation ancestral tree begged, "Little friend, can you share some with me? Just a fingernail is enough." Lin Sun refused flatly, "We'll talk about this in the future. Now, take a look at what this is." He pointed at the piece of rotten divine wood. The divine cultivation ancestral tree was obviously very unwilling, and its expression was filled with hidden bitterness. However, when it saw the piece of rotten divine wood, its body instantly trembled. This thing seems to be extremely similar to the legendary builder tree. The divine cultivation ancestral tree was completely shocked. The builder tree, a divine tree that's said to be able to communicate with the myriad of worlds in the heavens. It was born from the chaotic ancestral root, and every leaf contains a universe within, and every root can lead to a universe. The ancient emperors called the builder tree the heavenly tree. There was once a group of great emperors who climbed this tree from the bottom to the top for the sake of searching for the secrets of the chaotic ancestral root. And amongst the 4 great divine trees, the builder tree is the most mysterious. Lin Sun felt a surge of emotions when he heard this. The builder tree could communicate with the myriad of worlds in the heavens. 1 leaf, 1 world, 1 root, 1 universe. There had once been emperors who climbed it to search for the secrets of the chaotic ancestral root. This was undoubtedly too unbelievable. What a pity, what a pity. This piece of divine wood should be a fragment of the builder tree, but it has long decayed, and the Tao patterns and spirituality within it have all been corroded. Immediately after, the divine cultivation ancestral tree beat its chest and stamped its feet, looking extremely distressed. If not for this, just a fragment like this would be able to make emperors fight over it crazily. Lin Sun was startled. He calmed down from his excitement and said, "You mean, this piece of wood no longer has any value?" The divine cultivation ancestral tree nodded and sighed, "The decay is too severe. In the end, it has become a piece of waste." Lin Sun thought for a while and put it away. If there was a chance in the future, he wanted to try and see if he could repair this piece of rotten builder tree. At the same time, on a beautiful treasure ship that was sailing towards the Central Plains, Xianxia was healing his injuries and was silent. The defeat this time had also caused a great blow to him. "Young master, you don't have to be discouraged. When we return to the Central Plains, you only need to leak the news that Jin Dui possesses the lifeless seal and the directionless flag. There will be people hunting him down." An incomparably beautiful woman said in a low voice. Xianxia raised his head, his eyes cold and frightening, and said, "If you dare to say another word, I will immediately pull out your tendons and peel off your skin." The beautiful woman trembled all over and her face turned pale. Xianxia ignored her and glanced at the other women, and said, "Not a single word about what happened today, do you understand?" All the women's expressions changed, and they hurriedly nodded in agreement. Xuanxuheng took a deep breath and said word by word, whether it is the void plate or other sovereign weapons, I will win them back myself. There is no need for you to meddle at all. The women became more and more frightened. The next morning, when Lin Sun woke up from his cultivation, he received news from Xianxia that the founder of Xuanji Taoist sect, Boyazi, had returned to the sect. Immediately, Lin Sun and Xianxia entered the back mountain forbidden area again. When Boyazi, who was thin and dressed in a grey robe, saw Lin Sun, he opened his mouth to call him martial uncle, but in the end, it was changed to little friend. After Lin Sun stepped forward to greet him, he asked, "Is it done?" Boyazi nodded with a smile, "I have arranged for the Jiang clan of the sovereign family. If you are in a hurry, you can go there now." "Then let's go." Lin Sun made a decision. "Okay." Boyazi was not a sloppy person. He immediately took Lin Sun and left Xuanji Taoist sect quietly without alarming anyone. Lin Sun was not worried about encountering any disturbances along the way with a big shot who had become an emperor in ancient times. In fact, it was indeed so. The Jiang River, one of the 8 major rivers in the primordial world, was located at the border of Xianxia province. The Jiang clan, an imperial clan, was located at the upper reaches of the Jiang River. On the bank of Jiangshui River, Boyazi and Lin Sun swam upstream like a mighty and boundless river rolling and roaring. The Jiang clan is a descendant of the immemorial Emperor of Flame. Although the clan suffered a great loss in the Battle of Emperors, their foundation is still not to be underestimated. On the way, Boyazi introduced the Jiang clan to Lin Sun. Jiang Xinglin, the current patriarch of the Jiang clan, is a guy with 1 foot in the emperor realm. He can be called a half-step emperor and is stronger than an emperor-to-be. Apart from Jiang Xinglin, the clan has many emperor-to-be and hundreds of thousands of clansmen. Of course, that's not important. What's important is that the Jiang Xingqiu you want to meet is the elder sister of Jiang Xinglin, the patriarch of the Jiang clan. Lin Sun raised his eyebrows, "So, if I want to meet senior Jiang Xingqiu, I can't avoid Jiang Xinglin?" Boyazi smiled and said, "Young friend, Jiang Xinglin might be the clan head, but he's not the most difficult to deal with. The most difficult to deal with are the several martial emperors overseeing the clan." Several emperors, even Lin Sun's heart trembled when he heard this. Within a clan, there were several martial emperors. This was the foundation of the immemorial imperial clan. In comparison, the Yu clan, where Yu Qingyang was from, was a notch lower. After all, one was an immemorial emperor clan, and the other was an ancient emperor clan. Fortunately, I asked an old friend to help me get in touch with an emperor realm ancestor of the Jiang clan, Jiang Rui. "It shouldn't be difficult for me to meet Jiang Xingqiu on this trip to the Jiang clan," said Yi Qingyu. Boyazi said with a smile. One should know that Boyazi was also an emperor, but when facing the Jiang clan, he had to ask someone to establish a relationship. The reason was that Jiang Xingqiu's identity was too sensitive in the Jiang clan. After the law battle of the emperors ended, the Panwu, Qiankuan, and Untainted Land Dao courts, in order to completely eradicate the influence of Fengsuan Mountain, worked together with some other major forces to search for and capture forces related to Fengsuan Mountain. Due to his close relationship with Mount Hart's successor Xian Kong, Jiang Xingqiu was also implicated and was seen as someone related to Mount Hart. The imperial Jiang clan had no choice but to imprison Jiang Xingqiu as a sinner of the clan. Because if they didn't do this, then the Jiang clan would definitely suffer unimaginable losses. Although Jiang Xingqiu was seen as a criminal and imprisoned, he still managed to keep his life. However, these were all matters of the past from the ancient times, and only some seniors of the Jiang clan knew about these secrets. However, they would not speak of these matters to prevent the news from leaking out and stirring up more trouble. However, as a result, the current imperial clan, the Jiang clan, only knew that Jiang Xingqiu was the eternal sinner of the clan, but they did not know the reason behind it. As a result, they all viewed Jiang Xingqiu as a disgrace and were unwilling to mention anything related to her. Therefore, Boyazi and other emperors had tried their best to get such an opportunity for Lin Sun to meet Jiang Xingqiu. If Lin Sun went by himself, he was bound to be rejected. "Thank you so much for your help this time," said Lin Sun. Boyazi quickly waved his hand and said, "Junior uncle, please don't be so polite with me." As the two of them conversed, they were already able to see a towering crimson-red mountain range in the distance, and it lay across the extremely distant horizon. It was like a coiling fire dragon, winding endlessly, which was quite spectacular. That's Xianxia Holy Mountain, located in the upper reaches of Jiang River. It is said that the ancient Yan Emperor proved his Tao and became an emperor on this mountain. Since then, Xianxia Holy Mountain has become the ancestral land of the imperial Jiang clan and has been living there for generations. Boyazi said with emotion. The ancient Yan Emperor, that was a legendary figure that possessed remarkable abilities and could be said to be a supreme figure. Just like the primeval White Emperor, he was ranked amongst the primeval 5 emperors. Xianxia Holy Mountain was the place where he proved his Tao. It could be called a first-class blessed land in the primordial world. This mountain is covered in rosy clouds and suffused with divinity, and its might is like a dragon. It really is a rare place of treasure. Lin Sun nodded. After a while. In front of a gate of Xianxia Holy Mountain. Who is here? A strong man guarding the gate shouted. Boyazi didn't say anything. He waved his sleeve and a fiery red jade token flew out and passed it to the guard. The strong man of the Jiang clan looked at it respectfully and said, "Senior, please wait a moment." He turned around and quickly entered the gate to report. Yes. It wasn't long before a wave of hearty laughter resounded from within the sect, and then a rugged middle-aged man who wore a fiery robe and had hair that burned like flames teleported out from within. The aura that flowed throughout his body transformed into numerous dazzling divine chains of the laws that covered the heavens and the earth, and it was boundlessly terrifying. Lin Sun held his breath. From a distance, the middle-aged man in the fiery robe was like a volcano with the power to burn the sky and destroy the world. Martial uncle, this man is Jiang Rui, an old monster at the first level of the Emperor realm. But he doesn't know my real identity. Boyazi said to Lin Sun while walking up with a smile, "I'm sorry to bother you this time." Jiang Rui, who was dressed in a fiery robe, laughed out loud. "What are you talking about, fellow Taoist?" Boyazi nodded and followed Jiang Rui into the mountain gate with Lin Sun. Clatter the formation rippled. When Lin Sun's vision became clear again, he saw a fairyland-like scene. Tens of thousands of meters tall spirit mountains towered into the clouds. Beside them, waterfalls fell from above like the Milky Way falling into the 9th heaven. Every single spirit mountain was coiled by immortal radiance and enshrouded by divine radiance. They flowed with multicolored light and were extremely magnificent. Boom, a group of fiery beasts galloped through the mountains. Their bodies were like burning hills, radiating light and letting out thunderous roars. In the distance, there were even immortal birds and spirit beasts wandering around. On the rocks of the spirit mountains, ancient herbs could be seen everywhere, emitting essence and fragrance. There were also rare divine trees, ancient vines, and stamens bearing strange fruits. As far as the eye could see, there was a magnificent scene of divine beauty, overflowing, and picturesque beauty everywhere. No wonder it was the place where the Yan Emperor proved his Tao. Lin Sun sighed in his heart. "This way please, Taoism pure." Jiang Rui led the way. When Lin Sun followed his gaze, he saw a towering ancient city floating in the air between the mountains in the distance. It was full of fire and chaotic air. Lin Sun was shocked. This was definitely the most majestic city he had ever seen. Located between the mountains, above the void, Lin Sun felt that he was as small as an ant. Above the giant city, there was a gate tower with an ancient plaque hanging. It was flowing with divine light and filled with mist. 3 words could be vaguely seen: Yan Emperor City. This was the ancestral grounds of the Jiang clan, and it was personally created by the primeval Flame Emperor. Generations of descendants of the Jiang clan resided within it. This city connected the sky above and the mountains below. It looked like it was sitting high in the sky, overlooking all living beings. Led by Jiang Rui, Lin Sun and the others attracted many curious gazes along the way, but they didn't encounter any trouble and entered the Yan Emperor City smoothly. Inside the Yan Emperor City, it was a different scene. Instead of row upon row of buildings, there were well-proportioned paradises. Moreover, the city led to the nearby mountains, which were all connected by white jade stairs. Together, they outlined a marvelous scene of crisscrossing paths and paradises. Lin Sun and Boyazi were arranged to stay in a verdant paradise. Nearby, there were pine and cypress forests, green bamboos dancing, and streams winding through. Spiritual chi curled up. Jiang Rui said, "Tao's impure, wait here for a moment. I'll make some arrangements and then lead you to the forbidden area of the clan." "Thank you, Tao's impure." Boyazi cupped his hands in obeisance. After he sent Jiang Rui off with his gaze, Boyazi said via voice transmission, "Little martial uncle, this place is already a restricted area of the imperial clan, the Jiang clan. Every single move we make might be noticed by them, so we must not give ourselves away." Lin Sun nodded. Time passed little by little. After waiting for 30 minutes, Jiang Rui still didn't appear. Boyazi couldn't help frowning. Did something unexpected happen? At this moment, Jiang Rui, dressed in a fiery robe and with burning hair, hurried over with a touch of shame. "Tao is impure, I'm afraid I can't help you this time." Lin Sun and Boyazi looked at each other, and their hearts sank. "Tao is impure, did something unexpected happen?" Boyazi asked. Jiang Rui's expression was uncertain. He looked at Boyazi for a moment and said, "Tao is impure, if you trust me, don't ask about this again. You'd better leave now." How could Boyazi be willing to leave like this? He frowned and said, "Tao is impure, can you make an exception? You can't let me come here for nothing, can you?" Jiang Rui shook his head, "There's no turning back." Boyazi was about to say something, but Lin Sun shook his head. He immediately suppressed his displeasure and said, "Well, we'll leave first." Jiang Rui wanted to say something but finally sighed softly, "I'll give you an answer later." Boyazi didn't want to listen anymore. Anyway, he was also an emperor realm figure. Now he came from thousands of miles away only to be rejected, which made him extremely dissatisfied. However, just as Boyazi and Lin Sun were about to leave, an indifferent voice suddenly sounded, "Since you're here, why are you in a hurry to leave?" Whoosh, a tall and old figure appeared out of thin air. He was dressed in a jade robe, with black hair like ink and a pair of eyes surging with terrible divine flames. He stood in front of the road, exuding power like a supreme god. Boyazi narrowed his eyes and subconsciously shielded Lin Sun behind him. Jiang Rui's face changed slightly, and he said, "Seventh uncle, why are you here?" This man was Jiang Yutong, one of the several emperors of the Jiang family, an old man who had become an emperor as early as ancient times. Not only was his cultivation horrifying, but his seniority was also frighteningly high. Jiang Rui, an emperor realm figure, was only his junior. "This is Yan Emperor City, the territory of the Jiang family. Why can't I come?" Jiang Yutong's voice was cold, and he looked at Boyazi and Lin Sun behind him with unkind eyes. Jiang Yutong made no attempt to conceal his hostility. As soon as he arrived, Lin Sun's heart sank. He never expected that even with Boyazi's painstaking help, there would still be such twists and turns. "Don't worry, junior uncle. I'm here." Boyazi's eyes suddenly turned cold as he transmitted his voice to Jiang Yutong. "What do you mean?" Boyazi had his own pride as an emperor realm practitioner. As early as 100,000 years ago in the ancient times, he had already become an emperor. He fought in the starry sky and founded a sect on his own, allowing the Xuanji Taoism sect to exist to this day and become the third most powerful orthodoxy in Cloud State. Perhaps it was far inferior to the Jiang clan in terms of foundation. But Boyazi had absolute confidence in his own combat capability. He was respectful and submissive in front of Lin Sun, but as an antique who had lived for more than 100,000 years, how could Boyazi lower his head in front of the Jiang clan? Of course, this was the territory of the Jiang clan. Once he started fighting, he was doomed to die. But Boyazi was sure that Jiang clan would not dare to fight him to the death. In that case, even if the Jiang clan could defeat him in the end, they would have to pay a heavy price. This was the foundation of an emperor realm practitioner. "What do you mean?" "I'd like to ask you what you're here for." Jiang Yutong looked indifferent. He ignored Lin Sun and stared at Boyazi. "Seventh uncle, fellow practitioner Xianxia is not our enemy," Jiang Rui said hurriedly. Xianxia was the pseudonym used by Boyazi. "It's not up to you whether he's our enemy or not." Jiang Yutong's tone was very stiff as he continued to stare at Boyazi. "You're a martial emperor, yet you've suddenly come to see a sinner of my clan. If I'm not wrong, there are only two possibilities." Boyazi grunted in acknowledgement and said, "Tell me about it." "First, you're sent by the enemy of Mount Heart sect to harm the sinner of our clan." Boyazi and Lin Sun both frowned at Jiang Yutong's words. They were also surprised by this speculation. Could it be that after so many years, the forces represented by the Panwu, Untainted, and Xianxia Dao courts had not given up on killing Jiang Xingqiu? Secondly, you were sent here by the remnants of Mount Innerheart. When Jiang Yutong mentioned the second possibility, both Boyazi and Lin Sun were shocked. What a keen insight this old guy had, but when they heard the word surviving scum, it caused them to feel a wave of displeasure in their hearts. How is this possible? Jiang Rui's expression changed slightly. He and Boyazi did not have much of a relationship, and the reason why they knew each other was because an old friend had acted as a go-between. He had never thought that there was a problem with Boyazi's identity. Why is it impossible? Why was the Star Sparrow imprisoned? Isn't it all because of that arrogant Shan Kong of Mount Innerheart? Jiang Yutong's expression was gloomy. If we hadn't been dragged down by Shan Kong all those years ago, how could our Jiang clan have suffered such a great loss in the Dao battles of the emperors? His voice was filled with resentment that had been accumulated for countless years. And now, an emperor wants to come out and see the Star Sparrow. Don't you think it's strange? Jiang Rui's body stiffened and his expression changed again. The way he looked at Boyazi had also changed. He could not help but ask, are you, the enemies of Mount Innerheart, or the remnants of Mount Innerheart? Boyazi immediately realized that things had become troublesome. Originally, he thought that it was just a meeting with Jiang Xingqiu, and it was not a big deal. Who would have thought that the old monsters of the Jiang clan would all be extremely concerned about this matter? At this moment, Lin Sun, who had been silent all this while, walked out and said, Xian Kong is my senior brother. Jiang Yutong and Jiang Rui's pupils shrank upon hearing this. Both of them knew Xian Kong too well, and they had met him many times before the Dao battles of the emperors of the ancient era broke out because of Jiang Xingqiu. At that time, Xian Kong was the most dazzling ultimate saint king of the younger generation. He was regarded as invincible among those in the same realm, and he was generous and chivalrous. At that time, Jiang Yutong and Jiang Rui were also the best of the younger generation with outstanding talents, but they were far inferior to Xian Kong in terms of reputation and fame. After Xian Kong and Jiang Xingqiu met and fell in love, the Emperor Jiang clan was happy to see it happen, and even began to arrange a marriage for the two. But it was also at this time that the Dao battles of the emperors broke out. From then on, everything changed. At this moment, when Lin Sun said that he was Xian Kong's junior brother, the two emperors, Jiang Yutong and Jiang Rui, felt their hearts churn. This person was really a remnant of Mount Innerheart. No wonder, so it turns out that you're here because of your senior brother Xian Kong. Ha ha ha, how many years has it been? Only now did Mount Innerheart remember that there's a Jiang Xingqiu in our clan? Jiang Yutong laughed. His expression was gloomy, filled with hatred and resentment. Jiang Rui looked up and down at Lin Sun and said in a low voice, Peerless Saint King Realm. When did the descendants of Fengsuan Mountain become so weak? Is it really because the orthodoxy of Fengsuan Mountain was completely eradicated after the Taoism Battle of Emperors, leaving only some weak remnants? You too, watch your words. Boyazi's face darkened. Lin Sun had already revealed his identity, so there was no need to hide anything now. Whether it was a blessing or a curse, they could only face it head-on. You want us to watch our words? Jiang Yutong's beard and hair fluttered in the wind as he sneered, if it wasn't for Mount Innerheart, our Emperor Jiang clan wouldn't have been so badly injured that we still can't recover. If it wasn't for Mount Innerheart, our clan wouldn't have been treated with hostility and suppressed by the Untainted Land, Qianquan, and Panwu Dao courts. Also, if it wasn't for Xian Kong, Xingqiu wouldn't have been imprisoned for nearly 100,000 years. Now that you're here, you want us to watch our words? Do you deserve it? After asking a few questions in succession, Jiang Yutong's face had already turned livid with rage. He was an emperor realm figure, and his mental state was extremely firm since a long time ago. However, he seemed to be extremely agitated at this moment. Obviously, this matter was a knot in his heart. Jiang Rui's expression was gloomy as well. Boyazi took a deep breath and said in a low voice, Everyone has a conclusion in their hearts about who's right and who's wrong in these old enmities. Don't forget that when Martial Uncle Xian Kong and Senior Jiang Xingqiu were together, your Emperor Jiang clan was proud of it. He paused for a moment and continued. But later on, some misfortunes occurred, yet all of you pushed all the blame onto martial uncle Shan Kong. Isn't this a little too unfair? Jiang Yutong's expression suddenly became terrifyingly icy cold. Fellow Daoist, I'm even more aware of what happened all those years ago. Shan Kong is dead, Mount Innerheart has been destroyed, and Xianxia has been imprisoned. My Jiang clan has already paid a sufficient price for this. Now, let me ask all of you, why have you come looking for us now? Lin Sun spoke once more. Before senior brother Shan Kong passed away, he instructed me to meet Jiang Xianxia and return an object to him. Besides this, I have no other intentions. What object? Jiang Rui asked with a frown. Lin Sun said, you'll know when you meet Jiang Xianxia. The hairpin shaped like a bamboo leaf given to him by Shan Kong looked very ordinary, but who knew if there were any mysteries hidden in it? Haha, you little thing, you want to see Xianxia? You're dreaming. Jiang Yutong laughed with anger and disdain on his face. His whole body was surging with qi that belonged to the Emperor realm. If it weren't for Boyazi's protection, Lin Sun would have been suppressed on the spot with his current cultivation. But Lin Sun looked extremely calm at this moment. He smiled and said, since I'm here, I won't give up. Him? Jiang Yutong squinted at Boyazi with disdain. Young man, Mount Innerheart is not the same as it was in ancient times. But you talk as arrogantly as the successor of Mount Innerheart. Aren't you worried that I'll catch you and hand you over to your enemies? Boyazi sneered, really? I'm afraid that your Jiang clan will suffer another disaster today. Now that things had come to this, he had to throw caution to the wind. Jiang Rui said angrily, Xianxia, how dare you threaten our Jiang clan? Boyazi said coldly, fellow Daoist, it was you who threatened us first. You keep saying that we're remnants. What does your Jiang clan take us to be? A cold glow suddenly flashed in his eyes as he said, there's no need to waste your breath. If your Jiang clan still cares about the friendship from all those years ago, then allow my junior martial uncle to meet Jiang Xianxia. Otherwise, I won't let this matter rest even if I have to fight with my life on the line. The threat of an Emperor realm figure was enough to make anyone afraid. Moreover, Boyazi was not an ordinary Emperor realm figure. His words made Jiang Yutong and Jiang Rui extremely sullen. Their eyes were full of anger. How dare these two Mountain Innerheart remnants threaten them in the Jiang clan's territory? Ding! Suddenly, Jiang Yutong turned over his palm and a bronze bell rang, emitting ripples of sound waves. Within a secret realm in the deepest depths of Flame Emperor City, two boundlessly terrifying auras suddenly charged out from within two abodes that had been silent for a long time. In the next moment, two figures had teleported here and appeared by Jiang Yutong's side. One was a black-clothed man that was thin like a bamboo, had gray hair, and a cold gaze. A crimson flame gourd hung at his waist, and his aura was obscure. The other was an old man that seemed as if he had 1 foot in the grave. He had white hair, muddy eyes, and held a verdant 7-foot-long bamboo cane. As soon as they appeared, Boyazi's expression changed while his heart felt heavy. The former was called Jiang Liuhua and the latter was called Jiang Lanshui. Both of them had attained the Tao and become emperors during the ancient times. Moreover, their reputations shook the starry sky, and they were extraordinary figures that everyone in the world knew about. However, Boyazi had never imagined that these two people would actually still be alive. Because according to rumor, these two old freaks of the Jiang clan had perished during the Tao battles of the emperors all those years ago. Obviously, the rumor was false. No matter what, two Emperor realm existences had suddenly appeared here, and the Jiang clan had an entire 4 Emperor realm existences in total. Such a lineup caused Boyazi's heart to sink to rock bottom. Ringing the Emperor Yan's spiritual bell, could there be an invasion? As soon as Jiang Liuhua and Jiang Lanshui arrived, their gazes locked onto Boyazi. Jiang Yutong then recounted everything that had happened. After listening, Jiang Liuhua took off the red gourd at his waist and drank a mouthful of wine, his expression cold, desperate. You can try and see if you can cause harm to my Jiang clan. The white-haired, elderly Jiang Lanshui let out a long sigh. Evil, it's been so many years, why can't your Fengsuan mountain stop for a while? Boyazi snorted coldly, why do I remember that before the Emperor's Law battle, your Jiang clan did not treat my Fengsuan mountain with such an attitude? Jiang Yutong's face darkened, but your Fengsuan mountain has already been destroyed, and my Jiang clan has paid a great price for it. How do you expect us to treat you remnants? Remnants? Lin Sun, who had been ignored all this while, suddenly opened his mouth, his dark eyes incomparably deep. I respect you as my seniors, so I have always tolerated, but aren't you being a little too presumptuous? His voice was indifferent. Jiang Yutong, Jiang Rui, Jiang Liuhua, and Jiang Lanxue, the four emperors, were all stunned. Since when did a little thing at the peak of the Saint King realm dare to speak to them like this? It was absurd. It should be known that in the entire starry heavens, emperors were like supreme rulers, looked up to by countless beings. Even a quasi-emperor was as insignificant as an ant in the eyes of a true emperor realm, but now, a peak Saint King said that they were being presumptuous. Presumptuous? Even if I kill you, it's no different from crushing an ant. Jiang Yutong's voice was awe-inspiring, and a terrifying and boundless power spread out, as if the supreme will of the heavens had descended, oppressing Lin Sun. If you want to deal with my martial uncle, you'll have to step over my dead body first. Boyazi stepped out, his clothes fluttering, releasing a breath that dissolved the power into nothingness. His bearing was resolute and disdainful. Martial uncle? Jiang Liuhua couldn't help laughing. You're an emperor, but you address a little thing as martial uncle. You've lost all face as emperors. Forget it. Let's capture them first and find out their true intentions before we deal with them. Jiang Lanshui's voice was old and hoarse, but his attitude was the most domineering and overbearing. This one sentence was like an order, causing Jiang Yutong, Jiang Rui, and Jiang Liuhua to circulate their strengths simultaneously. Boom! Terrifying emperor realm auras were like dragons emerging from the abyss, blotting out the sky and completely sealing off this paradise, completely isolating it from the outside world. Jiang Lanxue leaned on the 7-foot-long bamboo stick and knocked on the ground, saying, "This is our Yan Emperor city. When we fight later, be careful. Don't harm our people." Of course. Jiang Yutong and the others smiled in a relaxed manner. How could 4 martial emperors not be able to take down a survivor of Fengsuan Mountain? The atmosphere was somber. Boyazi took a deep breath, and then he suddenly straightened his back and revealed a resolute bearing as he said via voice transmission, "Young martial uncle, I still have some trump cards in my possession. If I fight desperately, then there should be a trace of hope for me to send you off safely. If you have the chance to see Master in the future, please tell him that I have no regrets in my life to be able to follow him in cultivation." As he spoke, he was about to act when Lin Sun's voice sounded in his ears, "If you respect me as young martial uncle, then let me handle this matter." What? Boyazi's eyes narrowed, almost not daring to believe his ears. Young martial uncle was still making such a joke at a time like this. Those were 4 martial emperors. Let's do it. Jiang Lanxue spoke, his old face full of indifference. Jiang Yutong and the others nodded. Boom! Terrifying monarch realm laws emerged from the 4 of them like dazzling divine chains that intertwined with one another. They were dazzling and exuded a terrifying aura. Just this kind of power could crush mountains and rivers. Suppress. Jiang Yutong and the other 3 moved together. Jiang Yutong took out a Taoist sword. The blade was like lightning, dazzling like the sun, reflecting the terrifying scene of fire refining the firmament and burning all things. Taoist sword burning spirit, Jiang Rui waved his sleeve, and a golden soft whip soared into the air. The whip shadows overlapped, transforming into a golden sea of laws, like a celestial river descending from the sky. Divine whip golden river. The red gourd in Jiang Liuhua's palm flew up, emitting a fiery glow. The mouth of the gourd spat out a grey tongue of flame. Spirit gourd muddy fire, Jiang Lanxue lifted the 7-foot green bamboo stick in his hand and pointed it in the void. Countless verdant lightning arcs condensed together, turning into a lustrous and translucent bamboo leaf, shining brightly in the void. Ancient treasure, heaven thunder bamboo stick. In an instant, the 4 martial emperors took out 4 emperor treasures and attacked together with thunderous momentum. Obviously, they wanted to end the battle quickly and suppress Boyazi in one fell swoop. Because if the battle dragged on for too long, it was bound to affect Yan Emperor City. This was absolutely intolerable to Jiang Yutong and the others. In an instant, the killing intent enveloped them. Boyazi's face changed abruptly, and even his breath stopped. He felt an incomparably strong fatal aura. He had no time to care about anything else, nor to consult Lin Sun's opinion. This time, he couldn't let Lin Sun die here in any case. But just as Boyazi made his move, A graceful figure abruptly appeared before him, raised her hand, and pressed it against the void. It was an illusory woman, bathed in dreamy brilliance and radiance, revealing a sacred and transcendent air. She seemed to have been there for a long time. Her manner was calm and her movements were understated. But when her white and slender hand pressed down in the void, with a wail, the Taoist sword-burning spirit trembled violently like a snake that had been stabbed in the heart. It staggered and flew out, its glow dimming. Jiang Yutong's mind shook violently. His qi and blood surged, and his expression changed abruptly. Then, with a dull and terrible roar, the Emperor Qi suddenly exploded in the field like a landslide and a tsunami, and the magnificent and bright light of law sprinkled down all over the sky. Then, Jiang Rui's golden river whip rolled back and whipped Jiang Rui fiercely, causing his shoulder to bleed. With a muffled groan, he staggered back a few steps. Then, Jiang Liu's turbid fire gourd fell to the ground with a bang. Blood dripped from his lips, and he looked horrified. Then, with a bang, the leaf condensed from countless emerald-green thunderbolts suddenly exploded, turning into a colorful rain of light. Jiang Lanxue held his breath and shook his 7-foot bamboo stick violently. All this took a long time to describe, but actually happened in an instant. It was too fast, it was so fast that Lin Sun didn't have time to react. The joint attack from Jiang Yutong and the other 3 emperors was resolved. From the beginning until the end, the illusory and graceful figure had merely pressed her hand down in the air. Boyazi, who was already prepared to die, suddenly gasped. He was an old monster who had been an emperor for a very long time, yet even he was shocked by this inconceivable scene. When the smoke and dust dissipated, Jiang Yutong and the others had become solemn, and their eyes were locked on the uninvited guest not far away. It was a woman whose face could not be seen clearly. Her figure was graceful, slender, and flowed with dreamy divine brilliance. She stood there alone, looking aloof and cold. But the aura on her body made Jiang Yutong and the others palpitate, because they could not see through her at all. "Senior, we have no choice but to trouble you to help." At this moment, Lin Sun spoke with a trace of helplessness. This woman was she who was cultivating in the heaven-accessing place. All these years, Lin Sun had thought that he would no longer need to rely on the power of she. But in the end, he discovered that he was still too insignificant in the face of an emperor. Jiang Yutong and the others' expressions changed slightly. Only then did they realize that this little thing whom they regarded as an ant had come prepared. Boyazi secretly heaved a sigh of relief. He could not help but feel proud in his heart. This was the master's little junior brother. How could he be bullied so easily? His feeling was almost the same as when Heng Xiao saw Lin Sun win first place in the Yunzhou Grand Competition. "It's just a small matter. It's no trouble at all. I haven't come out for a breath of fresh air in a long time." Xi's voice was clear and ethereal. A small matter, Lin Sun could not help but be stunned. This was a battle between emperors, and a group of old emperors at that. Why did it become a small matter when it came to Xi? "Who are you? Why are you interfering in the Jiang clan's matters?" Jiang Lanxue asked in a low voice. He did not dare to act rashly. Xi's aura was obscure and unfathomable, making him feel extremely threatened. Jiang Yutong and the others felt the same. Xi's appearance was very sudden, but it was obvious that she was an extremely frightening woman. She could dissolve their all-out attack with just a raise of her hand. How could she be ordinary? She did not care about Jiang Lanxue at all. She only asked Lin Sun softly, "I can see that they wanted to bully you. How do you think we should deal with them now?" Jiang Yutong could not help but say, "Friend, this is Yan Emperor City. Even if you are powerful, you still..." Before he finished speaking, she flicked her finger. Bang! Jiang Yutong was sent flying, coughing up blood. He looked extremely pathetic. This made Jiang Lanxue and the others' hair stand on end. The Emperor realm had long stood at the peak of the starry sky. They were seen as supreme existences with earth-shattering might. But only those at the Emperor realm knew that the Emperor realm was an extremely long and obscure path. Although they were all at the Emperor realm, the difference between them was vast. It was like climbing a mountain. Some were only standing at the foot of the mountain, some had already climbed to the waist, and some had already reached the peak. There was no doubt that this mysterious woman was a terrifying existence with power that far exceeded their imagination. "I don't like people talking too much when I speak. she said coldly. If it was before, Jiang Yutong and the others would definitely be unhappy to hear this. But now, they were all silent, their expressions uncertain. They realized the severity of the problem. Even if this was the Jiang clan, an Emperor Realm clan, their territory, it was nothing in front of this mysterious woman. The atmosphere was silent. Jiang Yutong and the other 3 Emperor Realm old monsters of the Jiang clan were completely suppressed by she. They didn't even dare to breathe. This made she even more extraordinary. Her figure was graceful and illusory like a dream. Even Boyazi had a strong feeling that this woman was too terrifying. This reminded him of his master Li Xianwei. However, he couldn't be sure who was stronger between this woman and his master. Because their attainments in the Emperor realm had arrived at an unfathomable and immeasurable state, Lin Sun was silent for a moment and said, "Senior, I came to the Jiang clan just to see someone. I don't want to cause any trouble." These words caused complicated expressions to appear on the faces of Jiang Yutong and the others. Under such an advantageous situation, a young man was able to disregard their former enmity and did not take the opportunity to attack them. This surprised them. "Your temper seems to have improved a lot." She was also surprised. In the past, if Lin Sun was bullied, he would definitely fight back without hesitation. An eye for an eye, a tooth for a tooth, blood for blood. If it was my own business, I wouldn't mind turning the world upside down this time. Lin Sun took a deep breath and said, "But now, I just don't want to disappoint senior brother Shan Kong. If he were alive, he wouldn't want to see anything bad happen." He couldn't forget the sadness and disappointment on senior brother Shan Kong's face when he gave him the light green bamboo leaf-shaped hairpin in the City of Vain Deaths. He also wouldn't forget that senior brother Shan Kong only told him to give the hairpin to Jiang Xianxia, not to make a scene in the Jiang clan. That was why Lin Sun restrained his anger and chose to endure the 4 Emperor Realm old monsters' bullying. "Okay." She nodded and looked at Jiang Yutong and the others. "Do you agree?" His casual words caused the hearts of Jiang Yu and the others to constrict, and they exchanged glances with each other while their expressions changed indeterminately. Making them lower their heads like this in the territory of the Emperor clan, the Jiang clan, was something that they were too unwilling to do. "Taoist friend, it's not that we are cruel, but if today's matter is leaked, the Jiang clan will definitely suffer again," Jiang Lanshui said in a low voice. The successor of Minuscule Mountain had suddenly come to their clan and even met Jiang Xingqiue. What would those forces that hated Minuscule Mountain think if they knew about this? "Won't it be fine as long as we don't leak it?" She's voice was cold. "Or perhaps, you still do not agree in your hearts and are just finding excuses?" Jiang Lanshui's heart trembled. He said, "Fellow Taoist, we are indeed somewhat unwilling." "Oh," she said, "I can give you all a chance to express your dissatisfaction. However, only once. After that, if you all continue to be stubborn, I don't mind killing a few people." Jiang Lanshui and the others glanced at each other and nodded. "This place is an important place of my clan, and it's branded with the will of my clan's ancestor, the primordial flame emperor. If fellow Taoist is able to resist the slaughter of this power, then we will definitely not dare to resist," Jiang Lan said. Boyazi's pupils narrowed, and he couldn't restrain himself any longer. "Everyone, my young martial uncle and this fellow Taoist have already exercised sufficient forbearance, yet all of you actually made such a request. Aren't you going too far? Just how terrifying would the will of the primordial flame emperor be?" However, at this moment, Shi's eyes lit up and revealed a look of interest. He said, "No wonder I sensed an unusual power in this place the moment I appeared. It should be the power of your primogenitor's will, right?" Jiang Lanshui and the others couldn't help but be stunned. This woman had actually sensed it immediately? "Quickly unseal this power. I want to try and see if this person has already comprehended the mystery of progenitor transformation in the Emperor's past search back then." Progenitor transformation, this mysterious word caused all the martial Emperor old monsters, including Boyazi and Jiang Yutong, to be shocked. The 9 heavens of the Emperor's path, the progenitor transformation realm. That was a supreme realm that they didn't even dare to think about. For a moment, Jiang Lanshui and the others hesitated, feeling that she was even more unfathomable. "What's wrong?" She glanced at them. Jiang Lanshui immediately gritted his teeth and said, "Let's do it." Immediately, he, Jiang Liuhua, Jiang Yutong and Jiang Rui each took out a strange Taoist pattern of flame, which rose into the air. When the four Taoist patterns gathered together, the void shone brightly, and a dazzling flame emerged. A terrifying and ancient supreme aura also pervaded the air. Bo Yazi's expression changed abruptly, and he circulated his power to protect Lin Sun. She's clothes fluttered in the wind. She raised her head slightly and looked straight at the dazzling flame. Her entire body flowed with a magnificent, dreamlike divine rain of light. She seemed to have noticed something and murmured, "Yes, this is the aura." Boom, in the blazing and shocking flame, a majestic figure bathed in divine fire emerged. The image of a burning universe and galaxy was reflected behind his head, as if he was the ruler of divine fire. That aura was terrifying enough to make the starry sky tremble and all worlds admire him. With Lin Sun's eyesight and mind, he couldn't see this figure at all because it was too dazzling and supreme. Even with Bo Yazi's protection, it still made his hair stand on end and he felt suffocated. The power of the ancient flame emperor, Bo Yazi was also shocked. This was a legendary supreme figure who had shocked the ages and shocked the heavens. Jiang Lanxue and the others were also excited at this moment, revealing fanaticism and reverence. This was the aura that belonged to their ancestor, the Flame Emperor, in the ancient times, conquered the world, swept away all enemies, and dazzled the starry sky. He was looked up to by billions of living beings. Now, his power had appeared in the world again. Greetings to the ancestor, unfilial descendant. Jiang Lanxue and the others bowed. What happened? The majestic figure spoke, his voice rumbling like the sound of Tao. Visible to the naked eye, the rolling law of fire flowed down from his body, evolving into endless wonderful images. "I want to fight you," said she. Her graceful figure stepped forward, sparkling and translucent light surging around her. As she spoke, she suddenly pressed out a finger. It was simple, but everyone's eyes stung and their souls trembled. They could no longer see anything. Their vision and divine sense were all white. This caused all of them to be astounded. What kind of terrifying cultivation was this that even emperors like them were not qualified to watch such a battle? After an unknown period of time, Xi's cold voice sounded, "So, you also did not take that step back then?" Then, everyone's vision became clear. Only then did they see Xi standing alone, her clothes fluttering with sparkling light. In the distance, the Flame Emperor's willpower was still as powerful as before. Fellow's words are mistaken. This willpower was left behind by me when I left back then, and the reason why I left was to take that step. The ancient Flame Emperor's voice rumbled with a unique arrogance. Is that so? But after so many years, it seems that your original body did not return. She said indifferently. Jiang Yutong and the others were shocked. I will return. The ancient Flame Emperor's voice was low, but there was determination in it. This step cannot be broken just like this. As soon as he finished speaking, his figure suddenly turned into a rain of fire and disappeared. Bo Yazi heaved a sigh of relief. Regardless of whether it was the ancient Flame Emperor or Xi, they both seemed to be searching for a path to break through. But what exactly was this path? Why was it that even with the power of the ancient Flame Emperor and Xi's strength, they still could not find it? Jiang Yutong and the others felt a sense of loss and heaviness. Even the primogenitor's willpower was blocked by this mysterious woman. Didn't this mean that as long as she willed it, no one in the Jiang clan could stop her? Are you still unwilling to give up? She looked at Jiang Yutong and the others. Jiang Lanshui's voice was bitter as he said, "Fellow's remarkable abilities make us gasp in admiration." She seemed to have done something trivial. She nodded at Lin Sun, then her figure turned into a hazy rain of light and disappeared. When she left, Jiang Lanxue and the others, as well as Bo Yazi, all heaved a sigh of relief. It was as if a divine mountain had been removed from their bodies. It couldn't be helped. The pressure and threat she brought them was too great. When they looked at Lin Sun again, their expressions were very complicated. There was no longer the contempt and disregard from before. Come with me, Jiang Lanxue sighed. He decided to bring Lin Sun to see Jiang Xianxia. Thank you. Lin Sun felt relaxed. In the depths of Emperor Yin City, there was a void path that led to a secret realm. Jiang Lanxue brought Lin Sun and flew into it silently. The secret realm was a world of lava. The ground was covered with a boundless sea of fire. The waves of fire rolled and splashed thousands of meters high. Extremely hot smoke filled the air, making the whole world seem like a huge furnace. It was boiling and burning, as if it would melt everything. This was the place where Xianxia was imprisoned. "Xianxia, there's a guest who wants to see you." Xianxia spoke. His voice reverberated in the entire world of lava. "How many years has it been? I thought you've already forgotten about me, the sinner of the clan," a faint voice sounded. It was like a whisper, filled with endless disappointment. Xianxia's expression flickered. He let out a long sigh and said, "I brought the guest. You can talk." With that, he turned around and left. Lin Sun looked around. All he saw was a sea of fire. Fire mist rose between heaven and earth. He couldn't see anyone at all. Just when he was puzzled, a black boat suddenly emerged above the sea of fire. A woman sat alone on the boat. She was dressed in a snow-white morning dress. Her black hair was as black as ink, hanging down loosely. On the fiery sea, she gave people the feeling of being as cold as ice on a cliff. When Lin Sun looked at her, the woman also raised her head slightly and looked at him. The next moment, the woman seemed to notice something. She suddenly stood up and said, "It's the breath of everlasting leakless. Xiankong, is that you? You've finally come back to pick me up." In the sea of fire, the black boat broke through the waves. On the boat, a woman in a white silk dress finally showed her face. It was a beautiful, pale face, eyes as clear as a spring, and eyebrows as deep as mountains. Her expression was one of absent-mindedness and excitement, and her voice was trembling. It was as if she could see the elegant and carefree figure of the past appearing in front of her after countless years. This woman was Xianxia, a poor woman who had been imprisoned here for nearly 100,000 years. Lin Sun realized at once that she had mistaken him for someone else. Although he couldn't bear it, he still explained, "Senior, you've mistaken me for someone else." "How could I be mistaken? I can't mistake you for the spirit of everlasting and leakless." Xianxia seemed very excited. She came to Lin Sun with her eyes full of excitement and trance. "Brother Xiankong, you're really good at disguising yourself. Those old guys in my family must have been fooled by you. You must take me away this time." Her voice was tense and pleading. For the first time, Lin Sun found that a woman who had been imprisoned for nearly 100,000 years could be so pitiful and distressing. Just because he had practiced the method of everlasting and leakless, she mistook him for Xiankong. It could be imagined how much she missed brother Xiankong in these years. Her dazed, and excited actions displayed how much she cared about her senior brother Xiankong. This made Lin Sun's heart ache. How nice it would be if brother Xiankong was alive to see this scene. After a moment of silence, Lin Sun sighed softly and dared not look into her eyes. He said, "Senior, my name is Lin Sun. I'm brother Xuankong's junior fellow apprentice. I'm entrusted by brother Xiankong to return an item to you." "Brother Xiankong, you're lying to me, aren't you?" Xianxia was like a lonely child. Her voice was pleading, and tears were swirling in her eyes. Lin Sun was speechless and couldn't go on. He couldn't bear it. He turned over his palm and a light cyan bamboo leaf-shaped hairpin appeared. Xianxia, who was originally in a daze and on the verge of tears, was stunned. He stared at the hairpin in a daze and seemed to have recalled countless memories of the past. In the distance, the sea of lava churned and roared. Xianxia's snow-white silk dress fluttered in the wind as she stood there with tears rolling down her cheeks. Lin Sun suddenly regretted that he should not have taken it out earlier. Otherwise, Xianxia would not be so sad. After a long time, Xianxia seemed to have calmed down. With a rare tenderness in his eyes, he stared at Lin Sun and said, "Can you just take it as Xiankong putting on this hairpin for me?" Lin Sun nodded without hesitation. With a heartfelt smile on his face, Xianxia turned around and murmured, "Brother Xiankong, you said that as long as I saw this hairpin, it would prove that you are still alive. Now, I've been waiting for your news." Lin Sun raised his hand and coiled up Xianxia's long hair that was as black as ink. He gently coiled it on his head, picked up the light cyan hairpin and gently inserted it. "Senior, you're right. It's because of senior brother Xuankong's entrustment that I can bring this thing to you," Lin Sun said softly. When Xianxia turned around, there were no traces of tears in her eyes. Her face was as still as water, and her expression was extremely calm. She seemed to have completely calmed down without the excitement, trance, and infatuation from before. "Thank you, junior brother." Xianxia saluted. "This is the best news I've heard in countless years." Lin Sun hurriedly said, "Senior, please don't be like this. This is what I should do as a junior brother. You're my husband's junior brother. How can you call me senior? Call me sister-in-law." Xianxia smiled. Her appearance was clear and elegant, and her appearance was extremely beautiful. Her actions were gentle, but her complexion was very pale. "Okay." Lin Sun nodded. After that, Xianxia led Lin Sun to the black boat that was anchored on the Sea of Flames. After they sat down, Xianxia asked Lin Sun many questions, and practically all of them were related to Xiankong. Lin Sun told her everything. However, he intentionally concealed the matter of Xiankong being trapped in the city of the wronged and leaving the world. Xianxia seemed to be very calm from the beginning until the end. After he spoke about many things about Xiankong, she asked about Lin Sun as well. Lin Sun naturally wouldn't conceal anything, and he told her about how he'd become an inheritor of Mount Innerheart and how he'd sought the path towards the Tao all these years. Perhaps it was because he'd been trapped for too long, but Xianxia listened with great interest. Later on, when she found out that Lin Sun would be heading to the Central Plains Prefecture to participate in the Tao discussion held by the 6 great Tao courts in half a year, Xianxia instantly frowned. On the other hand, when she found out that Lin Sun possessed a method to conceal his identity and didn't have to worry about being discovered, Xianxia heaved a sigh of relief. Junior brother, amongst the 6 great Tao courts all those years ago, the Chaos, Cosmos, and Martial Tao courts were the most hostile towards Mount Innerheart, and they were the most proactive when it came to dealing with Mount Innerheart. Xianxia pondered deeply and said, "Even though you already possess a complete method to conceal your identity, you must still be careful when you participate in the Tao discussion. According to my knowledge, the 6 great Tao courts have old seniors that call themselves ancestors in the Emperor realm. If they target you, it'll absolutely be a great calamity." Lin Sun was stern and said, "I will." As he spoke, he couldn't help but ask, "Sister-in-law, besides the 3 great Tao courts, what's the attitude of the other 3 great Tao courts towards the matter of Mount Innerheart?" "The dark yellow Tao court is the most neutral and doesn't help either side." Xianxia said. The Fiend court decided to watch from the sidelines. Although the destruction of the Taoist orthodoxy of Fengsuan Mountain had little to do with the Fiend court did try to seize some of Fengsuan Mountain's heritage. As for the Guiyuan Tao court, as he spoke up to this point, Xianxia shook his head. "This Tao court is the most mysterious. It has never appeared before and after the Tao battle of the ancient emperors." Lin Sun had heard that the Guiyuan Tao court should be the most transcendent force among the 6 great Tao courts. It was almost secluded from the world. This sect had extremely few successors, but every successor had the cultivation of the emperor realm. One sect was a great emperor, and all generations returned to the origin. This was the Guiyuan Tao court. Actually, it wasn't just the Chaos, Panwu, and Qiankuan Tao courts that participated in the battle against Minuscule Mountain. Some of the clans of the 7 primordial demon emperors and some of the 10 war clans also participated. For example, the Emperor Clan Kong clan, the Emperor Clan Su clan, the Emperor Clan Kuan clan, and the 10 war clans Blood Scale Battle clan, Heaven Ghost Battle clan, Taowu Battle clan. When a wall is down, everyone gives it a push. The inheritance power of Mount Innerheart is too powerful. When Mount Innerheart encountered a great disaster, who wouldn't want a share of it? Xianxia could not help but sigh at this point. It's a pity that Mount Innerheart's orthodoxy was destroyed in the end. Lin Sun's heart was in turmoil. After a while, he said, "I only know that Mount Innerheart's orthodoxy might have collapsed, and the forces it had would have vanished into thin air. But as long as we, the successors of Mount Innerheart, are still alive." His voice was resolute, even if they were just wandering ghosts scattered across the heavens, and once their identities were exposed, they would be hunted by many people. But as long as they were alive, they could pass down the torch of Mount Innerheart from generation to generation. Xianxia stared at Lin Sun and said, "Junior brother, your senior brother Xiankong once said that the greatest strength of Fengsuan Mountain doesn't lie in how powerful it is or how many legacies it possesses. Instead, it lies in having descendants like you." As long as people are alive, it means that Mount Innerheart's orthodoxy is still alive. Lin Sun nodded in agreement. Junior brother, I'm unable to help you with the matter of you participating in the Tao discussion. However, I can tell you the secret of why your senior brother Xian Kong was reputed to be invincible in the Saint Realm all those years ago. Speaking of this, Xianxia revealed a touch of pride. Xian Kong was the man she admired the most, and also the greatest pride in her heart. Lin Sun's heart shook, and a strong sense of curiosity welled up in him. Sister-in-law, please enlighten me. Jiang Xingchua's eyes were gentle, and she seemed to recall the past. She said, after your senior brother Xian Kong stepped into the Saint Realm, it only took him less than 100 years to become the supreme of the true Saint, Great Saint, and Saint King realms. No one could compare to him, and no one could reach him. At that time, he alone was able to suppress all his peers in the all heavens. At that time, the black-yellow celestial court was alarmed many times, and had to revise the rankings of the 3 Saint Realm rankings in advance. As long as your senior brother Xian Kong was ranked first, no one could shake his position. Even the peerless geniuses of the 6 major Tao courts, and the outstanding people of the 10 war clans, couldn't do it. At that time, there was a popular saying in the ancient way of the starry sky. Who could claim to be invincible in the Saint Realm? Who dared to claim to be invincible? Only Xian Kong of Fangsuan Mountain knew about it. This is called invincible in the Saint Realm in the heavens. Hearing this, Lin Sun couldn't help but gasp, and his heart was full of longing. He never expected that senior brother Xian Kong, who was trapped in the city of the wronged, would have such a bright and glorious past. Unfortunately, before he could break through to the Saint Realm, the Tao battle of the emperors broke out. Otherwise, with his talent and foundation, he was bound to be so dazzling. Jiang Xingchua's voice carried a trace of sadness, and he only restrained his emotions after a long time, and then he said with a smile, Junior brother, do you know that before he became a saint, your senior brother Xian Kong was the most inconspicuous figure in Fangsuan Mountain? He was shy, and his face would blush when he talked to girls, and he couldn't even speak. He always said that he was a herder. His family was poor when he was young, and in order to support his family, he helped herd the sheep at a very young age. Because of his poverty and thin body, he was often ridiculed by his peers, and it caused him to feel inferior and antisocial. Later on, by chance, he entered Fangsuan Mountain to cultivate, and Xian Kong has always helped take care of the spirit birds and spirit beasts on Fangsuan Mountain. Speaking of this, Jiang Xingchua looked up at Lin Sun and said, Junior brother, do you know why your senior brother Xian Kong is invincible in the Saint Realm? Lin Sun was shocked and said, I'd like to hear the details. Because he seeks a path towards the Tao that has never existed since the ancient times. Thus, the strength he possesses can be said to be unprecedented. As soon as Jiang Xingchua said this, Lin Sun had a feeling that he was not alone. It turns out that I'm not the first. Lin Sun murmured. Jiang Xingchua was also stunned, and then immediately understood and said with a smile, It seems that you have realized this very early. She paused for a moment and said, Your senior brother Xian Kong once said that there are countless people like him in the world that seek a path that has never existed since the ancient times, yet only a handful of them are able to succeed in the end. It's not that it's too difficult, but we are disturbed by many forces when we practice. For example, you should have comprehended many Taoist scriptures and secret techniques since you started cultivating until now, and you've also received guidance from many experts, right? Lin Sun nodded. Among the inheritances he had mastered, there were Samsara scripture, Yellow Court scripture, 9 Cauldrons World Suppression scripture, Endless Devouring scripture, other inheritances such as Fighting Saint Method, Tai Xian Sword scripture, 9 Changes of Calamity Dragon, 9 Strikes of Shaking Heaven, Great Divination Finger, First Cut of Tian Yuan, all of them were inherited from others. In these years, Lin Sun had also received guidance from many masters, such as the Golden Cicada Youth, Shi, Green Sun Saber Emperor, and so on. Even the art of eternity and no leak was inherited from senior brother Xian Kong. Jiang Xingchua said softly, These inheritances and powers are of great benefit to our cultivation, but at the same time, they will imperceptibly affect our pursuit of Tao. Those experiences, comprehensions, inheritances, Tao arts, all of them are branded with the wisdom and understanding of the grand Tao of others. When they're absorbed and refined by us, it seems to have become our own, but at the bottom of it all, it's still their inheritance in the end, and you're merely inheriting it. Many cultivators in the world are unable to discern this. They think that the path towards the Tao they seek is different from others, but in reality, they've imperceptibly been influenced by others, causing all of them to fail when they seek strength that is unprecedented in the past and present. Lin Sun couldn't help praising, indeed. Xianxia smiled. This is what your senior brother Xian Kong said back then. I'm just telling you. Lin Sun also shared his own understanding, the sea contains all rivers. This is the unique skill of carrying on the past. It is to draw inferences about other things from one instance and blaze a new trail. This is to seek a way different from the world for oneself. This is to carry on the past and open up the future. He paused for a moment and continued. The core of an inheritance is to learn from others, and it isn't to form one's own path towards the Tao. Only in this way would one have the chance to accomplish something that has never been done since the ancient times. Xianxia was even more surprised, and he said, Junior brother, looks like your path towards the Tao doesn't require the guidance of others. Can you tell me about the Tao you seek? Lin Sun thought for a moment and said, to accommodate all Tao, to develop all Dharma. There is no Tao in the world that cannot be accommodated, and there is no Dharma that cannot be developed in the universe. All streams return to the origin, and my Tao is one. An inexplicable shock surged in Xianxia's heart. This Tao path was too taboo. One had to understand that there were tens of thousands of Taos in the world. How vast was it? Only by obtaining the power of an ancestor in the Emperor realm could one be called the ancestor of a Tao. But now, what Lin Sun said was to accommodate all Taos in the world. If so, when he became an emperor, wouldn't he have to seek the Tao of the ancestor of all Taos? The more Xianxia thought about it, the more shocked she was. As far as she knew, there were some extremely amazing and peerless figures in ancient times who died because the Tao they pursued was too taboo. Junior brother, have you encountered any taboo things since you started your cultivation? She couldn't help asking. Yes. Lin Sun didn't conceal anything. He told her about the strange taboo catastrophe he encountered when he became a saint, and the taboo catastrophe he caused when he created his own Dharma. Have you resolved them all? Xianxia asked. Lin Sun nodded. Xianxia's heart at this moment could no longer be described as shocked. She looked at Lin Sun as if she was looking at a monster. After a while, she couldn't help laughing and said, your senior brother Xian Kong was amazing and heaven-defying in those days. I never thought that you would be even better than him. After a pause, Xianxia took out a golden animal bone jade slip and handed it to Lin Sun. But because of this, I can give this to you without any worries. Lin Sun was stunned. What is this? This is your senior brother Xuankong's understanding and experience in the saint realm. When we were together, he left this thing to help me cultivate. Take it. Xianxia's eyes were gentle. Lin Sun instantly realized the great value of this thing. Senior brother Xiankong was known as invincible in the saint realm in those days. How could the understanding and experience he left behind be ordinary? Although the Tao you and your senior brother are pursuing is different, both are unprecedented since ancient times. This jade slip is the most suitable for you. Xianxia looked gentle and amiable, as if she was treating her closest junior. In fact, if it weren't for the seniority, she was more than qualified to be Lin Sun's elder since she rose in ancient times. Thank you, sister. Lin Sun took a deep breath and accepted the gift with both hands. You have to cultivate hard. Your senior brother Xian Kong was invincible in the saint realm. You can do it too. I'm looking forward to your performance in the Tao discussion conference. Xianxia's eyes were full of hope. Lin Sun felt warm in his heart and nodded. After talking for a while, Jiang Lanshui's voice suddenly resounded in this magma world. Xingxue, it's getting late. Xianxia frowned and looked at Lin Sun, transmitting his voice to him. Junior brother, don't blame my clansmen. Although they are full of resentment against Mountain Heart, some Emperor Realm cultivators of Jiang clan fought side by side with Mountain Heart in the Tao Battle of Emperors. Moreover, even though I've been imprisoned here, I know very well that this is the only way my clan can protect my life. Otherwise, the Chaos, Panwu, and Universe Tao courts will definitely not let the matter rest. I only hope that you can understand Jiang clan's difficulties. Lin Sun nodded seriously and said, don't worry, sister. Soon, Lin Sun left. Jiang Lanxue had been waiting there for a long time. He took a complicated look at Jiang Xianxia, who was seeing them off in the distance. In the end, he just sighed and left the secret realm with Lin Sun without saying anything. A black boat floated on the raging sea of fire. All of a sudden, Jiang Xianxia became the only person in the world. At this time, she raised her hand and took off the hairpin on her head. She clenched her hands tightly, and tears flowed down her beautiful but pale face. She sat there unconsciously, staring at the light cyan bamboo leaf-shaped hairpin in her hand, lost in thought. "Brother Xiankong, I saw Junior Brother. He said that you are still alive, but I know that if you are really alive, you will definitely come to see me. Come to think of it, we have been separated for more than 100,000 years. Time really flies. Don't worry, I will come to find you soon. But before that, I have to avenge you first." Jiang Xingchue suddenly took a deep breath. His eyes, which were as clear as a spring, were filled with bone-deep hatred. Her hair, which was as black as ink, instantly turned into the color of frost and snow. "You must wait for me." She got up, her hair as white as snow and her dress as plain as silk. The black boat under her feet floated on the raging sea of fire. Flame Emperor City, in a blessed place. When he saw Lin Sun return with Jiang Lanxue, Boyazi, who had been waiting for him, heaved a sigh of relief. "Thank you, fellow Taoist." Boyazi cupped his hands. Jiang Lanxue's expression was complicated as he said, "I only hope that the people of Mount Innerheart will not disturb Xingchue anymore. Our Jiang clan cannot withstand your torment anymore." Boyazi and Lin Sun looked at each other, and without saying anything, they stood up and took their leave. However, when they were about to leave, Jiang Lanxue suddenly said, "In these countless years, I have been thinking about one thing. With the resources of your Mount Innerheart, you should be able to suppress the Chaos, Cosmos, and Panwu Dao courts if they joined forces. But why was it destroyed just like that?" Lin Sun stopped and narrowed his eyes. In fact, during the law battle of the emperors back then, only 6 successors of your Mount Heart Orthodoxy participated in the battle. The other successors were nowhere to be found. Many people thought that the missing successors had already been eliminated. Jiang Lanxue was silent for a moment before he said, "But I don't think so." After that, he didn't say anything else. Lin Sun said in his heart, "I don't think so either." Even when he left Dansha Divine Mountain with Boyazi, Lin Sun had been thinking about one thing. Back then, he had met 9th senior brother Guyupu at the Skylock Peak of the Kunlun ruins. He had also heard Guyupu talk about the Emperor's Law battle. He clearly remembered that only Guyupu and a few other senior brothers had participated in the battle. This in itself was very unusual. In the ancient times, Mount Innerheart already had 49 disciples like senior brother Li Xianwei, senior brother Pu Jin, senior sister Juanhuan, which one of them wasn't an extremely powerful existence? But they didn't participate in the Emperor's Law battle like senior brother Guyupu. Why was that? Moreover, after the end of the Emperor's Dao battles, senior brother Guyupu had said that he was the one who had asked his master, the Lord of Fengsuan Mountain, to arrange for him to stay on the godlock Sky Peak. He wanted to suppress Demon Emperor Dutian and avenge his senior brothers who had fallen in the Dao battles. Putting everything else aside, this at least meant that after the Emperor's Law battle ended, the master of Mount Innerheart was still alive. However, if the master was still alive, why hadn't he appeared? Seeing that Mount Innerheart's orthodoxy had been destroyed, why didn't the master take revenge? There must be something else behind this. Lin Sun thought for a long time, but he couldn't think of an answer. However, he knew that those senior brothers and senior sisters who were scattered in the heavens might be drifting around like lonely ghosts. But they were definitely doing something for Mount Innerheart that no one knew about. Today, I went out to handle some matters. The update was brought forward, and it was 2 consecutive updates. Besides that, let me explain a few things about Xiankong. In the original setting, Xiankong's cultivation level was at the peak of the Great Saint stage. This was indeed something that Goldfish hadn't expected. However, the plot required, or rather, Goldfish wanted to write Xiankong's character more fully, which was why there was a bug in the cultivation level. A few days later, Lin Sun and Boyazi returned to Xuanji Taoism sect quietly. As soon as he returned, Lin Sun began to prepare for his closed-door cultivation. There was only half a year before the Tao discussion grand meeting. During this period, Lin Sun intended to improve his strength to another level, Yushu Peak, in front of the Blessed Enclave. Xianxia, please help me collect some information about the Tao discussion grand meeting while I'm in closed-door cultivation. Lin Sun urged. Beside him, Jin Tian Xianxia, who was as beautiful as a fairy in snow-white clothes, nodded and said, "Don't worry, child. Of course, don't slack off in your cultivation. Take this." Lin Sun thought for a while. Imprinted some of his insights and experiences in cultivation on the jade slip, and handed it over. Jin Tian Xianxia looked at it for a while, and her heart was filled with excitement and surprise. She knew the value of this jade slip too well. Although it was neither a cultivation method nor an inheritance, the cultivation experience and insights in it could be called a priceless treasure. It should be known that her child was almost invincible in the saint realm. Otherwise, it would be impossible for him to easily win the first place in the Tao discussion grand meeting of Yunzhou. "Thank you, child." Jin Tian Xianxia raised her head, and her clear eyes rippled with extraordinary splendor. Lin Sun smiled slightly and said nothing more. He turned around and walked into the Blessed Enclave. The old ancestor is right. It's a rare opportunity to cultivate with child, even if it's just a role like a Taoist attendant, Jin Tian Xianxia murmured. She possessed peerless charm and beauty, and she'd always been a proud and aloof person. However, since she'd started cultivating until now, no one had ever been able to make her so convinced. Boom, inside the cave, Lin Sun sat cross-legged, and all kinds of grand phenomena appeared around him. Divine brilliance flowed, the light was like rain, and the sound of Tao rumbled. This was the first time Lin Sun had a real closed-door cultivation since he crossed the starry sky and arrived in the Hongming world by boat. Everything was for the sake of breaking through. As he breathed, wind and thunder surged, and the airflow turned into the shape of a dragon python. It breathed, and his whole body was shining and flowing with Tao rhythm. In his body, the essence, qi, and spirit roared like a volcanic eruption, flowing in his limbs and bones, and his whole body released a kind of limitless momentum like that of an immortal. Fortunately, they were in the blessed grotto heaven, and there were layers of restrictions concealing them. Otherwise, the commotion caused by his cultivation alone would cause the clouds to surge and a phenomenon to descend from the heavens. All this was because Lin Sun's accumulated Taoism was too strong and majestic. His body, cultivation, and soul were all unparalleled in the world. Just as Lin Sun and Jiang Xingqua said before, if you want to achieve the unprecedented Tao, you must cultivate the unprecedented power. From this day on, Lin Sun immersed himself in cultivation, unaware of the passage of time. 1 month later. Inside the blessed enclave of Jade Peak. A roar like the beginning of chaos resounded from Lin Sun's body, an endless divine light rain rushed out of his body, brilliant and magnificent. The aura around his body rose steadily like a rising tide, and it surged with all sorts of miraculous phenomena. There was a great abyss that swallowed the sky, a great furnace that refined the world, and numerous laws of the Tao interweaved together, and they were crystalline, resplendent, and dazzling. Bursts of natural Taoist sounds, like the chanting of the gods and the chanting of the Sanskrit. For a moment, his whole body was covered with a layer of sacred and majestic aura, as if he was the holy king of the world, eternal and immortal. He broke through. After a long time, when everything calmed down, Lin Sun opened his eyes. In an instant, a pair of abysses emerged, and the void suddenly collapsed as if it was swallowed up. Late stage of the Saint King realm, feeling the surging power in his body, Lin Sun felt an indescribable satisfaction in his heart. This was probably the reason why cultivators persisted in pursuing Tao. This transformation in the realm was like a nirvana rebirth, and there was a sense of extreme sublimation both physically and mentally. The feeling was wonderful. Lin Sun got up and walked out of the cave residence. As early as during the Tao discussion in Yunzhou, his cultivation was only a step away from breaking through. Now that he had broken through after a month of closed-door training, it was a matter of course. Now, Lin Sun wanted to try the power after the breakthrough. Dragon Peak. Xianxia of Xuanji Taoism sect temporarily lived on this peak during this period of time. Congratulations on breaking through and making further progress on the road of Tao. When Xianxia saw Lin Sun appear on the Dragon Peak after a month of closed-door training, he was stunned at first, and then immediately showed a look of amazement and congratulated him. 1 month, his martial uncle seemed to have completely changed into a different person, and his cultivation had reached the late stage of the Saint King realm. This sort of shocking transformation caused Xianxia to be unable to help but be speechless. This is a living monster that can be said to be heaven-defying. You're too kind. I've only come this time to test my cultivation after my transformation. Lin Sun said with a smile. Xianxia pointed to himself, and his eyes were strange. You, don't tell me you want to spar with me? Lin Sun said, it would be better if you're willing to give me some pointers. Xianxia smiled bitterly. In this world, who in the Saint realm dared to spar with a quasi-emperor so casually? However, Xianxia would never forget that long before Lin Sun had made his breakthrough, he had killed 6 quasi-emperor realm cultivators all by himself. That bloody scene caused his heart to tremble when he thought about it even now. Hong Yu. Xianxia summoned Hong Yu, the elder of Xuanji Taoism sect. Headmaster, what can I do for you? Soon, Hong Yu teleported over from the void. Jin Dui has just broken through and wants to test his combat strength. Come and spar with him. Xianxia said with a smile. As he spoke, he thought to himself, I'm the headmaster of a sect. Although I've long reached the perfection of the quasi-emperor realm, if I lose to Jin Dui in a spar, how can I put my face? But if I ask Hong Yu to help me, I won't have to worry about this problem. Hong Yu's lips twitched and his face darkened. Not only Xianxia, but he also heard of Lin Sun's fierce past achievements. How could he not understand the consequences of this spar when he heard such a request? Taking a deep breath, Hong Yu's smile stiffened and he tried to refuse. Headmaster, you may not know, but I've recently encountered some. Xianxia interrupted, it's just a spar. Don't refuse. Hong Yu felt bitter in his mouth, but he could only bite the bullet and agree. My young friend, this is just a spar. Please show mercy. He looked at Lin Sun with helplessness. A quasi-emperor actually took the initiative to ask a peak Saint King to show mercy. If news of this were to spread, he would surely become the biggest laughingstock. But both Xianxia and Hong Yu knew very well that the young man in front of them could not be treated as a normal person at all. Lin Sun was startled at first, then he smiled and said, in that case, please don't hold back when you fight. Hong Yu agreed readily. In fact, he didn't dare to hold back. Seeing this, Xianxia specially arranged a secret realm for the two to spar in order to be seen by others. In that case, if Hong Yu lost too badly, it wouldn't look good. Soon, Lin Sun and Hong Yu entered the secret realm. Xianxia waited outside. Moments later, Hong Yu's exasperated voice rang out from the secret realm, Headmaster, hurry up and get another helper. I'm no match for my young friend Jin Dui alone. Xianxia was stunned. He couldn't hold on so soon. It should be known that Hong Yu was the executioner of the Xuanji Dao sect. Among the quasi-emperors, his battle prowess was extremely ferocious and tyrannical. Xianxia realized that something was wrong and hurriedly sent a voice transmission, Taijing, come quickly. Swoosh, the void rippled and a burly figure appeared. This person was one of the elders of the Xuanji Dao sect, Taijing, a late-stage quasi-emperor. Go to the secret realm and help Hong Yu fight, Xianxia said quickly. The situation was urgent and he didn't have time to explain. Taijing's eyes widened and he said in shock, there's actually someone who can't get along with Elder Hong Yu. I'll go take a look. His voice was filled with murderous intent and he had already rushed into the secret realm before he finished speaking. Xianxia thought to himself, 2 quasi-emperors should be able to hold on for a while, right? But not long after, Taijing's voice was also heard, full of anger and shame. Headmaster, how could you trick me like this? Xianxia gasped and said, even the 2 of you can't? No. Hong Yu and Taijing's voices were heard in unison. Xianxia couldn't care about anything else and called out again, Jin Jiu Ling, He Zhu, Shui Qiu. He called out 3 names in one breath. Not long after, 3 figures arrived one after another. There were both men and women with different appearances. They were all quasi-emperors of the Xuanji Dao sect. He Zhu, you go in first. Xianxia said quickly. He Zhu was confused but still entered the secret realm as he was told. At this time, Xianxia explained to the other 2 quasi-emperors, Jin Dui's cultivation has just broken through, so I sent some people to fight with him to verify his battle prowess. Jin Dui, Jin Jiu Ling and Shui Qiu gasped in unison. They had witnessed Lin Sun killing 6 quasi-emperors, so how could they not know the consequences of such a fight? Headmaster, He Zhu alone doesn't seem to be enough, does he? Xianxia couldn't help asking. Hangxiao shook his head and said, he's not alone. Hong Yu and Tai Jing both entered before He Zhu. So it's 3 elders fighting together. Jin Jiuling breathed a sigh of relief. Xianxia's expression changed drastically. No, if the 3 of them can hold on, why did they call us here? Jin Jiuling's heart trembled when he heard this. Just then, Hong Yu's voice came from the secret realm again. It's not enough, it's not enough. This kid is too fierce, he's a monster. Send someone in quickly. His voice was filled with shock and anxiety. Xianxia and the others looked at each other in dismay. 3 quasi-emperors couldn't even suppress that kid. Hangxiao gritted his teeth and said, now that things have come to this, we can't lose face. He waved his hand and said, the 2 of you, go in together. Xianxia and the others felt an indescribable awkwardness in their hearts. So many quasi-emperors had to fight together just to suppress a young man of peerless Saint Realm. It would be very embarrassing no matter who won. Hangxiao was anxious. What are you waiting for? Go in quickly. After the 2 quasi-emperors, Xianxia and Jin Jiuling, entered the secret realm, it was equivalent to 5 quasi-emperors fighting fiercely with Lin Sun. Hangxiao's lips twitched at the thought of this. Such a heaven-defying genius was as rare as a phoenix feather or a Qilin horn in the entire starry ancient path. At least, as far as Hangxiao knew, he might only be seen in colossal entities like the 6 great Dao courts. Time ticked by. There were no more cries for help coming from the secret realm, which made Hangxiao secretly heave a sigh of relief. If it still didn't work, then he would have to personally go into battle. Buzz 10 minutes later, the entrance to the secret realm rippled and Lin Sun's figure staggered out. His clothes were tattered and his hair was disheveled, making him look rather disheveled. Upon closer inspection, his face was pale and his aura was weak. Hangxiao's eyelids twitched and he asked with concern, young friend, did they fight too hard and hurt you? Lin Sun shook his head and smiled. No, it was a very satisfying battle. Thank you for your help. Hangxiao smiled. That's good, that's good. Young friend, you've just experienced a great battle, so you should go back and adjust your breathing to stabilize your realm. Lin Sun nodded and left. As he watched him leave, Hangxiao couldn't help but sigh emotionally. This little martial uncle of my founding master is really a mess. Wait. Suddenly, Hangxiao realized that something was wrong. Why hadn't Hong Yu, Tai Jing, and the others come out? He entered the secret realm in a flash, and when he saw Hong Yu and the others sitting cross-legged on the ground, Hangxiao's eyeballs almost fell out of their sockets. Whether it was Hong Yu, Tai Jing, Jin Jiuling, Xianxia, or He Zhu, they were all badly battered and unrecognizable, or their clothes were in tatters and they looked as miserable as beggars. These were 5 quasi-emperors, famous figures of the Xuanji Dao sect, but now, they looked as if they had been brutally beaten up one by one. Their appearance made Hangxiao somewhat unable to bear to watch. That kid is a monster. Sigh, I'm getting old. I'm really useless now. If anyone dares to leak what happened today, I'll definitely fight him to the death. Hong Yu and the others gnashed their teeth with grief and indignation on their faces. At this moment, Hangxiao felt more and more fortunate that he didn't go to fight with Lin Sun in person. Otherwise, he would have ended up like everyone else. After returning to the cave residence, Lin Sun began to meditate with his legs crossed. In the previous battle with the 5 quasi-emperor experts, both sides had agreed not to use any treasures or trump cards. But even so, with his current combat strength, he could already resist the joint attack of 5 quasi-emperors. Hong Yu and Tai Jing looked miserable before. In fact, it was because they were small in number at the beginning and couldn't bear Lin Sun's full strength. It was not until Xianxia and Jin Jiuling finally joined the battle that Lin Sun felt great pressure and threat. In the battle, he was suppressed. However, Lin Sun was very confident that if he used treasures or taboo supernatural powers like forbidden death, he would not be the one to be defeated in the end. After experiencing this battle, Lin Sun had a deep understanding of his own combat strength and finally understood the mysteries of the quasi-emperor realm. A quasi-emperor transcended all saints and was infinitely close to the emperor realm. At this realm, a cultivator's 3 types of cultivation, body refinement, soul refinement, and qi refinement, would condense the divine fire of the great Tao. It was also known as the 3rd layer of flame of the quasi-emperor. condensing one type of divine fire of the Great Tao could be seen as the first layer of the quasi-emperor realm. Condensing two types of divine fire of the Great Tao was the second layer of the quasi-emperor realm. When condensing three types of divine fire of the Great Tao, body refinement, qi refinement, and spirit refinement, one would be known as the third layer of the quasi-emperor realm. 99% of the quasi-emperors in the world were stuck in the first layer of the quasi-emperor realm. The reason was that these cultivators, from the beginning of their cultivation, focused on qi refinement, spirit refinement, or body refinement. It was precisely because he was limited to only one path of Tao that even if he started to cultivate the other two paths of Tao in the future, because of his Great Tao foundation, he would be stuck at the first stage of the Great Tao after he became a quasi-emperor, unable to break through. For example, the quasi-emperors that Lin Sun had killed before, whether it was Chu Rao and Kong Yin from the imperial Kong clan or the 6 quasi-emperors from the Hellion clan. Almost all of them were in the first layer of the quasi-emperor realm. Similarly, like Hong Yu, Tai Jing, and the other 4 quasi-emperors from the 4 Stars Tao sect, only Hong Yu was in the second layer of the quasi-emperor realm. The other 4 were stuck in the first layer of the quasi-emperor realm. And, according to Hong Yu, in the entire 4 Stars Tao sect, only sect master Heng Xiao was in the third layer of the quasi-emperor realm. So far, Lin Sun only knew that there were 3 checkpoints in the quasi-emperor realm, each more difficult than the last. The core was that the divine fire of the Great Tao was extremely difficult to condense. Even if some old monsters had lived for countless years, because they were unable to condense a second divine fire of the Great Tao, their cultivation stagnated and they were unable to improve. In addition, there was also a difference between the quasi-emperor realm and the peak. The difference between a peak quasi-emperor and an ordinary quasi-emperor was like the difference between a peak Saint King and an ordinary Saint King. It was like the difference between heaven and earth. But according to Hong Yu and the others, there were many peak figures in the world, and peak saint realm was not uncommon. Only peak quasi-emperors were extremely rare. The reason was that when breaking through the saint realm, one would encounter an extremely terrifying and peerless calamity. Especially for peak saint kings, if they wanted to forcibly prove their Tao and step into the peak quasi-emperor realm, there was almost no hope of success. Only 1 in 10,000 can step into the peak quasi-emperor realm. This was the consensus of the entire starry sky world. After understanding this news, Lin Sun finally realized that with his current combat strength, he might be able to kill the existence of the quasi-emperor realm across a great realm. But if he encountered an extremely rare and terrifying figure like the quasi-emperor, he would definitely be in danger. Peak quasi-emperor, 1 in 10,000. I wonder what kind of calamity I will encounter when I break through the saint realm and want to achieve the quasi-emperor realm. Lin Sun couldn't help but shiver at the thought of this. The road to the peak was always full of dangers and taboos, terrifying and unpredictable. From this day on, Lin Sun once again went into seclusion. In terms of cultivation, he was already at the late stage of the Saint King realm, and it was impossible for him to make a breakthrough in a short period of time. His focus was on refining martial arts and comprehending the Great Tao. In the 3rd month of Lin Sun's seclusion. In the cave residence, Lin Sun's body was shining, flowing with a blazing rain of light, and in the divine palace of lungs in his body, there was an amazing rhythm of life. Soon, with a sound like the beginning of heaven and earth, a dazzling white light suddenly rushed out from the spiritual platform above Lin Sun's head. It was as brilliant as the sun, sharp and dazzling. Gradually, the white light condensed and transformed into a figure that wore a white robe and was suffused with a terrifying and fierce aura. He was like a peerlessly sharp divine sword that had descended from the heavens, and his light shone coldly into the 9 heavens. Platinum Taoist body, gold, one of the 5 elements, was the innate source of killing, the sharpness of all things, the power of killing, and the essence of void Taoist qi. This was a doppelganger of the Great Tao bred by the platinum divine embryo. Its aura was peerless, fierce, and domineering, with a charm of invincibility and invincibility. This was also the 5th doppelganger of the Great Tao that Lin Sun had condensed so far. The 5 viscera and divine embryos had all condensed into the doppelganger of the Great Tao, so that Lin Sun's cultivation of the Golden Court scripture had also reached the consummation of the 5 flavors realm. It should be known that the Golden Court scripture was divided into 4 realms, namely 5 skanda, 5 colors, 5 flavors, and 5 virtues. 5 skanda was the accumulation of spiritual qi in the 5 viscera. 5 colors was the condensation of the spiritual qi into the 5 viscera and divine embryos. 5 flavors was the cultivation of the 5 elements Taoist body with the 5 viscera and divine embryos, which was the current realm of Lin Sun. Next was the 5 virtues realm. When reached this realm, the 5 doppelganger of the great Tao would have their own spiritual awareness and cultivation, and their cultivation would not be weaker than the original. However, the 5 virtues realm was extremely obscure, involving the mystery of dividing cultivation and spiritual awareness. With Lin Sun's current realm, he could not comprehend and control it. According to his speculation, when he had the cultivation of the quasi-emperor realm, he might have the foundation to comprehend the mystery of the 5 virtues realm. Boom, as Lin Sun's essence, qi, and spirit were integrated into the platinum body, countless wonderful insights came to his mind like a tide. After meditating in silence for a long time, the white-robed Lin Sun's heart moved, and the qi around him suddenly roared. Faintly, countless sharp platinum qi swept out of his pores, just like hundreds of millions of sword edges emerging at the same time, emitting a frightening light. The nearby void was torn apart, making a sizzling sound. Looking from a distance, Lin Sun was like a heavenly sword coming to the world, showing off his sharpness, as if he was going to cut the sky, the earth, and everything in the void. Condense. Lin Sun raised his hand, and the billions of misty platinum qi around him gathered in his palm, and finally turned into a little light. The light was condensed to the extreme, sharp, and dazzling, as if it could tear people's souls apart. The entire immortal's cave was instantly plunged into a terrifying and austere atmosphere, but in the end, with Lin Sun's thoughts, the dazzling and sharp light gradually disappeared in his palm. But Lin Sun couldn't calm down. Because this supernatural power was called stab of sharpness. It was the talent power of the platinum body, and the power of one stab could shock ghosts and gods. According to Lin Sun's estimation, once the stab of sharpness was out, even a figure in the first level of the quasi-emperor realm would not be able to avoid it. Because this stab was too fast, too sharp, and too overbearing. It gathered the power of the platinum body in one point, and suddenly burst out with the most terrible power. Greenwood Taoist body controls the power of life and death, yellow earth Taoist body controls the seal of all living beings, black water Taoist body controls the 3,000 drownings, red fire Taoist body controls the burning eyes, and platinum Taoist body controls the stab of sharpness. The lethality of this talent is undoubtedly the sharpest among the 5 major Taoist bodies. Lin Sun silently comprehended the mystery of the platinum body, and was amazed in his heart. 5 doppelgangers of Taoist body, 5 kinds of supreme talents, and 5 kinds of completely different powers. Such a Taoist scripture could absolutely be called unprecedented. This caused Fuyupu's attainments in the Grand Tao to be even more shocking and extraordinary. After cultivating the platinum Tao body, Lin Sun put all his effort into perfecting the Tao domain. With a flip of his palm, the crystal-clear void great Tao disc that was round like a moon appeared. A pair of mysterious symbols that looked like swimming fish on the disc deduced countless mysterious marks of the Tao. The void great Tao disc could help cultivators deduce and comprehend the essence of the great Tao. Lin Sun took a deep breath and immersed himself in it. In an instant, the power of the great Tao that he controlled appeared in the void great Tao disc like marks. For example, the star-devouring Tao, the true dragon Tao, the Tao of water and fire, the Tao of Taiji, the Tao of immortality, all of them appeared in the void great Tao disc, and then a clear and marvelous scene was reflected in Lin Sun's mind. As he seriously comprehended and deduced, a strange power also surged out from the void great Tao plate, causing his comprehension and deduction speed to suddenly increase by a large margin. Countless areas that were vague, obscure, and puzzling in the past were solved one by one. The comprehension that Lin Sun obtained after the puzzles were solved caused him to be completely immersed in it. He was so happy that he couldn't extricate himself. At the same time, the Tao domain appeared behind him. Sometimes it transformed into a furnace, sometimes it transformed into an abyss, and sometimes it returned to chaos. As Lin Sun continued to deduce and comprehend, the power of the great Tao that was gathered in it became stronger and stronger. Time flew, and several months had passed unknowingly. While Lin Sun was cultivating in seclusion, a storm was brewing in the outside world. As the time of the Tao discussion grand meeting approached, the Tao discussion selection in the other 48 states of the primordial world, excluding the central Earth state, had all come to an end. Just like the Cloud Prefecture, the top 10 experts of these prefectures were chosen through the Dao discussion selection method. The 48 states represented that there were 480 peerless experts that had emerged through the selection, and they would soon participate in the Dao discussion grand meeting. The primordial world was vast and boundless. Even if the central Earth state was disregarded, there were billions of living beings in the other states. But in the end, only 480 people were qualified to participate in the Dao discussion grand meeting. Without a doubt, these 480 people were definitely the most dazzling and outstanding group of experts among the ultimate Sage King. However, the ones that received the most attention were the first-place candidates from each prefecture. Miss Xianxia, this is all the information we've gathered recently. It lists the names, cultivation levels, and origins of the top 10 people in each province. In the 4 Stars Dao sect, Jiang Heng, Ji Qian, and the other successors handed a jade slip to Jin Tianxianue. Thanks a lot. After expressing his gratitude, Jin Tianxianue began to flip through the books. Her gaze fell directly on the number 1 cultivators of each continent, temporarily ignoring all the others. Wang Yichen, the champion of the Azure Province's Dao discussion selection, the strongest core successor of the Azure Province's number 1 sect, the Spirit Snow Sword sect. His cultivation base is at the Perfection Saint King stage, and he's known as the Azure Province's number 1 Saint King of the Sword Dao. Ming Qiang, the champion of the Nether Province's Dao discussion selection. He is the leader of the Underworld Dao sect's younger generation, and he cultivates the Underworld God Dao scripture. He is known as the number 1 sacred king among soul cultivators in the Underworld Province. Su Qingjian, the champion of the Star Province's Dao sparring selection, the strongest Saint King of the Astral Battle sect. As she read through the names one by one, Jin Tianxianue felt an indescribable pressure surge in her heart. Merely the experts that were ranked first in the 48 continents on this list could be said to be outstanding figures of the present age, the outstanding talents of their respective states, and they shocked the masses. Even if the number 1 cultivators of each prefecture can't compare to young master, they should at least be peerless experts like Lu Dubu and Wu Huang. Jin Tianxianue muttered in her heart. These were merely the dazzling figures that had emerged from the 48 prefectures. According to her knowledge, the core figures of the 6 great Dao courts and 10 great combat clans of the Central Earth State were bound to be even stronger, and each one was more monstrous and abnormal than the last. Moreover, it wasn't just limited to the primordial world that could participate in the Dao discussion grand meeting this time. There were similarly countless peerless and monstrous geniuses from the other worlds in the starry sky that had arrived successively, and they were eyeing the Dao discussion grand meeting covetously. The Cloud Prefecture Dao discussion allowed us to deeply understand what it means by there's always someone stronger out there. Jiang Heng sighed with emotion at the side. Now, the Dao discussion grand meeting will be held in another month. At that time, how many inconceivable and peerless experts would have surged into appearance? These words caused Ji Qianning and the other disciples of the Dao sect to sigh endlessly. In this world, there would never be a lack of more formidable and formidable figures. Would anyone dare to call themselves truly invincible? Would anyone dare to say they wouldn't lose? After a long time, Jin Tianxianue carefully put the list away. She hadn't forgotten that her young master had instructed her before he entered into closed-door cultivation to gather more information related to the Dao discussion grand meeting. Presently, some of the peerless geniuses of the Central Earth Prefecture have already targeted the top figures of the 48 prefectures. Ji Qian said abruptly, it's even to the extent that some people have spread the word that when these top figures enter the Central Earth Prefecture, they'll make a show of strength before the Dao discussion grand meeting even begins. As soon as these words were spoken, it caused the hearts of many to shake. If the primordial world was said to be the number 1 world in the starry sky, and it was the number 1 world that everyone in the world knew of, then the Central Earth Prefecture would be the number 1 prefecture in the primordial world. The 6 great Dao courts, the 10 great war clans, and many terrifying emperor clan forces were all located there. As a result, countless dazzling and monstrous figures had emerged from there. For example, why was this Dao discussion grand meeting able to attract the attention of all the heavens in the starry sky? It was because the 6 great Dao courts were hosting this grand meeting, and among the colossal forces like the 6 great Dao courts, which of them didn't have a few monstrous figures that were so powerful that they couldn't be measured by common sense? If these people targeted the top figures of the 48 prefectures, it was indeed enough to make everyone pay attention to them. This isn't a lie. According to what I know, the number one core disciple of the primordial Tao court, Kong Zhao, who has the title of primordial genius, once said that before the Tao discussion grand meeting began, he would make all the top figures of the prefectures lower their heads. Ji Qian said. As soon as these words were spoken, Jing Tian Xianxia couldn't help but frown. Kong Zhao, how could she not have heard of him? This person was ranked fifth on the King Sage ranking of all heavens, and he had shaken the starry sky hundreds of years ago. He came from the Emperor clan, the Kong clan, and had the title of primordial genius, as well as the title of Kong clan. There were countless titles and rumors about him. Back on the boat, young master killed many experts of the Kong clan. After arriving in the primordial world, you even killed Kong Yu and the others from the primordial Tao court. If Kong Zhao finds out about these things, he will definitely point the finger at young master. Jing Tian Xianxia recalled some of the past and felt somewhat worried. Which one of the top 10 on the King Sage ranking was not a famous peerless genius in the starry sky, and Kong Zhao was ranked 5th. However, young master is not someone ordinary people can compare to. If Kong Zhao really dares to cause trouble for young master, the outcome is still uncertain. Jing Tian Xianxia fell into deep thought. Even Kong Zhao, who is ranked 5th, dares to say such words. I really don't know how terrifying those ranked before him are, someone murmured. As far as I know, those ranked in the top 10 on the King Sage ranking would have long broken through and become quasi-emperors if they weren't qualified to participate in this Tao Exchange Grand Meeting. Someone said in a low voice, in short, these monstrous existences are all suppressing their cultivation level. Whoever encounters them at the Tao Exchange Grand Meeting will be unlucky. That's not necessarily true. As far as I know, the King Sage ranking is only a list. It can't possibly list all the powerful figures in the world, someone said in a low voice. For example, among those peerless geniuses from other worlds in the starry sky, there must be peerless figures who are not weaker than Kong Zhao. Let's not talk about others. Fellow Jin Dui's name doesn't even appear on the King Sage ranking, but he's now the number one person in our Cloud Prefecture. These words attracted many voices of agreement. That's right. I also heard that because this Tao Exchange Grand Meeting has attracted the attention of all the heavens, the Black-Yellow Tao Court has also decided to re-rank the King Sage ranking at this Grand Meeting. Ji Qian suddenly said, for example, regardless of fellow Jin Dui's ranking in the Tao Exchange Grand Meeting, with his current battle strength, he can definitely easily be ranked on the ranking. As for his final ranking, it will depend on his performance at the Tao Exchange Grand Meeting. Jing Tian Xianxia listened silently and did not express her opinion. But she knew that at the Tao Exchange Grand Meeting, with young master's battle strength, he would most likely encounter some unexpected enemies. After all, the influence of this grand meeting could be described as unprecedented and rare. Geniuses, monstrous geniuses, and geniuses of the same cultivation level would gather together. Their strength would only be more abnormal than the last. I just don't know what rank young master will obtain at the Tao Exchange Grand Meeting. Jing Tian Xianxia was stunned. Discussions like this had recently occurred in almost every state in the primordial world. It was unknown how many major forces and cultivators were looking forward to the arrival of such a grand meeting. A storm was brewing all over the world, and the news about the Tao Exchange Grand Meeting was getting more and more intense. As for Lin Sun and the other top figures of the 48 states, they had become the focus of attention of all parties. Of course, people were concerned about the name Jin Dui. Similarly, in the Central Earth Tao state, the list of Lin Sun and the other 48 top figures was also presented to the 6 great Tao courts, the 10 great battle clans and other major forces. Lin Sun, who was in seclusion, was unaware of all this. Recently, with the help of the Void Great Way Plate, his Tao field had become more and more powerful, and it had faintly shown a kind of extremely perfect charm. But after all, it was still a little lacking. It still doesn't work. On this day, Lin Sun woke up from meditation and frowned. He was only one step away from deducing his Tao field to the extreme, but it was this step that was like a barrier. Lin Sun had tried thousands of times, but he could not break it. It seems that it's not enough to just rely on secluded cultivation. Lin Sun pondered for a long time and finally gave up the idea of continuing to try. He stood up and walked out of the cave residence. On this day, there was only 1 month left before the opening of the Tao Discussion Grand Meeting. Lin Sun walked out of secluded cultivation. 5 months of secluded cultivation had caused his cultivation to undergo many transformations. His cultivation had broken through to the peak late-stage Saint King realm, and he could fight against 5 quasi-emperor realm experts. He had condensed the platinum Dao body, mastered the innate divine ability Thorn of Sharpness, and attained the perfection of the 5-taste realm of the Great Way Golden Court scripture, and possessed 5 Great Way doppelgangers. With the help of the Void Great Way plate, his Dao domain had been further improved, and he was only one step away from reaching the extreme perfection. All kinds of transformations and gains had caused Lin Sun's combat strength to undergo earth-shaking changes, and he was completely different from 5 months ago. Young master, these are some news and information about the Dao discussion grand meeting. There was a trace of joy in Jing Tian Xuanyue's clear eyes, and she handed a jade slip to Lin Sun with both hands. After not seeing him for 5 months, she keenly sensed that her young master's aura had become more and more unfathomable. Lin Sun sat under a pine tree, took the jade slip, and casually flipped through it. Wang Yichen, the first person of the Azure Province, Ming Qiang, the first person of the Star Province, Su Qingjian, each and every one of these dazzling names was like a legend, and each of them had great luck, great boldness, and a shocking foundation. However, Lin Sun's heart was calm. Ever since he possessed the combat strength to kill quasi-emperors across realms, there were very few people in the same generation that could enter his eyes. Jing Tian Xianxia brewed tea with her bare hands, and occasionally glanced at Lin Sun with a smile that even she herself was unaware of. Soon, Lin Sun noticed a name, the first person of the Copper Province, Xian Jiuyin, the image of a handsome young man in linen clothes with a cheeky smile appeared in his mind. Back then, when he was crossing the starry sky on the boat, this young man in linen clothes who called himself Little Jiu liked to lie on the wall and watch the fun. Lin Sun did not expect that this guy would become the first person of the Dao discussion selection in the Copper Province. Looking at the information on the jade slip, Xian Jiuyin was a descendant of the ancient emperor clan, the Xian clan. He grasped the Daoist domain Book of Profundity. His battle strength was so strong that no one in the Bronze Province Saint King realm could match him. The Book of Profundity, Lin Sun couldn't help but be curious. How miraculous would such a Tao realm be? Soon, Lin Sun saw another familiar name, Ling Kezi. This was a charmingly naive young monk from the ancient southern temple, which was also known as the Little Western Paradise. Lin Sun clearly remembered that when Ling Kezi saw him in Kunlun ruins, he seemed especially timid and fearful, treating him like a scourge. This left a deep impression on Lin Sun. Lin Sun didn't expect that this seemingly timid monk would be the first in the Tao discussion selection of Demon Province. The Devil Province was like the territory of the Devil World. It was the world of devil cultivators, and it was also seen as the world of great danger in the primordial world. Such a cowardly Ling Kezi had actually leaped up to become the #1 expert in this state, and this was truly inconceivable. According to the records, Ling Kezi possessed the talent of pure Buddha heart and mastered the Tao realm Sangarama Bodhi, which had the power to subdue people without fighting. Interesting. Lin Sun smiled and continued to read the jade slips. After a while, he finished reading all the information in the jade slips. Child, have you ever heard of Kong Zhao? Jing Tian Xianxia suddenly asked. Who is he? Lin Sun was stunned. Immediately, Jing Tian Xianxia introduced Kong Zhao's identity to Lin Sun, such as talent of untainted land, best of Kong family, 5th on the Holy King list, and peerless genius. Lin Sun was surprised after hearing this. When he heard that Kong Zhao threatened to make all the top experts in all provinces bow their heads before the Tao discussion conference, Lin Sun immediately laughed. The descendants of the imperial Kong family were all more arrogant than the other. Of course, this was Lin Sun's own opinion. To other cultivators, Kong Zhao was definitely a terrifying existence that could make anyone fear him, and he was also qualified to make such a threat. Child, you once killed Kong Yu and the others with the identity of Yu Xian. Although you're not worried that Kong Zhao will see through your identity, you should be careful if you meet him at the Tao discussion conference. Jing Tian Xianxia warned. Lin Sun made a sound of acknowledgement and did not comment further. Back in the Kunlun ruins, he had killed countless experts from the 6 Dao courts and the 10 war clans. With his current combat strength, it was impossible for him to fear anyone of the same generation. After chatting for a while, Heng Xiao hurried over. It's good that you've come out of seclusion. I've just received news that Guanxu, the sect master of the Great Void Tao sect, will lead the top 10 of the Tao Discussion Conference to the Central Plains Prefecture tomorrow morning. Xianxia said. Lin Sun and Jing Xianxia looked at each other and nodded in agreement. One of them was ranked first in the Tao Discussion Conference, while the other was ranked 7th. Both of them were qualified to participate in the Tao Discussion Conference. If that's the case, let's depart immediately. On that day, Xianxia left with Lin Sun and Jing Xianxia and headed to the Great Void Tao Mountain. The Great Void Tao sect. When Lin Sun and Jing Xianxia arrived in a grand hall, they saw Lu Dubu, Wu Huang, Su Muhan, Xia Yuhua, Wang Tu, Leng Shoujia, Ting Yichen, Gue Shanqing, and the others had already arrived. This guy's aura has become more and more obscure. It seems like his cultivation has improved again during this period of time. When they saw Lin Sun and Jing Xianxia, many people in the hall looked over. Especially when they noticed Lin Sun's change, many people's eyes narrowed. At the same time, Lin Sun also noticed that whether it was Lu Dubu, Wu Huang, or the others, all of them had changed significantly during these 5 months. Clearly, he was not the only one who had made a breakthrough during this period of time. It was the same for Lu Dubu and the others. Everyone is here now. Tomorrow morning, I will bring all of you to the Central Earth Tao State to participate in the Tao Discussion Festival organized by the 6 major Tao courts. The figure of the Great Void Tao sect's headmaster, Guanxu, appeared in the hall. His words caused the atmosphere to fall silent. Remember, no matter which sect you come from or what your identity is, once you arrive at the Central Earth Tao State, you will only have one identity, the cultivators of the Cloud State. Guanxu said. Later, I will pass you all the information I have learned about the Tao Discussion Festival. You can take advantage of tonight to have some exchanges. After reminding Lin Sun and the others about some trivial matters, Guanxu gave each of them a jade scroll. The information recorded in the jade scroll was extremely shocking. It was different from what the outside world had heard. It listed in detail the names of the cultivators from the 6 major Tao courts, the 10 major battle clans, and other giants who would participate in the Tao Discussion Festival. At the same time, there was also information about the peerless geniuses from other worlds in the starry sky. These people would also participate in the Tao Discussion Festival. In the hall, only Lin Sun and the others were left. They were all studying the contents of the jade scrolls. The first thing Lin Sun saw was a list of the most dazzling cultivators. Xianxia, a core disciple of the Panwu Tao court, ranked 10th on the All Heavens King Sage ranking, a descendant of the primordial Emperor Shang clan. He is extremely talented and has an extraordinary foundation. He has mastered the Tao realm, dominator of the 8 desolates. The ancestor of the primordial Emperor Shang clan was the same as the ancestors of the Kong clan, Su clan, and Kuan clan. He was one of the 7 primordial demon emperors and was known as the Cloudbank Demon Emperor. Tu Qianjue, a core disciple of the Heaven and Earth Tao court, ranked 9th on the All Heavens King Sage ranking, a pure-blooded descendant of the Black Water Battle clan, one of the 10 major battle clans. He has mastered the Tao realm, death of all flowing water. Zhu Feiyu, a core disciple of the Demon Court, ranked 8th on the All Heavens King Sage ranking. Yanuo, a core disciple of the Black Yellow Tao Court, ranked 7th on the All Heavens King Sage ranking. Feng Bailing, a pure-blooded descendant of the primordial Emperor Feng clan, ranked 6th on the All Heavens King Sage ranking. Kong Zhao. Lin Sun only had one feeling when he read the names one by one. It seemed that the top 10 of the All Heavens King Sage ranking were almost completely occupied by the heirs of the 6 major Tao courts. I didn't expect Mi Wuya, Huangfu Xiaonong, and Ling Hongzhuang to actually participate in this Tao discussion. Suddenly, a surprised voice rang out in the hall. Wang Tu's childlike face was covered in a solemn expression. The others also turned to look at him with stern expressions. Mi Wuya, the number 1 core disciple of the Panwu Tao court, had dominated the first place on the All Heavens King Sage ranking for 600 years. He stood alone and no one could shake his position to this day. His name was widely spread throughout the starry sky ancient path. He was a legendary figure that was close to being truly invincible. Huangfu Xiaonong, the number 1 core disciple of the Universe Tao court, ranked 2nd on the All Heavens King Sage ranking. In the era when Mi Wuya had yet to rise to power, Huangfu Xiaonong had reigned supreme on the All Heavens King Sage ranking, This was also a terrifying monster that could not be measured by common sense. Ling Hongzhuang, on the other hand, was a core heir of the black-yellow Dao court. Her rise could be described as a miracle. In less than 100 years, her ranking on the All Heavens King Sage ranking had skyrocketed until she firmly occupied the third place. Many people guessed that if Ling Hongzhuang was given a little more time, she would have a great chance of charging for the first or second place. Now, whether it was Mi Wuya, Huangfu Xiaonong, or Ling Hongzhuang, all of them would obviously participate in the Dao discussion. No one had heard of this news before, and it caused the hearts of Lu Dubu, Wu Huang, Xia Yuhua, and the others to churn. Looks like the Dao discussion this time is far more troublesome than I imagined, Su Muhan sighed softly. Every name on the list of names on the jade slip given by Guan Su was like a mountain that pressed down on one's heart, causing them to feel invisible pressure. It's not just troublesome, it's simply abnormal. Those peerless monsters from the other worlds in the starry sky are not to be trifled with. Ting Yichen smiled bitterly. I even suspect that people like us will probably be reduced to foils when we participate in the Dao discussion. His words caused everyone's expressions to waver indeterminately. Even Lu Dubu and Wu Huang frowned and carefully studied the contents of the jade slip, not daring to slack off in the slightest. The contents of the jade slips were indeed enough to make any cultivator tremble in fear. But Lin Sun was not one of them. His state of mind had already changed when he was able to resist the combined attacks of 5 quasi-emperor experts without the help of any treasures. While those of the same realm might still be staring at the top figures of the same realm, Lin Sun had already begun to think about how he would deal with quasi-emperor Zhu Shi if he encountered him. Moreover, Lin Sun had not been interested in the Dao discussion at all in the beginning. If senior brother Li Xianwei had not said that the purpose of this Dao discussion was to head to the forbidden ancient immortal area to search for treasures of chaos, Lin Sun would not have participated at all. Brother Jean, what do you think of this Dao discussion? Lu Dubu suddenly asked Lin Sun for his opinion. Everyone else in the hall immediately looked over. Lin Sun was the well-deserved number one in the Dao discussion of Yunzhou. It was impossible for anyone to ignore his opinion. Lin Sun was taken aback, then said after some thought, "It's too early to say anything now. When the Dao discussion really begins, the results will be revealed." This answer disappointed many people. But after thinking about it carefully, they realized that Lin Sun's opinion was not unreasonable. It was true that almost all those who participated in this Dao discussion were top-notch figures of the world, and there were even some who could be said to be abnormal and ruthless. But who dared to say that people like them would not have a chance to shine in the Dao discussion? In short, how could they decide who was better if they did not fight? The next morning, a treasured ship flowing with divine light rose from the Great Void Dao sect, carrying the Great Void Dao sect leader Guan Su, Lin Sun, and the other 9 people toward the Central Earth Dao province. At the same time, the same scene was playing out in various parts of the primordial world. The top 10 experts who stood out in the Dao discussion selection were all led by other experts to the Central Earth Dao province from all directions. This grand Dao discussion of an unprecedented scale is finally about to arrive. The world will gather in the Central Earth Dao province because of this. I wonder how many dazzling figures will stand out in this grand event. Let's wait and see. All over the primordial world, everyone was discussing this, and countless cultivators felt anticipation in their hearts. This was an unprecedented grand event. It could be foreseen that there would definitely be numerous peerless geniuses and peerless heroes that would encounter each other during the Dao discussion, discuss the Dao, and compete for supremacy. In an unknown place in the primordial world, it was surrounded by mountains and deserted. On a frozen lake, a figure sat cross-legged, holding a fishing rod in his hand. He was motionless, like an unchanging boulder. Whoosh, a ray of divine light suddenly flashed over from the extremely distant horizon. The fishing figure still didn't move. However, the fishing rod in his hand shook slightly, binding the divine rainbow and bringing it back in front of him. I've been sitting alone in the frozen lake for 300 years, tempering my state of mind until now. Finally, I've waited for this opportunity, a deep voice sounded. The motionless figure that was like a boulder stood up and stretched his waist. Boom, the frozen lake in front of him suddenly exploded into pieces, and the clouds in the sky and the nearby space suddenly collapsed. At this moment, a boundlessly terrifying and sharp aura charged out from the figure, and it caused the nearby mountains to tremble and everything to rustle. The figure's clothes fluttered, his eyes were like divine blades, and he was mighty like a god. Mi wuya, huangfu xiaonong, ling hongzhuang. Haha, after so many years, I wonder if all of you still remember me, Yu Ruhua? A wisp of coldness arose on the corners of the man's mouth, and then his figure vanished into thin air. Boom, after he vanished, an enormous beast with a terrifying aura charged out from the frozen lake, and it let out a heaven-shaking roar. Its scales were covered in dense and obscure markings of the Tao. This was a primitive variant beast of this unknown place, and it possessed a cultivation at the quasi-emperor realm. However, it had been frozen here for 300 years and suppressed beneath a fishing rod, the primordial world. Young master, the time has come. An old servant said respectfully with his head lowered. There was a well of blood that surged with demonic smoke on the ground before him. As the old servant's voice faded, a feminine voice rang out from the depths of the well. Has the Tao discussion grand meeting begun? Yes, the old servant said respectfully. It's finally here. If it still hadn't come, I don't know when I would have woken up again. As the feminine voice rang out, a strand of black demonic chi suddenly charged out from the well of blood, and it shot into the sky. In an instant, it seemed like night had descended, and the surrounding area was covered in deep black demonic chi. The old servant's body trembled, and he revealed a look of astonishment. He was a senior quasi-emperor, but at this moment, he felt an indescribable chill that made his heart palpitate. It was also at this moment that a slender figure walked out from the surging ink-like demonic chi. His clothes were whiter than snow, and he was completely spotless. His features were gentle and handsome, and his entire body flowed with the aura of light. However, as he walked, mysterious demonic diagrams appeared beneath his feet. Jibai, a unique name that almost no one knew of, a peerless figure that was silent within the demon-suppressing blood well. Jibai guarded the darkness. His body surged with light, and he walked in the darkness, at the same time. One by one, powerful figures that were hidden in various parts of the vast primordial world, and even some peerless monstrous geniuses that did not care about the Tao discussion grand meeting, began to appear one after another, and they all surged towards the same place, Central Earth Tao Province, Black-Yellow Tao Court. Inside a simple and ancient grass hut. This Tao discussion grand meeting involves a supreme fortune in the ancient immortal forbidden area. When the curtains really open, all the eyes in the heavens will definitely be watching closely. Pass down the order, send a message to the other Tao courts, and let them each send a martial emperor to preside over this grand meeting. Inside the grass hut, an inconspicuous old man dressed in an old Tao item, with a lean appearance, and no aura fluctuations all over his body, sat cross-legged on a praying mat, and spoke indifferently. Yes. Outside the grass hut, a respectful voice that came from the bottom of the heart rang out. The owner of the voice was a middle-aged man with a handsome appearance and an elegant bearing. He wore a feathered crown on his head, and he looked dignified and extraordinary. This person was the patriarch of the Black-Yellow Tao Court, Tai Shu Hong, an extraordinary figure whose name shook the world and deterred all the heavens. Moreover, he was a figure that had already stepped foot into the martial emperor realm in the primordial era. However, at this moment, his expression was solemn and respectful. Because the person cultivating in the grass hut was a living fossil of the Black-Yellow Tao Court, an ancestor of the Tao who was like a divine needle that stabilized the seas. Ancestor, do you have any other instructions? Tai Shu Hong asked softly. The Tao discussion grand meeting seems to be just a competition between juniors, but it actually involves the battle for the chaos treasure in the ancient immortal forbidden area. Even martial emperors can't remain indifferent. Within the grass hut, the old man in a Taoist robe said, but no matter what, the rules for this Tao discussion have already been set. Since the Tao discussion grand meeting is held in our Black-Yellow Tao Court, then this rule should be upheld by us, and no one can go against it. Tai Shu Hong nodded. Ancestor, don't worry. Speaking of which, I'm also looking forward to seeing who will obtain the chaos treasure that was born in the ancient immortal forbidden area when the Tao discussion comes to an end. The old man in a Taoist robe spoke slowly. It isn't just ancestor, all the powers in the world are bound to be extremely concerned about this matter. After all, possessing a chaos treasure that comes from an unknown place is equivalent to possessing the foundation to establish a Tao court. Tai Shu Hong's eyes flowed with a profound divine light. The appearance of the Black-Yellow Tao Court was similarly because of a chaos treasure, the black-yellow Dao stele. It wasn't an exaggeration to say that the reason the black-yellow Dao court was able to stand shoulder to shoulder with the other 5 great Dao courts and be listed amongst the 6 great Dao courts was because of the black-yellow Dao stele, and what sort of chaos treasure would appear in the ancient immortal forbidden area this time. Without a doubt, this was the focus of all the people in the starry sky. Even an emperor like Tai Shu Hong couldn't help but be tempted by it. Go. Remember, no matter what happens, it must be handled according to the rules of the Tao Discussion Grand Meeting. Within the grass hut, the old man in a Taoist robe spoke in a solemn tone. In the sky, a treasured vessel was teleporting and flying. On the vessel, Guanxu had arranged a banquet and invited Lin Sun and the others to drink and chat. The Middle-earth Prefecture has always been known as the place where emperors gather, the place where Tao fathers live in seclusion. A figure like me isn't sufficient at all after arriving there. Guanxu sighed with emotion. It's extremely prosperous and prosperous. Not only are there numerous powers there, but experts are numerous like trees in a forest. Any one of these powers is an overlord in any other prefecture. Lin Sun and the others listened silently, and they couldn't help but have their thoughts wander. The Middle-earth Prefecture, the heart of the prehistoric world, the most prosperous Taoist land in the starry sky. According to rumor, the territory of this prefecture was boundlessly vast, and it was utterly immeasurable. If the other prefectures of the prehistoric world were compared to numerous lakes of different sizes, then the Middle-earth Prefecture was a vast ocean. After the Tao discussion ends, all of you can travel around the Middle-earth Prefecture if you have the time and experience the prosperity and brilliance of this Taoist land. This is bound to be immeasurably beneficial to all of your future cultivation. Guanxu was like a benevolent senior as he chatted with Lin Sun and the others without putting on any airs. Lin Sun didn't know what the others thought, but at least he had an extremely good impression of Guanxu. This was a senior that was broad-minded and magnanimous. Of course, the objective of our trip this time is the Tao discussion. Once we arrive at the Middle-earth Prefecture, I'll bring all of you to Azure Light Mountain at the first possible moment. The Dark Heaven Tao Court that awes the world resides there. At that time, all the most extraordinary figures at the peak of the Saint King realm in the world will gather there and participate in the Tao discussion like all of you. According to the information I obtained, the sect master of the Dark Heaven Tao Court, Senior Tai Shu Hong, will personally preside over the Tao discussion. When Guanxu spoke up to hear, many people gasped. Tai Shu Hong, an extraordinary figure that had already attained the Tao and become an emperor countless years ago. His name shook the starry sky and awed the world, and he possessed the title of Grand Emperor Tai Hao. I can foresee that when the curtains to the Tao discussion begin, there will surely be numerous emperor realm figures appearing as guests. Guanxu's eyes revealed a wisp of longing. Not only did a Tao discussion gathering gather countless peak-level Saint Kings in the world, it had also attracted numerous emperors to attend the ceremony. It could be said to be unprecedented throughout the ages. Boom! Suddenly, a wave of the sound of the air being torn apart resounded in the distance. Guanxu stopped talking at once. He stood up and walked out of the cabin with Lin Sun and the others. They saw a huge fire turtle dragon beast flying in the void far away, like a floating continent. On the back of the fire turtle dragon beast was a beautiful divine mountain with rows upon rows of palaces. Ha ha ha, are you Tao friend Void Observation? An extremely burly figure appeared on the fire turtle dragon beast, laughing out loud. So it's Taoist Xianxia. Guanxu smiled and cupped his fists. Sigh, it's more important to hurry on with our journey. I won't chat with you any longer. When we reach Green Radiance God Mountain, I'll look for you for a drink. All right. I'll leave first. The tall and sturdy figure bade farewell, then urged the fire turtle dragon beast to gallop away. He's the sect master of the number 1 sect in the Star Continent, the Stellaris Battle Sect. Just like me, he's shouldering the task of leading the top 10 of the Star Continent to participate in the Tao discussion. Guanxu explained. Star State? I remember that the number 1 person in the Star State is called Su Qingjian. She's fairy-like and beautiful, and is regarded as the number 1 fairy in the Star State. Someone chuckled. It's a pity that we didn't get to see the elegance of this peerless beauty. Many people laughed along. At this Tao discussion, not only were there stars shining brightly, but there were also many peerless beauties on the starry sky ranking. 2 days later. The treasured ship sailed into the territory of the central continent. Unfortunately, in order to hurry on with their journey, Lin Sun and the others couldn't get a good look at the central continent. This is the void waterway that leads to Green Radiance God Mountain. Once you enter it, you'll reach the black-yellow celestial court within the time it takes for an incense stick to burn. In front of an ancient city, there were many divine rainbow tunnels floating. Guanxu pointed at one of the divine rainbows and said, "Void waterway." It was a path that was opened up in the world barrier. Once you entered it, you could directly reach your destination. Only colossal beings like the 6 great Tao courts and the 10 great war clans could set up such a marvelous path. If they used the teleportation ancient formation to move, they would have to change the ancient formation frequently. Not only would it consume a large amount of Tao gems, it would also be extremely troublesome to constantly change the route. After all, the central continent was too big. It seemed boundless. If they didn't use the void waterway, just reaching Green Radiance God Mountain would require them to travel day and night for many days. Let's go. Guanxu took out a mysterious black-yellow token and shook it lightly. The divine rainbow in the void instantly became beautiful and smooth, and a door appeared. With a swoosh, under Guanxu's lead, the treasured ship swept into the door and disappeared in an instant. In the void waterway, it was a different scene. It was as if they had entered a gray and hazy chaotic world. It was also on this void waterway leading to Qingmong Divine Mountain that Lin Sun and the others saw many figures one after another. Some rode on huge treasured ships, some rode on huge beasts, some stepped on auspicious clouds, and some rode on treasures. Along the way, Guanxu kept greeting people and introduced them to Lin Sun and the others. They were all experts from other provinces in the primordial world like them. For example, the Nether Province, the Green Province, the Snow Province, and so on. So that fellow is Ming Qiang. There are so many people, and the aura of every single one of them is so terrifying. This is what I look forward to, isn't it? Lu Dubu, Wu Huang, Xia Yuhua, Wang Tu, and the others sighed endlessly with emotion. Along the way, they saw many dazzling figures from the various provinces, and every single one of them had a different bearing and aura. From the beginning until the end, Lin Sun watched silently, and he was actually extremely shocked in his heart. If they didn't participate in the Tao discussion this time, who would have imagined that there would actually be so many dazzling figures in the world? Boom! Suddenly, a rumbling sound resounded in this chaotic void waterway. An ancient bronze chariot galloped over from behind, and it emitted a rumbling sound that sounded like thunder. This bronze chariot was like the carriage of the gods of the primeval times. Divine light flowed, and the light of the Tao fluttered, and various phenomena of the great Tao surged into appearance. And what pulled the bronze chariot were 8 green ferocious birds. Every single one of these birds had wings that were like clouds that covered the sky, and they had a single leg. Their entire bodies emitted boundlessly terrifying flames, and their auras were completely not inferior to quasi-emperors, the great primeval ferocious beasts, Bifong bird, and there were a total of 8 of them, but now, they only played the role of pulling the chariot, the 9 heavens chariot. This is the carriage of the ultimate demon sword emperor. Many figures who were hurrying along revealed looks of shock at the same time. Some of the older figures who were leading the group even revealed looks of extreme fear, and without hesitation, they retreated to the side, bowed and lowered their heads. The ultimate demon sword emperor, the master of the 9 heavenly palaces of the great Tao, one of the 3 great emperors of the demon Tao in the starry sky, and a terrifying existence that reigned supreme over the heavens. Although the 9 heavenly palaces of the great Tao were not as powerful as the 6 major Tao courts and the 10 major battle clans, but because of the ultimate demon sword emperor, even powerful beings like the 6 major Tao courts and the 10 major battle clans did not dare to underestimate the existence of the 9 heavenly palaces of the great Tao. It was not an exaggeration to say that the ultimate demon sword emperor alone supported the entire 9 heavenly palaces of the great Tao, and now, seeing the appearance of the ultimate demon sword emperor's carriage, who would not be shocked, and who would dare to disrespect it? For a time, the surrounding area made way for an extremely wide path. Countless figures hurrying along retreated to the side, and the atmosphere was silent. At this moment, even Guanxu bowed and lowered his head, and told Lin Sun and the others to tell them the identity of the ultimate demon sword emperor. How majestic! Lin Sun could not help but reveal a look of shock. It was just the appearance of a chariot, and there was no way to confirm whether the ultimate demon sword emperor was in it. But when it appeared, it was like the arrival of a king, and along the way, countless experts bowed their heads, the extreme demon sword emperor. What kind of terrifying existence was he? Suddenly, a strange look flashed across Lin Sun's eyes. On his body, a token that had been left aside for many years, and had almost been forgotten, suddenly glowed with a green light. The 9 heavenly palaces of the Great Tao was covered by a curtain, and the space inside was extremely large. It was like a magnificent, gorgeous palace. A beautiful and pure girl in white, with pitch-black eyes as bright as gems, held her cheeks with her snow-white hands, and was lost in thought. The table before her was piled high with precious fruits and delicacies from the various worlds in the starry sky. Any single one of them could be said to be priceless, rare to the extreme, and it was sufficient to make some old fellows covet them. But now, these treasures had become the snacks of the girl in white, but it seemed that she was not interested in these snacks at all. What's wrong, little worm? Are you still thinking about that boy named Lin Sun? In the central seat, a middle-aged man in a cyan robe said helplessly. His figure was thin, his eyebrows were sparse, and his temples were white. Sitting casually, he gave off a kind of unruly and unrestrained feeling. As he spoke, he took off the yellow-skinned gourd from his waist and took a sip of wine, feeling rather complicated in his heart. After all these years, the one that little worm cared about the most was that boy in the ancient desolation realm. Over these years, in order to make up for the guilt he felt in the past, he had collected all kinds of treasures in the world, and used all means for the good of his daughter. As long as his daughter made a request, he would absolutely agree without hesitation, but what made him helpless was that his daughter had always been thinking about that boy named Lin Sun. This made him, as her father, very jealous. Father, do you think brother Lin Sun will participate in the Tao discussion grand meeting? The girl in white said in a clear voice. The cyan-robed man rubbed the tip of his eyebrows and said, "It's hard to say. That year, I said I would take him to the ancient path of the starry sky to cultivate, but that boy refused. I even suspect that he is still in the ancient desolation realm until now." His voice stopped abruptly. Because he suddenly saw that the clear big eyes of the girl in white were full of tears, and she seemed to be very sad. The cyan-robed man instantly panicked. Until now, he had been arrogant, unrestrained, and unrestrained. He was afraid of nothing and looked down on everything. Little worm, this kid might have already reached the ancient starry sky path. The middle-aged man in green said softly, "Think about it. Back then, he caused such a huge commotion in the Kunlun ruins. The entire ancient starry sky path was shaken." The girl in white took a deep breath and said, "Father, I'm worried about brother Lin Sun. That's why I miss him." The middle-aged man in green said, "When the trip to the Kunlun ruins ended, the path to the ancient starry sky path was heavily blocked. However, no one found the kid's whereabouts in the end. Moreover, no one in the entire starry sky has seen this kid. That's why I suspect that he might have returned to the ancient desolation region." The girl in white was stunned and said, "Father, are you saying that we have to return to the ancient desolation region if we want to see brother Lin Sun? Why don't we go now? I'm not interested in attending the Tao discussion grand event." The middle-aged man in green smiled bitterly and said, "Little worm, it's not that I don't want you to see this kid, but the ancient desolation region has long been covered by the forbidden power. I paid a great price to bring you back from the ancient desolation region." The girl in white sighed and said sadly, "Then what should we do?" The middle-aged man in green was about to say something when a strange expression suddenly surged in the depths of his eyes. Swoosh, almost immediately, a terrifying willpower silently swept out from the 9 heavens chariot and enveloped the treasure ship where Lin Sun and the others were. Guanxu's body stiffened. He felt his blood run cold and found it difficult to breathe. He was shocked. Could it be the aura of the ultimate demon sword emperor? At the same time, Lin Sun, Lu Dubu, Wu Huang, Xia Yuhua, and the others felt uncomfortable. It was as if they were being stared at by the eyes of God. They felt like all their secrets were being seen through. Their expressions changed at the same time. "I'm Guanxu from the Great Void Tao sect. Greetings, Senior. If I've offended you, please forgive me." Guanxu bowed and transmitted his voice. His heart was beating rapidly and he was already sweating profusely. He was sure that the terrifying willpower definitely came from the ultimate demon sword emperor. He was one of the 3 emperors of the starry sky demon Dao, a supreme overlord who could stand on equal footing with the sect masters of the 6 great Dao courts. Even though he, Guanxu, already had 1 foot in the emperor realm, he felt as tiny as an ant at this moment. What's the name of the first young man on your left? What's his background? A voice sounded out in the hollow heart lake. It was faintly discernible like the sonorous voice of the great Dao, yet it carried a formless and supreme dignity. Guanxu's pupils narrowed, yet he summoned up his courage and said, "Senior, this kid's name is Jing Duyi, and he's the first in the Cloud Prefecture's Dao discussion." That voice uttered an "oh" before completely disappearing. At the same time, the terrifying aura that enveloped Guanxu, Lu Dubu, and the others also disappeared, causing their bodies to feel relaxed. Only Lin Sun's body was stiff, as if there was a sword on his back. Because that terrifying aura was like a sharp blade that was sizing up everything around him, causing him to feel powerless like a lamb waiting to be slaughtered. After a short while, a voice resounded within his heart. "Young man, I really look forward to your display during the Dao discussion." The voice lingered and then disappeared. Lin Sun was stunned. What did this mean? He looked up and saw that the 9th heaven chariot had already been pulled by 8 Baifeng birds and was rumbling away. "Let's go, too." At the same time, Guanxu said with relief. He didn't dare to stay any longer and drove the treasure ship to move forward. On the 9th heaven chariot. The man in cyan said with a smile, "Insect, we don't have to go to the ancient wilderness anymore." The girl in white was stunned. "Why?" The man in cyan got up slowly and stared at his daughter. "I promise that you won't be disappointed in this Dao discussion." The girl in white thought for a moment, and her dark eyes lit up. She said excitedly, "Father, you don't mean that Brother Lin will appear in the Dao discussion, do you?" The man in cyan praised her in his heart. She deserved to be the daughter of Xianxia. "Let's go and have a look." He laughed heartily. After hesitating for a while, the girl in white finally nodded. "Has my identity been seen through?" On the treasure ship, Lin Sun was surprised and doubtful. Anyway, at least there were no twists and turns, which made Lin Sun breathe a sigh of relief. When he was locked by the aura of Extreme Demon Sword Emperor just now, it was extremely torturous. He turned over his palm, and a verdant message talisman appeared. On the message talisman, there was a wantonly Taoist rune imprinted, Xia. It was a word, but it was like an emperor descending to the 9th heaven, with a sense of disdain for the universe and awe. This message talisman was given by Xia Xiaochong's father, Xianxia, in the ancient wilderness. Until now, Lin Sun would never forget that when Xianxia left with Xia Xiaochong, he stepped into the sky and flew away. The power of the law of heaven and earth couldn't stop him from leaving. For the first time, Lin Sun deeply realized what it meant to pierce the sky. It also made him judge that Xia Xiaochong's father should be an emperor, and just now, when the 9th heaven chariot appeared, this message talisman given by Xianxia suddenly produced a fluctuation. Then, the aura of Extreme Demon Sword Emperor shrouded over. Thinking of what Extreme Demon Sword Emperor had just said, Lin Sun couldn't help but think, this Extreme Demon Sword Emperor, could he be Xia Xiaochong's father? Thinking of this, he got up quietly and found Guanxu alone. He said, "Senior, can you tell me about this Extreme Demon Sword Emperor?" Guanxu thought for a moment and said, Extreme Demon Sword Emperor proved his Taoism in the ancient times, and his combat power was unfathomable. His most famous battle was that he once challenged the demon court alone with a sword. At that time, there were 5 old monsters in the demon court, but without exception, they were all defeated by Extreme Demon Sword Emperor's sword. After this battle, the name of Extreme Demon Sword Emperor resounded throughout the world, and he was regarded as one of the 3 great emperors of diabolism. As for his origin, it can be said that there are different opinions. So far, there is no accurate statement. The world only knows that he is called Xianxia. When hearing this, Lin Sun's pupils suddenly shrank, and he was shocked. Xianxia, Xia Xiaochong's father, was actually the master of the 9 heavenly palace, the famous Extreme Demon Sword Emperor. Even with Lin Sun's state of mind, he could not help but gasp. This truth surprised him, and he found it hard to believe. After a long time, he finally calmed down a little, and finally understood that Extreme Demon Sword Emperor should have recognized his identity through that green message talisman. Since Senior Xianxia is here, is Xiaochong also with him? Lin Sun thought. Moreover, Senior Xianxia should have also seen that once his identity was exposed, it would cause a great disturbance, so he did not recognize me? Get ready, we are about to reach Qingmong Divine Mountain. Suddenly, Guanxu said. A dazzling gate appeared in the depths of the void waterway that seemed to be filled with chaos. When Lin Sun and the others entered the door, the treasure ship immediately disappeared. Boom, there was a violent shaking, and the scene in front of them changed as if the stars had moved. When their vision cleared, a beautiful fairyland-like world was reflected in everyone's eyes. In the vast sky, auspicious clouds were rising, and the chi of chaos turned into wisps of mist, falling from the sky. On the earth, there were mountains and peaks undulating. Every mountain was beautiful, shining with divine light, exuding a primitive, ancient, vigorous, and sacred atmosphere. Just looking at it from a distance, Lin Sun and the others were shocked. This world was like the legendary fairyland. The air was filled with the breath of the Great Way, which could be clearly felt. As they breathed, the rich spiritual chi poured into their bodies like a sweet spring and spread to their limbs and bones, making them feel like an immortal. Qingmong Divine Mountain, it was said that at the beginning, this world was an unknown place. Later, it was discovered by the founder of the Black-Yellow Taoist court and obtained the Black-Yellow Taoist tablet, a treasure of chaos born in this mountain. Since then, the Black-Yellow Taoist court was established. Since then, the Qingmong Divine Mountain had become a well-known place of the Taoist court, which had existed for countless years. At this time, Lin Sun and the others were located outside the gate of the Black-Yellow Taoist court. But even so, the scene in their eyes was already spectacular. Come with me, don't act without permission. After putting away the treasure ship, Guanxu landed with Lin Sun and the others and came to a mountain gate. Here, many figures had already gathered. Like Lin Sun and the others, they were the top 10 people from other states in the primordial world. Taoism friends from Cloud State, please wait here. A young man in black clothes from the Black-Yellow Taoist court waved in the distance. His attitude was neither cold nor indifferent, neither humble nor arrogant. Thank you for your guidance. Guanxu cupped his hands and walked over with Lin Sun and the others. He was the leader of the first orthodoxy in Cloud State, but in the face of a disciple from the Black-Yellow Taoist court, he showed great respect. From this, it could be seen how transcendent and terrifying the status and power of the Black-Yellow Taoist court was. You wait here for a while. When all the Taoism friends from the 48 states arrive, I will arrange a place for you to stay. The young man in black clothes told them and left in a hurry. In front of the mountain gate, the strong people from all states were looking at each other and discussing something in a low voice. Similarly, Lu Dubu, Xia Yuhua and others were also looking at the other people present to identify each other's identity and origin. Especially the first person in the discussion of Tao in each state, he received a lot of attention. Look, that person should be Jin Dui, the first person in the discussion of Tao in Cloud State. Even Lu Dubu was suppressed by him. Jin Dui, the name sounds overbearing, but why does he look very low-key? All kinds of discussions sounded. Lin Sun didn't care about the eyes and discussions from all around, and his state of mind was not affected. Suddenly, a laugh sounded, haha, it's a small world. Miss Xianxia, we meet again. The young man in linen was lazy and sloppy. It was Xian Jiuyin, the young man who had crossed the starry sky with Lin Sun and Jingtian Xianxia on the boat. It's you? Jingtian Xianxia was stunned, but she was not very surprised. Because from the news she had inquired before, she knew that this playful guy was now the first in the Tao discussion competition in Tongzhou. It was not surprising that he came to participate in the Tao discussion grand conference. Ha, Miss Xianxia still remembers me. The young man in linen smiled and seemed very enthusiastic. Well, I remember that you acted with brother Yu Xian. Where is he? As he said, he began to look at Lin Sun, Lu Dubu, Wu Huang and others. Child Yu Xian is not here. Jingtian Xianxia said. The hemp-clothed youth responded with an "oh" and suddenly transmitted his voice with a smile. When we were on the boat, I saw that Yu Xian had disguised himself. Now, he should have appeared with another identity. If I'm not wrong, that Jing Dui over there is that fellow? Jingtian Xuanyua's clear eyes were fixed. However, before she could speak, the young man in linen clothes waved his hand and said, there's no need to explain. It's fine so long as I'm clearly aware. Right, help me tell him that we're a group during the Tao discussion, so unless it's a spar according to the rules, otherwise, we can't kill each other. As he said, he smiled and nodded to Lin Sun, who was not far away, and then turned away. Xianxia frowned. Was this guy testing, or had he really guessed Child's identity? Child, just now. Immediately, she told Lin Sun what the young man in linen had just said. Lin Sun thought for a while and said, this guy should have no evil intentions. Don't worry. Xianxia nodded and couldn't help asking again, Child, are we really going to ally with that guy? Lin Sun said casually, let's play it by ear. As time went by, more and more strong people came to Qingmeng Mountain, and almost all of them were the top 10 figures in Hongming world. Isn't it said that some peerless geniuses from other worlds will also come to this Tao Discussion Grand Conference? Why haven't we seen them yet? Someone muttered. These peerless and monstrous geniuses are brought along by their seniors, and they've arrived here a long time ago. There's utterly no need for them to undergo any Tao discussion selections before they can directly participate in the Tao discussion. They aren't the same type of people as us. Someone's tone was sour. For example, the people present here could be considered to be the most dazzling group of geniuses in the various provinces. Not only did they possess extraordinary backgrounds, they were outstanding figures amongst their peers, and they were extremely dazzling. But before this, he'd experienced numerous selections in order to seize the qualifications to participate in the Tao discussion. In comparison, those peerless monstrous geniuses from other worlds in the starry sky had such qualifications without having to go through the selection process. This naturally made people feel very unbalanced. It's not just them. Aren't the heirs of the 6 great Tao courts and 10 great combat clans able to participate in the Tao discussion event as well? If you're disgruntled in your heart, then you can defeat them one by one during the Tao discussion. Only in this way would you be able to prove yourself and not make sarcastic remarks. While they were discussing animatedly, a voice that was piercingly cold like ice suddenly resounded. Who's not convinced? Step forward. His words caused everyone to look in the same direction. A figure had suddenly appeared before the ancient entrance, and he had his hands behind his back as he swept everyone with his gaze. This was a man with an extremely slender figure. He wore multicolored clothes, a cloud crown on his head, and a bright golden jade belt around his waist. His handsome face carried a wisp of undisguised ridicule and iciness. He stood there by himself while his entire body was enshrouded by multicolored and resplendent light, and he revealed an unparalleled elegant bearing and arrogance. Kong Zhao. It's actually him. Could it be that he really intends to make a move before the Tao discussion event? A wave of restlessness arose in the surroundings. Many of the dazzling figures from the various provinces revealed solemn, fearful, and shocked expressions. Kong Zhao, the 5th on the King Sage rankings, the core disciple of the primitive Tao court, and the most dazzling star in the younger generation of the imperial clan, the Kong clan. A very long time ago, he was a peerless genius whose name shook the starry sky, and he was looked up to by countless people of the same generation. When they saw him make an appearance, it instantly caused everyone to recall something. A few days ago, there was news that said Kong Zhao had threatened to make the number 1 figure of the various provinces in the world lower their heads before the Tao discussion event. Obviously, Kong Zhao's appearance at this moment seemed to confirm this news. For a time, the sounds of discussion in the surroundings had vanished, and it had actually become perfectly silent. The expressions of the great figures who led the experts of various provinces also changed. They didn't expect that Kong Zhao would appear in advance before they entered the mountain gate of the black-yellow Taoist court. Lin Sun glanced at this person with an indifferent expression, but he thought of another matter in his heart. When he was on the rocking boat, he had indeed killed many experts of the imperial clan of the Kong clan. Even after arriving at the primordial world, Kong Yu, Kong Yin, Chu Rao, and the others were also killed by him. However, at that time, he appeared as Yu Xian. No matter how suspicious Kong Zhao was, it was absolutely impossible for him to be suspected. Of course, it was impossible for Lin Sun to be afraid of this person. It should be known that the ancestor of the imperial clan of the Kong clan, the solitary Sky Demon Emperor, who was regarded as one of the 7 primordial demon emperors, was still suppressed in his Tower of Endless Way. Calculating the time, in less than a year, he would probably be completely refined and obliterated from the world. Seeing that no one spoke, Kong Zhao, who was standing in front of the mountain gate, looked more and more cold and disdainful. He said, "Wasn't there someone who was dissatisfied just now? Why doesn't anyone dare to fight now?" With a single sentence, he looked down on all the heroes present. Some of the top experts of various provinces revealed a cold expression, but before they could take action, they were dissuaded and warned by the great figures around them one by one, telling them not to be impulsive before the beginning of the Tao discussion conference, so as not to cause unnecessary trouble. After all, this was the black-yellow Taoist court. He, Kong Zhao, had the confidence to behave atrociously here, but they, who came from other provinces, did not dare to do so. This kind of people who only dare to talk about others behind their backs, but don't have the courage to stand out. Even if they participate in the Tao discussion conference, it is no different from courting death. Kong Zhao shook his head, revealing a look of disappointment. Today, he stood here to make all the provinces bow their heads. He originally thought that under his provocation, there would be people standing out angrily. Unexpectedly, no one dared to answer. This seemed to be no different from all bowing their heads, but it made Kong Zhao feel quite bored. "Fellow Daoist, the Tao discussion hasn't begun yet, so it's a bit too early to speak about all of this now." Finally, someone couldn't help but speak. "At the very least, I know that these fellow Taoists aren't afraid of trouble, and they just don't want to cause trouble before the Tao discussion conference begins." It was a handsome man with a gaze that was like bolts of lightning, and his words could be considered to be courteous, causing many people to nod. "Cause trouble? Haha, all of you are just afraid." Kong Zhao started laughing with an ostentatious bearing. "How about this, if any of you think you have the strength to defeat me, Kong Zhao, then feel free to come at me. I guarantee that no matter if it's the primordial Tao court or my Kong clan, neither of them will look for trouble with all of you." His words were resolute and extremely domineering. This caused many experts to be moved. They were indeed only afraid of Kong Zhao's identity. "I'm He Fining from the Swallow Prefecture, and I'm willing to seize this opportunity to spar with fellow Daoist." A jade-robed man stood out, and he was handsome and possessed an extraordinary bearing. The spirits of many were refreshed. He Fining, the third in the Swallow Prefecture Tao discussion, a peak Saint King at the perfection stage of the absolute Saint King realm, and he was reputed to be the #1 Saint King in body refinement in the Swallow Prefecture. Finally, someone stood out to strike a blow against Kong Zhao's arrogance. All the experts from the various prefectures were looking forward to it. For a time, He Fining seemed to have become the focus of attention. Lin Sun also revealed a look of interest. One was ranked 5th on the All-Heaven King Sage list, and the other was ranked 3rd in the Tao discussion conference. Such a battle was utterly impossible to see. 3 moves. Kong Zhao sized He Fining up, and then he stretched out 3 fingers. "If I can't suppress you in 3 moves, then I, Kong Zhao, will leave immediately and withdraw from the Tao discussion conference." Hiss, a wave of gasps resounded. "This Kong Zhao is too confident." To He Fining, Kong Zhao's words were simply like a great humiliation, and it caused his face to turn gloomy. "He wants to defeat me in 3 moves, how arrogant." Right at this moment, Kong Zhao attacked brazenly, and his figure suddenly vanished on the spot. In the field of vision of everyone, they could only see a colorful divine ray of light flashing in the void. In the next moment, he'd arrived in front of He Fining, and he pressed his palm forward. The first move. Bang! As he pressed his palm forward, the 5-colored light condensed into a dazzling divine seal, giving off an earth-shaking roar. He Fining's pupils shrank, and he tried his best to resist it. But the next moment, he was sent flying backward and fell in the void dozens of meters away. He coughed up blood, and the nearby void collapsed and the ground cracked. Many people's expressions changed. Dazzling figures like them were all experienced in battles, and they had sharp eyes. They could tell at a glance that He Fining was not caught unprepared, but was heavily defeated in a head-on confrontation under the condition that he was prepared for it. Seeing this, Lin Sun also made a prediction in his heart: if it's really a life-and-death battle, I'm afraid He Fining won't be able to resist even 1 move. It seemed to confirm Lin Sun's inference. In the second move, He Fining resisted with all his might, but he was still defeated. His whole body was smashed into the ground, and his face was covered with dirt, and his body was twitching. He was completely powerless to resist. in the third move, Kong Zhao stepped on He Feining's head. At this moment, the whole place fell into a dead silence. Even if it was the #1 expert in the Dao discussion, his expression had become extremely heavy, and his heart was like a tempestuous storm that was impossible to calm down. He Feining was ranked third in a state. How powerful was he? But in the battle with Kong Zhao, he was absolutely crushed. There was no doubt that if Kong Zhao wanted to, he could kill He Feining on the spot as long as he exerted force with his toes. At this moment, looking at Kong Zhao, who was standing proudly like a god on He Feining's head, everyone deeply realized how important the number 5 on the All-Heaven King list was. This is the number 3 in a state? He's really weak. Don't show up in the future, lest you make a fool of yourself. End of chapter 1947. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.